Chapter 1. Xin Ruo. Xin Ruo. Do you wish to leave this world? Staying in this world, no one loves you, your parents do not love you, and no one will love you. Let us change to another world, where you shall receive the warmth and affection you desire, happiness and companionship. All the various fluffy beasts, the breathtaking beastmen you have pursued, will all belong to you. They will cherish you, adore you, and respect you, placing you as their master. Engage in romance, raise offspring, and construct your tribe freely, all according to your desires. As long as you are willing, both the world and handsome men shall be yours. Xin Ruo. Do you wish to proceed? They are waiting for you. I do not wish to. In the next moment, Xin Ruo awoke from her dream, shaking her groggy head and rubbing her exceedingly fatigued eyes. She had dreamt again. This time, it was even more outrageous. She had traversed realms. Such occurrences of crossing into another world were not to be taken lightly. She lowered her gaze to her phone. In the next instant, her eyes widened, excitement welling up. Xin Ruo had become enamored with a 3D online game titled Ancient Beast World, a harem of 3,000 handsome men 2 months prior. This game featured dual modes of romantic pursuits and farming construction, catering to diverse preferences. The gameplay was flexible, offering players an exceptional degree of freedom. However, to unlock the construction mode, players were required to first pursue romantic interests, achieving a specified number of successful pursuits before they could access the farming mode. Xin Ruo was an ardent enthusiast of farming construction games. Not only could players freely build their tribes, but the game also boasted exquisite graphics, a realistic art style, and stunningly lifelike character models, providing an unparalleled gaming experience. It struck directly at her heartstrings. Who could possibly resist the allure of such a game? She certainly could not. Thus, she succumbed. In order to successfully unlock the farming construction mode, she had to first complete the pursuit tasks to obtain the construction token. In the scant options available for romantic interests on the game page, she clicked to make a wish, and in the next moment, 8 handsome men appeared randomly. Each possessed their own charm. Xin Ruo was thoroughly satisfied, opting not to make another wish, but instead selecting one. Thus commenced her journey through the realms of romantic pursuits. After successfully wooing 8 stunning beastmen and forming bonds with them, she was utterly exhausted and succumbed to sleep. Now, awakened from her dream, she gazed at the notification on the game screen. Her drowsiness vanished in an instant. At last, she had successfully obtained the token to unlock the construction mode. If she could not unlock it now, she would have to abandon the game. The farming construction mode was within her grasp. Ha ha ha. She promptly clicked to use the construction token. In an instant, a tribe icon popped up on the game interface. Overjoyed, she rolled around on her bed, dancing with excitement. She eagerly reached out to click the tribe icon, and a message appeared in the center of the screen. Player, do you wish to activate the farming construction mode? Beneath this message were 2 options, yes or no. Without hesitation, Xin Ruo clicked yes, only to be met with a blank screen. The internet connection was stable. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. Xin Ruo felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. What sort of game was this? A perfectly good game. And where was the promised farming construction? She had to painstakingly pursue romantic interests. Countless brain cells had been sacrificed. Was it easy for her? In a romance pursuit game, at least there were plot lines and hints here. She had to rely solely on her own ingenuity. But that was not all. After 2 months of hard work, just when she unlocked the construction mode, this was what she faced. It was worse than a heartless boss who often demanded overtime without pay. After a while, a new line of text appeared on her phone screen. Player, do you wish to experience life in the ancient beast world, enjoying the beauty of the beastman realm, farming, building houses, engaging in romance, and living a joyous life? Xin Ruo shook her head, still groggy from staying up late playing games. Forget it, deceived by the game, she would abandon it. She was exhausted. She could no longer endure and decided to sleep. Tomorrow, she had to go to work. This farming construction mode was likely just a service to the romance mode. Who in their right mind would ask so many questions to unlock a farming construction game? Such trickery was unacceptable. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. She directly powered off her phone and went to sleep, simultaneously forced quitting the game. Quitting the game required several steps, which was a hassle. In the next second, just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Xin Ruo leaped up, her eyes wide as she stared at her phone. The game had caused her phone to freeze. No matter how she pressed, the screen remained stuck on the current page. The game interface flickered ominously. A new message popped up. Please make your choice. Promptly, the countdown has begun. She encountered an eerie predicament. This was a choice she could not avoid. Curse game. She vowed never to play again. Anyone who played was a fool. What a thieving game. Not only was the experience abysmal, but it also forced her into a corner. In a fit of anger, she clicked no. Suddenly, the screen flashed and a line of red text drifted across. Moderate gaming benefits the mind. Excessive gaming harms the body. Life is precious. Cherish it. Dear player, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. More excitement awaits. In her drowsy state, a voice echoed in her ear. Transforming host body, transformation complete. Transporting host, arrival at the Beastman continent imminent. Beep, arrival at the Beastman continent. When Xin Ruo awoke, her head was still slightly dizzy. She opened her eyes to see a massive shadow above her, feeling a bit disoriented. Dazed, she turned her head and discovered she was lying on a small patch of grass amidst a thicket. Shock. Ming. Xin Ruo sprang up with the speed of her life, bewildered and full of questions as she scanned her surroundings. She was surrounded by over 2 meters of tall weeds. Beyond the thicket stood towering trees, each so immense they could be embraced by several people, reaching up into the clouds, defiantly growing in the depths of an ancient forest. The colossal trees obscured the sun overhead, allowing only a few scattered rays of light to filter through. The shadow she had seen while lying down was cast by these gigantic trees. In her mind, images from the game uncontrollably flashed, aligning with the scene before her. Had she dreamed again? Ever since she began playing this game, dreams had become a nightly occurrence, to the point where even a brief nap during the day would lead her to dream. The dreams were continuous, akin to a serialized drama. She could only blame her deep obsession with the farming construction mode of this game, leading to thoughts by day and dreams by night. Ultimately, the highly praised game had deeply betrayed her passion. It was entirely inconsistent with the reviews. The construction mode was inaccessible, and her phone had frozen. Just thinking about it made her furious. However, the realization that it might be a dream put her at ease. Hee. Time to flirt with the cute bears. Taking a few steps forward, the discomfort of her bare feet became apparent. Xin Ruo's heart sank. She froze in place as unease surged within her, her smile fading. Mechanically, she looked down, slowly pinching her thigh hard, a sharp pain causing tears to well up in her eyes. 3 words flashed clearly in her mind. Not a dream. Then where was this? Could it be? She had tragically crossed over. The most shocking event of the year. Realizing this, Xin Ruo looked up again, scanning her surroundings. A vague, pungent scent wafted to her nose, reminiscent of decaying plants. The colors of the trees and the grass around her seemed unusually deep, exuding a sense of decay. This filter was unlike that of the game. Fear and panic surged within her, and she collapsed on the ground. Listening to the distant roars of unknown beasts, she hugged her knees, curling up into a ball. She glanced at the wound on her palm, which she had not noticed until now. A mere scratch, one she would typically carelessly cover with a band-aid, yet at this moment, her nose felt sour, and an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up inside her. Host has been delivered, body adjustments complete, current age of host is 15 years. With reddened eyes, Xin lifted her head, tears brimming, surveying her surroundings to discern the source of the sound. Suddenly recalling the voice she had faintly heard before losing consciousness, she lowered her head again. Tentatively, she replied to her mind, I want to go back. I do not want to be here. Once transmitted, no returns are permitted. The host cannot go back. The Beastman continent is beautiful. Filled with handsome men, the host will live happily. Indeed, it was the so-called system. Xin Ruo indignantly retorted in her mind. I clearly selected no. Can you comprehend that? I have rejected it. You are forcing me into this. Take me back. I refuse to stay here. Quickly return me. Quit playing dead. I want to go back. Host, it is truly impossible to return. Please find solace in residing here. How can I return? The host's physical form has been transformed and cannot revert host. I never consented to have my body altered without my permission. Please accept the reality the Beastman continent is remarkably splendid, with beautiful mountains, stunning vistas, and enchanting beings. Xin Ruo rubbed her eyes, yet the forest before her appeared shrouded in a desolate, dreary filter, with a pungent scent still pervading the air. I want to go back, take me back. Due to the host's low physical constitution, adapting to life on the Beastman continent is challenging. The system has generously provided a special gift for the host, which can randomly yield 3 items. Does the host wish to open it immediately? Countdown 5, 4. Xin Ruo cursed silently. Constrained by her current disadvantage, she had to suppress her fury. Her eyes slightly reddened as she managed to utter a single word. Yes. What if it is true that she cannot return? Now is not the time for her to act willfully, struggling and shouting. They had forcibly abandoned her in this ancient jungle. What was the point of offering a grand gift now? If she hesitated further, what if she received nothing and was left to fend for herself? Calling out to the heavens yielded no response, and she would be left waiting for death. She feared not the end, but the pain. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a foundational jade token, spatial abilities, and a mysterious bloodline. Shall it be used immediately? Countdown 5. Yes. She had always been fortunate, yet she had no knowledge of whether these items were beneficial or otherwise. At least there were a few items. The foundational token, she recognized, it was likely akin to the tools for establishing farms and infrastructure in games. To have drawn this, it seemed her luck was not too shabby this time. Spatial abilities, she had a vague understanding from reading novels. Mysterious bloodline. A jade token materialized in Xin Ruo's hand, interrupting her thoughts. The blood seeping from her palm was absorbed by the jade token, and with a flash of white light, it vanished, leaving behind a small jade imprint in the center of her left palm. Recalling the unreliability of games, she uneasily inquired, what is the purpose of the foundational jade token? By utilizing the foundational jade token, an initial tribe can be established, which can be upgraded at will. The Beastman continent is fraught with peril. The tribe will be the only safe haven at night. With nightfall approaching, please find a suitable location to establish the tribe. Xin Ruo exhaled in relief. This item was indeed genuine. She glanced down at herself, wearing the same outfit she had before sleeping. A beige long-sleeved, knee-length nightgown, her feet bare. Then she looked at the wild grass towering above her and the colossal trees that obscured the sky. Apart from the grass around her and the trees above, what lay beyond the grass was a mystery. In the jungle, anything could exist, most likely wild beasts. Any wild beast could easily devour her. The persistent, unpleasant odor at the tip of her nose was an enigma, as if it emanated from nearby, its intensity reminiscent of a vast, decaying site. Xin Ruo felt despondent. She plopped down onto the ground, hugging her legs, exclaiming in resignation, as if being forcibly sent to such a dreadful place wasn't enough. I don't even have shoes. Why not just toss me into the jaws of a beast? I'd die without knowing the pain. Look at this overgrown wilderness. The path ahead is indistinct. How am I supposed to find a place to establish the tribe? If I don't find a suitable location, they'll be consumed by a beast. I might as well wait to die. You could just knock me out. After all, I presume that's something you're quite adept at. Just wait here for death. Perhaps I might still return. System. Host, if you perish in this beastly realm, there will be no return. Please dispel that notion at once. Xin Ruo continued in her resignation. If I must die, then let it be. Early or late, death is still death. Rather than struggling and suffering to die, it would be better to have a swift ending right from the start. After a moment of silence, the system's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. The system had not anticipated the host's frail condition. It would now seek a prime location for the host. Please hold on. Before long, 3 choices appeared before Xin Ruo. Please, host, select one at random. Resigned to her fate, Xin Ruo deliberated over the choices for a moment, closed her eyes, and selected the second option, anxiously clicking it open. The geographical location appeared to be rather decent. She sighed in relief. The system was at a loss for words. The host's luck was truly dismal. She had selected the least favorable option among the three. Though this time, it had been earnest, all three locations were meticulously chosen for the host. Yet the other two were undoubtedly superior. Best not to disclose that to the host. Please close your eyes. I will proceed with the teleportation. When Xin Ruo opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a vast plain. The plain was extensive, bordered by lush jungles as far as the eye could see. The grass was tall, reaching her knees, adorned with numerous vibrant and unfamiliar small flowers. The beauty is beyond compare, provided one can overlook the overwhelming stench of decay. The host is requested to promptly determine the location of the tribe. Once established, it cannot be altered or relocated. Xin Ruo raised her left hand, her right finger resting on the jade token's imprint. Instantly, a prompt appeared before her, asking if she wished to confirm the placement of the tribe. Xin Ruo clicked confirm. In the next moment, a small tribe manifested beside her. It was hardly a tribe in the true sense, but rather a dilapidated thatched hut, surrounded by a crude fence, with the ground transformed into a soft lawn of grass. It could barely be considered a large, shabby courtyard. Xin Ruo approached, opened the gate, and stepped in her run-down little tribe. As her feet touched the lawn, the unpleasant odor began to dissipate. She first inspected the thatched hut, which was drafty and devoid of any furnishings, save for a neat pile of dried grass on the floor. She stepped inside and sat down on the grass for a moment of respite. System, are you still there? Yes, could we discuss something? Please proceed. Host, could you render me unconscious just for 2 or 3 days and then leave me in a location frequented by beasts, allowing me to quietly await my demise? This should facilitate a painless death. Host, the Orc Continent is filled with wonders, brimming with handsome men from various tribes for you to select from. Alternatively, you could simply end my life directly. Rest assured, I would be grateful. In the Orc world, infrastructure and freedom are entirely at the host's discretion. Upgrading the tribe and expanding its blueprint is within your grasp, as long as you desire it. The entirety of the continent can be yours to command. But before we discuss infrastructure, please share what is so delightful about the Orc Continent. As Xin Ruo spoke, she casually perused the information contained within the Jade token. Tribe leader, Xin Ruo race. Human, possessing a special bloodline capable of shifting between human and beast form. Unknown, special bloodline awaiting activation. Awakening abilities. Space, awaiting activation. Wood awaiting activation. With an impassive expression. Xin Ruo inquired, what does awaiting activation mean? Does this new player package still require activation? Aside from the infrastructure Jade token, do I need to find ways to activate everything else myself? Is there a possibility of activation failure? The host must adapt to local customs. All female orcs uniformly awaken abilities. Simply find a tribal priest for your awakening ceremony, and it will surely activate. You can trust that the system is reliable and honest. Without deceit, Xin Ruo remained non-committal. The overwhelming desire to retaliate against the system surged within her, yet the disparity in their strengths forced her to suppress in that case, I will seek out a tribe to awaken my abilities myself. How can I ascertain if this ability is granted by the system or if it is innate? This base ability is undoubtedly a gift from the system. This is beyond question. Female orcs do not awaken such capabilities. Hearing the system's fervent excitement, Xin Ruo hoped it was true. She responded with a 4-character phrase and shifted the topic. I in a game. Not at all. This is an entirely different world. And the game merely serves as a beautiful projection of this reality. This is the authentic world. Xin Ruo continued with her inquiries. Is the tribe the only safe zone? That's correct. Host, you are quite astute. This statement carried significant implications, indicating that outside the tribe, immense dangers lurked. Xin Ruo felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to despair. She could vividly envision the impending misery that awaited her. With a weary sigh, she lamented, just end my life. I truly do not wish to continue living to swift death would grant me a swift rebirth, and in my next life, I shall never engage with this game again. Host, living is a beautiful experience. Many yearn to traverse the Orc Continent, but lack the opportunity. Thank you that you're welcome, host. Given my peculiar form of death, transcending time and space, when I reach the underworld, the King of Hell will likely summon me. I wonder if your kind can die, that if so, I must speak well of you. There's no need for such praise, host. After all, you have treated me with such kindness. Haven to you, tirelessly and without reward, you have transported my youthful self to this mysterious and novel otherworld, allowing me to explore the mysteries of the wilderness and seek the meaning of life, while enjoying a splendid existence. What a rare opportunity! Anyone would feel grateful for the system's benevolence. The system sensed something amiss, but perceived the host's sincerity in her compliments and no need for thanks. Host, a gentle reminder. The night is fraught with peril, and the host must not venture outside the tribe. It would be advisable to remain within the tribe. Shortly, the system will prepare food for the host. Xin Ruo's sardonic remarks alleviated her spirit somewhat. Yet, surviving in such a place truly seemed daunting. Fortunately, food would provide some comfort. Is there any basic information about the Orc Continent? The system, hesitant, did not dare to disclose its absence. Fearing the host would recklessly venture out to confront beasts, a warm reminder. Delightful surprises await the host in the Orc Continent. Beep, beep, beep. The system has completed the task transmission. Farewell for now. Host, wishing you a pleasant life in the Orc world. The system hastily concluded its words, disappearing in a flash, as though fearing that lingering even a second longer would lead to Xin Ruo calling out to it. After calling a few times and confirming the system had truly departed, Xin Ruo unleashed a torrent of curses upon it. Seated on the grass, she gazed vacantly into the distance, feeling lost and unsettled. She had accepted the reality of her transposition. Once more, she activated the Jade token's imprint, revealing a panel with two sections, one for the tribe's map and another for tribe survival. She first clicked on the tribe's map. In the midst of darkness, a solitary point of green appeared, indicating the location of her small tribe. She tentatively clicked on it, and the tiny dot on the map expanded, clearly revealing a small thatched hut surrounded by a fence. Indeed, the territory of her tribe. After a subsequent click, the map reverted to its original size. Exiting the tribe's map, she entered the tribe survival section, where the left side displayed the tribe map, and the right side was divided into several sections. Xin Ruo first clicked on the tribe leader, and corresponding information immediately materialized below. Tribe leader, Xin Ruo race, human, possessing a special bloodline, capable of shifting between human and beast form. Unknown, special bloodline awaiting activation. Awakening abilities. Space, awaiting activation. Wood, awaiting activation. Beast husband. 0 clicking on the tribe section revealed a message. The tribe has yet to be named. Please provide a name for your tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Ruo decided, let us call it Fu Guang. It was the name I had intended to use previously in a game. She inscribed the 2 characters for Fu Guang, and in the next instant, the tribe information automatically appeared below. Tribe name, Fu Guang tribe. The tribe possesses protective qualities, capable of thwarting the entry of magical beasts and spirits at night. After dark, please remain within the tribe and refrain from wandering outside. Tribe leader, Xin Ruo, tribe totem. Awaiting confirmation tribe level. Level 1, the lowest level. Note, 1. Tribe level. Tribe levels 1-10, Orc cities 1-9, Orc nations 1-3.2, the tribe upgrade requirements. Number of orcs, area of the tribe, among various other factors. Tribe population, 1. The current level can shelter up to 10 individuals, current race and tribe. Human tribe safety value, 10, as the tribe upgrades. The safety value will increase. A higher safety value indicates a safer tribe. Currently, the situation appears rather dire. It is advisable to upgrade promptly, for the safety level has plummeted below 0, rendering the tribe incapable of providing shelter. The Chief's Orc section remains inactive. Upon clicking, a message appears, indicating it has yet to be activated. The tribe's construction is allocated to a separate section, which displays no construction instructions below. Clicking on tribe construction reveals the buildings currently available for construction, a thatched hut and a cave. These 2 options require materials. After painstakingly examining the contents of the J tablet, Xin Ruo returned to the initial page, where she noticed 2 buttons at the bottom. one for hiding and the other for merging. Xin Ruo instinctively clicked on hide and merge before closing the territory jade tablet. The small jade imprint on her palm had vanished from sight. With this information, Xin Ruo gleaned a rough understanding of her predicament. Outside the tribe, dangerous creatures like beasts and phantoms lurked, and the tribe's protection was not invulnerable. How unfortunate. While other girls traversed the beast realm with boundless joy, she found herself in a dilapidated, thatched hut at the onset of her journey. Uncertainty loomed over how long she could survive. Yet, the thought of death filled her with dread. After waiting for an extended period, from morning until afternoon, the food promised by the system had yet to materialize. It seemed the system would not arrive. Xin Ruo felt the pangs of hunger. Time in the Orc Continent appeared to drag on interminably. If she did not eat now, she would surely be starving by night. She also needed water. The weather in the Orc Continent seemed unusually hot, and soon she found herself feeling overheated and parched. Summoning her courage, she stepped out of the tribe, each barefoot step on the ground proving arduous. Looking up at the sky, the sun appeared larger than in her previous world, and the sky was a vast expanse of clear blue. She had no idea where to find food in this so-called Orc Continent. One would expect an abundance of wild vegetables and fruits. Perhaps a stroke of luck awaited her, for dying of hunger would surely be agonizing. Lacking any survival experience in the wilderness, she had read numerous miscellaneous books, all of which proved useless in this moment. The plants around her were entirely unfamiliar, shrouded in a veil of darkness. After surveying her surroundings, she found nothing edible, save for some familiar-looking weeds. The rest were peculiar plants, vibrant in color yet bizarre in appearance, seemingly bursting with life. Yes, she drew closer. A strong stench reminiscent of decay wafted through the air. She could not discern whether it originated from this area or if it permeated everywhere. Clearly, these plants were inedible. With a weary sigh, she glanced at her once fair feet, now marred with splotches of blood, before casting her bewildered gaze toward the jungle. The only option left was to venture into the thicket in search of sustenance, hoping it did not consist solely of such plants. Otherwise, she would truly be left to starve. Upon cautiously entering the jungle, Xin Ruo fortuitously spotted a fruit tree, a rarity devoid of any unpleasant odor. The fruits bore a striking resemblance to modern apples. She exerted tremendous effort to climb the tree, finally managing to pluck a fruit the size of a basketball, only to hear a ferocious roar not far off. Xin Ruo, clutching the fruit, cautiously nestled herself among the branches, waiting for the beast to depart before descending to return to the tribe. Should she descend now, she risked an encounter with the predator, which would undoubtedly tear her apart. The roars grew increasingly closer, revealing a massive wild boar with elongated tusks in pursuit of a creature resembling a chicken, albeit the size of a full-grown pig. The sound of the beast's growl emanated from the tusked pig itself. This boar was indeed colossal, several times larger than a modern-day pig. Perched in the tree, Xin Ruo clung tightly to the trunk, fearfully observing the unfolding scene, terrified of being discovered by the tusked beast. Novels often claim that wild boars could climb trees. She remained uncertain of the truth of such tales. Xin Ruo widened her eyes, unable to blink as she watched the chicken approach her tree, only for it to collide with the trunk and be swiftly decapitated by the boar's jaws, devoured in mere moments. After finishing its meal, the boar raised its head and began ramming the tree. Xin Ruo, trembling with fear, clung to the trunk as her legs quaked. If the boar continued its assault, it would not be long before the tree succumbed. Oh dear, would she truly be torn asunder by the boar? That would be excruciating. Yet if she descended now, she would merely hasten her demise, willingly offering herself as a meal. Wailing inwardly, she longed to return home, to escape this ancient jungle and its cruel fate. The tree shook violently, but remained upright. In her panic, Xin in her grip, only to have the fruit slip from her hands and fall to the ground. The boar, noticing the fallen fruit, hastened its assault on the tree. Fruits scattered across the ground, a roar echoed, prompting the boar to abandon its attack and seize one of the fruits, retreating swiftly into the jungle. The boar's fear indicated the presence of an even more formidable predator. Xin Ruo found herself at an impasse. Neither climbing down nor remaining aloft seemed wise. After a while, Silence enveloped the area. Xin Ruo hurriedly descended, frantically gathering 2 fruits before racing back along her path. Thankfully, she had marked her way. Otherwise, she would have surely lost her bearings. After what felt like an eternity, she finally glimpsed her dilapidated little tribe. A profound sense of relief washed over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of safety, compelling her to hasten her steps toward the small settlement. Collapsing onto the grassy ground, she gasped for breath. Her back slick with cold sweat. This moment, she was both famished and parched, utterly exhausted. Once her breathing steadied, Xin Ruo examined the red fruit she had procured. She had encountered such fruit in the jungle, and its scent seemed normal, perhaps due to her not venturing too far. If the boar could consume it, vigorously ramming the tree, it must be both non-toxic and palatable. The dilemma lay in the fruit's tough shell. Figuring out how to open it posed a significant challenge. Xin Ruo ventured outside the tribe to fetch a large stone, striking the fruit with all her might, yet remained unyielding. She exhausted every conceivable method. But the fruit showed no signs of yielding, not even a small crack. Drenched in sweat, she lay on the grass, trying to calm her breath, questioning the very fabric of her existence. Damn the system. It merely provided without any means of survival, all the while spinning lies. Should she ever have the opportunity, she would ensure it met a grim fate, until she could dismantle it and vent her frustrations. Her heart would remain burdened, furiously tossing aside the red fruit. Xin Ruo cautiously exited the tribe, resolutely continuing her search for food. This time, she altered her course, heading toward the mountain behind the tribe, where she spotted a pure white rabbit nibbling on a blue fruit resembling a strawberry, albeit considerably larger, akin to an actual apple. After observing for a while and noting that the rabbit seemed unaffected by the fruit, she concealed herself in the grass and approached cautiously, reaching out to pluck one. The rabbit, upon noticing her, fixed its fierce red eyes on her, baring its teeth in a threatening manner. Startled, she recoiled and fled in a panic. The rabbit pursued relentlessly, and Xin Ruo stumbled several times. Looking back in disarray to her surprise, the rabbit had vanished without a trace. Not daring to linger, she hastily made her way back to the tribe. As her feet touched the soft grass, she felt a sense of reassurance. Gazing at the large blue fruit in her hand, she steeled herself and took a decisive bite. In the next moment, her face contorted in agony. Unable to tolerate the taste, she spat it out in distress. Bitter. It was unbearably bitter. The entire mouth was engulfed in bitterness, tears of sorrow streaming forth. In comparison, bitter melon seemed far sweeter than this wretched thing. Xin Ruo's face contorted in anguish, enduring the torment, hesitating and struggling within herself. Faced with the choice of starvation or suffering, she opted for the latter, with a furrowed brow and tears welling in her eyes. She took a second bite, braving the bitterness that filled her mouth, swallowing it with great difficulty. Finally, in her agony, she consumed the entirety of the blue strawberry, her stomach barely satiated, yet the bitterness was unbearable. She plucked a few blades of grass from the tribe and chewed them in an attempt to dispel the foul taste. Subsequently, she collapsed in despair upon the grass, lost in doubt about life. Before long, the sun set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Xin Ruo recalled the jade tablet's message. "It is dark. Please return to the tribe." Although the system seemed somewhat unreliable, the tribe's warning was undoubtedly significant. With urgency, she scrambled to her feet and dashed into the thatched hut, now the only place that offered her a semblance of safety. Sitting inside, she gazed outside, where the entire tribe appeared shrouded in a translucent membrane, clearly visible under the dim light of the twilight, exuding a faint glow, as if it were fragile and could shatter easily. Little Master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. She withdrew her gaze and lay on the grass nest, attempting to hypnotize herself. The outside world felt eerily quiet, a silence so profound that it sent cold beads of sweat cascading down her spine. Leaving her heart in turmoil, in the dead of night, strange sounds echoed, accompanied by an uncanny chill. Xin Ruo, who had barely slept, opened her eyes and looked outside. The horizon was tinged with a dark crimson, as if blood were swirling. Beyond the tribe, shadowy figures moved, their blood-red eyes fierce and menacing. Surrounding the tribe were these black creatures with crimson eyes, emitting chilling and terrifying cries. Xin Ruo clamped her hands over her mouth. Her terrified eyes brimming with tears, huddled in her grass nest, trembling as fear consumed her entire being. Oh, how frightened she was! While reading novels, she often fantasized about traversing into another world. Yet, novels are but fantasies, difficult to conflate with reality. She understood her own limitations, thus merely indulged in such thoughts. Just an ordinary university graduate a few months out of school, she could barely scrape by, with only a few modest hobbies and no remarkable skills. According to the laws of literary transmigration, it was unlikely for a hapless soul like her to land in a favorable place. Yet now, she had truly crossed over, arriving in a perilous realm inhabited by beastmen, where dreadfully strange creatures roamed at night. As it stood, she might not survive for long. In the prime of her youth, with a wealth of time still ahead of her, she had yet to experience love. Not only had she never been in a relationship, but she had never even held a boy's hand. Though romance was not an absolute necessity, nor was holding hands, to perish upon crossing over felt like a significant loss. The first rays of dawn filtered in. Xin Ruo opened her sore, swollen eyes, cautiously peering outside. The monsters had vanished, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Attempting to move, she discovered that her body, curled up throughout the night, had become stiff and numb. As she shifted, a wave of tingling coursed through her half-numb limbs. The ground of the thatched hut was exceedingly damp, with only her grass nest remaining dry, as light rain had fallen in the latter part of the night. Her stomach growled incessantly, and she gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort. Finally, she rose, dragging her battered and weary body, preparing to venture into the jungle in search of sustenance. Her eyes, deprived of restful sleep, were sore and heavy. Her mind clouded and unfocused. Xin, muster your strength. You cannot afford to fall ill at this juncture. She trudged back to the spot where she had discovered the red fruit yesterday. She had no intention of keeping it. She could not open it, and even if she could, it might not be edible in this beastman realm. Who knew whether such plants were safe for consumption? The only non-foul-smelling thing was that blue bitter fruit, alongside the unopenable red fruit. Was it only her area that was like this? Cautiously, she moved forward, each step sending sharp pain through her soles, as if she were treading upon needles. She endeavored to ignore the agony beneath her feet, pressing onward when suddenly a wild boar dashed past her. Help! A piercing scream startled the birds from the trees. The girl, in a frenzy, sprinted through the jungle, her beige gown tattered and stained with crimson marks. Xin Ruo, drenched in sweat, her eyes reflecting despair and helplessness, cast glances over her shoulder, tears pooling in her reddened eyes. She struggled to run forward, losing track of time, feeling utterly desolate and fragmented with each passing moment. Her steps grew heavier, her breaths more frantic, as if her chest were being violently torn apart. Every inhalation laced with searing pain. Faced with the choice of accepting death or continuing the futile flight, she fought to choose the latter. Terrified of being caught by the wild boar, she pressed on, fearing it would rend her into bloody shreds. Uncertain how much longer she could endure, she realized that perhaps in the next moment, her life would come to a tragic end in this alien world. The snorting and hoofbeats of the boar grew increasingly closer. She could even smell the foul stench of decay emanating from the creature. At this moment, her heart brimmed with terror and despair, as if she were being engulfed by an endless void of darkness. Her body had reached the limits of exhaustion, with only a flicker of willpower urging her to keep running. She fought to suppress her screams, fearing that they would attract even larger beasts. Yet in that moment, she could no longer contain herself. The fear was overwhelming. The wild boar dashed past her, only for another to appear, now pursuing her instead. Xin, utterly drained, felt her strength evaporate, collapsing heavily to the ground. This time, she could not rise again. Her legs felt leaden, devoid of any power. Sweat stung her eyes, and as she gazed upon the blood-red eyes of the boar, drawing nearer, her heart raced wildly. Xin gritted her teeth in desperation. She could not rise again. With a sense of hopelessness, she closed her eyes, a single tear cascading down her cheek, destined to be devoured by the wild boar. It should not hurt, should it? Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. A sudden gust of wind swept in, and the boar let out a cry, blood and flesh splattering as it fell lifelessly to the ground. Xin Ruo felt the scalding, foul liquid splatter upon her face, hearing a heavy thud nearby, accompanied by the boar's anguished cry, and hastily opened her eyes. From behind the thicket emerged a majestic white tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura of power and brilliance. In mere moments, the tiger stood before Xin Ruo. Forgetting to wipe her face, she gritted her teeth, struggling to rise and flee, but before she could take a step, she stumbled heavily to the ground, her skirt caught beneath the tiger's paw. Run? What are you running for? Xin Ruo heard a deep, melodious voice behind her. Just as she turned to look, she felt the warm touch of a paw. Looking down, she found herself staring into the boar's lifeless, gory eyes, and promptly fainted from shock. The wind swirled, enveloping Xin Ruo, drenched in blood, lifting her from the boar's carcass and tossing her casually onto the grass. Where the tiger coldly remarked, "Such cowardice. However, how could this female exude the faint essence of a young female?" The magnificent white tiger, with its azure eyes momentarily taken aback, approached Xin Ruo, tilting its head slightly, and gently turned the young female over. This revealed a face smeared with dark red blood, her disheveled hair clinging to her features. Feng Shi couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. She was not his young female. The white tiger raised one of its forelegs delicately, a green energy manifesting, enveloping Xin Ruo in a cerulean bubble. The white tiger strode through the jungle with a regal and steady gait, as if surveying its domain like a king. Qing Feng pushed the cerulean bubble along. Trailing far behind, on their return to the tribe, they encountered a lake, where Feng Shi paused to gaze at Xin Ruo within the bubble for a moment. His curiosity was piqued by her attire, which starkly contrasted with that of the beast-man continent. He pondered, perplexed, why this female bore the faint aura of a young female. Had she encountered one before? Yet, she had fallen upon a ferocious beast, her body drenched in its blood. He submerged the bubble in the water, allowing it to cleanse Xin Ruo thoroughly, shaking it from side to side. When the bubble returned to the shore, it vanished, leaving Xin Ruo quietly lying on the ground. Feng Shi caught a familiar scent wafting through his nostrils. His azure eyes brightened as he stepped forward, recognizing the face deeply etched in his mind. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. The tiger, in a moment of sheer exhilaration, spun around in circles. It was his young female. His partner, he cautiously leaned in to inhale her scent, confirming his suspicions, the living essence of a young female. Her fragrance was intoxicating, surpassing even that which he had dreamt of. His partner was truly beautiful. She had come to find him. How splendid! The beast god had favored him. The white tiger emitted a series of deep, joyful roars, startling the birds and beasts in the forest into flight, transforming into human form. He hurriedly cradled the drenched Xin Ruo in his arms, carefully releasing energy to dry her hair and clothes. Shifting back into his beast form, he gently wrapped her with his tail, securing her upon his back, and released a shield of green wind to protect her. Surrounded by the gentle breeze, he darted forward like a gust of wind. When Xin Ruo opened her eyes again, the menacing wild boar that had haunted her dreams was nowhere to be seen. The enormous white tiger had also vanished. Xin Ruo quickly surveyed her surroundings. She remained in the jungle, disoriented as to her current location. Having fled in terror from the wild boar, she had lost all sense of direction. There was no returning to the tribe. Leaning against a tree for support, she attempted to stand, only to find her legs weak and trembling. She collapsed to the ground after taking a single step. The white tiger, with prey in its mouth, emerged from the underbrush. Upon seeing her sprawled on the ground, it dropped its catch and rushed toward her. Xin Ruo, watching the formidable beast charge at her, sat frozen with cold sweat coating her palms, her legs quaking with trepidation as she instinctively scooted backward. The white tiger closed the distance in an instant. Xin Ruo was overwhelmed with panic. She could barely control her movements, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gasped, her voice hoarse and fragmented. "Please don't eat me. I beg you. Spare me. If you must, just swallow me whole. Feng Shi transformed into human form and gently embraced the frightened Xin Ruo. He reached out to wipe away her tears, speaking softly, "Do not fear. I'm a benevolent beast. I would never harm a young female." His azure eyes brimmed with compassion, understanding that she had been frightened by the feral beast. Xin Ruo, dazed, lifted her gaze to the beast man, the last tear falling on a Feng Shi's hand, warming it and causing him to shudder slightly to the beast man. "It's Feng Shi." Xin Ruo immediately lunged into his embrace. Sobbing pitifully, Feng Shi held the distressed young female, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yet, thanks to his bloodline heritage, he gently patted her back, offering quiet reassurances, and as her cries subsided, Xin Ruo gradually drifted into slumber. Feng Shi paused for a moment, then carefully transformed into beast form, wrapping Xin Ruo with his tail and setting off with the prey and herbs, following the faint trace of her essence based on her tearful recounting. When Xin Ruo awoke, she found herself back in the Fuguang tribe, lying in a shabby straw nest within a dilapidated thatched hut. After a restorative slumber, her emotions had calmed and her mind cleared. The memory of being pursued by the wild boar, teetering on the brink of death, still lingered uneasily within her. She recalled the white tiger, akin to a celestial being, rescuing her from the jaws of the wild boar. With trembling hands, she touched her face, smooth. Where was the blood? The foul stench of the wild boar's rotten blood? Xin Ruo examined her hands and body repeatedly, finding that aside from some bloodstains on her clothing, her skin bore no wounds, and her body felt refreshingly clean that a faint medicinal scent lingered in her mouth. Had the white tiger, Feng Shi, taken care of her? She remembered that the white tiger, upon transforming into human form, bore a striking resemblance to Feng Shi. Feng Shi. Was she dreaming? Yet, the discomfort in her body insisted this was no illusion. Gazing outside, she noticed the sky darkening. It wouldn't be long before night enveloped the land. Surely, the white tiger had brought her back. But where was he? Had he departed? Feng Shi was swiftly processing his prey by the stream, his own emotions in turmoil. It had been 2 years since he had sensed the presence of a young female. Yet he had been unable to locate her or receive any matching signals. If he were unable to sense her as a beast, the others could not either. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in the Beastman continent. His bloodline heritage offered no answers. He had intended to bring the young female back to the tribe for healing, but she bore numerous wounds, though fortunately, there were no signs of dark energy infection or fever. As she clung to him, weeping in despair and fear, he felt both heartache and confusion. How could the females of the Beastman continent be unable to distinguish a Beastman? Just as Xin Ruo was lost in thought, Feng Shi returned. Did the white tiger come? The white tiger entered the small tribe, its gaze settling upon Xin Ruo. The young female's skin was as white as snow, exuding a lustrous sheen. Her eyes were exquisitely shaped, with long, curled lashes, a delicate nose, perfectly formed cherry lips, and cascading black hair that reached her waist, slightly curling at the ends. The fragrance of the young female was utterly enchanting. Even more so than in his dreams, the white tiger set down its prey, swiftly transforming into human form and entering the tribe, effortlessly lifting Xin Ruo with one arm. Her legs felt weak, and she gave up struggling, resigning herself to be held. Perhaps she had already been seen, so what difference did it make? Besides, he resembled Feng Shi, a stunningly handsome figure, a paragon of beauty that could evoke both admiration and envy. The dashing man, akin to Feng Shi, gently patted her back, his voice soothing and reassuring. "Do not fear. I shall not harm you. That a male would never hurt his own partner. There is no need for fear." Xin Ruo lowered her head, her eyes widening slightly. "What do you mean, partner? How could a beast be in the jungle?" Internally, Xin Ruo felt a pang of despair, unsure of how to articulate her situation. "I don't know. Perhaps the system brought you here. How am I to explain this? Were you searching for me? You should have waited for me to find you. The wilderness is far too perilous." Unconsciously, she projected her thoughts. "Searching for me? How would that work? Would you climb out of my phone screen? Why would you seek me?" Feng Shi, considering this possibility, felt a mix of joy and anxiety. He then contemplated another possibility, gently cupping Xin Ruo's face with his palm. His handsome brow furrowed slightly, a hint of intensity in his voice, tempered by a gentleness as if he feared startling her. Did you get separated from your kin? How did you end up in the Fuguang tribe? Xin Ruo, unable to meet his gaze, feared seeing that familiar face. Yet, as she was compelled to confront it, the impact of his beauty struck her with overwhelming force. The familiarity washed over her unexpectedly. She could scarcely believe it as she reached out to touch him, gently pinching his cheek. He was real, warm, and alive. Feng Shui inclined his head slightly, allowing her to explore his features with her hand, a smile gracing his lips, welcoming her touch. Wasn't he one of the beastmen she had sought to conquer? What in the world was happening? Who could possibly provide her with the answer she so desperately sought? Recalling the game that had ensnared her into this bizarre journey, Xin Ruo couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Had online romances truly transcended time, dimensions, lives, and even species? To be precise, had love between humans and data become a reality? Wait, what had that lively white tiger before her just said? Partner. Seeking him. Did he know her? Surely he couldn't remember her, but that was merely a game. Was he not just a collection of data? Had the characters from the dating simulation come to life? How terrifying. She wished for a bolt of lightning to strike her down. The thought of dying was overwhelming. If this continued, she would either attain enlightenment or descend into madness. Steady yourself. Xin Ruo. Trust in science. Game characters cannot manifest in reality. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. It couldn't be said that the wretched game felt remorse for having trapped her. It was inconceivable that it would bring to life the romantic interest she had painstakingly pursued for so long, only to deliver him to her doorstep. If the game were truly that benevolent, she wouldn't have found herself lost in the wilderness, nearly devoured by a beast. Coincidences abound in this world, and we must accept that they are omnipresent. Yet, coincidences cannot elucidate the current reality, little master. There's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. It gets more thrilling. Could it be that she had, in fact, already perished and was now trapped in a dream? Or had she somehow entered the game world, becoming an NPC within it? Thoughts raced through Xin Ruo's mind, nearly overwhelming her CPU. She quickly recited the core socialist values, managing to regain her composure and think clearly. The system spoke of surprises. Could this be it? Damn it. She was dead. There was no coming back. Social death. Gaining the attention of several handsome men was delightful, but if she were to suffer social death, it would not be a pleasant experience. Feng Shui noticed the little female's distressed expression, her face contorted in pain, and his brow furrowed in concern. What troubles you, little female? Does your wound hurt? I shall take you back to the tribe to find the shaman for healing. Once your injury is treated, I can escort you back to your tribe. If that pleases you. Xin Ruo lifted her gaze to sneak a glance at Feng Shui and quickly lowered her head, whispering, I belong to this tribe. I cannot leave. The chief cannot depart at will. Meeting Feng Shui's gaze, she earnestly expressed, Thank you for bringing me back. Feng Shui smiled. No need for thanks. It is only right. How did you know my tribe was here? Feng Shui appeared to recall something, his brow slightly furrowing. You fainted, and I intended to take you back to the Heltzi tribe for treatment. When I heard you were hungry, I planned to prepare some food for you, yet you insisted on returning to the Fuguang tribe. Xin Ruo thought, could it be that she had fainted yet her stomach was still growling? Memories of her past suddenly surged forth. She recalled her many grievances, crying her heart out, muddled in her request for the great white tiger to take her back to the Fuguang tribe. How embarrassing. That was not her. The fainted Xin Ruo and the one who had cried out of fear were not representative of the composed and untroubled Xin Ruo. Feng Shui gently reassured her. Fear not. You may reside wherever you prefer. As night falls, I shall take you back to the Heltzi tribe in the morning, once your wounds are healed. You have yet to undergo the awakening ceremony, and the tribe has a priest who can conduct it for you. Do not be afraid. I will protect you. The little female seemed quite anxious. The awakening ceremony. Xin Ruo's eyes sparkled. She desperately needed this awakening. She nodded obediently at Feng Shui. Outside the tribe's enclosure, the underbrush had been cleared away and the Fuguang tribe. A circle of short grass had been cleared to make way for a fire pit. Xin Ruo sat beside the fire, which burned brightly and warmly. Feng Shi, beside her, was diligently roasting meat. Xin Ruo stared into the flames in a daze. This white tiger beast man who had brought her back bore a striking resemblance to the character from the game. He didn't seem to be a nine-tailed fox, just a single-tailed beast. Pure coincidence, surely. But how could one explain the fact that he seemed to recognize her? Her head throbbed. Her mind was insufficient to comprehend the situation. What on earth was happening? Xin Ruo discreetly observed Feng Shi, who had taken human form. With his white hair and blue eyes, he stood tall and majestic, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His silhouette elegantly sculpted, and his facial features sharply defined. Like a deity gracing the earth, he was indeed more handsome than the Feng Shi from the game. Feng Shi, oblivious to the little female's curious gaze, felt a sense of happiness. It indicated that she was fond of him, in the Beastman continent. A female gazing at a male beastman was a sign of affection. He tore the roasted meat into strips and placed them on a large leaf, using a gentle breeze to cool the meat to an appropriate temperature. He then embraced Xin Ruo, offering her a slender piece of roasted meat, urging her to take a bite, his deep blue eyes fixed upon her intently. Xin Ruo instinctively bit down. She was ravenous and yearned to fill her stomach. Oh, her surprise! The roasted meat was delicious. It seemed that the roasted delicacies of the beast world were quite delectable. Feng Shi watched with delight as the little female savored the meat, her enjoyment filling him with joy. After consuming 2 pieces, Xin Ruo finally felt a long-lost sense of fullness. Feng Shi still had plenty of meat in hand. He held out another piece to her, instructing, "Open your mouth." Xin Ruo hurriedly shook her head. "I'm full." Feng Shi's expression turned somber as he carried Xin Ruo into the thatched hut. "Do not leave the tribe. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and exited the hut. Xin Ruo immediately turned to look outside, seeing Feng Shi transform back into his beast form, heading into the jungle. She felt a surge of fear at the thought of being alone again tonight, after finally encountering a living being. No, a beast. She secretly wished for Feng Shi to stay with her. The presence of another would ease her anxiety. Yet, he had left. She couldn't know if he would truly return. Thankfully, it was not long before Feng Shi returned, carrying several large, red apples. He had not abandoned her, but a sigh of relief washed over Xin Ruo, accompanied by a secret sense of joy. Seeing the little female's eyes light up at his arrival, Feng Shi assumed it was her anticipation of the fruits. Smiling softly, he had noticed the apples outside her hut and guessed that she might enjoy them. The hard shell of the red sour fruit would likely be too tough for her to open. The ones she had brought back were probably ones she had found on the ground. All spoiled, he had gone to the forest to gather her some fresh ones. Feng Shi squatted before Xin Ruo, easily splitting one of the fruits open and placing the juicy flesh into her palm. She watched in envy as he effortlessly tore the fruit apart. Noticing her silence, Feng Shi paused, his handsome brow furrowing as he looked at her with warmth, gently asking, "Do you not like it?" Tomorrow, he could take her to gather more red fruits from the forest. They were sweet, and she would surely enjoy them. Xin Ruo quickly replied, "I like it. I like it," observing the moist, white flesh in her hand. Reminiscent of a pear, her thirst intensified. Having eaten roasted meat only exacerbated her need for hydration. She raised it to her mouth and took a bite. It tasted like an orange, more sour than sweet. And while the flavor wasn't particularly pleasant, it was refreshing to Xin Ruo in that moment. It was an exquisite treat. Savoring this normal fruit, she no longer wished to endure the bitterness of the previous fruit. Seeing how much the little female enjoyed it, Feng Shi's azure eyes glowed warmly, and a smile graced his lips. "Though you like the red sour fruit, do not overindulge. It may harm your teeth. You enjoy the red sour fruit. Tomorrow I shall gather more for you." As night approached, he found it difficult to leave the little female alone in the tribe. Earlier, he had rushed back, wary of straying too far. Xin Ruo watched as Feng Shi wiped her hands in the corners of her mouth, and, out of sheer curiosity, she asked, "What creatures lurk outside when night falls?" Feng Shi's expression remained unchanged, and he answered patiently, indulging her curiosity. After dark, various magical beasts and dark creatures emerged outside the tribe. The scent of living beings would attract them. especially females who possessed a fatal allure from magical beasts. The dark creature is enveloped in shadowy matter, exuding a heavy aura of darkness. Should one be scratched or bitten by this malevolent being, they risk succumbing to the taint of its dark essence. Without timely intervention from shaman, one would be irrevocably contaminated, transforming into a mindless dark creature themselves. A.S. Feng Sure spoke. He keenly observed the little female's emotions, noting the absence of excessive fear on her face. Instead, she humbly bowed her head, diligently consuming fruit. The little female exhibited remarkable resilience. He reached out, enveloping her entirely in his embrace, gently stroking her head while speaking in a deep voice, imbued with a profound sense of security, not fear. I shall protect you. Perhaps it was the presence of the formidable white tiger, a natural beast of strength, that instilled such confidence. Even though Xin Ruo was acutely aware of the perilous and terrifying nature of the Beastman continent, she felt none of the trembling dread that had consumed her the previous night. Perhaps it is the fear of the unknown that is most daunting. She was merely curious. Dark creatures? The specters mentioned in the Jade Tablet? How did the white tiger's description so closely resemble that of a zombie? Were those monsters from last night indeed the dark creatures and magical beasts? Xin Ruo finished the entire fruit, the bitterness in her mouth dissipating entirely. She felt as though she had been revitalized. Forgive her. She had never before devoured such a large piece of fruit in one go. Upon seeing that Xin Ruo had finished eating, Feng Sure gently set her down and stepped outside to retrieve some unknown herbs. Returning to the thatched hut, he sat opposite Xin Ruo and reached out, carefully pulling her foot closer. Her once delicate little feet were now marred and bloodied. Feng Shure's long lashes fluttered, his brow furrowed with intensity, and his low, husky voice resonated. I am sorry for your suffering. It shall not happen again. The little female must be in great pain. Such a precious being. Who would abandon her in the wilderness? He took some animal hide and meticulously cleaned away the debris and fine sand from her injuries. Upon hearing his words, Xin Ruo felt an inexplicable pang in her nose. Earlier, she had been tense and almost numb to the pain, but now as she relaxed, her entire body ached with fatigue, particularly her legs, which throbbed painfully as if blunted knives were slicing through. It felt as if her entire being was no longer her own. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she fought against the encroaching darkness, gritting her teeth in silence. Feng Shure's aura grew heavier. He carefully chewed the unknown leaves before applying the soothing paste to her wounds. The moment the leaves touched her skin, a refreshing coolness enveloped her, significantly alleviating her pain. What miraculous herb is this? Xin Ruo inquired, curious. When I awakened, I tasted medicine in my mouth. Was it this herb? Feng Shure, diligently tending to her injuries, replied, Yes, fear not. Once applied, the pain will diminish. The little female was gravely injured. Thankfully, he had fortuitously discovered 2 life herbs today. Otherwise, even if she were reluctant, he would have had to take her back to the tribe for a shaman's treatment. Xin Ruo's thoughts began to drift. Her gaze fell upon Feng Shure's hands, which were exceptionally graceful, long, strong, and distinctly knuckled, resembling exquisite art. She then shifted her attention to the beast man with white hair and blue eyes, whose silky locks cascaded down his back. With a few strands falling onto his chest, he focused intently on her wounds. His eyes lowered as her gaze wandered past his alluring Adam's apple and perfect chest and abdominal muscles. It inadvertently descended further, landing upon the ample form beneath his animal hide skirt. The short skirt revealed much of its contents as he sat, leaving little to the imagination. Xin Ruo felt her cheeks flush, warmth spreading uncontrollably throughout her body. Feng Shure frowned, his expression serious. The little female was overheating. Had her injuries worsened? He quickly lifted his gaze, noticing her flushed cheeks and her evasive, flickering eyes, her azure irises shimmering. Was she blushing? His earlier concern began to dissipate, replaced by confusion as he followed her gaze to the object of her fixation. In the next moment, a subtle smile graced his lips as he nonchalantly shifted his position, allowing the animal hide skirt to reveal even more that moment. Xin Ruo took in the full view before her, causing her face to flush deeper as her gaze darted away in embarrassment. It was indeed a rather spectacular sight, yet undeniably inappropriate. Was this truly a free view? Feng Sure noted her cheeks were even redder than before. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he pretended to be unaware, continuing to apply the herb with earnestness, though his lowered gaze was filled with delight. The little female was clearly pleased with him. Ah, my little female is truly perfect. Her delicate, beautiful face, exquisite features, fair and tender skin, and melodious voice enchanted him. Her soft little hands and pale feet could fit entirely within his large palm. She was softer and more delicate than any cotton beast. Every aspect of her stirred his primal instincts and set his blood ablaze. Once he had tended to all her wounds, Feng Sure gently patted Xin Ruo's head. He then transformed into his beast form and stepped outside, leisurely consuming the slightly cold roasted meat. Afterward, he rose and strode out of the tribe. Xin Ruo watched the beast man depart, her heart heavy with trepidation. Just as despair began to creep in, the refreshing presence of the white tiger returned. Had he gone to bathe? Was there water nearby? Xin Ruo felt a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, her fear prevailed, and she lowered her head, her voice hoarse as she softly asked, "Are you leaving?" The white tiger paused, his voice soothing. "I am not leaving." He then approached the grassy nest and laid down beside Xin Ruo, his single tail morphing into 9, one of which gently draped over her, offering comfort. "Little female, sleep now. Tomorrow I will take you to the tribe to see the shaman." Upon hearing the white tiger's assurance that he would not depart, Xin Ruo felt a measure of relief. Yet, the emergence of 9 tails rendered her momentarily speechless. The 9-tailed white tiger before her was undoubtedly the character she had pursued in the game. She yearned to make one final desperate attempt. "White tiger, my name is Xin Ruo. What is yours?" The term little female felt rather awkward. Surely, exchanging names was a harmless endeavor. The white tiger's tail paused, then drooped softly as his low, husky voice responded. "So your name is Xin Ruo. It sounds beautiful. I am Feng Sure, a beastman of the 9-tailed white tiger clan." Xin Ruo contemplated the name, race, personality, and appearance. All were strikingly similar. She could find no other rationale to convince herself that the 9-tailed white tiger before her was not the character she had pursued in the game. The game character had truly come to life. A sense of clarity settled within her. For reasons unknown, she felt an unexpected sense of relief, a wave of tranquility washing over her. Perhaps it was the familiarity of encountering someone she recognized. Although merely a game model, a cold collection of data, he had been a presence in her life for 2 months, often visiting her dreams as the romantic interest she had pursued in this strange world. It seemed to inject a dose of reassurance into her anxious heart, illuminating her path through the darkness. Xin Ruo gazed at the 9 fluffy tails of the white tiger, an irresistible urge to touch them bubbling within her. She had always been unable to resist cuddly little creatures, dreaming of owning a cute, soft, and affectionate cat. Unfortunately, she had yet to realize that dream even after graduating from university, intending to work and adopt a cat. Instead, a mere 2 months into her job, she had unwittingly encountered this game, becoming ensnared within it, ultimately finding herself cast into this perilous, beastly world. If only time could rewind, she would have never succumbed to the allure of the game, nor stayed up late, sacrificing her health over it, leading her to this predicament. Alas, her bizarre experiences could easily fill a novel. Nevertheless, it was her first encounter with a living, breathing, 9-tailed, fluffy white tiger, clean, beautiful, and exuding majesty. "Xin Ruo, do you wish to touch my tail?" Feng Shure's voice broke the silence. Xin Ruo eagerly inquired, "Is it allowed?" Yes. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she always sensed a subtle undertone of melancholy and anticipation in Feng Shure's voice. Perhaps she was simply too fatigued and dazed. Upon noticing the tail that had come close before her eyes, Xin Ruo seized it with gusto, tugging energetically. Feng Shure's ears flushed a faint crimson as he hoarsely called out her name. Xin Ruo, startled. She responded absent-mindedly. The sound of her name uttered by the beast man evoked an indescribable sensation within her. Memories of their 2-month gaming experience flashed before her like scenes from a drama. Xin Ruo shivered, having only just come to terms with the fact that her game character was now alive. Regret washed over her as she recalled the series of actions she had undertaken in pursuit of swift success. Akin to an old, lecherous character. Though she was typically carefree, the things she had done were undeniably mortifying. That it was akin to professing one's affections to a beautiful puppet, boldly and unabashedly engaging with it, only for the puppet to unexpectedly open its eyes and declare that it was alive. She was uncertain how much the white tiger beast remembered, hoping only that it was but a fraction. Otherwise, she would have no face to meet him. Her dim existence seemed to stretch endlessly before her. What to do? What to do? Panic surged. In her quest to hasten the plot, she had taken advantage of the game's nature, entangling herself with the beast man without anyone knowing her true actions. Yet here was the beast, living and breathing. The data she had manipulated was now beyond her control. He had come to life at this moment. She still clutched his tail nonchalantly. Perhaps she truly had the makings of scandalous character. She resolved to feign amnesia. As long as she didn't remember, her social demise would evaporate. With a heart laden with guilt, she looked up in confusion and asked, Feng Shi, did we know each other before? I don't remember anything. Feng Shi's expression dimmed, his heart aching as he gazed at the young female's innocent and bewildered demeanor. Unable to resist feeling tenderly for her, "It's all right. Xin Ruo is still young. Not remembering is of no consequence, but you mustn't forget in the future. Tomorrow, I shall take you back to the tribe. Once there, I will protect you. Females are treasures of the tribe, and no beast shall harm you. This place is far too perilous for a female to survive. Within the tribe, there are shamans who can tend to your wounds more effectively." Xin Ruo firmly rejected. "I won't go to any tribe. I want to stay here." The tribe was immobile, and she couldn't leave either. Feng Shi was perplexed. All beastmen yearned for the great tribe. It was safer at night, and the smaller tribes were far too vulnerable, especially the newly established ones. That a female in the great tribe would not only receive excellent care, but would also have her life significantly safeguarded. Why would the young female refuse? Nevertheless, he acquiesced to whatever the young female wished to do. It seemed she was not well acquainted with the common knowledge of the Beastman continent, perhaps unaware of the advantages of the great tribe. Outside the tribe at night, there was no place that was safe. The tribe was protected by the divine power of the beast god, thus only within the tribe was there safety at night. Magical beasts and dark creatures could not enter. However, during the warm season, magical beasts and dark creatures frequently launched assaults on the tribe, and the larger the tribe, the greater the beast god's protective power. With more high-ranking beastmen, hence greater safety. Noticing Xin Ruo's silence and her contemplative expression, Feng Shi continued, "Are you waiting for your kin here? You may come with me back to the tribe, where your wounds can be treated. After a few days, I will take you to find them." Xin Ruo pondered how to reveal to Feng Shi that she was the master of the tribe, and how to explain why she had established a small tribe. She feared that the great white tiger would take her to seek her kin without a second thought. Her kin resided in another time, in another world. Where would the great white tiger go to search? She had to dissuade him from that notion. That a story would have to suffice. She forced a drop of tear from her eyes, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "But I don't remember where my kin are. I woke up right here, and I simply couldn't bear the hunger anymore. So I went into the forest to find food. That I truly don't know how I ended up here." As she spoke, she recalled how inexplicably she had traversed into this unfamiliar ancient beast world. Having never sustained such severe injuries before, she had nearly been torn apart by wild beasts, facing the prospect of being devoured. Overcome with sorrow, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, rendering her fabricated tale all the more believable. Immersed in her grief, Xin Ruo was caught off guard when the great white tiger leaned down, his deep blue eyes shimmering with concern, transforming into his half-beast form, and gently kissed away the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Has the young female's mind been injured? I wonder how severe the damage is." The sight of her reddened eyes was heart-wrenching. Xin Ruo froze, her tears halting as she stared blankly at Feng Shi while grasping his tail. Feng Shi, in his human form, exuded a commanding and forceful aura, imparting a profound sense of pressure. Though he reined it in, Xin Ruo felt it acutely. Yet through her gaming knowledge, she understood that Feng Shi embodied a domineering personality, and here he was, adorably sporting a pair of soft, Fluffy ears, Xuan's heart soared with excitement. He was utterly charming. Under the intense gaze of the young female, his ears twitched uneasily. Feng Shi's face flushed slightly as he tenderly cradled Xin Ruo's face, soothingly saying, "Be good, don't cry. You are my female. If you have no kin, I will take good care of you from now on. Forgotten things are seldom good. Do not dwell in feared at that moment." He felt an immense sense of gratitude. Today, having ventured out of the tribe, he had encountered 2 life grasses. After gathering them, a sense of unease had inexplicably gripped him, prompting him to hunt down a fierce beast. In the midst of that, he had faintly heard a female's hoarse, broken cry, which had led him to abandon his hunt and seek the source of the sound. Thus, he had fortuitously saved the young female. Had he been any later, she would have met her fate at the hands of a beast. Fierce beasts, unlike magical beasts, did not prey on beastmen, but upon encountering one, they would tear the beastmen apart mercilessly. Upon realizing that Feng Shi did not press her about her vague story, Xin Ruo breathed a sigh of relief, sparing herself a lengthy explanation. Feng Shi continued, "If you do not wish to stay in the great tribe, I will remain here with you. Tomorrow, I will take you back to the Healthsea tribe to gather a few things, tend to your wounds, and then we can live here together. The matters concerning the tribe are inconsequential. My primary intention is to take her to seek the guidance of a shaman. Simultaneously, I wish to accompany the young female to undergo the awakening ceremony, for she bears no marks of having previously experienced such a rite. Her body is marred with numerous wounds, yet there are no signs of corruption from dark energies. Upon first encountering her, I mistook her for a lost female from another tribe, her form stained with the blood of ferocious beasts and tainted by the dark miasma of the flora. Initially, I had contemplated giving her a simple wash to cleanse the feral blood from her, lest it seep further into her being, rendering her beyond salvation upon our return to the tribe. I also intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the young female. The unfamiliar female radiated the essence of the young one, indicating they had been in proximity not long prior. Little did I anticipate that, after cleansing her, the stranger would transform into the very young female I had longed for. She bore no trace of dark energies, as if a joyous miracle had descended upon me. The young female seems to have lost her memory, possibly due to an injury to a vital area, and there are aspects unknown to me regarding her condition. Furthermore, her limbs require proper treatment. I cannot allow the shaman to neglect her care. My heart remains uneasy. This delicate young female, should she encounter complications, would find it exceedingly difficult to survive if she were to sustain a serious injury. Her life would be in peril, given her fragility. It is likely she will struggle to awaken, necessitating even more meticulous care. When was the Light tribe established anew? Just a few days prior, when I passed through here, I had yet to see it. This diminutive tribe appears indeed to have been recently founded. Among the surrounding underbrush, only the traces of the young female are evident, fresh and singular, accompanied solely by the scent of her beast. The leader of this tribe, if all remains as expected, must surely be the young female cradled in my arms. A solitary female guarding a tribe suggests but one scenario: the destruction of a larger tribe. The death of its leader, followed by the sacred relic passing into the young female's possession. Subsequently, she would have fled into the Nace jungle with her followers, only to find herself alone when they met their demise. Inadvertently using the sacred relic to establish the tribe, that a newly founded tribe cannot be relocated and is intimately linked to its leader, that I observed today that not far from this tribe's rear mountain lies a waterfall lake, situated on a plain with the edges adorned by a thicket, a location of notable advantage. Xin Ruo clutched the fluffy tail, listening to the melodious and soothing sounds, gradually succumbing to sleep. She had endured much fatigue these past few days, her emotions fluctuating wildly. Last night, she was cold, fearful, and hungry, too apprehensive to sleep. Now, weariness weighed heavily upon her eyelids. She had wept and come to terms with reality. She was a person who adapted to her circumstances. After all, she was alone. Anywhere could be home. Embracing the fluffy white tiger, a sense of familiarity enveloped her, providing a profound sense of security. Feng Shi heard the gentle, elongated breaths of the young female. Glancing down, he saw her curled up, tightly clutching one of his tails, peacefully asleep. Her long eyelashes bore the remnants of unshed tears, a sight both pitiable and endearing, prompting Feng Shui to lean down and bestow a light kiss upon her closed eyes. Transforming into his beast form, he carefully sheltered the young female beneath his soft abdomen, using his four tails to cushion her. While allowing her to grasp the remaining one, closing his eyes, he sought to organize his thoughts. Filled with countless inquiries regarding the young female. Females are the most cherished treasures of the tribe, nurtured under the protection of the beastmen. However, they are also educated about the dangers present on the beastman continent. This knowledge serves to prevent their curiosity about the unknown beyond the tribe, which could lead to tragic incidents of female fatalities should they venture out secretly. The prohibition against venturing outside after dark is a rule upheld by all beastmen, as it is common knowledge that monstrous creatures lurk beyond the tribe, preying upon beasts. The young female not only fails to recognize the beastmen, but is also oblivious to the dangers that every beast, young and old alike, is well aware of. The scarcity of females on the beastman continent means that each one is meticulously cared for by the tribe. How could the young female possibly find herself alone in this place? Apart from her, there is no other beastly presence, and her essence is remarkably pure. It is evident that the likelihood of her having been accompanied by a protector who fled here is minimal. The young female appears to have materialized from thin air within the jungle, a solitary beast, establishing a small tribe. The origins of this young female may not be so simple. Nevertheless, regardless of how she arrived here, she is destined to be my companion. No one shall take her from me but herself. The young female is not merely the partner indicated to me by the beast god, but also the sole companion I have chosen for this lifetime. Regardless of her origins, she is mine. If the young female truly hails from an unknown realm, then she must feel quite terrified in this unfamiliar place. Her fragile state necessitates a return to the tribe, where the shaman can provide her with proper care. The tribe must be guarded by beasts. While newly established tribes are unlikely to face attacks, one cannot rule out the presence of stray beasts and wild creatures. Should any misfortune befall the tribe, the young female, as its leader, would suffer grievously, and in dire circumstances could even lose her life. I cannot gamble with the young female's existence. Xin Ruo, cradled in the warmth of the fluffy white tiger, found a profound sense of safety and enjoyed a night of restful slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, she discovered the white tiger had vanished. Her wounds had been tended to once more, and her sleeping attire had been changed to a white strapless top and a white fur skirt. Xin Ruo felt her face unwittingly heat up. Beside her, there lay peeled red sour fruits and strips of appropriately warmed meat, along with an unknown pink fruit. She first picked up the red sour fruit and took a bite, followed by a piece of meat, still warm to the touch. After satisfying her hunger, she curiously sampled the pink fruit, which bore a hint of mint. Could it be for cleaning her teeth? She diligently used the fruit to cleanse her teeth, leaving her breath fresh. Rising to exit the thatched hut, she anticipated the refreshing morning scent of grass, only to be met with a faint, almost imperceptible stench of decay. Mingled with a subtle trace of blood, the air in the beastly world left much to be desired, lacking in quality. Suddenly, the white tiger emerged from an unknown location. Adorned with the morning light and bathed in dewdrops, its body shimmered with a green aura, instantly dispelling the chill that clung to it. In the next moment, it transformed into its human form, entering the tribe and lifting her into his arms. Xin Ruo instinctively wrapped her arms around Feng Shui's neck. Inside the thatched hut, Feng Shui set her down gently, enveloping her within the warmth of his embrace. He presented his large, beautifully proportioned hand before her, revealing an extraordinarily exquisite, multicolored crystal. Xin Ruo took it, cradling it in her palm, captivated by its vibrant hues and the dazzling light it emitted from above. Feng Shui's voice resonated. Do not play too much. Pop the spirit crystal into your mouth, as your body is weak and requires fortification. Once you have acquired several companions to protect you, I shall venture out to obtain more spirit crystals for you. Obediently, Xin Ruo placed the crystal in her mouth, gently biting it to release a small burst of juice, sweet and delightful. After swallowing, a wave of indescribable comfort washed over her. Feng Shi reached out to touch Xin Ruo's belly, noting it was full, observing that she had eaten little from the morning's offerings. How could you be satisfied with so little? No wonder you were so petite, he remarked, transforming back into his beast form. Feng Shi gently coiled his tail around Xin Ruo, carrying her on his back as he stepped outside. The white tiger grew several times larger as it darted through the jungle, propelled by swift winds beneath its feet. Reclining on the back of the great tiger, Xin Ruo found herself enveloped in a soft, greenish glow, entirely immersed in its plushness, feeling utterly content. Upon reaching the Healthy tribe, the great tiger resumed its normal size, striding into the tribe with an air of regal elegance, as if surveying its domain. Xin Ruo rode upon the tiger's back, effortlessly traversing the tribe. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the Healthy tribe. It was vast, with beastmen patrolling the periphery, who greeted the great white tiger with friendly roars. All along their path, countless beastmen of various kinds were present, including several nine-tailed white tigers, who eagerly greeted Feng Shi. Lord Feng Shi has returned. It is indeed Lord Feng Shi. Quick, look! The young female. Is it true? Where is she? Where is it? Quickly let the little beast see. Wow! My beast deity! Such a fair and beautiful little female. She seems to radiate light. She looks so weak and small. Could she still be immature? Nonsense! Humanoid females are all of age. Where would a clumsy beast come from? Lord Feng Shi is so tall and robust. Wouldn't he, the little female, be crushed by accident? Their tiger beasts can be quite rough. You black bear beasts are the most uncouth and savage, such hefty masses, a dark and cumbersome lump. With fur that is hardly attractive, females would not be fond of you. Stinky tigers, it is you who are shunned by females. In an instant, a tiger and a bear were embroiled in a fierce quarrel, soon joined by more tigers and bears. The other beastmen were unfazed, continuing to observe the little female. Lord Feng Shi has brought back such a lovely little female. Her skin resembles that of a creamy fruit. Xin Ruo, lying on the back of the great white tiger, shamefully buried her flushed face in its fluffy fur. How embarrassing these beastmen are, each word more mortifying than the last. She dresses lightly, while they are practically boiling over. Truly a refreshing sight. Exposed to the blazing sun, wandering about in such a way is blinding. Does the sunlight not bother them? How can they remain so fair without turning into coal? What a decline in societal morals. Such a lack of shame. They seem utterly ignorant of self-protection. Perhaps it's a custom of the beastman continent. When in Rome, one must remain calm. The great white tiger sensed the little female's emotions and let out a low growl towards the beastmen. The crowd dispersed in an instant. Even those fighting stopped, retreating from the area, leaving it suddenly empty. The white tiger gently patted the little female's back with its tail as a gesture of comfort. Encircling her with its tail, this chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The shaman resided at the heart of the tribe. Upon seeing Feng Shi enter with the little female, the shaman hastily set aside his belongings and approached with concern. What happened to the little female? How could she sustain such severe injuries? Was it the dark creatures or the magical beast that inflicted this harm? Feng Shi transformed into his humanoid form. Cradling the little female in his arms, he carefully explained her condition to the shaman. The shaman raised his hand solemnly, green energy probing into Xin Ruo's body, withdrawing after a moment. The green energy enveloped Xin Ruo entirely, focusing on her hands and feet, and soon, her wounds had healed completely. The shaman retracted his hand and said to Feng Shi, "The wounds on the little female have healed. However, she has injured her leg. For the next few days, she will feel discomfort throughout her body, particularly in her legs, and she cannot walk. The little female is in good health, but she is quite delicate. You must take good care of her. If any issues arise, bring her to me immediately. The little female eats little due to her small appetite. She may also be overly fatigued, which affect her appetite. After a few days of proper rest, she will feel much better, so ensure she gets plenty of rest. The little female is very fragile. You must be cautious and attentive in her care." The great white tiger glanced at Xin Ruo, gently stroked her fluffy head, and said with concern, "Uncle Shaman, please examine Xin Ruo again. She has lost her memory. Could there be hidden injuries?" The shaman exchanged a meaningful glance with Xin Ruo. Feeling guilty under his gaze, she quietly shrank into Feng Shu's embrace. Feng Shu's eyes remained unchanged as he held Xin Ruo tightly and soothingly stroked her head. Xin Ruo felt a rush of anxiety. Her deception was on the verge of being uncovered. It was a classic case of being exposed early to a typical life that could not withstand more than 3 chapters. This dreadful existence. The shaman was truly intimidating, aware of her genuine amnesia. Fortunately, he said nothing further, merely smiling lightly at Feng Shu. It is not a grave issue. Perhaps the little female was frightened, and losing her memory is not a significant matter. Once her body improves, she will naturally remember. You must take good care of her. She is much weaker than the females of the tribe, and you need to be extremely cautious. She has only recently come of age. Tomorrow, you should take her to the Beast Deity Cave for the awakening ceremony. To see if she can awaken her abilities, if fortunate, her condition will improve. Feng Shu nodded. The shaman looked at him, and Feng Shu rubbed Xin Ruo's head before placing her gently on the stone bed in the shaman's cave. Wait for me a moment. Xin Ruo obediently nodded. Feng Shu followed the shaman out of the cave to a vantage point where Xin Ruo could not see. The shaman curiously asked, "Where did the little female come from? Where did you bring her back from? How could she sustain such severe injuries?" Feng Shu recounted the process of discovering Xin Ruo, sharing only what he could. The shaman frowned with sympathy. The little female has suffered. The beast deity will protect her from now on. You must pay more attention to her. Females need to be cherished and cared for. Each one is a treasure. Temper your temperament. Do not let the little female disdain you. Do not assume that just because you saved her, you can act with impunity. It is said that after a tiger saves a horn, the horn soon grows weary of the tiger, having heard that the horn is displeased with the tiger's cold demeanor. Is that not nonsensical? What a gentle and good-natured beast the tiger is, yet even he is scorned. Feng Shu silently nodded, understanding that the shaman was offering him guidance. The shaman continued, "There is no trace of dark energy within the little female. Fortunately, you promptly gave her the life grass. Should anything happen to her, you must come find me without delay. Even a moment's hesitation could cost her life, especially for a delicate little female like Xin Ruo. Do you understand?" Feng Shu nodded. The shaman looked at Feng Shu, who only nodded in acknowledgement and helplessly waved his hand. "All right, you may go. The little female is quite fatigued. Take her home to rest." Feng Shu responded, "Thank you, Uncle Shaman." That he turned, entered the cave, and lifted Xin Ruo, making his way back to his own cave. Feng Shu's cave was spacious, filled with numerous animal skins, and there was a nest made of grass with several animal skins laid atop. Xin Ruo was placed gently on the animal skins, while Feng Shu stood to gather more skins, intending to make a new skirt for the little female. The attire she wore had been hastily crafted from the beasts he hunted. Even though he had treated it with wind energy, it could not compare to the comfort of these carefully processed and dried animal skins. Feng Shu noticed the little female's gaze and placed a large animal skin bag before her. Curiously, Xin Ruo looked down and saw the bag filled to the brim with spirit crystals, just as Feng Shu spoke. "I never intended to take a mate. The spirit crystals I hunted were given to those who were already mated, leaving only these which I saved over the past 2 years. In the future, I will acquire more spirit crystals for you. Spirit crystals can enhance a female's constitution. They're the only beast crystals usable by females on the Beastman continent. After awakening, females rely on spirit crystals to elevate their abilities. However, do not consume them excessively. You have yet to undergo the awakening ceremony and can only eat 1 per day." Xin Ruo inquired, "What is the awakening ceremony?" Earlier, she had wanted to ask this at the shaman's place. To awaken her powers, she needed to undergo the awakening ceremony. Feng Shu replied, "After a female comes of age in the tribe. During the warm season, the tribal priest will conduct the awakening ceremony for her. Tribes without a priest will collectively go to Beast Deity Mountain or to nearby tribes with priests for the awakening ceremony. This ritual is more significant than coming of age for the little female. Regarding your memory, do not burden yourself. It is all right if you do not remember. Treat it as a new beginning." Xin Ruo gazed at Feng Shu's sturdy back as he turned to sew the animal skin skirt, her heart filled with unexplainable emotions. After tidying up, Feng Shu instructed Xin Ruo, "Stay here and play for a while. I will return shortly." Xin Ruo nodded obediently, curiously examining the animal skin bag filled with colorful crystals. After Fengshe exited the cave, a small nine-tailed white tiger cub peeked in from outside. Upon spotting Xin Ruo, it hurriedly trotted in, excitedly stumbling over itself. How adorable! Xin Ruo's eyes sparkled like stars. The young white tiger, having risen, shook its head and covered its eyes with its paws, stealing a glance at her. Noticing her lack of reaction, it calmly lowered its paws and, with a hint of shyness, approached Xin Ruo's side, lying down beside her and signaling with its tail for her to remove the leather pouch from its back. Xin Ruo complied, taking the pouch from the little white tiger. The little white tiger then flicked its tail against the pouch, urging Xin Ruo to open it. Under the adorable gaze of the little white tiger, Xin Ruo opened the pouch to find it filled with fruits, her eyes reflecting confusion as she looked at the little creature. The little white tiger, in a sweet voice, said, "Little female, this is the sweet fruit that Lord Fengshe picked for you from outside." Upon hearing it was from Fengshe, Xin Ruo took one and tasted it. "Oh, sweet," she exclaimed, offering another to the little white tiger, saying, "Here, have some." The little white tiger shook its head vigorously, a look of refusal on its face. "I won't eat it. This is food for little females. If males eat it, they won't find a mate." Xin Ruo paused, quickly withdrawing her hand and placing the fruit in her mouth, pretending to be nonchalant as she savored her fruit. Observing Xin Ruo's silence as she continued to eat, the little white tiger curiously inquired, "Are you wondering where Lord Fengshe went?" Xin Ruo nodded. "Where is he?" The little white tiger replied in a soft, childlike tone. "Lord Fengshe went to deliver prey to Uncle the Shaman." "Are you curious why he is doing that?" Xin Ruo continued to ask why. The little white tiger explained, "The little female was injured, and Uncle the Shaman healed your wounds. Lord Fengshe is your mate. He naturally needs to deliver a reward to Uncle the Shaman. However, Lord Fengshe will come and find you soon. He asked me to keep you company." The little white tiger, brimming with pride, declared, "The chief said I have great talent. I will grow up to be as tall and formidable as Lord Fengshe, an incredibly powerful nine-tailed white tiger beast." "Wow, that's wonderful," Xin Ruo praised, gazing at the adorable little white tiger, her hands itching to hold it. Tentatively, she asked, "May I hug you?" The little white tiger recoiled swiftly, a face full of resistance, shaking its head vehemently. "No." Then, after a moment of thought, it raised a paw to cover its eyes and peeked at Xin Ruo, shyly approaching her side and bashfully saying, "Well, if you want to hug me, it's not entirely impossible, but you mustn't dislike how small I am. That I will grow up soon. Once I'm a bit bigger, I can hunt, gather fruits, and hunt dark monsters. I will be very powerful. There are no weaklings among the nine-tailed white tiger clan." Before Xin Ruo could extend her hands, a large white tiger pinned the little white tiger to the ground with a paw, rendering it immobile. The large white tiger growled ominously. "Get away. Keep your distance from the little female." Yes, soon as the large white tiger released its paw, the little white tiger dashed out of the cave, peeking back at Xin Ruo before hastily fleeing upon catching the large white tiger's gaze. Xin Ruo found this amusing. In the next moment, she was gently tackled onto the leather pouch by the large white tiger, its tongue lightly licking her face. Xin Ruo instinctively pushed back. The large white tiger, sensing her resistance, immediately halted, its voice deep and somber. "Do you dislike me? You clearly said you liked me the most." Xin Ruo hurriedly shook her head. "I do not dislike you." The large white tiger's mood brightened instantly. The little female had not truly lost her memory. Perhaps she simply did not wish to acknowledge him. Maybe she pretended to have amnesia because she no longer desired him as a mate. As long as the little female did not explicitly reject him, he would not give up on her. Yet, hearing her words filled him with joy. The little female's origins were mysterious. He could not discern her race. She had not undergone the awakening ceremony, yet was capable of weaving dreams for them for an extended period. The little female lacked knowledge of the Beastman continent. Being more ignorant than a cub, he could not presume to understand Xin Ruo's thoughts from the perspective of the Beastman continent. Fengshe calmly explained to Xin Ruo, "That little male is not suitable for you. I do not agree to the little cub being your mate, but he lacks the ability to protect you and does not possess the capacity to bring you joy. How shameful." Xin Ruo quickly understood the large white tiger's implication, her face flushing with embarrassment as she stammered. He is just a little cub. I do not want him as a mate. I simply think he is adorable, which is why I wanted to hug him. Who would want a little cub as a mate? What a deranged notion. The large white tiger murmured. If you do not wish for him to be your male, you cannot hug him randomly. If you hug him, it signifies you want him as your male, that if you do not want him in the future, he will be rejected by other females and will find it difficult to find a mate. Whether beastman or cub, those you can hug are only mates. So serious. Thankfully, Feng Shui arrived just in time. Otherwise, she would have to take responsibility for a little cub, which was a terrifying thought. Yet, she occasionally wanted to give her game beasts a hug. Fortunately, it was merely a game command. Wait, he has memories. He remembers her. How much does he remember? Surely, her daily game tasks, such as kisses and hugs, would not be remembered, right? As for the serious plot, she could only blame it for being too free. She had not refrained from bothering the good beasts. She couldn't help but wonder she had unknowingly tarnished the purity of those beasts. What a crime! After a few days, the true beast world was indeed a stark contrast to the game. The ancient beast world in the game had limited background, but described a beautiful image that starkly contrasted with her current environment. One was heaven, the other hell, aside from the beast in front of her that she had courted in the game. Thinking of this made her even more distressed. Upon entering the beast world, she was utterly in the dark, lacking any knowledge, and it seemed she had inadvertently sullied the dignity of the beast. She never imagined that game data would one day turn into living beings. Thankfully, Feng Shui occasionally shared some knowledge with her. Relying on her amnesia persona, she feigned calm ignorance and quickly nodded. I'm sorry, I understand now that I won't do this again. Feng Shui gently replied, do not apologize. It is not your fault. XINRUO.IT is my mistake. IT is perfectly normal for you. Having just come of age, not to know that I in the future, if you have questions, just ask me. He had misspoken earlier. Even if it was a little cub, female beastmen matured at 15, that once they transformed into human form, they were considered adult females. Males could awaken their abilities and take human form. After 15, they could choose to mature if they desire to mate. If they reached 35 without maturing, they would automatically mature. However, if they had a strong desire for a mate, males could mature even earlier. Xin Ruo was processing Feng Shui's explanation of the Beastman Continent's customs. Feng Shui continued, if you truly like that little white tiger from earlier, it is not impossible. Feng Ye's little cub has good potential and has already awakened. Xin Ruo instinctively nodded, her mind racing, only to suddenly realize the implication of Feng Shui's words. She quickly looked up at him and vehemently refused. I really do not like the little cub. It's just that I find such an adorable little cub endearing. But that type of liking is different. Can you understand? Feng Shui extended his paw, gently resting his pad on the agitated Xin. I understand. You like me as a beast man, right? Xin Ruo instinctively nodded repeatedly. The azure depths of Feng Shui's eyes sparkled with mirth, and before Xin Ruo could process her embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. You have hugged me and kissed me. We have done even more intimate things. If you do not want me as your male, I will be left alone. No female will want me. If you wish to hug, you can hug me. I'm also a nine-tailed white tiger beast. Xin Ruo was momentarily stunned by this statement, completely forgetting what she had just nodded to. What more intimate things? What kisses and hugs? As an amnesiac, what would she know? Moreover, she did not understand whether the large white tiger was simply referring to the hugging or if he was alluding to the affectionate actions she had taken during the game, or if he was bothered by her earlier resistance. Or perhaps it was all of those. Xin Ruo was baffled, and she simply stated, I do not dislike you. It's just that your saliva is all over my face. It's sticky. Having spoken, he impulsively grasped the tail of the great white tiger to wipe his face, even giving it a vigorous rub. The majestic beast, in high spirits, expressed his remorse, saying, It is entirely my fault. I shall ensure that my saliva does not land upon your visage henceforth. Among the companions of a nine-tailed white tiger tribe, affectionate gestures were commonplace. The young female was of an indistinct race. Her skin fair and delicate, soft and tender, exuding an aura of fragility, devoid of any racial essence. After transforming into human form, he gently embraced her, using a piece of animal hide to meticulously clean her face. Once her visage was spotless, Feng Shi reverently cupped her face in his hands, leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her crimson lips. Caught unawares, Xin Ruo felt the warmth of his lips, a sensation that left her heart unresistant and even somewhat enraptured, her entire being melting under the kiss. Sensing her lack of resistance, the great white tiger deepened the kiss, his fervor both commanding and tender. As he advanced with unwavering determination, his deep, husky voice resonated in her ear, sending a delightful shiver through her. Xin Ruo, once the awakening ceremony is concluded tomorrow, will you become my mate? Dazed by the kiss, Xin Ruo was suddenly jolted back to reality, though she too harbored such thoughts. After all, the handsome figure before her was a frequent visitor in her dreams. She was acutely aware of the mismatched dimensions that could lead to dire consequences. The very thought of perishing in a foreign land over such matters was simply too humiliating. Gasping, she hastily shook her head. No, that cannot be. Feng Shi halted his advances, breathing heavily, striving to contain himself. Very well, if you are unwilling, we shall not bind ourselves together until you are ready. Please, fear me not. I would never cause you harm. Nestled in his embrace, hastily closed her eyes and covered her ears. The warmth of his breath was overwhelming, making her feel utterly flustered. Feng Shi, too, found it difficult to endure. His animal hide skirt had risen high. Losing all modesty, he calmly set the young female down and turned to sew her skirt anew, discreetly summoning a gust of wind to cool himself. Xin Ruo dared not let her gaze linger on Feng Shi, her face aflame from a mere fleeting glance. The atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly intimate. Stealthily, she peered at the towering beast-man with his back turned, lifting her hand to fan herself. It was unbearably hot. Opening the Jade tablet, she clicked on the merge option, and the tribal map combined seamlessly with the tribal survival section. The left side displayed the tribal map, while the right showcased tribal survival. This arrangement was significantly more convenient. Why had they created a separate page and an additional entry point? It would have been far clearer to consolidate everything into one page. Yet, to her astonishment, the tribal section had undergone a transformation. Tribal name: Fu Guang Tribe. The tribe offers protection, capable of warding off magical beasts and spirits at night. It is advised to remain within the tribe after sunset. Tribal leader: Xin Ruo. Tribal totem: Golden Sun, confirmed through matching. Tribal level: Level 1. The lowest tier: Note 1. Tribal levels: Tribe levels 1-10, Beastman City levels 1-9, Beastman Kingdom levels 1-3.2. Requirement for tribe advancement: factors including the number of beastmen, tribal area, etc. Tribal citizens: 3. Current level can shelter 10 individuals, existing races within the tribe. Human: Nine-tailed white tiger, Jadehorn silver, serpent. Tribal safety value: as the tribe levels up, the safety value increases. Higher safety means greater security for the tribe. The current safety value is quite satisfactory. Upgrading the tribe promptly is advised. If the safety value falls below 0, the tribe will lose its protective capabilities. The nine-tailed white tiger tribe belonged to Feng Shi. But who was this Jadehorn silver serpent, and how had they become a citizen of her tribe? What were the criteria for citizenship? Beep, the tribal blueprint assistant 001 is now online. Master, feel free to inquire about anything. Xin Ruo's hand trembled. What on earth was this? Xin Ruo, utterly perplexed, inquired. Were you system? 001 replied. Master, I am not a system. I'm the tribal blueprint assistant. I am here to assist you in building the tribe and leading a prosperous life. 001 continued. I apologize, Master. I have just awakened and allowed you to go hungry for so long. To make amends, in addition to your tribal settlement gift pack, I will also present you with an additional gift. 001 asked, would you like to open it now? The tribal Jade tablet should actually be called the tribal blueprint. With some idle time on her hands, Xin Ruo decided to see what the settlement gift pack contained. Xin Ruo, open at point 001. The tribal settlement gift pack and the bonus gift pack have been opened for you, Master, and are now stored in the tribal blueprint warehouse. Please take a look. Point 001 added. Future rewards for upgrading the tribe, including various construction materials and items, will be stored in the blueprint warehouse, accessible solely by you. Master, rest assured. Xin Ruo delved into the tribal blueprint, discovering a newly appeared warehouse at the bottom, as she entered to examine the settlement gift pack. Items included several roasted meats, an assortment of fruits, multiple loaves of bread, numerous steamed buns, several bottles of purified water, various pieces of animal hide, a brand new thatched hut, and a cave. Xin Ruo was filled with indignation, wishing to drag the system and 001 out for a sound thrashing, intent on pulverizing them into oblivion. The frustration in her heart was insatiable. It was simply intolerable. But alas, she could only blame her own misfortune, not others. 001 trembled in fear. Master, please take a look at the gift pack I have presented to you. Suppressing her irritation, Xin Ruo looked at the gift pack from 001, and in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight, her anger dissipating entirely. 1 Chief's house can upgrade with the tribe without consuming additional materials. Permanent, special gift pack X1 randomly grants 1 permanent special building. Tribal protection shield, upgradable, permanent, provides double-layer protection for the tribe. Note, no creature can invade at the same level. Mutated plant seeds, X10, various types. 100 survival rate, free 2-level upgrade for the tribe. Limited to current use. Unknown mysterious seed X1. Growing it may yield surprises. Xin Ruo felt somewhat healed by the gift pack. This slight delay could be forgiven. The exact benefits of the other items remained unclear, but the protection shield sounded like a valuable asset. Xin Ruo exclaimed, "Ah, this is no trivial matter. I do not hold it against you." 001 responded. "Oh, Master is so kind." Xin Ruo noted, "Why does the tribal map seem to have expanded? There is a vast expanse of green outside the small tribe." 001 explained, "As long as there are unclaimed lands. Whenever you pass by and mentally sketch them, you can incorporate the land into the tribal map. Within the tribal map, no other tribe can establish itself unless it becomes a subordinate tribe to you." "Master," Xin Ruo inquired, "how is tribal citizenship determined?" 001 replied, "Beastmen who enter the tribe and wish to settle down will be recognized as citizens of the tribe the moment they decide to reside here." 001 added, "Regarding your earlier mention of the blueprint section settings, some prefer hierarchical structures, while others favor simplicity and clarity. Hence, 2 modes were established. Outside the cave, the sounds of beastly roars echoed, and Feng Shi transformed into his beast form, carrying Xin Ruo, who had just donned a new animal hide skirt, upon his back as they exited the cave. The pair soon arrived at an open clearing, bustling with numerous fire pits, surrounded by beastmen grilling meat and frolicking, creating a lively scene. Xin Ruo, seated upon the back of the great white tiger, was brought before a separate fire pit. Feng Shi shifted back to human form, holding her close as he sat down. With meat in hand, he was about to begin grilling when the shaman approached, scolding him with irritation. "Feng Shi, you never bother to learn how to cook meat. The last time you grilled, you nearly damaged the young female's teeth." The shaman sat nearby, taking a piece of meat and gesturing for Feng Shi to follow his lead. "You must control the heat while cooking. Little Xin Ruo's teeth are more fragile than those of the females in the tribe. If you cook meat like that, she might not only be unable to eat it, but could also injure her teeth. Injured teeth can be quite troublesome." After demonstrating, the shaman turned to give Feng Shi a serious look. Feng Shi obediently began grilling the meat according to the shaman's instructions. The shaman watched him closely, muttering, "I always told you to learn from the males who have mates. Now you don't learn. Yet you claim the young female won't eat grilled meat. Come back to me later, and I'll teach you how to care for her properly." Feng Shi obediently responded with a sound. The shaman physician looked at him in surprise that it was the first time he had seen him so docile. Usually, he appeared quite composed and calm, yet few beasts knew that he was, in fact, a thoroughly mischievous creature. Now that he had a partner, he was even willing to learn how to roast meat. The shaman physician felt an immense sense of gratification as he gazed at Feng Shi. He fell silent. Then he scolded him playfully. "Why do you roast meat so skillfully? Just now, I spoke for ages, and you never mentioned that you could do it. When did this little rascal learn such a thing? The way you roast it hardly looks like something newly acquired." Both irritated and pleased, the shaman physician thought to himself that this little rascal was still beyond redemption. Feng Shi remained silent. Since he had sensed the presence of the little female, and after she had remarked that his roasted meat must surely taste awful, he had felt an inexplicable urge to learn the art of roasting. The little female pretended not to recall this, and naturally, he would not reveal it now. The shaman physician didn't mind whether he spoke or not. He then brought up another matter. Regarding Xin Ruo, I have already spoken with the priest. The priest has been conducting awakening ceremonies for the female beasts of the tribe for quite some time now, and he's nearly rested enough. Tomorrow, you should take the little female to undergo the awakening ceremony. If she cannot awaken, do not harbor any negative emotions. The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Feng Shi was indifferent, glancing down at the little female. Upon seeing her gaze directed at him, he smiled faintly that I do not concern myself with whether she can awaken. I will strive to enhance my strength. After becoming partners, she will be able to live well. As long as she can thrive, nothing else matters. The shaman physician nodded. It's good that you understand. Have you seen Fuyu? Where has that little rascal run off to? He didn't even attend the bonfire gathering for the little female today. Feng Shi paused in his meat roasting, casually replying, I needed his assistance with something, so he cannot return to the tribe today. The shaman physician waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. He never liked mingling with other beasts in the tribe anyway. At that moment, another beast rushed over in haste. Shaman, the leader is looking for you. The shaman physician's expression turned grave as he quickly got up and followed the beast. Xin Ruo stole a glance at the blueprint. After the little steward came online, the blueprint displayed a real-time clock. After studying it for most of the day, Xin Ruo finally understood why she had felt so hungry that day. An hour in the beast continent equated to 2 hours in her world. Bringing her thoughts back, she curiously observed the shaman physician's hurried figure. What could have happened? Once Feng Shi finished roasting the meat, he smeared a bit of a white substance on it, using his special ability to cool the meat to a suitable temperature. He tore off a small strip and fed it to Xin Ruo, his azure eyes lowered, intently watching the person nestled in his arms. Akati must be that some beasts were injured. It was nothing serious. You are hungry. It's time to eat, he urged. Xin Ruo withdrew her gaze, chewing the meat in her mouth before swallowing. Akati had a hint of saltiness. That white substance must have been salt. Watching her swallow the meat, Feng Shi continued to feed her. However, after consuming only half a piece, Xin Ruo felt full. Feng Shi gently advised, That's too little. You should eat more. Xin Ruo shook her head in refusal. After that day of extreme hunger, she had eaten more than usual and truly couldn't consume much now. Feng Shi's brows furrowed tightly. The female beasts of the tribe would need to eat 7 or 8 pieces of meat of that size to be satisfied. Yet his partner was only able to eat this little. He handed her a small leather pouch filled with fruits. Xin Ruo accepted it and opened the pouch, taking out a fruit that was the same as the one she had eaten in the morning. Very sweet. It turned out that the little female preferred fruits. A nearby female approached, holding a similar leather pouch and munching on the same fruits. She cheerfully introduced herself. I'm Dina, a female of the brown bear tribe. What is your name? Brown bear. Was it the kind of brown bear she was thinking of? Xin Ruo turned to the female named Dina, who was plump, with a wheatish complexion but beautiful skin. An acute appearance with little tiger teeth when she smiled, making her quite endearing. Xin Ruo replied with a smile. Hello, my name is Xin Ruo. Dina looked at Xin Ruo, who was dressed in the attire of a female in this beast world, a white bandeau and a white leather skirt. Xin Ruo, what a lovely name. You're so slender. It's not easy to sustain yourself like this. You need to eat more meat and gain some weight. It can get cold in the winter. And otherwise, it's easy to perish. Xin Ruo was at a loss for words. She had a metabolism that allowed her to eat without gaining weight, and in truth, she wasn't very thin. Her figure was well-proportioned, slightly curvy, with a full bust, rounded hips, and a slender waist. Overall, she was quite satisfied with her physique. That you're so fair, almost too fair. You can't withstand the sun during the dry season. It's easy to get sunburned, which can be fatal for females. That I guess you belong to a tribe, given how beautiful you are. This is the first time I've seen such a lovely little female. Dina exclaimed. Could you be from the fox tribe, the merfolk tribe, the peacock tribe, the raccoon tribe, the snow hare tribe, the sheep tribe, the unicorn tribe, the butterfly tribe, the mouse tribe, the golden pheasant tribe, the white tiger tribe, the bear tribe, Dina took a deep breath, rattling off a plethora of tribes before sighing heavily. Oh, I forgot. You probably don't remember, and you might not even recall which tribe you belong to. The priest mentioned a long time ago a little female injured her head and forgot what tribe she was from. Xin Ruo's heart skipped a beat, and she asked nonchalantly, "Really? Where is that female now?" Dina stared intently at Xin Ruo's ample chest, feeling that the little female looked somewhat different from him. As for how she was different, she couldn't quite articulate it. Perhaps she was prettier? Maybe softer and fairer? She must have gone to meet the beast god. Those were very old tales. But do not fear. We do not discriminate against injured little females, seeing the ravenous gaze of Dina, akin to that of a hungry wolf. Fengshe enveloped Xin Ruo in his embrace, exposing only her eyes while shielding the rest of her. Yet, Dina remained oblivious to her own gaze and curiously asked, "Xin Ruo, I bet your bear is really soft. Are you a cotton beast? Can cotton beasts also transform into human forms? I've never seen a cotton beast. Could you tear off your leather to let me see?" Xin Ruo, her expression deadpan, replied, "No." Dina lamented. "All right then." Xin Ruo felt that her chest looked incredibly soft, and she longed to touch it. Huddled within Fengshe's embrace, she dared not glance around, as the open area was even more crowded with beasts than when they had returned to the tribe. They wandered about, engaging in playful banter, swaying to and fro. Although each one was quite good-looking, with pleasing physiques, it was somewhat overwhelming for her. It also occasionally reminded her of the impressive sight beneath the bellies of the beasts behind her, which made her feel a tad embarrassed. The towering beast beside Dina sat on the ground like a small mountain, keeping a close watch on her. Xin Ruo cast a curious glance at him. Was he Dina's partner? He was truly massive, a muscular man. Dina, standing at an estimated height of 175 cm, appeared delicate beside him. In the next moment, a warm hand covered her eyes, and her head was gently turned. A deep voice resonated from above that if you like the black bear tribe beastmen, there are many excellent single black bear beasts in the tribe. Xin Ruo quickly shook her head. "I don't like black bear beasts." Fengshe was about to say something when an eagle swooped down like a gust of wind, speaking human words. "Lord Fengshe, the leader is looking for you." Inside the shaman physician's cave, several beastmen stood. Along with a seated female on the ground lay several battered beastmen, and the shaman physician was in the midst of treating them. Fengshe entered, cradling Xin Ruo, and upon witnessing the scene, inquired, "What happened? How did these beastmen come to bear such a strong aura of darkness?" The leader, without turning his head, spoke gravely. "Let Qian explain." Fengshe turned to the black-haired beastman beside the leader. Qian, catching the familiar scent, turned his head towards Fengshe. Upon his gaze landing on the little female in Fengshe's arms, his eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. The little female had appeared again. It had been a long time since he felt her presence, and he hadn't dreamed of her even once. His anxious emotions were instantly calmed. Hearing Fengshe's question once more, he ran his fingers through his hair. Suppressing his excitement, with a furrowed brow, he stated solemnly, "On our way back from trading salt with the tribe, we encountered the Gray Rabbit tribe, which was besieged by magical beasts and dark creatures. The Gray Rabbit tribe has vanished, and I chanced upon a few living beasts, which I brought back with me." The chief's countenance was grave. This dark aura emanates solely from the awakened orcs, yet it does not pose a lethal threat. The shaman spoke somberly. "The rate of dark aura corruption has accelerated. The infection is too severe to salvage. Let them meet the beast god." The female seated on the ground immediately burst into tears, wailing, "No, no, do not kill them. They're my followers. You are wicked beasts, wicked beasts. The beast god will punish you." Fengshe pressed Xin Ruo close to his chest. Covering her ears, the shaman gently said, "If we do not eliminate them, they will soon devour you. They possess only the essence of living beasts. Let them depart cleanly to meet the beast god. To become dark monstrosities is a disgrace for every noble beast." Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, for what follows is even more thrilling. The orcs on the ground writhed, shedding blood and tears, in anguish pleading, "Please, kill me, end my suffering." After uttering these words, he turned to the weeping female. Do not cry, Bella, that I can no longer protect you. You must live well. Bella's sobs ceased abruptly, and she recoiled in fear. Hurry, kill them. They are turning into monsters. You must kill them. Yin, growing impatient, retorted. Silence. If not for your capriciousness, they would not have arrived at this state. Grass-type orcs are not particularly strong, especially the male orcs of the rabbit tribe. Bella is the last surviving female of the gray rabbit tribe. The others have gone to meet the beast god during the cold season. When the tide of magical beasts and dark monsters arose, Bella, accompanied by her followers, was indeed unharmed. Had she followed them quietly to the Healthsea tribe, this outcome might have been avoided. However, along the way, Bella insisted on foraging for fruit, leading her followers into the jungle, where they encountered lurking dark monsters, nearly facing death. That it was he who rescued them with a few eagle beasts. The female, incensed, declared, "They are my followers. Is it not their duty to protect me? If they cannot even manage this small task, what right do they have to be my companions? Is their own weakness that leads to their demise? Why should I care?" The chief hastily intervened. "Little female, disregard Yin's words. He is simply brash and thoughtless. He is, in truth, an excellent male with formidable strength." The chief's gaze signaled to Feng Shui, who then noticed the petite female nestled in his arms. With authority, he stated, "Feng Shui, now the little female has only you as her companion. You must care for her well. After the awakening ceremony, she will have more companions to better look after her. The little female is delicate. In the future, such situations should not involve her, lest she be frightened." Feng Shui looked down at Xin Ruo, who was gazing at everything with wide, curious eyes, likely filled with a myriad of questions. He gently patted her head. "Understood." With that, he turned and covered Xin Ruo's eyes, using a gust of azure wind to transport several orcs to a clearing outside the cave. A few beasts made their way out. The chief and Yin tossed fire onto the beasts lying on the ground. The flames extinguished, and with a breath of azure wind, the clearing was left immaculate, as if nothing had ever existed there. Xin Ruo pushed aside Feng Shui's large hand to look outside, finding nothing. Those orcs lying on the ground had vanished. From their words, they must have perished. Xin Ruo then subtly directed her gaze toward the dark-haired orc. The orc was tall and upright, with perfectly flowing and sculpted muscles. His slightly disheveled short hair was striking and rebellious, framing a flawless face with sharply defined features. His deep brown eyes were clear and pure, with long eyelashes gently resting upon them. This moment, those eyes were intently focused on her, brimming with fervent emotion, and his lips curled into a radiant smile, warm and inviting as the sun. Xin Ruo quickly averted her gaze, burying her face in Feng Shui's embrace. "He is Yin. Another character from the game has come to life. Stay calm. Inhale, exhale." Xin Ruo recalled what she had witnessed today, the system's voice echoing in her mind, urging her to dismiss her awkward feelings. The chief turned to Feng Shui and Yin. "The Black Sheep tribe has sent a distress signal, claiming that the priest has foreseen an attack by dark monsters on their tribe tonight and is requesting assistance. This time, Feng Shui will not be sent. He has a female master, and the little female will soon undergo the awakening ceremony. So caring for her is of utmost importance." Yin, anxious, exclaimed, "Chief, I do not wish to go either. His little female has come to find him. He is now a male with a female master." The chief understood, laughingly chiding, "Even if you wish to go, I will not permit it. You are always running off. Feng Shui has a little female now, and Yin, you must also seize your opportunity." Yin lifted the corners of his mouth, displaying a bright smile. "Understood, Chief." Bella emerged from the cave and approached Yin, declaring loudly, "You saved me, so I permit you to be my first companion. My mother beast possesses great talent. I am certain to awaken during the ceremony. Our gray rabbit tribe is remarkable at producing offspring that I can give you an eagle egg in my first litter." Yin glanced at Xin Ruo, puffing out his chest with pride. "I have a female master now. Even if I did not, I would not choose you." Bella's chest heaved dramatically, her face reddening with rage. "What a foolish male. Without a mating mark, yet you deceive me into believing you have a female master. Unappreciative. In the future, even if you beg on your knees, I will not accept you as a companion." Humph. You shall remain single for life. A black bear then emerged, nuzzling up to Bella, ingratiatingly saying, Little female, I am a 4-star patterned orc, and I will soon break through to 5 stars. Please allow me to be your companion. Bella, looking down from her lofty position, condescended. Very well. The chief smiled. Bella, we have many excellent single beasts and healthy for you to choose from. Look, this is Xiong Zhuang, a highly talented single beast from our tribe, who also accompanied Yin to bring you back. The tribe is hosting a bonfire gathering. Let him take you to have some fun. Bella huffed at Yin, then mounted the bear and walked away without looking back. The chief cast a kind glance at Xin Ruo, nestled in Feng Shu's embrace, and departed with the shaman. Xin Ruo was filled with confusion. Dark monsters? What on earth are they? The voice of 001 echoed in her mind. Dark monsters in the Orc Continent are born from unknown places, symbolizing darkness and evil, inherently carrying a dark aura with a potent contaminating nature. If an orc becomes infected with dark aura, they must receive timely treatment from a shaman. Otherwise, they will be completely corrupted, ultimately transforming into dark monsters, losing their conscience. Amid the lively sounds surrounding her, Xin Ruo snapped back to reality from her conversation with the system. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of warm, fervent brown eyes. Xin Ruo froze. Her mind, which had malfunctioned multiple times today, finally came to a halt. When had she transitioned into another's embrace without noticing? Yin, filled with excitement, held the petite female carefully, fearing that the delicate creature in his arms was merely an illusion, a slight misstep would shatter his dream. Watching the adorable and beautiful little female awaken from her slumber. Gazing at him with her enchanting eyes, Yin could not resist the urge to replicate the actions he had dreamt of countless times, leaning down to press his lips against her rosy ones. In a reflexive response, Xin Ruo parted her lips, and in an instant, the two became entangled. Time slipped by unnoticed until the softness departed from her lips, allowing Xin Ruo to regain her senses. Suddenly realizing her current predicament, where she was, and what she had done, her face flushed crimson. She buried her head against the broad, sturdy chest, wishing to dig a hole and hide. When had they returned to the clearing where the bonfire gathering was being held? How could she have brazenly, under the bright sun and in public, succumbed to the influence of beastly culture, openly entangled in a kiss with a male orc, losing herself completely? What a disgrace, truly shameful. How embarrassing. Initially, she could have pretended to have amnesia to escape, but now she had sullied the orc's reputation for real. Next time, she must control herself and remain clear-headed. Xin Ruo's fingers curled slightly, feeling something hot and burning in her grasp. Was it roasted meat? One hand could scarcely contain it. With a sense of curiosity, she pinched the object, which quivered and bounced slightly in her grasp. Above her, the restrained, labored breaths of an orc echoed in the air, but a sense of foreboding washed over her as she glanced down. Xin Ruo. She feigned nonchalance and tossed the item aside. The orc emitted a muffled grunt of impatience. Xin Ruo was swept into the embrace of Feng Shu, who rescued her from an exceedingly awkward situation. Feng Shu spoke coldly. Xin Ruo has yet to undergo the awakening ceremony. She is not truly of age. Be mindful of your actions. Yin, with a blissful expression, adjusted his disheveled animal hide skirt and rasped. I understand. I will not harm her. Seated securely in Feng Shu's protective hold, Xin Ruo dared a fleeting glance at Yin beside her. Their eyes met, and she was instantly captivated by his radiant smile. That face was strikingly superior, as if crafted by Nuwa herself, a masterpiece of exquisite artistry. In the sunlight, his smile appeared even more resplendent, illuminating even the dimmest dusk. Quickly, she averted her gaze. Very well. Another character had entered the scene, and she had almost caused an embarrassing incident in full view of others. Xin Ruo felt like a boiled shrimp. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, she needed to collect herself. Fixating on the flickering flames before her, she listened to the raucous cheers and playful banter of the orcs around the bonfire. Her face flushed to the neck. She could do nothing but huddle like a quail. Nearby, Dina sat comfortably in her partner's embrace, enjoying the spectacle, occasionally offering commentary with utmost composure. Xin Ruo, did you know that Maya has a mammoth partner? He's particularly formidable. I've heard Maya has quite the affection for him. Look over there at that black-skinned, yellow-haired orc. He always leaves Maya breathless, while her other partners have been dismissed as suddenly inadequate. Some say they have become less impressive. Her partners truly lack merit. Such specimens are undesirable. Xin Ruo was taken aback by the rising temperature. Her mind momentarily short-circuited. What could possibly diminish in size? She looked outside. Oh heavens! Her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief that the hulking, muscular black-skinned male orc stood alongside a petite, chubby female. The stark contrast between the two was visually jarring. It felt as though her eyes had been sullied. In this realm, female orcs were rarely diminutive, typically towering over 175 centimeter. Even the smallest female rabbit tribe member stood at over 170 centimeter. The appearance of such a stark size disparity was alarming. That male's physique was truly terrifying that he could crush 10 of her with a single sit. Did orc females truly favor such hulking figures? Muscular brutes? Were they not afraid of being inadvertently crushed? Dina continued, I have no fondness for mammoth males. Their beastly form is too unappealing, and their human shape is excessively large and dark. Even the mammoth calves are notoriously difficult to bear. The females are quite fearful. Maya is indeed the bravest female in the tribe. Turning to Xin Ruo, Dina inquired curiously, Little Xin Ruo, do you fancy mammoth males? Feng Shi and Qian, who had been observing Xin Ruo intently, exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Qian immediately volunteered, Xin Ruo, do you have a preference for mammoth males? If you have your eye on one, just tell me, and I will fetch him for you. So, Xin Ruo was attracted to such orcs? Did that mean he too should transform into one? Perhaps he should inquire the mammoth males how they achieved such stature. Feng Shi supported this notion. Do not worry about the mammoth size. As long as you are fond of him, we shall address any other concerns. The mammoth tribe's formidable physique is indeed a strong asset. If Xin Ruo desires such a partner, it would be a commendable choice to protect her in the tribe. Xin Ruo quickly shook her head, vehemently declining, I do not like mammoths. They are far too ugly, truly not appealing. Just the thought of those two orcs made her fear that if she hesitated in her rejection, the next moment she would be face to face with a mountain of muscle. The mere idea was terrifying. A single finger could end her. Qian chuckled, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Xin Ruo shot him a glare. What is so funny? Is it amusing that I do not fancy that type of orc? Qian stifled his laughter, yet the warmth in his eyes threatened to spill over. Xin Ruo is simply adorable. It is my fault for not holding back. Seeing you today fills me with joy. He observed her puffed-up expression and quickly sought to appease her. All right, I understand that you do not fancy mammoth males. I realize you have exquisite taste and prefer orcs like me. I am handsome, well-built, and quite powerful. Your discerning eye is truly commendable. However, if you find yourself drawn to any orc in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I will ensure he stands before you. Xin Ruo remained silent. Feng Shi's gaze, too, held a flicker of amusement as he watched the two engage in cheerful conversation. Yet, for reasons unknown, a tinge of bitterness surfaced in his heart. His little female was undeniably charming. Ever since he laid eyes on her, he had harbored thoughts of wanting to hide her away, forbidding her from having other partners, insisting she belonged solely to him. However, logic and possessiveness battled fiercely within him, with reason ultimately prevailing. For her to thrive in the orc realm, he must first learn to compromise. The more partners she had, the stronger she would become, ensuring her safety and happiness. His selfish desires were inconsequential. Yet, it seemed she was not entirely content with him. Regardless of her feelings, he could only be her male. Dina, too, was elated, her voice brimming with joy. Xin, we both dislike mammoths. It has been delightful chatting with you. Let us do this again next time. Oddly, why did Dina's voice carry a breathless quality? Almost incoherent, Xin Ruo paused her conversation with Qian, retreating into Feng Shi's embrace, and cautiously peeked at Dina. Though her astonishment, she found Dina entirely absorbed in her surroundings. At that moment, she was cradled in the arms of her impressively muscular male partner. Lost in a passionate embrace, fully immersed in the traditional activities of the orc bonfire gathering, the scene was breathtakingly harmonious. Xin Ruo's face flushed crimson as she quickly averted her gaze, burying her face deep into Feng Shu's chest. She felt her lips brush against something. Cautiously, she glanced down to see a slight reddening protrusion, her complexion igniting further. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she wished to disappear on the spot. Feng Shu sat there, tortured by the heat radiating from the little female's breath against his chest. He swallowed hard, feeling parched and overheated. The ground beneath Xin Ruo was uncomfortable, prompting her to shift restlessly. She turned her head to breathe deeply, remaining still and composed, refraining from looking around. Stealing a glance at Feng Shu, she was met with the swirling, dark blue depths of his eyes in the next moment. He lifted her effortlessly, supporting her rear with one hand, while the other cradled the back of her head, their lips meeting in a warm, moist kiss. Xin Ruo gasped, her cheeks lightly prodded by Qian. When she glanced over, Qian's face was alight with anticipation. Xin Ruo, I want to hold you too. Feng Shu shot him a fierce glare, while Qian defiantly met his gaze. Xin Ruo turned away. I did not want that. Feng Shu was undoubtedly the safer choice, calm and rational. Being with Qian would lead to uncontrollable situations. Her life was paramount. The two orcs withdrew their gazes from their silent standoff. Qian turned to Xin Ruo, expressing regret. All right, then he resumed his cheerful chatter with her. Xin Ruo took the opportunity to glance at Feng Shu again. He seemed unusually quiet all of a sudden. Yet he offered her his usual gentle smile, although she sensed a hint of disappointment and bitterness behind it. What was amiss? Feng Shu lowered his gaze, observing Xin Ruo's encroaching fatigue. He lifted her into his arms and began to carry her back to the cave. Xin Ruo watched as he placed her on the animal hide, noting his sudden decrease in words. She pondered the events of the day. Was it because Qian had kissed her? But she had kissed him too. She crawled into Feng Shu's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, tilting her head to press her lips against his for a fleeting moment before quickly pulling back to gauge his reaction. Feng Shu froze. The ephemeral softness of her lips sent waves of joy through him, lifting his spirits uncontrollably. Xin Ruo asked, Feng Shu, are you unhappy? He chuckled softly. I am very happy now. The young female feigned amnesia, pretending not to recognize him, as if to deny that he was her partner. Yet in the presence of Qian, she exhibited nothing but affection and joy, warmth and familiarity. Never before had she appeared so elated in his company. He pondered throughout the night. Perhaps her demeanor was a result of their first encounter occurring during a time when she faced life and death, rendering her understandably despondent. Perhaps he was overthinking the matter. A female would not initiate intimacy with an orc she did not favor, nor would she tolerate unwanted advances. Surely, the young female harbored feelings for him. Her pretense of forgetfulness must have its reasons. Having come to terms with it, he bent down to kiss Xin Ruo's forehead gently, cradling her in his arms and laying her down on the animal hide, softly patting her back. Sleep now. Xin Ruo, I am here. Qian rushed in like a gust of wind from the cave entrance, soon finding himself before Xin Ruo, presenting her with a treasure in his hands. Xin Ruo, look quickly. I have prepared spirit crystals for you. Curiosity piqued, Xin Ruo sat up to examine the contents. A large bag filled to the brim with spirit crystals. But what lay in the other animal hide bag? It was an assortment of vibrant colors. Xin Ruo picked up a purple crystal, puzzled, and asked, What is this? That's a beast crystal. Xin Ruo, the eagle beast, mentioned that young females adore these shiny ones the most. Indeed, Xin Ruo was quite fond of them. The system had just informed her that these colorful beast crystals could enhance her protective shield. Observing the delight in Xin Ruo's eyes, Qian felt elated. All future beast crystals we acquire will be for Xin Ruo. Feng Shu silently placed a large bag of beast crystals into Xin Ruo's embrace, cautioning, Xin Ruo must not consume these. Qian eagerly concurred. Yes, Xin Ruo must not eat these. Young females can only consume spirit crystals. 001 interjected. Master, your two partners are correct. Females in the Orc Continent can only consume spirit crystals, which aid in enhancing their physical condition. After awakening, females rely on these for their upgrades. 001 continued. However, spirit crystals are difficult to obtain. They can only be found within dark monsters, and such creatures are notoriously hard to kill. Making the appearance of spirit crystals exceedingly rare, it seems your two partners possess remarkable talent. Beast crystals are items used by male orcs in the Orc Continent to enhance their strength. Xin Ruo returned the beast crystals to the two, contemplating an excuse to decline them. These were their means of gaining strength, which she could not accept. Strength was a necessity for survival in the perilous Orc Continent. Feng Shi enveloped her in his arms, gently placing the beast crystals beside her, careful not to crush her, if sensing her thoughts. He comforted her. Excessive use of beast crystals is detrimental to an orc's body, potentially causing energy surges that are hard to control. Hence, Qian and I have never used them. If you like them, feel free to play with them. They are of little use to us. Qian's gaze remained fixated on Xin Ruo, believing she did not want them when she returned the items, leaving him momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Feng Shi's words, a smile crept across his lips as he reached out to gently stroke her head. His eyes brimming with affection. Xin Ruo is truly adorable. Yes, Xin Ruo need not worry. As long as you are happy, we are willing to give you anything as your partners. All we desire is your happiness. He then mischievously winked. Xin Ruo can have whatever she likes. Xin Ruo recalled the towering, muscular dark-skinned man from the bonfire. 001 remarked. Master, did you notice the star patterns on the forearms of Feng Shi and Qian? They symbolize the strength of males in the Orc Continent. Upon hearing 001's words, Xin Ruo shifted her gaze, unsure how to respond to their words and their all-encompassing eyes. Yet upon focusing on the arms of the two orcs, she indeed saw a hexagram pattern on each of their left forearms. Feng Shi's was blue, while Qian's was golden with red edges. She had only seen Qian's earlier that evening. Having not paid attention to his arm. 001 explained. The hexagram pattern represents 6-star strength. Feng Shi is of the wind attribute, whereas Qian possesses dual attributes of gold and fire. Master, you should hasten to bond with them. Once bonded, you can unlock the Beast Husband segment, which offers numerous benefits. The two orcs allowed Xin Ruo to gaze at their arms as Feng Shi calmly lay down, cradling her in his embrace. Covering her with his tail, Qian, feeling slightly bashful yet excited, lay on her other side. I want to sleep with the young female tonight. You can't push me away. Feng Shi replied with a soft adding, be quiet. Xin Ruo needs to sleep now. Qian mimed a gesture to silence himself, then joyfully leaned in closer, planting a gentle kiss on Xin Ruo's soft, tender lips before contentedly lying down and closing his eyes. Xin Ruo shut her eyes, pretending to sleep, unable to articulate her feelings at that moment. On her first day in this world, she had nearly been knocked from a tree and devoured by a tusked wild boar, chased relentlessly by a rabbit, almost succumbed to a deadly blue strawberry, and had been frightened nearly to death by nocturnal monsters on her second day. She had dragged her weary body while being relentlessly pursued by wild boars, nearly perishing at the jaws of a beast, only to be rescued by a divine white tiger. Overwhelmed by fear and terror, she had also encountered the shocking reality of game characters coming to life. By her third day, she found herself in an absurdly dramatic situation, embraced by two orcs. The game characters had indeed come to life. One had seemingly come to her aid, while the other appeared to have been presented to her. Ultimately, she had initiated those encounters. She had tainted the orcs with her presence, regardless of the circumstances. After all, she was not coerced into playing the game, nor was she compelled to pursue the game characters in any particular manner. Thus, she must bear the responsibilities that came with her choices, who mandated that males in the orc realm could only choose one female. Had it not been for Dina's gossip about another female, she might never have confirmed this custom of the orc world with 001. After all, she had merely flirted with 8. She could endure this. 001 remarked. It is wonderful that Master can think this way. We are not at a disadvantage. Partners play a significant role in building the tribe for Master. Master, wake up quickly. The tribe is surrounded by magical beasts, and they are attempting to breach the defenses. Xin Ruo was roused by 001's call, still feeling somewhat groggy, but immediately awakened the next moment. Upon opening her eyes, she saw that both orcs had also sprung to attention. Feng Shi wore a grave expression as he wrapped her in a large piece of animal hide. transferring her into Qi Yan's arms. "Protect Xin Ruo." Qi Yan held her tightly, nodding at Feng Shi. Feng Shi leaned down to briefly touch Xin Ruo's lips before swiftly transforming into his beast form. Rushing out of the cave, soon, the roar of the white tiger echoed, followed by a cacophony of beastly roars reverberating throughout the tribe. Qi Yan looked down at Xin Ruo, assuring her, "Do not be afraid. Xin Ruo, I will protect you." Xin Ruo felt a surge of anxiety. How could the magical beast suddenly attack the tribe? 001 reassured her, "Master, the attack by magical beasts and dark monsters on the tribe are unpredictable. During the warm season, such assaults are quite common." Feeling a sense of urgency, Xin Ruo unconsciously asked, "Is it very dangerous when magical beasts attack the tribe?" Qi Yan, eyes ablaze with battle intent, comforted her, "It depends on the situation. Do not fear. Xin Ruo, I am quite formidable. When the time comes, I will carry you into the sky to hide, and the magical beast will not harm you." Xin Ruo softly inquired, "Feng Shi will be all right, won't he?" Qi Yan displayed an air of nonchalance, his words brimming with confidence in Feng Shi. "Rest assured, even if the tribe were to fall, he would remain unscathed. The nine-tailed white tiger tribe is inherently strong, and with his wind attribute awakening, his strength and speed are unparalleled. He will be fine." Noticing that Xin Ruo still appeared worried, Qi Yan contemplated for a moment before asking, "Shall I take you to see?" Xin Ruo's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded, "Yes, please." A colossal brown-eyed golden eagle, its feathers ablaze with hues of red flame, gracefully soared above the tribe before swiftly reaching its periphery. Xin Ruo perched upon the eagle's back, tentatively shifting towards the edge, eager to glimpse the battlefield below. In an instant, she was enveloped in the embrace of Qi Yan. Transformed into his half-beast form, that moment, Qi Yan's human figure boasted enormous wings extending from his back, golden feathers bathed in crimson flames, radiating an astonishing brilliance. This little chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the enthralling content, like a small sun, illuminating the chaotic battleground beneath. Xin Ruo glanced at Qi Yan's wings, then at his fiery red hair in his half-beast state. Subsequently, her gaze drifted outside the tribe. Xin Ruo had long been curious about the appearance of magical beasts. In truth, they were not particularly grotesque, resembling ordinary orcs to a considerable extent. It was merely their red eyes and the swirling black mist enveloping their forms that rendered them devoid of reason, exuding an air of ferocity and brutality. Qi Yan leisurely carried Xin Ruo through the skies. One moment, he unleashed a ball of flame, incinerating the enchanted beasts it touched into mere ashes. At another, he hurled a golden spike, piercing a beast through and through. Xin Ruo felt reassured. Qi Yan's nonchalant demeanor suggested that the situation was not dire. She searched for Feng Shi's silhouette, upon arriving at a location teeming with magical beasts. Qi Yan halted their flight. Xin Ruo spotted Feng Shi. The great white tiger stood outside the tribe, enveloped in a swirling azure wind, as the magical beasts fell beneath its onslaught, leaving a scene of carnage and devastation. The great white tiger seemed to sense something, its azure eyes lifting to gaze in their direction. It then turned away, summoning a green whirlwind that enveloped the horde of beasts. Moments later, silence fell, leaving behind a field strewn with lifeless bodies. As a small whirlwind returned to the great white tiger, carrying a myriad of colorful crystals. With the whirlwind in tow, the great white tiger stepped into the tribe. Approaching the two, transforming into human form, it inquired of the half-beast Qi Yan standing nearby, "Why have you brought Xin Ruo here? It is perilous." Qi Yan cradled the little female as if she were a precious treasure, replying proudly, "Is it not because Xin Ruo was worried about you that I brought her along? You cannot imagine how much our little female cares for the beasts. If I hadn't brought her, what if she cried? I cannot bear to see her in tears." Upon hearing the voices of the tribe's orcs, I knew there wasn't much danger, so I brought the little female along. Take comfort in the fact that you are cherished by her. Xin Ruo, she was well aware that if she couldn't come, she would indeed cry. However, her feelings of concern were laid bare, and she found herself devoid of the usual sense of embarrassment. Was it due to Qi Yan's overly proud tone, Or had she been influenced by the beastly nature of her surroundings, rendering her more composed? Ahem. Had she truly adapted so easily to her surroundings? Feng Shu's gaze momentarily froze, as if he had been washed over by a wave of joy, radiating an atmosphere of elation. The concern of the little female warmed his heart, akin to basking in sunlight, filling him with an indescribable warmth. Upon returning to the cave, Feng Shu presented Xin Ruo with a beast crystal, casually stating, "I shall return shortly," before turning to exit the cave. Xin Ruo curiously observed as Qi Yan's hair shifted back to its original black hue. Raising her hand, she yearned to touch it. Qi Yan promptly leaned his head toward her hand. Xin Ruo gleefully ruffled it a couple of times, remarking on its delightful texture. "Why does your hair change color?" Reflecting on the game's details, she recalled that it provided scant background information. Only names, genders, races, personalities, heights, and simple introductions. Beyond that, there was little else. Yet, games were but illusions. Reality was the true realm. Qi Yan maintained his position, allowing her to stroke his hair proudly. "I'm a brown-eyed golden eagle orc. Due to the ancestral bloodline within me, I was born a red eagle in human form. My hair is black. But in half-beast form, it changes to red. Xin Ruo, do you like my red hair?" Xin Ruo genuinely did, instinctively nodding, only to realize Qi Yan could not see her affirmation. She quickly added, "I like it." The red hair accentuated Qi Yan's already striking features, adding a touch of rebellious charm and a vibrant, radiant aura. Like the blazing sun, it shone brilliantly, dispelling darkness and chill with ease as her hand brushed through his hair. It visibly transformed into a vivid red, and the golden wings adorned with crimson glimmer suddenly appeared before Xin Ruo's eyes. She immediately abandoned the hair and gazed eagerly at the magnificent wings. "Qi Yan, may I touch your wings?" Qi Yan looked up, a smile gracing his lips, generously extending his wings towards her. "Of course, I am entirely yours. You may touch wherever you wish for as long as you desire." Xin Ruo blissfully ignored the latter part, seizing the opportunity. "Wow, the texture is wonderful." The feathers, enveloped in a fiery glow, radiated a gentle warmth. Sleeping upon those wings in winter would surely be delightful. After indulging her curiosity, she withdrew her hand and composedly stated, "You can retract them now," like a careless flirt who discards what was once desired. Yet, Qi Yan felt none of this. Obediently, he folded his wings, and his red hair reverted to its original black. Xin Ruo lavished praise. "Qi Yan with black hair is also handsome. As long as Xin Ruo likes it, I too appreciate black hair. Our matching hair color signifies a profound connection between us." The flattered Qi Yan burst into a radiant laugh, his smile dazzling and exuberant. Xin Ruo found herself irresistibly drawn to his joy, her lips curving into a smile. Feng Shu approached them, a smile on his face as he lifted Xin Ruo into his embrace. Offering her a spirit crystal to taste, casually inquiring, "What profound connection?" "With Xin Ruo, of course. Xin Ruo's partner match for the awakening ceremony undoubtedly includes me," Qi Yan exclaimed with unwavering confidence, before turning to the cave's entrance. Puzzled, "What took you so long? Does bathing require such an extensive duration?" As Xin Ruo savored the strawberry-flavored spirit crystal, she looked up at Feng Shu. His tone remained inscrutable, calm as he explained, "Recently, a female who completed the awakening ceremony in the tribe encountered a horde of magical beasts on her way here. These beasts followed her to the Hell's tribe. The attack on the tribe tonight is a direct consequence." Qi Yan nodded in understanding. "Did the chief summon you regarding this matter?" Feng Shu affirmed, then lowered his gaze to Xin Ruo, his expression softening as he gently advised, "Xin Ruo should rest now. You have been frightened and ought to sleep early." Xin Ruo shook her head, grasping Feng Shu's arm. "Feng Shu, I want to bathe." Feng Shu disapproved. "The night air is too chilly. You may fall ill." Xin Ruo quickly countered, "I can ask Qi Yan to make me a large tub." Feng Shu raised an eyebrow in confusion. "A tub?" Qi Yan readily replied, "Xin Ruo, however you wish for a tub to be made, I will create it, as many as you desire." Xin Ruo gestured and described her vision. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Shu inquired, "Do you mean a tub carved from a large tree trunk hollowed out to hold water, large enough for you to bathe in?" Xin Ruo enthusiastically nodded. Yes, yes, I want Qian to use his golden abilities to create such a large tub for me. Qian eagerly agreed. Absolutely. I will make it for Xin Ruo right away. You are truly clever. Once it's ready, I can use fire energy to heat the water, ensuring Xin Ruo can enjoy her bath. Feng Shi smiled as he stood. All right, I will fetch water for you. Qian withdrew his energy, calling out to Xin Ruo. Xin Ruo, come quickly, is this acceptable? Xin Ruo gazed at the golden tub before her, thoroughly satisfied and generously praised. I love it. Qian is truly amazing. Qian beamed joyfully, his eyes sparkling. Xin Ruo is the most remarkable. Feng Shi re-entered the cave, gently guiding a water sphere wrapped in azure wind into the tub. Qian heated the water with his fire energy, and once it reached an appropriate temperature, he called out, It's ready, Xin Ruo. The water is warm. Qian's cheeks flushed slightly, filled with anticipation as he asked, May I wash Xin Ruo? Xin Ruo's face turned slightly red as she firmly declined. No, I want to wash myself. Can you both step outside and guard for me? Feng Shi observed the delicate blush on the little female's face. Realizing she was feeling shy, he placed the freshly crafted animal skin skirt beside the golden bathing tub, and, taking the eagerly excited Qian by the hand, ventured outside the cave. Oh, not worry. I shall guard you while you wash, he assured her, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. As Xin Ruo watched the two exit, she removed the animal skin skirt and stepped into the bathing tub, relishing the soothing sensation of the warm water. The experience of bathing in the resplendent golden tub was truly delightful, filling her with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Feng Shi's gaze was fixed on Qian, who was intent on assisting the little female with her bath. Xin Ruo is feeling shy, he remarked softly. Qian, perplexed, questioned, Do not all females enjoy having their partners bathe them? Feng Shi replied gently. Xin Ruo has lost her memory and needs time to acclimate to life on the Beastman continent. Lost her memory? How did that happen? Qian inquired. Indeed, once her awakening ceremony is complete, we shall return with her to the Fu Guang tribe. She is the leader, and the tribe cannot thrive without her. The occurrences of monster tides and dark creatures have become increasingly frequent. We must ensure Xin Ruo's safety. Qian furrowed his brow. Is that the reason for today? You just mentioned that was merely one of the reasons. Feng Shi gazed at the night sky, his voice calm as he stated, Indeed, the Golden Lion tribe has been breached by monsters. The leader of the Golden Lion tribe is a 7th-tier beastman. And upon the complete eruption of his energy, he became a monster, ruthlessly slaughtering many of his tribesmen without resistance. The surviving beastmen fled with their females, and Tila's match partner happened to be one of them. The remaining survivors brought their females to the Heltsi tribe, pursued relentlessly by the monsters drawn to their scent. The two beastmen felt the need to dispose of the bathing water after Xin Ruo finished her wash. Xin Ruo lay upon the animal skins, casting a suspicious glance at Qian, who insisted on using her bathing water. After bathing, he gazed at her with an affectionate expression. What is the matter? What is wrong with my bathing water? She asked. Qian, filled with concern, leaned in to gently kiss her forehead, only to withdraw immediately. Why must such a wonderful little female endure such misfortunes? My poor Xin Ruo? Feng Shi lamented, even if only to state that the little female had been frightened and had lost her memory. However, he mused that Xin Ruo must have witnessed the tribe's destruction, with her kin meeting the beast god, leaving her alone to wander the wilderness, struggling to survive in solitude and devoid of memories. Were it not for Feng Shi, the little female would have long since joined the beast god. His Xin Ruo must become the happiest little female on the Beastman continent. Feng Shi cradled Xin Ruo in his arms, whispering in her ear, Qian knows you have lost your memory. Xin Ruo understood, yet was still somewhat perplexed, contemplating what Qian might have imagined regarding her amnesia. Feng Shi covered her eyes with his hand, softly urging, It is late. You should sleep. Reluctantly, Xin Ruo closed her eyes, succumbing to sleep. Awakening in the middle of the night, despite feeling weary, she found herself unable to drift back into slumber. She called out to 001 in her mind, .001 here. What does the master wish to inquire about? Are you familiar with the basic circumstances of the Beastman continent? Xin Ruo asked .001 admitted it knew little, but from its context, Xin Ruo gleaned some essential information about the continent. The Beastman continent is divided into 5 regions: Central, Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern. It experiences 4 distinct seasons: warm, rainy, dry, and cold, with a total of 24 months in a year, each season lasting 6 months. The continent is fraught with peril, primarily from dark creatures, magical beasts, and ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are wild animals transformed by dark energy, preying upon their kind and other wildlife. Their lethality ranks 3rd, following dark creatures and magical beasts, though their danger varies with the seasons. Dark creatures are what the beastmen fear most. They emerge from the abyss, feeding on beastman blood and negative emotions. Magical beasts are only slightly less dangerous than dark creatures, with their threat level being nearly equal, upon awakening their star pattern abilities. Male beastmen may experience energy eruptions during battles with dark creatures, and as they progress in energy levels, these eruptions can accumulate. Since beast crystals are derived from ferocious and magical beasts, they inherently contain volatile energy. The use of beast crystals to elevate energy levels poses significant risks, as it can exacerbate the energy eruptions within the beastman. When the volatility within a beastman surpasses a critical threshold, the energy will erupt entirely, rendering them a mindless magical beast. The more potent their innate abilities, the greater the peril following an eruption. Magical beasts are essentially beastmen who have succumbed to their energy eruptions, making them acutely sensitive to the presence of female scents. Should a female be discovered by beasts in the wild, it significantly increases the likelihood of a magical beast tide. Unlike the reverence beastmen hold for females, magical beasts harbor extreme animosity towards them. Upon encountering a female, they will subject her to cruel torment before devouring her. In addition to these threats, the continent is home to aggressive mutated plants. Although their danger is relatively low, as they remain stationary and only attack if provoked. Xin Ruo could not help but reflect on the fact that life on the Beastman continent was akin to a hellish existence, where one constantly teetered on the brink of death. Each step outside the tribe could prove fatal, and a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Consequently, when male beastmen experience energy eruptions, females possess the ability to soothe the surging energy. High-tier beastmen tend to partner with females of exceptional talents, as high-endowed females signify a higher potential for ability enhancement and can calm the energy eruptions of high-tier beastmen, potentially producing offspring with even greater innate capabilities. Conversely, females with low-endowed abilities cannot withstand the energy surges of high-tier beastmen. Should they attempt to mate, there's a high probability that the female will perish under the strain of the erupting energy. Xin Ruo, it is time to eat meat, Feng Shi said, offering a piece of roasted meat to her. Xin Ruo reached out to take it. I can eat on my own, having regained her composure after previously being out of sorts. A long-lost sense of shyness resurfaced. Feng Shi smiled in response, handing the meat to her. Very well, that he then turned and stepped outside the cave to join Lian in their meal. Lian watched Feng Shi intently, his eyes filled with reproach. Xin Ruo hasn't finished eating yet, and you're already thinking of yourself. Do not take advantage of her amnesia. Be careful not to earn her disdain that if you upset her, I will not spare you. Feng Shi met his gaze lightly, as if to say he could heed it or not, observing Feng Shi transform into his beast form and commence his meal. Lian suddenly had a realization. He glanced back at Xin Ruo, who smiled sweetly at him, encouraging him to eat. He returned her smile, immediately shifting into his beast form to begin devouring the meat. As a male, he understood the necessity of prioritizing the female's needs, obediently following her wishes. Though they had not yet formed a pair bond, he had already recognized Xin Ruo as his. After they finished their meal, Xin Ruo continued to eat. Feng Shi presented her with a small pouch of red fruits. Where did you pick these? Xin Ruo inquired as she sampled the fruits. Hearing her question, Lian rushed in from outside the cave, asking, have you finished the red fruits? I will gather more for Xin Ruo shortly. Not yet, Xin Ruo replied. Feng Shi addressed her question. These are picked from mutated plants. The tastiest fruits on the Beastman continent grow solely on them. The red sour fruits you had before were the only ones outside of mutated fruits that were tolerable. Most other fruits contain varying degrees of dark matter. One must be cautious about what to consume outside the tribe. Xin Ruo was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Do all fruits contain dark matter? What about that very bitter blue fruit? Does it also contain dark matter? Feng Shui regarded Xin Ruo with a grave expression for a moment. Clearly concerned, Yin, filled with urgency, approached her, inspecting her repeatedly with the same seriousness as Feng Shui, exclaiming anxiously, Xin Ruo, did you eat the bitter fruit? It is indeed quite bitter. It must be the bitter fruit. Xin Ruo nodded in a daze. Feng Shui immediately lifted Xin Ruo and carried her outside the cave, where Yin had already transformed into his beast form, waiting. Feng Shui seated Xin Ruo upon Yin's back, and Yin took flight, soaring like the wind towards the shaman's cave. Shaman uncle! Shaman uncle! The shaman, engaged in preparing herbs within the cave, heard Yin's urgent voice growing nearer and hastily set aside his work to rush outside. Upon seeing Feng Shui descend from Yin's back with the small female in his arms, he hurried forward, asking anxiously, What happened? What is wrong with the little female? Quickly, let us go inside the cave. I must examine her. Feng Shui furrowed his brow, striving to maintain his composure as he replied, Xin Ruo has mistakenly consumed the bitter fruit. I did not sense any dark aura emanating from her. What? The shaman exclaimed in shock, swiftly extending his hand to examine Xin Ruo. Feng Shui clutched Xin Ruo tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the shaman, fearful of missing even the slightest change in his expression. Yin, raking his claws through his fur, paced back and forth within the cave, his brow furrowed with worry, casting anxious glances at Xin Ruo from time to time. Xin Ruo, too frightened to make a sound, felt a growing sense of dread within her. Could she be dying? Surely that blue fruit could not contain dark matter. She felt fine. Although her body ached and her legs felt weak, it was merely due to muscle strain from being chased by a wild boar. If she were infected by a dark aura, would she transform into a demon beast or a dark creature? As a human, what would it be like to become one of those two monstrous beings? After what felt like an eternity, the shaman gradually relaxed his furrowed brow and let out a heavy sigh. It's fine, it's fine. You nearly scared me to death. The fruit Xin Ruo consumed should not contain any dark matter. Everything is all right. The weight of Xin Ruo's worries lifted. Feng Shui exhaled softly. Yin ceased his pacing, the cloud of anxiety lifting from his brow as he sighed in relief. That is good. That is good. The shaman, however, raised his voice sharply. What is wrong with you two beasts? Xin Ruo jumped, and Feng Shui pressed her gently against his chest, reassuringly patting her head. The shaman unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Feng Shui and Yin, starting with the guidelines for beastmen in the Beastman continent, lecturing them point by point, alternating between scolding and admonishing. The shaman was indeed a master of reprimanding beasts. Yes, Xin Ruo listened. She began to question her life choices, wishing to kneel and repent for the grave sin of not taking better care of herself, pleading for divine forgiveness. Yet upon observing the good attitudes of the two, the shaman's tone softened from its previous severity. From now on, you must not allow the little female to eat recklessly. This time was merely a stroke of luck. Such mistakes must never be repeated. Do you understand? The chastised Feng Shui and Yin obediently replied. Yes. Xin Ruo, influenced by the shaman's fervent rhetoric, found herself in a daze, pondering, better a dead friend than a living foe. Let them bear the blame, and I shall compensate them later. After finishing his scolding, the shaman turned his gaze toward Xin Ruo, his face instantly transforming into a warm, gentle smile as he handed her a bag of red fruit, grinning like a benevolent Buddha. Little Xin Ruo must have been frightened. Xin Ruo felt a shiver run down her spine as she beheld the shaman smile. Her instincts screaming that something was amiss, the ominous premonition settled in her heart. The shaman, his face crinkled with warmth, said earnestly, Little Xin Ruo, you are a most precious little female. We must not indulge these beastmen. And before you're even bonded, they're already so careless. Once you're bonded, what will become of you? When it comes to partners, we cannot be too permissive. Some beastmen become spoiled and arrogant. The shaman continued, expounding on the dynamics of conflict among beastmen. After a lengthy discourse on the guidelines for disciplining beastmen in the Beastman continent, the shaman shifted the conversation. After the awakening ceremony, regardless of whether these two can become your match partners, you must quickly bond with them before your true mate arrives. Let these two beasts become yours, so they may better care for you. While Fengshe and Qian may lack in some aspects, they are undeniably handsome, possessing exceptional physiques and formidable talents. Once bonded, their lives will be intertwined with yours. Should they misbehave, you may punish them as you see fit. A powerful partner provides a profound sense of security. The shaman continued without pause. Both of them are highly sought after in the tribe. They're 6-star pattern beastmen, among the few advanced beastmen in the tribe. And they're still quite young with boundless potential. However, they're also quite proud and unruly. But let me tell you, such beasts are truly the best. Capturing one of these beastmen brings a sense of achievement. And once bonded, they will obey your every command. Once your awakening ceremony concludes, be sure to swiftly bond with them, securing them as your own. Do you understand? It is crucial to educate your partner early on. Xin Ruo listened, dazed, and instinctively nodded. The shaman, satisfied, waved them off. Take the little female with you. I must return to sorting herbs. You may head directly to the beast god cave. The priest is awaiting your arrival. Feeling something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it, Xin Ruo watched as Qian returned to the cave to fetch something. Fengshe led Xin Ruo towards the direction of the beast god cave at tea times. Fengshe could be rather quiet, but Qian had been exceptionally silent upon his departure. So much so that Xin Ruo had never witnessed such tranquility before. Perhaps he had been shaken by the shaman's reprimands. She herself felt dazed despite not having been scolded. What a predicament! This was not a fault that belonged to them. The shaman's words grew increasingly perplexing upon reflection. Perhaps he was merely concerned that Fengshe and Qian would struggle to find partners. Deliberately scolding them before her, while imparting the secrets of disciplining a mate, all in a convoluted manner to encourage her to take them as partners. Was it truly necessary to be so complex? He could have simply told her directly, and she could have refused if she wished. Furthermore, it seemed rather odd for a male beast to teach her how to discipline a mate. Yet she reminded herself not to engage in gender discrimination. Shaking off her wandering thoughts, Xin Ruo raised her head to ask Fengshe, is dark matter akin to the dark aura found on dark creatures? Fengshe replied with an even expression, precisely. Dark matter continuously generates dark auras. When the aura reaches a certain concentration, it manifests as dark matter. Herbivorous beasts consuming fruits and plants tainted with dark matter will be polluted and evolve into ferocious beasts. Likewise, carnivorous beasts that consume these polluted creatures will also be tainted, thus evolving into ferocious beasts. This is the primary source of such beasts. Therefore, it is crucial not to eat indiscriminately in the wild. Beasts must carefully discern what they consume, avoiding tainted creatures and fruits. Beastmen can also be contaminated. Fengshe glanced down at Xin Ruo, reassuring her, but Xin Ruo, just listen. With us by your side, we will protect you. Your only concern should be your happiness. Upon arriving outside the beast god cave, Qian returned just in time with the items. Many male beastmen stood outside the cave, with only a few females held in their arms, while the male beastmen circled around the few females. The females of the Beastman continent tended to be on the heavier side, believing that being plump was healthier and easier to sustain. Fengshe approached a beastman holding a staff and called out, Priest Umang. Qian respectfully echoed, Priest Umang. The priest, Umang, with his dim and lifeless gray eyes, displayed no hint of emotion. Upon hearing their greetings, he nodded expressionlessly, his dark and foreboding gaze landing upon Xin Ruo. She dared not breathe. After a moment, a coarse, hoarse, and indifferent voice broke the silence, sounding as if it were a curse from a malevolent spirit. Bring the little female inside. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Fengshe nodded, cradling Xin Ruo as they entered the beast god cave. Xin Ruo casually surveyed her surroundings. The beast god cave was significantly larger than the caves inhabited by the beastmen. With a magnificent statue at its center, crafted from a unique material that exuded an aura of ancient mystery. Before the statue stood a raised platform, and not far from it were 5 circular pedestals, each elevated approximately 10 centimeters above the ground. Each pedestal supported an exquisite stone sculpture, adorned with a sturdy little bowl atop its head. Finding a spot nearby, Qian spread several animal skins on the ground. Testing their thickness, and upon satisfaction, turned to Xin Ruo. Feng Shi gently placed Xin Ruo on the animal skin mat. Crouching down, he placed a large hand softly upon her head, his azure eyes gazing tenderly at her. His deep, resonant voice was steady and comforting, imbued with a soothing power, as if he were calming a young cub. Xin Ruo, do not be afraid. Let us sit here quietly. Do not wander. The awakening ceremony will commence shortly. Regardless of whether you awaken or not, you need not feel fear or worry. All right? Do not burden yourself with any psychological weight. I, Feng Shi, shall forever be your beast husband. Lian also crouched beside her to offer comfort. It does not matter whether you awaken or not. Let us not dwell too much on this matter. If you feel hungry, eat meat. If thirsty, enjoy some fruit. If tired, simply rest. Let us treat this as a change of scenery for play. If you feel frightened, just call for me to yes, he spoke. Lian placed items beside Xin Ruo. Oh, look, these bags contain red fruits. These bags hold roasted humming beasts. And these are roasted moo beasts. Lastly, these bags contain spirit crystals. I've placed them here for you. Oh, you know how to find them now. Xin Ruo nodded, staring in awe at the small piles of items. She couldn't help but admit that she seemed to be treated as if she were simple-minded. Feng Shi turned to Lian. Please fetch Xin Ruo's awakening crystal. All right, I'll be right back, Lian replied with a smile, rising to leave. Once Lian had departed, Feng Shi looked at Xin Ruo, advising her, during the awakening ceremony, should you feel unwell at any point, consume a spirit crystal. The Wu Man priest may appear difficult to approach, but he is a good beast. You need not be afraid. Xin Ruo's anxiety subsided slightly, surprised that Feng Shi had discerned her fear of the priest. In the past, there had been females from outside the Beastman continent, and all priests treated them equally to the females of the tribe. Xin Ruo gazed at Feng Shi in shock. His calm and steady eyes seemed to convey that he had long known her origins. How did he come to know? Was she truly so inadequate? Had her secrets been laid bare? She thought to herself that if she ever crossed over, she surely wouldn't survive beyond 3 episodes. Surely he couldn't know about her feigned amnesia. What a disaster. Feng Shi appeared oblivious to her myriad of tangled emotions, merely stating calmly, I possess a bloodline inheritance. My ancestor's partner happened to come from outside the Beastman continent. Therefore, you need not worry. As long as we do not speak of it, other beasts will remain unaware, except for the priest. However, the Beastman continent does not target females from outside. Rather, they are regarded as rare treasures, revered and cherished, even treated as deities. Females from outside are also referred to as the envoys of the beast god. Feng Shi further reassured Xin Ruo, this continent has not seen an outsider female in thousands of years. Even if you were to speak of it, they would not believe you. Xin Ruo felt a sense of relief wash over her. If her greatest secret was secure, what else was there to fear? Regarding her memories, Feng Shi likely couldn't fathom the truth, unless he was a parasite within her, for it was impossible for him to know about her pretense of amnesia. Even if he did know, she would resolutely seize the opportunity to make him hers, ensuring that he wouldn't dare disclose her secrets. As Feng Shi observed the enchanting shape of her eyes, occasionally stealing glances at him. He perceived her thoughts radiating, I intend to plot against you. Do not think you can escape my grasp. Adorable, he felt an urge to kiss her. Feng Shi suppressed the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes concealing a deep amusement. Lian returned, brimming with joy, placing a palm-sized, colorful crystal into the stone bowl atop the small statue behind Xin Ruo, adding several animal skin bags to the pile. The tribe has provided food and spirit crystals for the young female. As he spoke, he plopped down beside Xin Ruo, wearing a mysteriously playful smile, prompting several curious glances from her, clearing his throat. Lian leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Xin Ruo, when the partner matching occurs, you must remember to think of me. All right. Feng Shi doused Lian's enthusiasm with cold water. The partner matching is guided by the divine power of the beast god. While the preferences of the female are considered, the primary focus is on compatibility and innate abilities, with compatibility taking precedence. Preferences are broad, pertaining to the species rather than the individual, and the results of the match are beyond control. Let us avoid any misguided notions. Lian's exuberance deflated, resembling a dog with drooping ears. Xin Ruo quietly observed the two of them, especially finding Qian's current demeanor somewhat amusing. Feng Shi turned his gentle gaze towards Xin Ruo. Unable to contain herself, Xin Ruo asked, "What if I truly cannot awaken? I wouldn't be able to comfort you." For the males, losing control of their energy and becoming a magical beast was the most terrifying and despairing fate. For them, the calming ability of the females was their only means of survival, particularly for Feng Shi and Qian, who were exceptionally gifted young six-tier beastmen, without the soothing presence of a highly gifted female. Their energy would eventually spiral into chaos. Why did it seem as though they were unconcerned about her ability to awaken? It was as if they were indifferent to the trajectory of their own lives. Qian spoke earnestly yet nonchalantly. As long as Xin Ruo is well, happy, and safe, what does it matter if you cannot awaken? Your partner's strength is what matters. The inability to soothe is of no great consequence. If anyone dares to speak ill of Xin Ruo, I shall teach them a lesson. With a playful grin, Qian added in a teasing tone, "Let us agree now. No tears over this matter. Okay, Feng Shi and I strive to enhance our abilities, and even if Xin Ruo does not awaken, she will not be inferior to any other young female." Xin Ruo couldn't help but feel touched by his words. But why did Qian always seem to think she would cry? Was she truly a prodigious weeper? Qian's smile widened as he gently poked Xin Ruo's soft, tender cheek, creating a small dimple as he did so. Surprised, he quickly withdrew his hand, only to be unable to resist poking again. Seeing her adorable expression as she glared at him, Qian couldn't help but fondly squeeze her cheek, exclaiming, "Xin Ruo is truly adorable." Feng Shi swatted away Qian's restless hand, shooting him a glare before turning back to gently pat Xin Ruo's head. "Pay him no mind. It would be wonderful if our Xin Ruo awakens. If not, it is still all right, you know?" Xin Ruo smiled and nodded. "All right, I understand. Were all males of the Beastman continent like this?" Clearly, the awakening of a female held greater significance for their male partners. Yet, they seemed solely concerned about the well-being of the female's emotions and health. To be honest, in the past, Xin Ruo would have felt an unspeakable envy, as everyone craves to be enveloped in unconditional acceptance. Now, she was fortunate enough to experience it. Traversing the Beastman continent had at least one silver lining. Qian couldn't help but poke Xin Ruo's cheek once more, feigning grievance. "Why do you always gaze at Feng Shi?" "I'm not ugly, you know," Xin Ruo replied. "I was just daydreaming." Feng Shi, ignoring Qian, worried that Xin Ruo might overthink, continued. "An awakened female merely experiences an enhancement in physical constitution and lifespan. However, partners can share their lifespan. As long as your partner possesses sufficient strength, you too can enjoy longevity. There are many high-tier beastmen who do not receive soothing. The higher the talent, the more difficult it is to find a suitable female. Achieving adequate soothing is even more challenging. As long as we maintain control, we have quite some time before energy chaos becomes a reality. Exceptional talent implies that relying on the soothing abilities of females to alleviate energy surges is quite a formidable challenge. The enhancement of female capabilities is a slow and arduous process, necessitating that each female has at least 8 partners, with their soothing abilities being inherently limited. The greater the talent of a high-ranking orc, the more potent the soothing abilities required from the female counterpart. Feng Shi fixed his gaze intently on Xin Ruo, cautioning her, "Do not entertain any reckless thoughts, do you understand?" Xin Ruo nodded earnestly. "I understand." With the other males having departed, Feng Shi and Qian rose, their concern evident as they left. "We will remain outside, so do not fear. Xin Ruo, do not be afraid. We shall come to retrieve you shortly." After the two orcs reluctantly exited, Xin Ruo turned her attention to the colorful crystal stones before her, alongside a small statue. The nature of the sculpture was utterly inscrutable. Its origin and race remained a mystery. Sitting there listlessly on the mat, she scrutinized the statue. "Useless female, get away from me. Do not sit beside me. You bring misfortune." A boorish voice echoed through the expansive cavern. Turning her head, Xin Ruo beheld the female, named Bella, whom she had encountered previously in the shaman's cave. Bella was vociferously berating a nearby, small female adorned with horns, who bowed her head in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks. appearing exceedingly pitiable. Bella, with disdain, spat. Cry, 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 that's all you do. Keep your distance from me. What business does a half-beast female, incapable of awakening, have in the beast goddess cave, and why must you sit beside me? Get lost, you are truly repulsive, you wretched little female, you are unworthy to be here. The voice of Master 001 resonated in Xin Ruo's mind. 001. She inquired. After you awaken, Master has a gift for you. 001 continued. Do your best, Master. All right, thank you, 001. Xin Ruo responded. You are most welcome, Master. Xin Ruo pondered. Didn't they say that females in the Orc Continent are exceedingly precious? Why does that horned female over there tolerate such insults without retort? Instead apologizing profusely, the reproductive rate of female beasts is extraordinarily low, with a mere 2% chance of birthing a female offspring, and typically only one per litter. They're born in beast form and remain classified as female beasts until adulthood. Upon reaching maturity, there is a 70% chance they will remain in beast form, a 25% chance of becoming half-beasts, and only about 5% will transform into human form. Only those who can transform into human or half-beast forms are designated as females, thus rendering them precious. The probability of human females awakening their abilities is approximately 80%, while half-beast females have a lower chance. The abilities they awaken often enhance physical strength, increase fertility rates, and improve survival chances. The strength of the awakened talent dictates the potency of a female's soothing abilities. Females are indeed precious, regardless of whether they awaken or not. However, those who do not awaken are forever burdened with low soothing capabilities, diminished survival rates, and high mortality risks, necessitating the protection of high-ranking orcs. Yet they cannot soothe these orcs effectively. 001 continued to elucidate. Human females possess stronger reproductive capabilities, with higher awakening probabilities and talents compared to half-beast females. Conversely, half-beast females have weaker reproductive abilities. Their female offspring struggle to transform, and even if they do, they can only attain half-beast form. Male offspring, despite being conceived with a high-ranking orc, often inherit diminished talents due to the influence of their mothers, which is immensely detrimental. Soothing abilities depend on the strength of their awakened talents. Yet half-beast females tend to be physically sturdier, with greater vitality and higher survival rates. The tribe treats females with utmost care, for their numbers and roles significantly determine their status and importance. Prior to reaching adulthood, females are treated equally within the tribe. However, upon maturity, they are primarily cared for by their chosen partners, until adulthood. A female's talent remains unknown, and the talent of her mother serves as a benchmark. A high-talented mother increases the chances of her offspring transforming and ensures they do not awaken weaker talents. Is such a judgment infallible? Xin Ruo inquired. There has never been an error throughout the history of the Orc Continent. The tribe treats female beasts equally. However, orcs, even those females who are pampered and cherished, may still develop a hierarchy of discrimination. The higher the status of females in the Orc Continent, the more pronounced the disparity experienced upon reaching adulthood, leading to a polarization of character. This is unavoidable. Regardless of the world or race, distinctions in status exist, compounded by the complexities of the heart. No one can fully comprehend it. As long as they are sentient beings, they harbor their own troubles. The status of females in the Orc Continent can be summarized as awakened human females, unawakened human females, awakened half-beast females, unawakened half-beast females. Rest assured, Master, you will surely awaken. 001 encouraged. Thank you. Xin Ruo replied. You are most welcome. 001 responded. Xin Ruo was astonished at the appearance of animated expressions in her mind, with 001's mechanical voice surprisingly conveying a soft and endearing demeanor. The horned female approached the other female beside Xin Ruo, her eyes brimming with tears as she pitifully asked, Yin Duo, may I exchange places with you? I can trade you food. Yin, munching on roasted meat, did not lift her head and resolutely declined. No, this is my spot. Why should I swap? Leave me alone. I'm trying to... Xin Ruo initially thought that the horned female sought to exchange positions with her. Instead, the small horned female shot her a resentful glance, hesitated for a moment, and then turned away in tears. Xin Ruo? Bella, in a fit of anger, advanced as if to shoo her away. Go away. Do not sit next to me. You are nothing but a filthy beast. Your stench is suffocating me. Ugh. Useless female beast, little wretched female, little despicable female. Get lost. The horned female clenched her fists in anger and charged at Bella. Landing a punch that made Bella scream in pain, a throng of orcs rushed in from outside the cave, swiftly separating the two. With a crowd of orcs gathering behind both females, their spirits ignited for battle. A conflict on the brink of eruption. Bella and the horned female were embroiled in a heated argument. Primarily, Bella was hurling insults, while the horned female wept, feeling wronged. The round-faced Yun sat calmly, consuming her food, occasionally glancing over, surrounded by several orcs who shielded her. Feng Shi and Qian approached Xin Ruo, their concern alleviated upon seeing her unharmed. They settled by her side with an air of familiarity. Their hair was slightly disheveled, breaths a little uneven. Xin Ruo leaned closer, whispering inquisitively, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. What transpired? Did you engage in a fight? Qian, brimming with excitement, replied. Many orcs in the tribe wish to join us. Xin Ruo asked. Does she mean what I think she means? Feng Shi and I assessed their combat abilities, but unfortunately, none reached 6 stars, and their talents are lacking. They're not qualified to be your partners. A few possessed decent talents, but they are somewhat inferior in appearance. Since Feng Shi expressed her disinterest, we engaged in a few skirmishes. It was quite exhilarating. Xin Ruo was amused by the unfolding drama. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced toward Feng Shi. Feng Shi explained calmly, similar to Dina's partner. Xin Ruo wholeheartedly agreed. Well done. Who emerged victorious? Qian tossed his hair back, puffing out his chest proudly. Need I say more? Though they are of the same star rank, they were no match for us. Xin Ruo asked curiously. Aren't partners typically matched by the beast god? The beast goddess matching is merely one of the methods. Feng Shi elucidated. The matching of partners is based on talent and compatibility. Talent determines soothing ability, while compatibility affects the effectiveness of that soothing. High compatibility signifies that both parties are extremely well suited in every aspect, yielding unexpected benefits post-bonding. However, the number of matches sanctioned by the beast god is limited. This method is primarily to ensure the basic livelihood of females, to mitigate the risks associated with the scarcity of female partners and the resultant increase in mortality. The system maximizes survival rates and reproductive success. Beyond the mandatory beast god matching, females are free to bond with any single male of their choosing. Xin Ruo nodded slightly to indicate her understanding. Qian remarked that the small female was truly a remarkable creature, as Feng Shi, who could succinctly convey his thoughts in 3 words without ever exceeding 4, was now speaking extensively. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. He still found it somewhat disconcerting. He could easily imagine how Feng Shi would have expressed himself in the past, perhaps uttering just a single sentence, and that would be solely for Xin Ruo. After all, Xin Ruo was the most adorable little female that Bella's sharp voice echoed in anger. Seize her, I will annihilate this shameless little wretch. This disgraceful female beast. Before the confrontation could commence, the male beastmen behind the longhorn female were effortlessly subdued by those near Bella. The longhorn female was ensnared by the powers of the beastmen, standing behind Bella. Bella advanced, pulling at her opponent to strike. The priest entered, and the crowd of beasts fell silent. Bella hurriedly released the longhorn female and concealed herself behind the beastmen. The gruff, hoarse voice of priest woman resonated heavily. Such utter lack of decorum. Before the beast god, you dare to brawl? Each related beast was fined 10 spirit crystals. Bella lowered her head, sincerely apologizing. I am sorry, priest woman. I did not intend to show disrespect to the beast god. However, she insisted on sitting beside me, and I did not wish for her company. She refused to listen and even assaulted me. The longhorn female hung her head, silently shedding tears, while the beastmen behind her dared not utter a word. Bella disdainfully remarked, She is nothing but a useless female, half-beast at best, and still unable to awaken. She has the audacity to come here and be a nuisance. She hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony and has already mated with the beast man. Who knows what filth she carries? I refuse to have her beside me. I do not wish to become a dark monstrosity, hideous in appearance. Priest Woman coldly stated. After the awakening ceremony, the long-horned female will seek the leader. Your matter should be resolved with the leader, Bella shouted. Priest Woman, I do not want the long-horned female sitting beside me. Priest Woman inquired icily. Who among you is willing to switch seats? Yin Duo angrily yelled. You are all so bothersome. I refuse to switch. Enough already. Do you still want to awaken? It is so noisy. I am fed up. Both of you leave. I wish to awaken and choose a partner. All the bees turned their gazes towards Xin Ruo, while Qi Yin and Feng Shi's auras abruptly chilled. They noticed the priest's misty eyes also casting a foreboding glance their way. Xin Ruo frowned. Feigning impatience, crossing her arms, her expression petulant as she retorted, Who gave you permission to stare? This is my seat. It is too noisy. All of you leave. I want to awaken and choose a partner. Qian genuinely thought Xin was upset and whispered comforting words to her. Xin, don't be angry. I will take you flying later, all right? Feng Shi remained composed, holding Xin Ruo close, casting a cold glance at the onlookers. The crowd quickly averted their gazes. The little female was angry. Moreover, they dared not provoke the six-star pattern beastman, who could strike with 1 or 2 blows. The other beasts were accustomed to Xin Ruo's reactions. It would be strange if she agreed. They all had females they wished to follow, but upon seeing 2 high-ranking beastmen and a delicate female, their curiosity was piqued before bringing females to awaken. They had consulted experienced beastmen, who indicated that it was quite ordinary for females to bicker and fight over seats during the awakening process. Priest Woman coldly remarked, without the consent of the females. If you are displeased, return in a few days. Bella grudgingly fell silent. Priest Woman continued in a frigid tone, Males, you may leave. Qi Yin, concerned, said, Xin, we will wait for you outside. If anyone dares to bully you, call for me loudly. I will deal with whoever dares to offend you. If any other female tries to bully you, just call for me while using your spirit crystal pouch to hit her. Understood? Feng Shi also reassured, do not fear. We will be outside. Xin nodded. The 2 beasts exited, still uneasy. Priest Woman knelt before the statue of the beast god, mumbling incantations. Strangely, Xin perceived a faint glow emanating from the beast god statue. Priest Woman then rose, slightly raising his hand, channeling energy into his staff, causing the crystal atop the staff to suddenly radiate light, which shot directly towards the awakening crystals before several females. The priest's rough, unmelodious voice echoed coldly. Place your hands upon the awakening crystals. Xin Ruo complied. The awakening crystal instantly emitted a spectrum of colors, enveloping her in a radiant circle. She glanced outward, and the others were similarly encircled. Withdraw your hands, the priest's voice commanded coldly. Xin Ruo retracted her hands, and the awakening crystal continued to emit light, coalescing within the circle. From inside, she could see nothing of the outside world, as if she were in a dreamlike realm. The priest's frigid voice resounded in her ears. The awakening ceremony begins. Xin sat upright, attentively observing the crystal. She felt waves of incredibly pleasant energy rushing into her body, enveloping her as if she were basking in sunlight and soaking in warm water. Every pore of her being opened up to the comfort. Just as she began to feel drowsy, preparing to lie down for a nap, hunger struck her, more intense than the hunger she had felt after days without food. She lay on the soft beast skin, retrieving roasted meat and red fruits. Priest Woman sat on the high platform, his misty gray eyes scanning the situation of the females. Xin Ruo leisurely munched on her food. An energy from the awakening crystal continuously flowed into her body. Priest Woman could not help but observe for a while longer, and soon the cold, shadowy gaze of his softened with a hint of light. After a moment, he shifted his attention to the others. Yin Duo was lying down eating roasted meat, Bella was blissfully asleep, and the longhorned female sat on the beast skin, dejectedly crying, repeatedly striking the awakening crystal with her hands. Priest Woman slightly shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. Xin Ruo consumed copiously, yet still felt profoundly hungry. Oh no! Would she awaken to become a glutton? She decided to try eating a spirit crystal. With determination, she proceeded, and it indeed proved effective. Xin Ruo reclined on the beast's skin, leisurely enjoying the spirit crystal, which tasted like a mildly flavored bursting candy. Strawberry, apple, lychee, blueberry, banana flavors. 0.001. Master, you are about to awaken. Xin Ruo was uncertain if the priest could see her, so she closed her eyes, munching on the spirit crystals, and softly inquired in her mind, "Can the priest detect you?" 001. Not at all. Master, Xin Ruo felt relieved. 0.001. Tell me, eating too many spirit crystals 1T cause an energy riot, will it? If that happens, should I find a female to soothe me? 001 hesitated for a few seconds. Rest assured. Master, although spirit crystals originate from dark creatures imbued with dark matter, they're the purest of crystals, devoid of any dark aura or agitation factors. Moreover, consuming spirit crystals can enhance a female's beauty, strengthen her physique, and prolong her life. Xin Ruo marveled. These spirit crystals are truly remarkable, and no wonder there are no particularly unattractive females on Beastman Continent. To date, I have not seen any who are unsightly. 001. However, spirit crystals do contain fattening factors. But do not worry, Master. You inherently do not gain weight, and after your body transformation, you will gain even less. You can eat as much as you like without consequence. Anything that isn't toxic is safe for you, and you will not be tainted by dark energy. Xin Ruo exclaimed in surprise. I am an insulator against dark matter. 001. Exactly, Xin Ruo queried. Puzzled. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? They had rushed to find Uncle Shaman and were even scolded for it early in the morning. 001. You didn't ask me. Master, Xin Ruo, I am not asking you now. So why did you say anything? Yet, she did not dwell on it. As long as there were no ill intentions, that was sufficient. Even a system should have some freedom. Right? She shrugged nonchalantly. All right then. She ceased conversing with 001 and continued savoring the spirit crystals, quenching her thirst and satisfying her hunger. Before long, she began to feel a bit of discomfort and an indescribable sensation coursing through her body, leaving her feeling quite restless. What was happening? 001's voice carried a sense of urgency. Master, Master, eat spirit crystals. Xin Ruo, in her discomfort, incessantly stuffed the spirit crystals into her mouth. She fidgeted restlessly, unable to find solace in either sitting or lying down. Her entire being enveloped in irritability and physical unease. The Wu Man priest cast a penetrating gaze upon Xin Ruo, his grip on the staff tightening. The awakening crystal before Xin Ruo diminished in size with each passing moment. Congratulations, Master! Congratulations! 001 exclaimed joyfully. You have awakened. Xin Ruo gazed in astonishment as her fair, jade-like hands transformed in a fluffy, beastly paws, the elation of awakening intertwined with her terror at becoming a plush creature. Wow, Master, you look so adorable, all soft and fluffy, 001 remarked. What have I turned into? What do I look like? A dog? A cat? A rabbit? A mouse? Xin Ruo questioned. None of those. You are a nine-tailed white tiger, a pure white giant tiger with 9 tails. Belonging to the nine-tailed white tiger lineage. It seems a special bloodline has been activated, an impressive lineage, the Win Shirsi tribe. But why is she pure white? How does that differ from a cat? There's a significant difference. Master has a golden sun emblazoned on her forehead, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Xin Ruo did not dwell on that and inquired, how do I revert back? Master is just transformed into her beast form, equivalent to the female beast transformation phase. The human and beast forms are unstable at this juncture. Once this period is over, you will be able to control it freely. How long does this period last? It varies with the female, ranging from 1 to 5 months, with the beast tribes taking a bit longer I understand. Shortly after, information on the transformation methods between human and beast forms should manifest in the Master's mind. Do not worry, Master. All right. Thank you, there's no need for thanks. Understanding that impatience would yield no results, Xin Ruo lay down, using her pink pads to paw at the spirit crystals and feed herself, her 9 snowy tails swaying in the air. Taking a moment, Xin Ruo glanced at her information. Tribe leader, Xin Ruo race, human, possessing a special bloodline, capable of shifting between human and beast forms. Beast form. Nine-tailed white tiger, awakening abilities. Space, level 1. Wood, level 1. Beast partner. 0x. Xin Ruo furrowed her brows in confusion, a bold thought crossing her mind. Could it be that space and wood abilities were indeed hers to awaken? If this were the case, then the system was merely deceiving her, a blatant trick. Yin paced restlessly, akin to a husband anxiously awaiting outside a delivery room. Shirsi silently observed the energy-sealed entrance. Shirsi, are you not worried about the little female? What if she cannot awaken? Yin voiced his agitation. Shirsi replied coolly, enough. Your pacing is making my eyes hurt. Oh, what if she cannot awaken? You can always choose a female who can not bother me. After all, not every outsider female could awaken. Yin, incredulous, retorted, Shirsi, are you insulting me? You truly doubt my capabilities? I do not care whether the little female can awaken or not. I am indifferent to her ability to soothe. Shirsi coldly responded, then be quiet and stay calm. You think Xin Ruo might be crying? I heard that the last female who couldn't awaken was so distraught that she attempted to take her own life outside the tribe. If it weren't for Tiger Tooth returning from a hunt just in time, she would have already met the beast god. Shirsi's brow gradually furrowed, clearly pondering this matter. If Xin Ruo truly could not awaken, how could they comfort her? Shirsi, let us have a spar. Shirsi scoffed. Do you believe you can defeat me? Yin insisted. I've improved my abilities recently. How would I know unless I try? Shirsi turned away. I have no time for that. Instead of wasting it here, you should think of ways to improve yourself and share more lifespan with the little female. Isn't sparring one way to improve? Yin shot back, only to consider. However, if Xin Ruo sees us fighting, she might think we do not care about her. Qian's spirits sank. What if the little female could not find a match for me? I wish to become her partner. Being matched holds a different significance in a female's heart. Although Shirsi appeared calm, a sliver of worry lingered in his heart. However, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, the little female's destined partner would undoubtedly be one of them. The ability to sense their presence before reaching adulthood was a testament to their compatibility. Of course, exceptions could not be ruled out. Yet he firmly believed that such an exception would not arise. He was convinced that a bond existed between them, a fated partnership. Even if an unforeseen event occurred, as long as she held him in her heart, that was enough. What if you cannot become her matched partner? Will you cease to care for her? Yin retorted without hesitation. How could that be? I like her. Nothing will change that. Then is that not sufficient? Can we not enjoy some peace? In Xin Ruo's mind, new knowledge on utilizing awakening abilities and transitioning between human and beast forms emerged, along with information on partner matching and how to employ soothing abilities. To her astonishment, there were additional revelations. Once a beast man forms a bond with a female, all their life and loyalty are pledged to her. Their existence becomes intertwined with that of their female partner. If she dies, the male follows suit. Conversely, should the male partner perish, the female remains unaffected. The female can sever the bond with the male at any time. That a male released from this bond may face severe consequences, from death to degradation of talents and loss of abilities, though the latter seems more difficult to bear than death itself. However, if a female unjustly dissolves her bond with a male, she incurs the punishment of the beast god, though the specific nature of the punishment remains unspecified. Imparting such information during the awakening ceremony serves to protect the female's status in life, ensuring she is not subjugated by the male. It also guarantees that males will not be arbitrarily released from their bonds, risking their lives or survival capabilities to as the light dimmed. The awakening crystal was rendered utterly depleted. Xin Ruo. You are a female of the nine-tailed white tiger tribe. Dina's astonished voice stammered. Xin Ruo lifted her gaze, spotting Dina standing at a distance, as if she were a fearsome beast herself. What is Dina doing here? Xin Ruo sensed an intense gaze approaching from the side. The tiger ears twitched as she turned her head to see a black lion watching her warily from the position of a cloud. Upon noticing her gaze, it let out a warning growl and began to retreat slowly. The adorable foodie girl actually a black lion? No way. Is she really that terrifying? She is the weakest. After all, other females could easily overpower her. You, a lion. What are you afraid of, Cloud? A delicate, weak, nine-tailed white tiger. She seems so intimidating. The voice of the Wu Man priest echoed. Xin Ruo, transform into your human form. Cloud covered her ears, cautiously peeking at Xin Ruo. Xin Ruo attempted to learn how to shift into her beast form, trying several times until she succeeded. It was simpler than expected, seeing her change into human form. Cloud followed suit, transforming into her own at a round, smooth figure appear before Xin Ruo. Quickly, Xin Ruo lowered her gaze, relieved to find herself properly covered. Master, no need to thank me. I provided you with a beast hide skirt. 001 chimed in. Thank you, Xin Ruo replied. Thank goodness for 001. Otherwise, she would have been exposed, which would have been incredibly embarrassing. That you're welcome. The priest's cold, hoarse voice resounded. Come forward. Suspended before the priest were two crystal orbs, one black and one colorful. As he kept his gaze lowered, not looking askance, Cloud shyly donned her beast hide skirt. Ultimately, she had no choice but to wrap herself in the skin as Xin Ruo approached the crystal orbs. Dina inched closer, her heart still racing. Xin Ruo, I never imagined you were a nine-tailed white tiger. One must not judge a beast by its appearance. It's truly terrifying. I nearly frightened myself to death. Xin Ruo, feeling dejected, responded, Is the nine-tailed white tiger really that scary? There are so many in the tribe. Why are you not afraid? Is my beast form ugly? But Win Shursi is quite handsome. Dina, with a lingering sense of trepidation and a hint of embarrassment, remarked, Ahem, before reaching adulthood, all females are merely female beasts, naturally harboring a certain fear of the powerful females of other races. Having never encountered a female of the nine-tailed white tiger clan before, I was momentarily taken aback, which is why I felt a bit frightened. However, it's not you I fear. It's simply that this is my first encounter with a female of your kind, which startled me. It's rather embarrassing for me, as an already mature female, to be so intimidated by one who has just attained adulthood. Fortunately, there were not many beasts around to witness this. Otherwise, it would have been quite a disgrace. Where would my reputation as the most beautiful of the Brown Bear clan, Dina, be placed? Seeing the flush of embarrassment on Dina's face, Xin Ruo shifted the topic, asking, What brings you here? Did you not awaken long ago? And your partner was already matched. Dina, with an air of nonchalance, replied, I am here to match a partner. Xin Ruo, unable to contain her surprise, turned to look at Dina, who appeared to be pondering what to have for lunch. Dina spoke with the calmness of one recounting a familiar tale. My partner's abilities were insufficient, and a few of them passed away recently, leaving me with too few. Thus, I have come to match again. I do this every warm season. Xin Ruo was taken aback. The notion of not having enough partners and the need for constant matching was bewildering. What constitutes a sufficient number? And what are the standards for abilities? How many partners do you currently have? Upon hearing Xin Ruo's inquiries, Dina considered for a moment and began to count on her fingers. Xin Ruo, with an expression devoid of emotion, felt her hopes diminish. Did she, too, need to seek such a multitude of partners? The thought of it was overwhelming. Dina eventually stated uncertainly, after matching last year and considering a few I have chosen myself, I have a little over 6 partners. Currently, I have one full partner and half of another, with the remainder being matched and self-selected. Several perished last winter due to their insufficient abilities, which is why I am here to match again. Xin Ruo was stunned. Last year you had 60 partners, and after losing a multitude, you were left with 16. Swallowing hard, she asked, Can one opt not to match? Dina shook her head. Of course not. Matching partners is advantageous. Why would anyone refuse? Having match partners is the best course of action. Our soothing abilities are limited and challenging to enhance. Having match partners conserves energy, and they tend to bring us joy. Once you experience having match partners, you will understand the indescribable pleasure it brings. It is not merely a matter of joy or satisfaction. With so many partners, will it not lead to exhaustion? Xin Ruo queried, her expression filled with anticipation as she asked, What level of ability is considered sufficient? Is it difficult to achieve? Dina replied, I am not entirely sure. The priestess instructed me to come from matching. And so I did. This is not something we need to worry about. Let the matching occur. It's quite wonderful. Furrowing her brow, Xin Ruo lamented, "But I wish to know, I do not want to come for matching every year. It would be exhausting." Dina dismissed her concerns lightly. "It could be a bit tiring, but once you have match partners, you will undoubtedly wish to return for more. Additionally, our tribe has shamans, so we need not walk far. What is there to tire ourselves over?" Observing Xin Ruo's delicate physique and her troubled expression, Dina added, "You seem quite fragile. It must be challenging for you to match partners." Xin Ruo pondered, uncertainly stating, "I have heard from the older females of the tribe that as long as a female has no fewer than 8 match partners, with each partner's level not below 6, and at least 5 partners with 7-star markings, and 2 with 8-star markings, then one need not return a match again." Xin Ruo frowned, distressed by the thought. Surely, this standard of ability must be somewhat attainable. Yet it sounded exceedingly daunting. Dina continued, "However, this standard is quite challenging. The talents we awaken determine the range of partners we can match. The tribesfolk say that there are currently very few 8th-tier beasts, fewer than 2 handfuls across the entire beast continent, let alone a female possessing 2. If our awakened talents are high, we can ascend levels a bit quicker, and our soothing energy will also increase. However, having numerous high-tier partners could lead to an overwhelming demand for soothing energy. The higher the tier, the more energy required that we must elevate our levels swiftly to meet their needs. But ascending levels is difficult. It is possible that we might not even achieve elevation before we fall victim to the rampant ferocity of our male partners. When a male's energy spirals into complete frenzy, the resulting chaotic energy could shred us to pieces. Even if we survive, we would merely become prey for the frenzied beasts. Xin Ruo felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, chilling her to the core. She contemplated how to refuse the next partner matching. Observing Xin Ruo's demeanor, Dina assumed she was merely worried about her ability to soothe and thus consoled her under normal circumstances. Not all of our match partners will be high-tier beasts. As long as there is compatibility, soothing them will not be overly difficult. I have never heard of any highly talented young female matching more than 4 high-tier beasts. Do not fret about the matching. Even if soothing energy is insufficient, being with them will still provide some comfort, thanks to the benefits of compatibility. When soothing, it is not necessary to attend to each partner equally. Simply offer more soothing energy to those you favor and set aside those you do not. Xin Ruo remained lost in thought about being together, contemplating how to ensure that even in times of insufficient soothing ability, the beasts would still receive comfort. Seeing that Xin Ruo seemed comforted by her words, Dina continued with excitement. "How wonderful it is to have match partners. No female would wish to forego matching partners. I would gladly come every day if I could. Alas, I am only at level 1, and my soothing abilities are quite limited." Curious, Xin Ruo inquired, "What are the benefits of matching partners?" Dina replied, "Once you match and return a bond with your partner, you will understand. The outside world is perilous. We cannot roam freely beyond the tribe. Although there are many beasts in our tribe, it is easy to become weary of them. Matching partners allows us to gain companions from different continents." As Xin Ruo reflected upon this, she felt a surge of admiration for Dina, the strongest female of them all. Yet, in the next moment, her understanding was completely upended. Dina clasped her hands before her chest, her face alight with yearning. "You cannot imagine how many partners Maya has. At least a multitude more than one can count. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Xin Ruo froze, her pupils dilating in shock, rendered utterly speechless. How extraordinary! Truly a harem of thousands. Each mountain surpasses the last. This perfectly encapsulates the idea that one beast is akin to an entire tribe. Yet as Maya appeared in robust health, Xin Ruo marveled at the resilience of female beasts, truly a remarkable species. Dina, oblivious to Xin Ruo's astonishment, asked, "You desire this too, do you not?" "I want to cry," Xin Ruo exclaimed. Dina, intrigued, asked Xin Ruo, "What abilities have you awakened? Your physique appears weak, yet the 9-tailed white tiger beasts are formidable. Complementing each other, I speculate your ability must be to enhance your constitution. Otherwise, how could you endure the advances of your partners?" "Huh?" Xin Ruo looked at her, bewildered. She felt her knowledge of the beast continent was woefully inadequate. Her past knowledge no longer sufficed. Her mental capacity felt diminished. Dina continued, "I awakened the power of strength, currently at level 1. It is exceedingly difficult to level up that I cannot fathom how many spirit crystals it will take to reach level 2. Maya has awakened the ability to enhance her constitution and is now at level 3. She is formidable, boasting 2 male partners of 6-star caliber, along with several 5-star partners. Xin Ruo automatically translated a passage, revealing that the direction of female awakening leans towards strength, particularly in physical enhancement. The reason behind the harem of 3,000 in the Orc Continent has been uncovered. She awakened powers of the wood and space elements, which diverge significantly from the typical direction of female awakening. Stopping herself, she contemplated fleeing. Taking a deep breath, just 8, she assured herself she would be fine. Let them strive a bit harder and level up. Dina looked at Xin Ruo, grinning mischievously. Xin Ruo, both Feng Shi and Qi Yin are 6-star patterned orcs. Just look at those shoulders, that chest, that waist, and those hips. Wow, they're impressive. I must tell you, I have a male from the 9-tailed white tiger clan, particularly valiant. Feng Shi will only become more formidable. Xin Ruo regarded the increasingly lewd Dina, her expression one of exasperation, as Dina's moral compass seemed perpetually absent. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Bella, Jiao, do not advance. The priest's voice rang out, interrupting Dina's increasingly twisted thoughts. Xin Ruo and the 3 beasts turned to look. They beheld Bella trembling in the form of a rabbit, while Jiao lay shivering on the animal hide. Tears streaming down their face, Jiao rose, walking while weeping, and stood beside Dina. Bella, quaking, transformed back into human form, wrapping herself in animal hide, hesitantly approaching while keeping her distance from Xin Ruo and Yin Duo. Dina clasped her hands together, her face alight with excitement. Soon I'll have a new partner. I hope it's a Fox clan member. They're so beautiful. The priest's cold voice interrupted Dina's enthusiasm. Without needing a prompt, Dina rushed forward, placing her hand forcefully on the colorful crystal ball. The crystal ball radiated with light, and Dina's face glowed with exhilaration. After some time, the light faded. Dina withdrew her hand. Grinning widely, Wumon priest, I have chosen my partner. The Wumon priest nodded. Let us proceed. Dina replied cheerfully. All right. She cast a glance at Xin Ruo, her eyes filled with encouragement, raising her hand to cheer her on before eagerly bounding out of the cave. It was evident that the prospect of matching with a partner brought her immense joy. Xin Ruo held little expectation for this pairing. Barring any unforeseen events, it would undoubtedly be among the usual candidates. She was merely curious about how this orb matched partners. The priest called out to Jiao, and as Jiao stepped forward, the priest pointed at the black crystal ball. Place your hand upon it. Jiao clenched a fist, slowly placing her hand on the black crystal ball, which remained unresponsive. Jiao immediately burst into tears. The priest, having delivered the disheartening truth, pointed to the colorful crystal ball. Now, place your hand upon it. Jiao complied. After a moment, she lowered her hand, choking back tears. Wumon priest, I am ready. The Wumon priest nodded. Let us go. Wiping her tears, Jiao turned and ran from the beast god cave. Sobbing, the priest turned to Bella. Bella. Immediately, Bella stepped forward, placing her hand on the black crystal ball, which illuminated instantly. Awakened, with commendable talent, the priest remarked. She directed Bella to the colorful crystal ball, urging her to place her hand upon it. Wumon priest, I have made my selection, Bella declared. Very well. Let us depart. Bella turned and walked away cheerfully. For reasons unknown, the method of calling out names made Xin Ruo exceedingly anxious, though she could not pinpoint why. Yin Duo tugged at the animal hide and stepped forward, awakened. With commendable talent, the priest noted. Wumon priest, I have made my selection. I shall depart. Let us proceed. Xin Ruo watched nervously as Yin Duo excitedly exited the cave. Xin Ruo, feeling increasingly anxious, turned around and approached, taking a deep breath before placing her hand on the black crystal ball. A dazzling light erupted. The Wumon priest observed for a prolonged moment, her expression turning grave as she scrutinized Xin Ruo. Finally, she said with unexpected kindness, awakened with formidable talent. She then pointed to the colorful crystal ball, instructing Xin Ruo to place her hand upon it. Yes, she did, Familiar information about 8 orcs flooded her mind. And after a brief wait, a message confirming a successful match resonated. Indeed, it was among the expected candidates. A voice of excitement from 001 echoed in her mind, announcing the activation of the Beast Husband module. "This orb is remarkable," the priest stated coldly. "You desire the Beast God's sacred artifact." Xin Ruo quickly withdrew her hand, shaking her head in denial. "No, no, no." The priest said nothing further, merely gesturing. "Once you are prepared, you may leave." Xin Ruo nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. She promptly turned to flee, feeling intimidated by the priest. 001, who had been sending celebratory expressions in Xin Ruo's mind, chimed in happily. "Master, I told you that orb can only detect if a female has awakened and the general strength of her talents. You must believe me now. I believe. Awakening on the Orc Continent is quite favorable. As long as you remain silent, no one will know what you have awakened." The priest observed the awakening crystals before the females. Jiao's remained unchanged, while both Bella and Yun Duo's had shrunk, with Yun Duo being significantly smaller than Bella. Xin Ruo's awakening crystal had completely vanished, leaving only an empty slot behind. The Wumon priest gazed at the empty slot, her eyes deep and contemplative. In the moment the partner matching was confirmed, Qian stared at the 9-tailed white tiger mark appearing on his chest, stunned and unable to believe it. After a few seconds, he cautiously reached out to touch it. Then, filled with excitement, he leaped up, transforming into beast form, soaring above the tribe while joyfully breathing fire. From below, it resembled a blazing flame burning in the sky. The flames cascaded down, wreaking havoc among the orcs basking in the sun, eliciting cries of despair. As Ekava emerged, she was forcefully embraced by a familiar figure. The restrained joy surged through her racing heart. "Xin Ruo, how wonderful this is! I am your match partner," Feng Shi whispered in her ear, each word dripping with contained elation. Xin Ruo felt her own spirits lift. Xin Ruo, Qian called out from a distance, rushing over like a gust of wind, transforming into human form and pulling Feng Shi aside to twirl Xin Ruo in his arms. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Xin Ruo, we are match partners. Our compatibility is exceptionally high. We are destined to be together. Ha ha. I am your partner now, your match partner. I knew we were perfectly compatible. I must be your favorite male." Upon hearing the last statement, Feng Shi, who had been smiling, stepped forward and snatched Xin Ruo back into his embrace, surrounding them with a blue energy barrier. Qian's frustrated voice echoed. "Feng Shi, you are outrageous. Return Xin Ruo to me. Step outside, and let us settle this in a fight." Feng Shi, unfazed, continued to hold Xin Ruo, seemingly indifferent to Qian's provocation. Xin Ruo cast a glance at Qian. The shaman had advised against intervening in partner disputes. This a mature adult. One must understand that partners should resolve their own conflicts. The chief's furious shout reverberated, and the surrounding orcs instantly ceased their commotion. The blue barrier dissipated, and Qian halted a challenge to Feng Shi, furrowing his brow in confusion. "What has transpired?" The chief called for the tribe's orcs once more. "I am unsure," Feng Shi replied softly, lowering his head to inquire of Xin Ruo. "Shall we go take a look?" Xin Ruo nodded. When the trio reached the chief, they found the shaman tending to Jiao, who lay on the ground, bruised and barely conscious. Surrounding them were numerous orcs, some dead, others grievously wounded. Bella was cradled in the arms of a tall, powerful orc, her expression one of anger directed at Jiao. The chief, incensed, pointed at a dejected orc kneeling on the ground. "Huya, have you lost your mind? I had thought you and Jiao were mutual in your affections. You, who usually possess such wit, have acted without a shred of sense. How could you seduce a young female companion who has not undergone the awakening ritual? Speak up. Have you become a mute beast? Are you unaware of the harm you caused to her fragile body? Do you not comprehend that you cannot force a union with a female? Must I reiterate this to you? A young female who has not been awakened possesses a delicate constitution, unable to withstand the ferocious energy within a male, and is easily susceptible to the dark aura that clings to him. Are you courting disaster? Speak to me. Leader, has your brain been gnawed on by a beast, leaving you speechless? The shaman felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, letting out a sigh. The horn on his head was tainted with a hint of darkness, exacerbated by the failure to awaken. Necessitating the life grass, he must fetch it in haste. Some orc transformed in a beast form and dashed to the shaman's cave to retrieve the life grass. Meanwhile, the shaman continued to treat the remaining orcs. The leader, gazing at Tiger Tooth, furrowed his brow as if he could crush a fly. You are 50 years old, a 4th-tier orc, possessing remarkable talent and strength, ranking among the top of the younger orcs, with a high likelihood of becoming a 7-star or even higher in the future. How many orcs live their lives as mere 1st-tier orcs, facing insurmountable obstacles at every level of star pattern? How many can ascend to the 4th tier? Why do you insist on forcing a female? Ah, where is your reasoning? Tiger Tooth, can you provide a sensible explanation? Speak. Have you truly lost your voice? Tiger Tooth remained silent for a moment before reluctantly replying. There is no reason. The leader, incensed by this response, scolded him. It is your freedom to like that female, but why can you not wait for a suitable match? You are only 50. Many orcs do not find their match until over 100 years old. Why can you not exercise patience? If only you and the horn shared some compatibility. But alas, you are utterly incompatible. Had this incident not occurred, you would have been unable to escape the consequences of your energy's turmoil. Why is your energy fluctuating so rapidly? If this continues, it will not be long before you. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Enough. I will revisit this question later. The leader sighed, multiple creases forming on his forehead. And after a considerable pause, he spoke with a mix of helplessness and sorrow. Tiger Tooth, tell me honestly, why would you knowingly commit such an offense, even if the young female is unaware? As a male, it is your duty to protect and care for her, not to harm. From your infancy, how have the elder orcs of the tribe instructed you? Do you remember? They earnestly taught you to engrave this principle upon your heart, to regard it as sacred. And yet, what have you done? Has your mind been devoured by a beast, or have you been struck by a cow? The infection on your horn is severe. Was there truly no self-control? You have disappointed me greatly. Just look at what you have become post-mating. Neither beast nor spirit. Tiger Tooth's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he painfully admitted, Leader, it is all my fault. The leader kicked him lightly. His anger palpable. To seduce a female, to force a union that harms her body. Do you comprehend the consequences? Tiger Tooth fell silent for a moment before weakly stating, if the female has no objections. Upon dissolving the partnership and accepting the tribe's punishment, she will be exiled from the tribe, banished by all the tribes of the Orc Continent. You understand, then, that your fate lies in the hands of the horn. With that, the leader turned away, no longer wishing to look at him. Tiger Tooth lowered his head to his chest. Yes. The leader then turned to Bella. Tell me, why do you strike at the horn? The tribe's females are already few. You must care for and assist one another. What kind of behavior is this, bickering incessantly? Bella, with her arms crossed, huffed in anger. Humph. The horn is a wicked female. Why should I not strike her? I merely spoke a few words, and today she dared to lay hands on me in the beast god cave, causing me to be penalized with spirit crystals. She initiated the confrontation. She even attempts to steal my mail, feeding him love fruit. How shameless! A collective gasp arose from those nearby. Bella continued, Humph, that shameless wicked female, that little harlot, she is tainted with darkness. Cast her from the tribe. She is not a good female. Tiger Tooth was coerced by her. She fed him love fruit. I refuse to acknowledge her as our companion. Leader, expel her quickly. She is a menace. A threat to the orcs, the leader frowned. Is there any evidence? Bella huffed. My follower was nearly forced into a partnership by her. I witnessed it with my own eyes, had she not yet encountered the horn. And given that he is a 3-star orc with decent rank and talent, complying with her every whim, she would not have wanted him at all. I have no patience for the filthy remnants of other females. A nearby orc hesitated before speaking. Leader, what Bella claims is true. She lured several beasts to deceive me, and I nearly consumed the love fruit, committing a grave error. The leader raised a hand to his forehead. Feeling utterly powerless. I understand. I will handle this. Bella, how much did you witness regarding Tiger Tooth and the horn? Bella replied. Tila mentioned it. She saw it. You should speak with her before long. Tila arrived, cradled in her partner's arms. Her face flushed. Any discerning beast could tell what had transpired before her arrival. Xin Ruo had achieved a state of calm. She had learned to remain composed. I could see this moment. She was as steady as a seasoned veteran. The orc holding Tila addressed the leader. Leader, what brings you to us? The leader inquired. Hylan, did the horn feed love fruit to Tiger Tooth, forcing him into a partnership? Where did you witness this? How many orcs were present? Hylan pondered briefly before nodding affirmatively. Indeed, this occurred. Over a dozen of us witnessed it, just behind the eastern hill of the tribe. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Xin Ruo was engrossed in her observation when she heard the unmistakable sound of teeth gnawing on something hard. Its presence undeniable. She turned to see Xin Duo, the gluttonous black lion, being held by an orc, eagerly munching on dried meat. It truly lived up to its name, appearing as hard as stone. What excellent teeth. No wonder it was a lion. Xin Duo, eyes wide with curiosity, was intently watching the unfolding scene. Upon sensing Xin Ruo's gaze, she chewed on the dried meat and turned to look, noticing Xin Ruo staring at her snack. Xin Duo glanced at what she held, hesitated for a moment, then tugged at the orc's arm. The orc handed her a leather pouch. After a brief moment of hesitation, she passed it to Xin Ruo, drawing the attention of the orcs nearby. Here, take it. Xin Ruo shook her head in refusal. Thank you, but I do not want any. Xin Duo paused, retracting her hand, and obediently replied, All right. The two females returned their gazes elsewhere, and the surrounding orcs followed suit. Qian observed the exchange and hesitantly asked, Xin Ruo, would you like to eat dried meat? Xin Ruo shook her head. That food, just by looking at it. She knew she could not bite into. She did not want to risk damaging her teeth, nor did she know if the shaman could treat her dental issues. Qian sighed in relief. Thank goodness. That stuff is far too hard. Only the ferocious females of the Black Lion clan can manage it. A few years ago, a Bear Clan female ruined her teeth on it and could only eat meat paste. Fortunately, they grew back this year. Although Xin Ruo belongs to the nine-tailed White Tiger clan, her teeth are far too fragile. If she were to damage them, she might end up crying her eyes out. At that point, not only would Xin Ruo be limited to eating meat paste, but she would also miss out on seeing beautiful things. The more he thought about it, the more he felt pity for such a Xin Ruo, causing his heart to ache. Xin Ruo could only shake her head in resignation, wondering why Qian always seemed to think she was prone to tears, associating everything with her potential for crying. Where had he gotten such an impression? Feng Shi and Qian simultaneously held out an open leather pouch before Xin Ruo. Feng Shi held red fruit, while Qian presented steaming roasted meat. Qian remarked, You must be hungry. I've kept this warm with fire energy. It's still hot. Here, take some. Xin Ruo. Feng Shi added, Let's play a little longer, then we will head back. Xin Ruo nodded. With a mouthful of roasted meat and a bite of fruit, she occasionally fed the two orcs beside her some meat as well, her eyes indulging in the treats with utter delight. Feng Shi and Qian, bearing the envious and eager gazes of the other orcs, were suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of pride. The chief had clarified the circumstances surrounding the union of the horn and the tiger fawn. Instantly, he felt overwhelmed, as if his head were the size of a moo beast. Frustration welled up within him, reddening his face. After a deep breath, he finally spoke. Let us wait for a moment. We must first allow the horn to awaken. The orc crowd buzzed with chatter. Such a horn could not be allowed to remain within the tribe, for it would only bring calamity to the males. It was utterly disastrous. The tiger fawn was finished. Indeed, having been injured and then forcefully coupled with a female who fed him love fruit, the female's behavior was far too reckless. She treated our males as if they were mere playthings, indulging whims without regard for their lives. It turned out that the female had been tainted by dark energy, and I had scolded the tiger fawn for quite some time. How I owe him an apology. Do not blame the young female too harshly. She has only just come of age and is still quite young, succumbing to momentary folly. This matter could be trivial or grave, depending on the actions of the female. If the horn admits to having drugged the tiger fawn first, coercing him into a union, and they both enter into a bond, then this issue could be easily resolved. Humph. Would that female ever admit to such wrongdoing? After all, he is merely a male. It is not worth sacrificing her reputation that I would wager all my beast crystals that the female will undoubtedly place the blame on the tiger fawn. I also wager that this is simply the horn's self-inflicted consequence. If the horn were to perish, the tiger fawn would meet the same fate. Such a young female should be avoided in the future. She is far too terrifying, and one could easily find themselves in dire straits without knowing how they came to be. Not long ago, the tiger fawn had saved the horn's life, and now the once spirited tiger fawn had turned into this wretched state. What a wicked female! I had previously thought her weak and endearing, but now I hesitate to pursue her as a partner. There are plenty of good females available. How could she choose to drug a male? I heard that her last match partners all perished, which is why she sought a new match today. How did they die? The ones she matched with were from other tribes of lower rank, and all perished on the way, likely encountering some danger. What is lacking outside the tribe? So is there anyone from our tribe among her potential partners? I believe there might be one. I am fortunate that I was not matched with her. So am I brothers. Those with matched partners and followers should remain vigilant and protect themselves, alas, in these times. Not only are dark monsters and magical beasts becoming increasingly rampant, but divine punishment is also growing more severe, and now females have begun to wreak havoc upon the males. It is simply unbearable. Dog brother, you say it's a lost cause. Even solitary beasts must take care to protect themselves. What are you all discussing? This matter is undoubtedly the fault of the tiger fawn. Otherwise, why would the female compel him and not the others? But she also intended to drug Bella's follower. How can that be explained? The female merely has affection for a beast. What is the big deal? You all are just incessantly chattering that, females are treasures. We must cherish them, but regardless, one should not target the followers of other females. If a female has taken a liking to them, it is their fortune. Just look at the tiger fawn, boasting a remarkable talent. His beast form as a nine-tailed white tiger is both majestic and beautiful, and he has surely attracted the admiration of countless females. Indeed, being oblivious to the blessings one possesses is a tragic flaw. To have a female show interest is an extraordinary stroke of luck. The chief suddenly noticed Xin Ruo and the others, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Where is Fuyu?" "Outside," Feng Shi replied. The chief frowned, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration, and exclaimed angrily, "Always running off? You should at least find a partner. Go fetch him back," with the magical beasts and dark creatures growing more audacious. Every beast knows to return to the tribe. Why does he not? Does he not fear perishing outside? Truly, he is becoming increasingly peculiar. Feng Shi spoke slowly. He should be quite safe. Also, Fuyu has found a partner. The shaman looked up in astonishment, bombarding him with questions. When did this happen? Was it a female from that tribe? What race is she? Did Fuyu go to find a young female? After the chief's initial shock, his expression brightened, and he eagerly asked, "Was it a matched pairing? Did he choose that young female himself? How old is she? Which tribe and race is she from? How is her awakened talent?" Finally, something pleasant has occurred. Then, recalling something, the chief shot a glare at the tiger fawn and turned to Feng Shi, his eyes wide with intensity. "I fully understand your desire for partners. But one must also consider the practical circumstances. Although a high talent may make it temporarily difficult to find a match, it will eventually happen. There's no need to rush into seeking partners indiscriminately, as that would only harm the beasts themselves. What is the compatibility like? Do you have any idea?" Feng Shi nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, they have just been matched, and the compatibility should be acceptable." Xin Ruo uncertainly asked, "Is Fuyu the jade-horned silver snake?" Feng Shi nodded. The chief felt a wave of relief and pressed on with his inquiries. "Which tribe is that from? What race? Why does Feng Shi know everything? Has she implanted surveillance on her?" Xin Ruo cleared her throat softly, raising her hand. "It is that the shaman wore an expression of just as I thought, withdrawing her gaze and smiling as she continued to treat the orcs." The chief looked taken aback, his brow furrowing in uncertainty. "You two rascally beasts are both match partners of Xin Ruo?" The chief's gaze shifted to Qian, then to Feng Shi and Xin Ruo, before finally resting back on Qian's chest, confirming once more. Qian proudly puffed out his chest, excitedly declaring, look here, everyone look here. I am indeed Xin Ruo's match partner, a true match partner." Feng Shi smiled, shifting her embrace of Xin Ruo, revealing a small, closed-eyed, curled-up nine-tailed white tiger mark on her left chest, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Indeed, the chief gazed curiously at this side of Feng Shi, calmly withdrawing his gaze, smiling as he remarked, "So, is our nine-tailed white tiger clan female? How fortunate you are to have been matched." After a moment of silence, the chief suddenly clapped his hands together, nodding repeatedly as he exclaimed, "Good, good. This is wonderful. All three of you have found partners. This is truly a joyous occasion. I was beginning to fear that you three would remain solitary beasts for life." Just then, an orc returned with life grass, and the shaman wiped the sweat from her brow, taking it and beginning to treat the horn. In no time, the horn slowly awakened. "Horn, I ask you, please answer truthfully. Was it the Tiger Fong who enticed you into this union?" The chief spoke with authority, yet his tone was remarkably gentle. Upon finishing his question, he added softly, "Do not be afraid. Feel free to tell us. Females are treasures of the tribe, and we will stand by you." The horn sobbed, "Chief, it was all the Tiger Fong. He said he would protect me, and in my moment of fear, I consented to mate with him. That I do not like him, that I have not even awakened and cannot soothe him. He forced me." The Tiger Fong bowed his head, showing no reaction. The chief's gaze turned cold as he spoke. "Very well. If it is the Tiger Fong's fault, he must bear the corresponding responsibility. You must first dissolve your bond with the Tiger Fong." The horn paused, then reluctantly cast a glance at the Tiger Fong. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Fine." Xin Ruo watched as the horn extended her right hand to lightly tap a beautiful mark on her left wrist. In the next moment, the kneeling Tiger Fong's energy surged violently, and he vomited blood. Feng Shi immediately raised her hand to conjure a green wind barrier, enveloping the Tiger Fong within. The chief cast a sympathetic glance at the Tiger Fong before turning to the horn and saying in a deep voice, "Horn, there is something I wish to hear your side of." The horn felt uneasy. "Chief, what is it?" "An orc reported seeing you administer love fruit to an injured solitary male, coercing him into a union, and attempting to force other female followers through disreputable means. What do you have to say about this matter?" The horn wailed, "Chief, I did not." Having engaged in this matter, Bella exclaimed loudly, "Leader, Jiao is lying. It's her. Not only has she committed vile acts with the lower-ranking beasts, but she has also deceived us. She is not a good beast. Expel her from the tribe." The leader regarded Jiao with a stern expression and inquired, "Are you certain there is no truth to this? Speak honestly." Jiao remained silent, tears streaming down her face, her demeanor pitiful, eliciting sympathy from the many single beastmen nearby. After a prolonged silence, the leader stated coolly, "It seems there are no objections. Jiao's tribe will have its privileges reduced by half. She shall not regain her standing until she has birthed 40 cubs." Jiao rushed forward, crying out in distress, "Leader, I have done nothing wrong. Why must I be punished? I am a female, and the leader cannot punish me. Why should I be penalized for a mere male? What right do you have to penalize me?" The leader replied calmly, "If you have erred, punishment is warranted. Reflect on your mistakes. Take Jiao back," he commanded. "The Black Bear Squad and the White Tiger team shall take turns guarding her, until her punishment is complete. Her mates are forbidden from taking her away." Bella scoffed, fuming, she's getting off too lightly. For the unawakened half-beast females, survival largely depended on the tribe, with their mates being low-ranking males, the spiritual crystals. Meat and fruits that females required were all provided by the tribe. For Jiao, this punishment was indeed severe. Jiao seethed, "I no longer wish to remain in this tribe. The Heltsi tribe mistreats females. This is not a good place." The leader coldly responded, "Once your punishment is over, you may leave the tribe at your own discretion." Jiao was led away by several beastmen. Tiger Fong, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gasped weakly, "Leader, thank you." The leader looked at Tiger Fong solemnly and said, "Tiger Fong, you will endure. Your talent may have diminished, but your life is far more precious. You are still young. Everything can begin anew." A single blood tear fell from the corner of Tiger Fong's eye as he lamented, "Leader, I no longer deserve to live. I have betrayed my mate and defied the will of the beast god. I should have died long ago." The surrounding beasts gasped in shock, their discussions igniting with fervor. This news was indeed explosive. The leader furrowed his brow and said gravely, "What did you just say?" The shaman also expressed disbelief. Tiger Fong. "What do you mean? Why didn't you say this earlier?" It was evident that he was shielding Jiao after her conviction. Tiger Fong forced a smile. "My mate's name is Meatsai. She is a particularly lovely raccoon female. We have an 82% compatibility. She must be heartbroken. I have betrayed her, and her mark has been claimed by another female." Another spurt of blood escaped Tiger Fong's lips, and the yellow energy coursing from his body began to dissipate. Hatred filled his eyes as he spoke bitterly. "Yet I despise myself. I loathe myself. Though I harbored such disdain for Jiao, I could not control my desire for her. I wish to kill Jiao, but even more so, I wish to end my own life. Yet Jiao has become my mate, and I must remain loyal to her. I am filthy and undeserving of life, having betrayed my mate and harbored murderous thoughts against a female. The beast god will no longer favor me." The other beasts listened in silence, their faces etched with sympathy as the vast space echoed only with Tiger Fong's weak voice. Blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, his gaze forlorn and vacant as he slurred, "Leader, if Meatsai comes looking for me, please tell her that I am going to meet the beast God. Not let her grieve. I have prepared many things for her. Please, leader, pass them on. She will surely come. We have an 82% compatibility. She will definitely come." His voice faded. Tiger Fong was enveloped in earth, becoming a mere earthen sphere. Wind Shirsi withdrew his energy, and without that support, the earth crumbled away, revealing Tiger Fong's lifeless form, eyes wide open in regret. The leader sighed heavily, whispering, "I promise." With that, he conjured a fireball, incinerating Tiger Fong to ashes in an instant. A beast man beside him remarked, "Leader, the ones who conspired against the males are several of Jiao's mates. These are the very ones." He pointed to the lifeless bodies of several male beastmen sprawled on the ground. The leader wearily waved his hand. "Disperse." The beastmen departed, their conversations ablaze with excitement. Today's events would certainly be deemed sensational across the Beastmen continent. Beastman A exclaimed, 82% compatibility. Such a high compatibility. Tiger Fong was talented, and surely the female's talent was commendable as well. How enviable. What does such a high compatibility feel like? Beastman B responded, with a mate of such high compatibility to soothe him. It is only a matter of time before Tiger Fong rises to become a high-ranking beast. Beastman C added, even a 70% compatibility is already remarkable. Surpassing 80% is exceedingly rare. Alas, Beastman A lamented, such an abstract concept as compatibility, achieving 80% would make countless beasts envious. Beastman A continued, and it was all ruined by a wretched female. Females have so many males to choose from. Even unawakened half-beast females are the objects of pursuit and protection from many single beasts. Why target a male with a matchmate? Is that not a sin? Beastman C sighed. Dying in battle or from energy backlash is one thing, but to perish at the hands of a mate, what a pity. Beastman B interjected, in the eyes of females, there is no room for error. If luck were not on his side, and Bella had not been merciful, he would no longer have a mate, and no other female would want him. Beastman D remarked, Why? Why are there so many whys? It's simply because Tiger Fong's talent is exceptional. Jiao could only match with second-tier mates at best. A few thousand second-tier mates cannot compare to one fourth-tier. Beastman B explained, you say that conservatively, a high-ranking beast can match the strength of 1,000 soldiers, but a single-tier difference can be the chasm between heaven and earth. Beastman D noted, thus, you understand, Jiao, during her cubhood, was known to be competitive. If she could not win, she would cry. Beastman C recalled, I remember Jiao. Her mother was a talented female who later perished in the tide of dark creatures. I never imagined that upon reaching adulthood, she would only be a half-beast female, unable to awaken. Beastman A remarked, Tiger Fong was a good beast. He often took care of us younger beastmen when we went hunting together. Beastman D sighed, don't mention it. I had a good relationship with him, but I never thought that after a trip outside, he would return changed. I met him before I went to trade salt with Lord Lian. He was joyfully gathering beast crystals, asking me to trade for salt and pretty trinkets for his mate. Upon my return, I brought him the items he requested, only to discover he had moved into a cave and become Jiao's mate. He sighed. I couldn't believe it when I asked him. He just shook his head, silent, looking utterly dazed. It was as if he had lost his soul, entirely devoid of his former vigor. He must have wished for death. Now that he has died, perhaps he has achieved his desire. Yet here I am, unable to assist my brother in the slightest. Regarding mates, no one can intervene. Xin Ruo listened intently to the gossip. Her feelings a complex mixture that T.O. called Tiger Fong pitiful is one thing, that he's a fourth-tier beast. Even injured, how could he be ambushed by several first-tier beasts and forced to mate with an unawakened half-beast female? After mating, could he not control his own desires, torn between spirit and flesh? To say he is not pitiful is another. He has lost a mate with an exceedingly high compatibility, forced into a union. His life is now bound to a mate whom he does not love and cannot find solace in. His upbringing instilled in him the belief that he must remain loyal and caring towards his mate, unwavering in his devotion. Yet, he is compelled into a union. His reason demands loyalty to his mate, while his heart cannot suppress thoughts of his highly compatible match, that he has achieved neither, his heart and spirit ravaged. Alas, indeed, he was too kind. Such a fate was an inevitable point. One must harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant against others. Xin Ruo turned her head and was immediately met with the radiant face of Lian. The youthful orc wore a brilliant smile, his eyes sparkling with a fervor and sincerity that Xin Ruo dared not meet directly. Upon noticing her gaze, Lian beamed with delight, his luminous eyes seemingly capable of melting Xin Ruo's very being. Do you know, he exclaimed, I have finally grasped that exhilarating sensation of having a highly compatible partner, even more intense than the thrill of having tiger fangs. Lian leaned in and planted a fervent kiss on Xin Ruo, proclaiming loudly, Lian is Xin Ruo's matched partner. Ha ha, I have found my female master. The surrounding orcs turned their heads in unison, only to quickly avert their eyes upon recognizing Lian, their envy unspoken. Noticing the flush on Xin Ruo's cheeks, Lian understood her shyness and turned his gaze away with a smile. Xin Ruo found herself cradled in Feng Shu's arms, her hands draped around his neck. Her face flushed. Lian was simply too forthright and unabashed. Feng Shu's azure eyes were fixed ahead, his demeanor calm as the deep sea, yet a single drop of water had stirred a tempest within him. At that moment, his emotions remained unsteady, and beast could fathom the rapid beating of his heart upon seeing the beast mark that belonged to Xin Ruo appear on his chest. He expressed gratitude to the beast god for bringing Xin Ruo into his life. For he had feared that the little female in his dreams might merely be a fleeting illusion, destined to accompany him in spirit until his energy waned and he succumbed to death. Yet, she had materialized before him, bringing with her the promise of joy and hope for his remaining days. Now, he bore her beast mark, perhaps unbeknownst to her, the moment her mark manifested upon his chest. He felt a profound tremor resonating from his very soul, a joyous stir that echoed in harmony with hers. From that moment forth, he could feel her heartbeat at every instant. He cherished Xin Ruo, believing that merely being her partner was the pinnacle of happiness in his life. Only now did he realize that being her match companion was the most irreplaceable treasure in existence. Feng Shu averted his gaze from the horizon, calming his tumultuous emotions, yet he could not resist glancing down at Xin Ruo, bowing his head to tenderly kiss her forehead, followed by a gentle peck on her lips. In a barely audible whisper, he confessed, I like you. Xin Ruo's cheeks turned crimson as she buried her face in Feng Shu's shoulder. Such candid words made her heart race, leaving her, with her limited experience in matters of love, at a loss for how to respond. She wrestled with whether to say something in return, but what could she possibly say? Feng Shu sensed the warmth radiating from her shoulder, and without needing the beast mark to discern her rapid heartbeat, he could surmise her shyness and confusion. With a soft chuckle, he placed his large hand gently atop her head. Speak your mind if you wish. If not, simply listen. Your match partner does not require constant affirmation. I can feel your fondness for me. Lian pulled Xin Ruo from Feng Shu's embrace, playfully guiding her hand to rest against the nine-tailed white tiger on his chest. You feel it. Xin Ruo, your heart is beating. She felt not the thrum of the nine-tailed white tiger, but rather the intense rhythm of Qi Yan's heart beneath his heated chest, as if it might leap out. Feng Shi scoffed. "Foolish creature." Qi Yan replied with a grin. "I know Xin Ruo cannot feel it. I merely wish for her to touch her own beast mark. This is a precious mark that only matched female partners can possess. Not just any female's mark can manifest upon one's chest." With their playful banter, Xin Ruo's initial shyness began to dissipate. The awkwardness and uncertainty faded, leaving her at ease amidst the fervent discussions of the surrounding orcs. Qi Yan expressed his disdain. "It is truly remarkable that a nine-tailed white tiger has produced such a dim-witted, affable beast. How could one of his caliber end up in such a predicament? With his fourth-tier abilities, how could he have fallen to this fate? The joy of having a highly compatible mate was indeed a blessing. Yet he had lost his wits, being toyed with by a female and facing death in such a humiliating manner." A large group of various furry beasts charged forward, their once beautiful fur now singed and patchy, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt hair. Their appearance was a pitiful sight. "Lord Qi Yan, let us fight," cried one. "Come, let us engage in battle," another echoed. "Lord Qi Yan, I must challenge you," cried yet another. "With so many beasts, we cannot overpower him, but we can certainly pluck his fur, Lord Qi Yan." "Today I will take you on," and another added. "Lord Qi Yan, you owe me for my handsome fur and my delightful little female." They all clamored to see him stripped of his feathers, eager to see how he would win over the little female. "Yes, let the fire beast burn his feathers away." Xin Ruo and Feng Shi turned their attention to Qi Yan, who quickly explained to Xin Ruo, "I assure you, I did not intend for this to happen. I have been by your side these past few days that I am not that troublesome of a beast. You must believe me. You cannot turn away from me." Seeing Qi Yan's anxious expression, nearly on the verge of tears, Xin Ruo comforted him. "I believe you." Instantly relieved, Qi Yan placed Xin Ruo back in Feng Shi's arms before transforming into his beast form and dashing off. Leading the group of furry orcs, Xin Ruo, feeling a twinge of worry, frequently glanced in the direction Qi Yan had departed. Feng Shi, holding her close, walked forward calmly, assuring her such occurrences are quite common in the tribe. Orcs often awaken, and energy misfires happen daily. Orcs are tough. They will recover from such injuries in a few days, and a mere scuffle will resolve it. They cannot harm Qi Yan. He will return soon. And in fact, he will likely be quite pleased. Reassured, Xin Ruo reflected on the tribe's transparency. One could learn much simply by stepping outside. There were not many six-star orcs in this tribe, and within the same tier. There were distinctions of strength. Qi Yan remained formidable in the tribe. Only a handful could best him. It was her concern that had led to her unease. It was only Qi Yan who would be engaging others. Suddenly, Feng Shi shifted the topic, addressing Xin Ruo. "You must not harbor ill thoughts about the male orcs of the continent due to the tiger fangs." Why do you say that?" Xin Ruo inquired, looking up at Feng Shi in confusion. Clearing his throat, his ears tinged with a hint of red beneath his white hair, he stated calmly, "Before forming a bond, males typically possess little desire, and some species may even lack it altogether. However, after forming a bond, their desires intensify, yearning for union with their partner. The more they cherish their partner, the stronger that longing becomes. Such emotions are uncontrollable." Xin Ruo's face flushed as she feigned composure. She understood that such topics would inevitably accompany her in the future, and she needed to learn to remain calm. Others were unembarrassed. Why should she be? Remembering Dina, Xin Ruo squared her shoulders. Males could blush. But as a girl, she must not. Feng Shi continued, "Orcs are fiercely loyal to their partners, both in body and spirit." "But what about the tiger fangs?" Xin Ruo questioned. "That is an exception. Strictly speaking, match partners can always opt for a different choice before truly bonding. However, few would be foolish enough to reject a highly compatible female partner. The female endowed with the ability to soothe possesses an intrinsic allure for the male. Indeed, the mere act of existing is in itself a magnetism. Moreover, a highly compatible female partner's capacity to provide comfort is exponentially more effective for the males. They are akin to a tailor-made counterpart for the females, requiring little effort to soothe. The more compatible the male, the greater the delight he brings to the female. Xin Ruo continued to listen as Feng Shi elucidated further. The moment a female's beast mark appears upon her chest, the male can instantly perceive her presence, her unique scent, and the rhythm of her heartbeat. The higher the compatibility, the more intense the sensations experienced. This feeling lingers day and night, making it nearly impossible for the male not to develop an affection for her. Upon truly encountering her, he often recognizes her for a lifetime. However, during this phase, the female mark can be supplanted by that of another female. Xin Ruo curiously raised her head, and Feng Shi chuckled. Look at the mark on your left wrist. Xin Ruo had glanced at it earlier, finding nothing more than what appeared to be a decorative tattoo. Observing her reaction, Feng Shi inquired, "Is there truly nothing there?" Xin Ruo nodded and looked up at him. Feng Shi supported her head for a clearer view and explained, "This is the place where a female places the beast mark of her male partner, which only appears after they bond. The time frame for pairing a compatible partner is 1 year. If a bond is not formed within that year, the female's mark on the beast man will vanish, allowing him to be matched with other females anew. However, the number of successful matches will be displayed, influencing the choices made by the females during matching. Each female can opt for 2 matches at a time, but the first match will always be the one that aligns most closely with her desires. If she is unsatisfied, she may choose to reselect, but the likelihood of this happening is quite low, as a compatible match will not yield a compatibility score below 20. Nonetheless, exceptions do exist. Should a female exceed the allowed number of matches, compatibility may naturally diminish, or if there are too many partners without opportunities for union. The identity of the match partner will cease to exist once the time has lapsed. In the Beastman continent, the female beast mark signifies the partner status conferred by the female upon the male, while the male beast mark serves as proof of loyalty in life offered by the male to the female. Feng Shi casually remarked, "It is stipulated on the Beastman continent that females cannot coerce the followers of other females or unmatched partners into forming bonds with them. Such actions would invite tribal punishment. Most females do not covet the followers or matched partners of others, especially those already marked by another female. Even those who have engaged in intimate contact with other females are unlikely to be desired." For the Beastman continent is not lacking in male beastmen. Jiao is an exception. Had it not been for Huya's intervention, Jiao would have faced even harsher penalties. Xin Ruo nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding and newfound knowledge. Feng Shi concluded earnestly, "In truth, beastmen are willing to devote their lives in unwavering loyalty only to the females they recognize." Upon returning to the cave, Feng Shi began to gather his belongings. Xin Ruo sat upon the animal hide, harboring a lingering question. "Feng Shi, how many years would it take to bear 40 offspring? Wild animals often have many in a litter. How many do beastmen typically have?" Without lifting his gaze, Feng Shi replied, "It depends on the circumstances and the species. They might finish in just 1 or 2 litters, possibly within 6 months. Half-beast females tend to have larger litters. A single birth can yield 10 or more. If it's a rabbit offspring, they can produce over 20 in one go." "Over 20. Xin Ruo exclaimed, utterly astonished. Forgive her for feeling like a country bumpkin in the city, as she had never encountered such phenomena before. It was terrifying. No wonder the mortality rate was so high on the Beastman continent, with the number of females being scarce while the population of beastmen remained vast. All due to their rapid reproductive capabilities. She dismissed the thought. She did not wish to delve into the topic of offspring any further, as it was simply too frightening. Xin Ruo opened the tribal blueprint, discovering that the beast husband section was now accessible. 001. "Master, your beast husband section has been activated. The awakening gift pack and the beast husband section opening gift have been placed in the warehouse. Would you like to check them?" "I'll look later," Xin Ruo replied. "All right," came the response. Xin Ruo first clicked on the beast husband section, quickly scanning the information of several beasts. Beast husband, Feng Shi, pending bond. Species, 9-tailed white tiger. Height, 198 centimeters. Awakening ability. Wind system level 6, 85. Current continent max level 10. Compatibility, 99. Special building, none. Bonus effect, shield protection effect 10. Beast husband, Yin, pending bond. Species, red eagle, possessing recessive bloodline. Height, 195 centimeters. Awakening ability. Gold system level 6, 65. Fire system level 6, 43. Current continent max level 10. Compatibility. 99. Special building. None. Bonus effect. Tribe safety value 5. 001 exclaimed, Master, your beast husbands are remarkably strong. The expansion and strengthening of the tribe is just around the corner. Xin Ruo was equally astonished, realizing the significant role beast husbands played within the tribe. Those bonus effects were truly delightful. If she were not required to fulfill her partner duties, she would want to return to match a few more times. A fleeting thought then crossed her mind. Was her soothing ability sufficient? It appeared that upon returning to the tribe, she would need to not only develop the tribe, but also endeavor to enhance her skill level. Otherwise, her 8 match partners might just perish at her hands. If a partner were to die, she would have to match again, leading to a continuous cycle of death and matching. The very thought was maddening. At least there was some emotional foundation now. If she were to rematch, it would require a slow process of adaptation and understanding. It was all quite complex. Enhancing her abilities was undoubtedly the best course of action, benefiting both herself and others. If her soothing ability fell short, they would inevitably experience an energy upheaval. Feng Shi turned to see Xin Ruo, who was seated quietly on the animal hide, a bright smile upon her face, and couldn't help but smile back. He then turned to place his belongings on a large animal hide. Xin Ruo continued to explore the warehouse, checking the Awakening gift pack and the Beast Husband section opening gift as mentioned by 001. Upon opening the Awakening gift pack, she received 10 bags of seeds, 1 space ability learning crystal, and 1 wood ability learning crystal. The Beast Husband section opening gift yielded 1 special building gift. Xin Ruo glanced over the current supplies in the warehouse. Various roasted meats, fruits, breads, steamed buns, several bottles of pure water, animal hides, 1 brand new thatch house, 1 cave, 1 chief's house, which could upgrade along with the tribe without consuming additional materials. Permanently, 2 special building gifts, randomly obtaining 1 permanent special building, 1 tribe shield, which could be upgraded permanent, providing double-layer protection for the tribe. Note, no biological entity can intrude at the same level. 10 mutated plant seeds, various types, 100 survival rate, 2 free tribe level upgrades, limited to current use, and 1 mysterious seed, which promises surprises upon successful growth. 10 bags of seeds, 1 space ability learning crystal, 1 wood ability learning crystal. Xin Ruo considered opening the random gift, but hesitated. What if her luck was lacking, and the special building was something they could not utilize? That would be a wasted effort. 001. Rest assured, Master, your luck is currently exceptional. Due to a previous miscommunication regarding your teleportation, combined with the 3 items in your gift pack, 2 of which were items you were destined to possess. To express our apologies, we have improved your luck. You are now overflowing with good fortune. We have bestowed upon you a spring of vitality, a storage space, and 9 crystals, intended as gifts for you and your 8 beast husbands. Can you communicate with them? Xin Ruo asked. Not anymore. I only saw them when I awakened, came the reply. Xin Ruo expressed her reasonable doubts. Could it be that this system is merely appeasing me with these gifts? What if my previous bad luck was simply a result of arriving in this dismal place? Furthermore, she pondered about her space ability. She sensed it was a vibrant space. Would it perhaps manifest a spring of vitality upon upgrading? Xin Ruo summarized. That dog system is truly ridiculous that IT claims to offer great gifts with 3 random items and then makes me wait, saying there's food involved. What a pathetic system. 001. Master, your speculations are quite plausible. In the future, I shall help you acquire more treasures from that dog system. There are indeed many treasures to be had. Xin Ruo chuckled softly, finding 001 quite endearing. It seems not everything is as dreadful as that dog system. Xin Ruo, we can discuss it later. I was merely speculating that my space upgrade may not necessarily include a spiritual spring. Of course, the known is preferable to the unknown. What purpose do crystal stones serve? Is there any issue with that? Can you detect it? 001. Certainly, Master. There is no problem at all. You'll know once you try it. Xin Ruo decided against using it now, as conjuring objects out of thin air might startle them. She needed to find a suitable opportunity to inform them, especially since they would be living in close quarters If she didn't mention it, Feng Shu's keen senses would undoubtedly lead him to discover it swiftly. Rather than be discovered without any sense of accomplishment, it would be better to tell them directly. She felt quite reassured about them. Her only dilemma was how to broach the subject. Moreover, she had some supplies, though limited in variety. She wished to share them with them. She wondered how to explain the origin of the roasted meat given by the system. Should she claim that the beast god bestowed it upon her out of fear of her starving? Xin Ruo glanced at her space. She had realized upon awakening that it resembled a planting space, as of now. She was uncertain whether she could cultivate living beings. The perimeter of her visible area was shrouded in white mist, obscuring her view of the outside. The space was approximately the size of 4 to 5 football fields, with a small area in the center covered in short grass, while the rest was barren black soil. Xin Ruo placed the newly acquired spiritual spring in the grassy area, and upon determining its position, an approximately 8-square-meter pool materialized, surrounded by emerald green stones. The spring water was milky white, radiating a rich energy aura. Indeed, a splendid object. Next, she placed her storage space within, and a quaint little house appeared on the lawn, with the word warehouse inscribed on the door. Xin Ruo was quite pleased, since fortune was on her side. She decided to open another special building gift pack, which yielded a snow summit. Just as she intended to see if any companions could utilize the snow summit, she heard Qian's excited voice calling from outside. Xin Ruo, I'm back. Look what I brought for you. As soon as Xin Ruo stood up, Feng Shu scooped her up and carried her outside. Qian set down a massive prey he had been holding, transformed into human form, and presented her with a small beast skin pouch, along with a sprig of grass. Qian picked up a fruit and offered it to Xin Ruo, urging, Xin Ruo, quickly taste this blue fruit I picked for you. The moment the fruit touched her tongue, Xin Ruo's eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed a genuine strawberry. She nodded eagerly, swallowing the blue fruit, her eyes closing blissfully like a cat savoring a delectable treat. So delicious. Qian beamed with joy. I'm glad you like it. Xin Ruo inquired. Why did you take so long to return? Are you all right? Qian, beaming with confidence and vigor, replied, Look, I'm perfectly fine. I took them all down. I went to pick fruit for you and encountered a life grass. It took a bit of effort, which is why I returned later. Xin Ruo surveyed Qian. Aside from his slightly disheveled hair, he appeared unscathed. Feng Shu chuckled as he handed Xin Ruo over to Qian. You keep her company. I'll handle the prey. Qian caught her with a smile and responded, Sure thing. Feng Shu swiftly departed with the prey, utilizing his wind-based abilities. Qian carried Xin Ruo into the cave and proudly presented the life grass to her. Look, life grass. I saved it for you. Xin Ruo could distinctly sense the energetic vibrations emanating from the life grass, still bearing roots and soil. She pondered whether she could successfully cultivate it, but feared killing such a precious item. Qian had gone to great lengths to obtain it. Misinterpreting her thoughts, Qian, seeing her gaze fixed on the life grass, assumed she was curious and wanted to play. He wrapped the roots in a small bee skin and handed it to her with a smile. Here, take it and play. If it's gone, I'll go pick another. Just hold it like this. Don't get your hands dirty. Xin Ruo stared at the life grass pressed in her hands. Her nose suddenly tinged with a bittersweet sensation, yet warmth surged from the depths of her heart. Life grass was invaluable. For beastmen, it equated to life. Infected by dark energies, it required life grass for healing. Life grass was a mutated plant, found deep within the jungle, surrounded by ferocious beasts, with lurking magical beasts and dark monsters hidden in the shadows. Life grass could also move, making harvesting it incredibly challenging. Yet Qian offered it to her without asking for a reason, merely assuming she wanted to play. Qian cradled Xin Ruo in his arms and gently brushed his fingers against the corners of her reddened eyes, anxiously asking, What's wrong? Xin Ruo, why are you about to cry? Did I do something wrong? Did I hug you too tightly? Please don't cry. Xin Ruo shook her head. I asked it because you dislike life grass? Qian began to withdraw the life grass to discard it. Xin Ruo hastily grabbed his hand. Did I like it? Really love it. I'm just afraid I might kill it while playing with it. And I'm not crying. It's just that some sand got in my eyes. Qian immediately smiled. All right, Xin Ruo, I sent T crying. Let me blow on your eyes. He leaned in and gently blew on her eyes. All done. He clearly did not believe her claims of not crying. Seeing Xin smile, Qian's lips curled into a grin, unconcerned. If it dies, it dies. What is the big deal? Life grass is meant to be used up anyway. As your partner, I am at least a 6-tier beast man. It's just a single life grass. Don't worry about it. Qian murmured. No need to cry. You look so pitiful when you do. Xin Ruo ignored him, as he could always think of her crying. Although, she did indeed feel a bit emotional this time. Xin Ruo looked up and smiled at Qian. I want to try growing the life grass. Upon seeing Xin Ruo's smile, Qian's heart raced, his ears turning slightly red, and he nodded. All right, I'll help you grow it. Where shall we plant it? Xin Ruo replied mysteriously. It's a secret. I'll tell you later. Qian nodded with a grin. Okay, however, it might not survive, so you mustn't cry if it doesn't if it dies. Just let me know, and I'll go pick another for you. Xin Ruo nodded. Understood. Hearing Feng Shu's returning voice, Xin Ruo exclaimed joyfully. Feng Shu is back. Qian carried her out of the cave, where Feng Shu was placing the prey on the fire to roast. Upon seeing Xin Ruo, he called out to her. Qian carried her over to sit down. Xin Ruo secretly waved her hand at the two beasts. Feng Shu leaned in closer, and Qian did the same. Qian curiously asked, Xin Ruo, what is up? Xin Ruo whispered, Feng Shu, could you create a green wind barrier to surround us? The one you used to enclose us last time. Feng Shu nodded and raised his hand to conjure a green wind barrier that enveloped all three of them. Feng Shu agreed. The name Green Wind Barrier suits it perfectly. Xin Ruo quietly inquired, Can anyone outside hear us? Feng Shu pondered for a moment, then created a howling whirlwind outside, allowing Qian to coat it with a layer of gold. Feng Shu looked at Xin Ruo. Now they cannot hear or see you est. Is something the matter? Xin Ruo looked at the two beasts. Aren't you both curious about what abilities I awakened? They seemed utterly uninterested. Shouldn't female awakenings typically enhance physical attributes? Qian played along, feigning great curiosity. Is Xin Ruo as not one of those? How impressive! Feng Shu gazed intently at Xin Ruo. Giving the impression that he already knew, Xin Ruo whispered, I awakened wood-type abilities. Look, a green energy manifested at Xin Ruo's fingertips. Qian's eyes widened in shock, quickly followed by excitement. As he suppressed his voice, Wow, Xin Ruo, you're amazing. Our esteemed matriarch is the most remarkable female. Feng Shu remarked with admiration. Xin Ruo is truly impressive. Xin Ruo stored the beast skin pouch containing blue fruits, previously given to her by Qian, into her space, then retrieved it once more. She gazed at them. Feng Shu appeared contemplative. Qian, playfully toying with a strand of Xin Ruo's hair after a moment of shock, exclaimed with excitement and pride, Xin Ruo is indeed a young female of the nine-tailed white tiger clan. Her awakening is unparalleled. The probability of awakening spatial abilities is exceedingly rare, limited to herbivorous beastmen. In the tribe, spatial abilities are invaluable, yet the advancement is quite challenging, possessing no combat prowess, placing them at a status akin to that of females within the tribe at My matriarch is truly formidable, a testament to her status as my mate. After contemplating, Feng Shu's demeanor seemed to lighten, and he smiled at Xin, saying, Let's see how much food you can store. It's the warm season now. Let's hunt more meat to stockpile. Once the warm season concludes, Xin Ruo will have a much easier time. But he had been pondering this matter previously. During the warm season, how to preserve food so that Xin Ruo's life remains manageable afterward. Upon returning to the Fu Guang tribe, they must elevate their resources and stockpile more food, although preservation is difficult as it spoils quickly. Now that Xin Ruo possesses spatial abilities, she can store the food she needs. The azure depths of Feng Shu's eyes sparkled with mirth. He had previously considered finding Xin Ruo a partner with spatial abilities, but such individuals are often too weak and lack the stature and charm that she would desire. Now, however, it was different. The light in his azure eyes dimmed as he looked at Xin Ruo with a serious expression, earnestly warning, while outside, the existence of your spatial abilities must remain a secret. Apart from those who are matched as your partners, you must not disclose this to any other beastmen. The awakening of spatial abilities in a female could easily stir the entire Beastman continent. Qian furrowed his brows, his expression equally grave. Feng Shi speaks the truth. Currently, there are hardly any known spatial abilities on the Beastman continent, and none among females. Yet, Qian winked playfully at her. If a female awakens spatial abilities and possesses high talent, she will be fervently pursued by a single male beastman across the continent. Xin Ruo could have many, many male partners. The somber atmosphere was lightened by Qian's jest. The thought of being pursued by all the males of the continent sent shivers down Xin Ruo's spine. Terrifying. In truth, she understood the implications of what they said at IT was simply that they were her partners, utterly loyal to her. Even though they had not yet formally bonded, as long as her beast mark remained on them, their lives were in her hands. Should she perish, so too would they. Feng Shi rummaged through their catch before turning back and saying, "Do not worry. As long as we remain silent, no beast will know. Once we settle in the Fuguang tribe, even fewer will know." Feng Shi patted Xin Ruo's head. "You have 8 partners by your side, so there is no need to fear. This is our concern, and your happiness is what matters. Once we finish the roasted meat, we will return to the Fuguang tribe and await your other partners." "Fu Yu is there?" Xin Ruo inquired. "How did Fu Yu end up there?" She was still contemplating how the tribe had gained an additional member, and so fortuitously a Yujiao silver snake. Feng Shi explained. "I brought you to the Healthy tribe for healing and to undergo the awakening ceremony, which requires considerable time, and the tribe needs a beast to guard it. Coincidentally, he arrived nearby that day. So, I sought him out." Qian nodded in understanding. "No wonder I haven't seen him in so long. Xin Ruo has been here for quite a while without him visiting," Feng Shi casually remarked. "He knew of Xin Ruo's arrival before you did." Qian, with a playful smile, leaned down to kiss Xin Ruo lightly, boasting, "Humph, what good is knowing early?" Xin Ruo, munching on the blue fruit Qian had handed her, admired Feng Shi's strikingly handsome yet imposing face. Life is still beautiful. She reached in the bee skin pouch and pulled out 2 stacks of roasted meat, still warm, casually handing one to each of them. Feng Shi accepted it, curious about its origins. Unlike the meat they had roasted, he then took a bite, and the brightness in his azure eyes intensified. He did not inquire about the meat's source. Qian, on the other hand, immediately stuffed the piece Xin Ruo had offered him into his mouth without a second thought, regardless of its origin or whether it was poisonous. After tasting it, Qian exclaimed with delight, "Delicious! The meat is so tender, with an indescribable flavor. It's exquisite." Both beasts returned the half-eaten piece of roasted meat along with the untouched portion. Feng Shi reassured, "This meat is safe. You can eat it without worry. Xin Ruo should keep it for herself. We will consume something else. It's too tender for our fierce clan." Qian also chuckled in agreement. "I prefer meat with more texture." Xin Ruo was well aware that they simply wanted to reserve the best for her. That IT would take time to change their mindset of hoarding all the good things for her. Feng Shi's azure gaze remained fixed on Xin Ruo, who felt as though he could see through everything. He gently spoke. "Xin Ruo is a female blessed by the beast god. It is no surprise that she possesses such things." He chuckled softly and turned back to continue roasting the meat. Xin Ruo observed Feng Shi's calm and composed demeanor, feeling an itch to disrupt his serene facade, to shatter his all-knowing appearance. She would not rest until she had him entirely under her influence. Humph. Once they returned to the Fuguang tribe, she would claim him. Noticing her expression, Feng Shi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Qian sensed a secret share between the two beasts. Feng Shi, though a tiger beast, possessed a cunning intellect that rivaled that of a fox beast, often appearing prophetic, which could be quite irksome. He remained unconcerned. Should Xin Ruo choose to share her secrets, she would. If not, as long as she held him in her heart, that sufficed. Xin Ruo offered the roasted meat to both beasts, blessed by the beast god. "I have plenty to share with you." Seeing them about to refuse, Xin Ruo spoke firmly. "Stop being so talkative and just eat." Both beasts promptly fell silent. Qian even made a gesture to mimic closing his mouth, silently expressing his mock grievance over her sternness. Xin Ruo stifled a laugh, maintaining her serious demeanor as she handed the roasted meat to them. Feng Shi remained silent, accepting what Xin Ruo offered and quietly eating. Qian, taking the roasted meat, joked, Xin Ruo, you command me to eat this meat with such seriousness. It gives me the impression that it's poisoned. With a dramatic flair, he lamented, alas, I have become far too early. And now, just as I've been matched, I am on the brink of being poisoned by my beloved matriarch. I wonder if the beast god might take pity on me and allow me to be reborn, once again becoming her match partner. Xin Ruo, enjoying her roasted meat, watched Qian's antics unfold with amusement, pondering seriously, perhaps I might transform into her offspring. Feng Shi chimed in. Then we should first find Xin Ruo, a talented golden eagle beast man. When you meet the beast god, I will take Xin Ruo to be matched. As brothers, I want you to have an early rebirth. Qian, with a mix of pride and sorrow, lamented, alas, your plans are unfeasible. There is only one Qi Jiao in the world. Xin Ruo favors me above all. If I were gone, she would never find another match. And how heartbroken she would be, crying every day, unaware of how much she would miss me. Xin Ruo found it somewhat amusing. The quirky Qi Yin made for delightful company, and she ended up consuming even more meat and fruits. Feng Shi finished the piece of meat he had bitten into earlier, passing the rest to Xin Ruo. Put it away for me. I will eat it next time. The Moo beast can eat it now. Xin Ruo trusted him, nodding as she stored it away. Qi Yin mirrored the action. Xin Ruo, please save some for me as well. Xin Ruo nodded in agreement. All right. Feng Shi extinguished the fire and sliced off the tenderest parts of the golden roasted beast, sprinkling salt and cooling it with his abilities before handing it to Xin Ruo. Would you like more? Xin Ruo shook her head, indicating she was full. Feng Shi nodded, wrapping it in leaves and offering it to her. Then save it for later. Xin Ruo nodded, storing the roasted meat into the spatial warehouse. Feng Shi and Qi Yin, each with a roasted beast, swiftly finished their meal. Feng Shi lifted Xin Ruo onto Qi Yao's back and turned to the cave to retrieve their prepared belongings. Subsequently, he joined her on Qi Yao's back, cradling Xin Ruo in his arms as they made their way back to the Fu Guang tribe. The leader, having concluded his daily tasks, suddenly experienced a revelation. Bathed in the evening glow, he rushed into the shaman's cave. The shaman had just completed treating an orc with missing limbs, tiredly shooing the orc away. The leader burst in, urgently inquiring, Old Yang Ta, which tribe does Xin Ruo belong to? Just then, Wu Man, the priestess, entered from outside and replied, the nine-tailed white tiger tribe. Upon hearing the priestess's voice, the leader turned respectfully and called, Wu Man priestess. She nodded in acknowledgement. The leader's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, a female of the nine-tailed white tiger tribe. It has been countless years since one was born. The birth of a female in the nine-tailed white tiger tribe is exceedingly rare, occurring perhaps once every few hundred or even 1,000 years. Whenever a female is born, she invariably takes on a human form, endowed with extraordinary innate abilities, destined to awaken special powers on the eve of their coming of age. They create dreams for the 8 male orcs with whom they share the highest compatibility, intending to ensure their protection from potential partners at the time of maturity. At that point, the females transform into their beast forms, rendering them exceptionally vulnerable, necessitating the guardianship of high-ranking orcs. Unlike the males, whose beast forms are characterized by black and white stripes, the females are adorned with pure white fur, devoid of any blemish. Exuding a sacred beauty, the shaman regarded the leader, who was barely able to contain his excitement. It is said that females of your nine-tailed white tiger tribe are incredibly rare, with none born for several thousand years. The shaman, a wise orc well-versed in the affairs of various tribes, knew little about the females of the nine-tailed white tiger tribe. In the Orc Continent, the average lifespan of an orc hovers around 200 years, largely due to the countless orc deaths resulting from external dangers. Without such perils, the average lifespan would be significantly higher. Moreover, as star patterns increase, lifespans extend as well. Yet the females of the nine-tailed white tiger tribe exist only within the realm of legend. To this day, apart from the nine-tailed white tiger tribe, there are also orcs with bloodline inheritance. Across the entire continent, it is common knowledge that females of the nine-tailed white tiger tribe are difficult to conceive and are born pure white. The leader, tears welling in his eyes, exclaimed with fervor, "Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would witness the birth of a true female from the nine-tailed white tiger tribe. The beast god has favored us. Suddenly, he paused, a perplexing thought crossing his mind. Priestess, before Xin Ruo matures, she must have conveyed messages to her compatible partners. Why did Feng Shi and Qi Yin not receive them? Logically, her first compatible partners would most likely be the 8 orcs who had previously received her messages. The priestess shook her head, stating that it was the will of the beast god and that they should not speculate recklessly. The leader had no choice but to relent. After all, their tribe had 3 orcs who were compatible partners with Xin Ruo. And the nine-tailed white tiger tribe had one as well. Wu Man priestess inquired. Is Fuyu also a compatible partner of Xin Ruo? The leader chuckled heartily. Indeed, it seems those 3 little rascals have struck quite the fortune. All 3 being compatible partners with Xin Ruo. The priestess, for once, spoke with a hint of warmth. These young orcs have done well, not wasting their remarkable talents. 2 years ago, Fuyu came to me. Brimming with joy, I had never seen him smile so broadly. He mentioned that he often dreamt of a little female and could sense her presence, expressing his fondness for her. The leader, puzzled, asked, Priestess, what do you mean? Wu Man nodded. Indeed, I suspected that the little female was from the nine-tailed white tiger tribe. However, apart from dreaming of her and occasionally sensing her presence, Fuyu had no other information, and there was no way to track her down. I performed a divination for him, but the result remained unknown and ended up backfiring. The leader furrowed his brow in contemplation, while the shaman appeared deep in thought. Wu Man softly remarked. I had him wait, and that wait lasted 2 years. After longing for so long, he has finally realized his wish in the Orc Continent. There are all sorts of peculiar happenings. It is not surprising for a little female to be unusual. The leader retorted with a smirk. Those little troublemakers. By this logic, Qi Yin and Feng Shi must have sensed the little female's presence at least 2 years ago, keeping it hidden from us until she arrived at the tribe. They've grown distant from us old-timers. The shaman responded with a comforting smile. Ultimately, it is a momentous occasion. Those young ones possess extraordinary talents. I previously worried they might struggle to find their matches. Even if they did, they might have to undergo beast transformation by then. That he had previously speculated that Xin Ruo's talents were remarkable and had eagerly hoped that Feng Shi and Qi Yin would become her companions. He had not anticipated that Xin Ruo would indeed be from the nine-tailed white tiger tribe, and judging by the leader and priestess's reactions, she must be quite special. Those young orcs are truly favored by the beast god. The leader, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, sighed with relief. Fuyu is quite different from the other orcs in the tribe. He has always been gloomy and cold-hearted since childhood. The shaman kindly remarked. Such is the nature of his kind. It is more due to his experiences while growing up. Fuyu is a good male, warm-hearted beneath his cold exterior. The shaman then shifted the topic. However, among those young orcs, he is the one I worry about the most. Fortunately, he has been matched with the little female. I wonder what their compatibility is like. With his temperament, I hope the little female will not find him unappealing. Wu Man calmly stated, the males of the Yujiao Inshi tribe are all handsome, especially Fuyu. There is no one more striking in his entire clan. The little female should take a liking to him. The leader, disregarding the respect owed to the priestess, quipped without restraint, he is indeed exceptionally handsome. But what good is that if his temperament is so vile? You all have seen how the tribe's females fear him. They avoid him as if he were a lurking monster. How can he win a partner's affection? Feng Shi, though taciturn, was clever and knew how to endear himself to the little female. I observed that she seemed to enjoy relying on him. Wu Man replied nonchalantly, your perspective is rather biased. The female is not only someone he desires, but also his compatible partner. It is in a male's nature to please the female. This is something he should be able to manage. The leader scowled. We shall see. If he is cast aside by the little female, do not expect me to intervene. The shaman smiled gently. In my opinion, Qi Yin is the better one. He has a bright smile and is cheerful like a little son. That little female must appreciate him. However, it is fortunate that these 3 young ones have finally found partners. Perhaps they will temper their tempers a bit, I say. Leader, you should quietly rejoice upon hearing that the young orcs had departed. Both the leader and the shaman were filled with joy. The priestess sat quietly, and the leader and shaman fell into their usual banter. The shaman frowned in annoyance, saying, Qi Yin, that little rascal, burns the tribe's orcs every few days. I am constantly treating those with burn injuries that MY abilities are limited, and if he doesn't stop, I will eventually be drained dry. The leader boasted, "Did you not say that Lian is well-behaved and warm like a little sun? Has the sun burned you? Your face must be scorched. You should treat it quickly." The shaman shot him a glare. "Oh, were you not praising Feng Shui?" The leader interrupted. "Ah, with Fu Yu absent these past few days, it has been quite peaceful. Whenever he is in the tribe, he insists on hunting fierce beasts and dark monsters, leaving a gruesome scene at the tribe's entrance each morning. Mangled, bloody corpses that terrify the females into screams. I can barely manage one situation before another arises, leaving me exasperated." The leader sighed again, genuinely reflecting. "Ah, Feng Shui is indeed the better one, steady, strong, and intelligent." The shaman glared, exclaiming, "You think Feng Shui is well-behaved? In his youth, he was more mischievous than anyone, causing chaos the more you try to control him. Each day, it was either challenging someone to a duel or instigating a fight. The tribe was constantly engulfed in dust storms or witnessing tornadoes springing up from nowhere. Our orcs would occasionally be swept into the air, landing with bruises and battered faces. Qing foam would whirl through the tribe, leaving the orcs disoriented and covered in vomit, prompting widespread grievances. The shaman sighed in exasperation. Once, he dragged a female beast here using Qing foam, claiming she had been bitten by a magical beast and was unwell, asking me to treat her, but he even had the audacity to offer me a beast crystal as payment. When I asked him to place the female beast on the hide, he insisted on keeping his distance, saying that males and females should not be too close, and he simply tossed the female beast onto the ground and ran off. The chief, recalling the incident, scolded. Initially, he intended to rescue the female beast from the magical creature, but as a result, she was left dazed for 3 days after being dragged along the ground. Once she awoke and began to cause a ruckus. He was punished to provide her with half a month's worth of prey. He didn't utter a word. Running outside to hunt for beast crystals, I genuinely feared he might perish out there as a mere cub. Ultimately, he returned and tossed the beast crystals to me, declaring that his prey was only for his future mate and asking me to deliver it to her. It was infuriating. However, who hasn't had a mischievous childhood? As a powerful 9-tailed white tiger, what harm is there in a little mischief? Feng Shui has truly matured now. The shaman rolled his eyes, muttering, "As the only red eagle, what mischief is permissible?" The priest retorted coldly, "The jadehorn silver snake is both powerful and beautiful, with a personality that complements its allure. Many females are drawn to it in the pursuit of partners. The jadehorn silver snake clan is formidable. And Fu Yu's peculiar character has no adverse impact. Some females actually prefer that." The chief interjected, "Our 9-tailed white tiger clan boasts a majestic beast form, combining beauty and strength, with Feng Shui among the finest. Also possessing an extraordinary human form." The shaman countered, "Lian is the unprecedented and singular red eagle. When its beast form appears, ask any female who wouldn't be enamored. Its human form is equally captivating." The priest coldly responded, "You may sing praises all you wish, but it does not alter the fact that they share the same female master." The chief and shaman exchanged disdainful glances. "Humph. You have a point." After a moment of silence, the chief cheerfully remarked, "With the 3 beasts gone, the tribe can enjoy some peace for a while." The shaman sighed. The cub has grown, found a mate, and set off to wander. The chief felt a sense of lightness. The heavy burden on his shoulders lifted considerably. That male cub is different. He will return to the tribe after the warm season. Xin Ruo and the 3 beasts soon arrived at the Fuguang tribe. Outside the Fuguang tribe, a vast expanse of barren land lay before them, all weeds meticulously cleared away, while not far from the tribe. Timber was stacked into small hills. Lian excitedly dashed into the tribe, joyfully circling the thatched houses several times. Returning to Xin Ruo's side, he could hardly contain his excitement. This place is fantastic. This will be our home from now on." Xin Ruo, puzzled, looked around, still a shabby little tribe, wondering what was so great about it. Feng Shui cradled Xin Ruo and carried her into the tribe, setting her down on the grassy area while he went to arrange their belongings. Xin Ruo surveyed her surroundings, inquiring, "Where is Fu Yu?" Qian also wondered. At this hour, is he still outside? Feng Shi emerged from the thatched house, calling out, Fuyu! Xin Ruo and Shi Yin turned simultaneously, spotting a distant figure, a blurred beast man dragging numerous logs and prey, moving swiftly towards them. The beast man, sensing their presence, immediately quickened his pace. As he drew closer, it became evident that he was a half-beast, half-human figure. With a human upper body and a serpentine tail, his long silver tail trailed behind him. Silver hair cascading to the ground, his pale skin glowing under the sun, muscles defined and perfectly sculpted, exuding an exquisite beauty. Fuyu soon arrived, neatly arranging the wood and prey before slowly approaching Xin Ruo. Fuyu, Xin Ruo called out, running towards the tribe's entrance. Slow down, be careful not to fall. Feng Shi cautioned from behind. Just as Xin Ruo reached the entrance, she suddenly transformed uncontrollably into her beast form, rolling over and landing in a cool embrace. Gazing up at the enlarged handsome face, her ears perked, blinking her large, watery blue eyes, she inadvertently stepped on the beastman's face. Wow, I finally met him, my stunning demon god. The Jadehorn Silver Snake Fuyu is even more breathtaking in person than in the game. Oh no, at such a critical moment. Why did she transform? She couldn't revert back. Fuyu chuckled softly, extending a hand to smooth her fur. So, my dear Xin Ruo, you are still the soft and adorable little milk tiger. Xin Ruo swatted Fuyu's fair hand and pointed at his face. Fuyu picked her up, bringing her closer to his face, his crimson eyes filled with curiosity. Is there something on my face? Is there blood? The little white tiger shook her head, her expression incredibly cute. Lifting her pink paw to poke at Fuyu's stunning red eyes, as her paw brushed against his long eyelashes, she quickly retracted it. She had forgotten she was a beast now. Fuyu gently grasped her paw, closed his eyes, and placed her soft pad against his eyes. You can step on me. Xin Ruo pulled her paw back, shaking her head. Meeting Fuyu's puzzled red gaze, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss. Fuyu chuckled softly. Qi Yin exited the thatched house and, upon seeing Xin Ruo in her beast form, exclaimed with excitement, Xin Ruo is still a little milk tiger. How adorable. Wow, so beautiful. How could she be so cute? It's absolutely lethal. Fuyu, give me a hug. Quickly, give me a hug. Feng Shi emerged, surprised to see Xin Ruo still a cub. Fuyu cradled Xin Ruo in his arms, gliding his silver tail towards the two beasts. Qian gazed at Fuyu, arms outstretched. Quickly let me hold Xin Ruo. She's so soft and precious. Fuyu tucked Xin Ruo closer, his red eyes glaring at Qian. Qian shrugged, turning his head with a smirk. If you won't let me, then fine. I've already held Xin Ruo before, so let that beast have turn. I'll have plenty of chances later. Xin doesn't belong to just one beast. Qian glanced back at the fluffy, glutinous ball of fur comfortably nestled in Fuyu's embrace, the 9 pristine tails gently swaying, his heart instantly overwhelmed with cuteness that he almost couldn't resist the urge to snatch her away. He reached out, gently stroking Xin Ruo's fluffy head. She doesn't belong to just you. Replaying that statement in his mind, Fuyu struggled against the impulse to hide Xin Ruo away, remaining still to allow Qi Yin to stroke her head. Seeing Qi Yin continue to pet her, Fuyu took a step back, shielding Xin Ruo in his embrace with his arm. Qi Yin rolled his eyes at him, indignantly saying, This is excessive. Can't I even pet her? Do you want to fight? Fuyu lowered his head, continuing to smooth Xin Ruo's fur, not offering a single eyelash. Feng Shi approached, curiously remarking, It's surprising that Xin Ruo is still in her transformation phase. The other beasts looked up at Feng Shi. Xin Ruo, nestled in Fuyu's arms, also gazed up at him. Fuyu's embrace was truly comfortable and cool. Feng Shi furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. The females of the 9-tailed white tiger clan differ from those of other tribes. Their transformation involves shifting from human form to beast form. This period is extremely unstable and perilous, making them vulnerable to injury. However, this phase occurs as they approach adulthood, not after the awakening ceremony. Qian, anxious, exclaimed, Is there something wrong with Xin Ruo? What should we do? Should we take her back to find the shaman Yang Tuo? Fuyu, cradling Xin Ruo, turned to leave. Feng Shi called out from behind. Wait. Where are you taking Xin Ruo? Fu Yu halted, turning slightly to reply. To see the shaman. Feng Shi sighed. I'm merely curious. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why is everyone so hasty? Xin Ruo's BCO rests upon you. Is it merely for show? I feel she is quite well. Both Fu Yu and Qi Yin paused to sense the situation. Fu Yu, holding Xin Ruo, turned back. Qi Yin, fidgeting. It's fine now, but what will happen later? Xin Ruo is still a little milk tiger, so small and fragile. Fu Yu, with a somber expression, spoke up. I will go catch a shaman. Qi Yin agreed. I will accompany you. Feng Shi looked down at the drowsy Xin Ruo and gently patted her fluffy little head. Calmly, Feng Shi said, do not rush. Nightfall is upon us. Our priority is to ensure Xin Ruo's safety. She is experiencing some physical issues, and we can sense that during this time, she primarily needs companionship and protection. With Qi Yin around, returning to the Healthsea tribe will be swift. Qi Yin glanced at the dilapidated thatched cottage, then turned to gather wood. All right, I will first prepare the house. Without shelter from the wind and rain, Xin Ruo may fall ill. Fu Yu did not even look at him, stroking Xin Ruo's fur, and coolly replied, if you can't repair it, don't waste your efforts. Why can't it be repaired? Qi Yin halted, puzzled. Feng Shi also looked at Fu Yu with confusion. Fu Yu, focused on stroking Xin Ruo's fur, did not raise his head and stated, no structures can be built within the tribe's boundaries, nor can we dig holes. Immediately, Feng Shi and Qi Yin turned their attention to Xin Ruo. The drowsy Xin Ruo perked up, lazily lifting her eyelids to glance at the three beasts, transforming into beast form. She felt exceptionally weak. Her spirit LOW.IT was as if she had reverted to her cub stage. Words could not express the hardship. Why can't structures be built in the tribe? Xin Ruo urgently called for 001. Master, you called for 001? Why can't structures be built in the tribe? The master can freely construct within the tribe. The tribe has permission settings. The authority to build lies with the tribe's master. Others must have their permissions set by the master to construct. Permissions? Why didn't Tishi see them? 001 opened the tribe blueprint for Xin Ruo, saying, here it is, master. Xin Ruo noticed a tiny red up behind the tribe section. An existence so insignificant it could easily be overlooked. Clicking on it revealed some settings for the tribe. She saw the tribe's permissions and immediately granted access to all 8 beasts. Xin Ruo declared, I will first upgrade the tribe. However, what came out was a series of awoo sounds. Xin Ruo quickly shut her mouth. Help! Why had her voice turned into a childish, soft awoo sound? Feng Shi produced a small black token, resting in his palm before handing it to Xin Ruo. This is the tribe's sacred artifact. It can be used to upgrade the tribe at O. It seemed they did not hear the awoo sounds. 001. Is there something wrong with my voice? No, master, it sounds particularly pleasant, doesn't it? Such a sweet and adorable voice. Your human voice is also beautiful. That doesn't count. It seemed only she could hear the oddity in her voice, which relieved Xin Ruo. She placed the sacred artifact into the beast PWSO. This is the tribe's sacred artifact. The Beastman continent relies on this to upgrade tribes, but we don't need to use it for that. Master can keep it for now. It has other purposes. Xin Ruo stored the token and looked gratefully at Feng Shi. Thank you. Feng Shi smiled slightly and patted her head. No need for thanks. Qi Yin curiously asked, when did you go to seek the sacred artifact from the Wu Man priest? Did the Wu Man priest agree to give it to you, just like that? Feng Shi replied, I approached the chief, and the chief consulted the Wu Man priest. Understanding this, Qi Yin nodded, realizing that seeking the chief for matters was indeed a sound choice. The 2 beasts turned their gaze back to Xin Ruo, waiting for her to upgrade the tribe. Xin Ruo was studying the tribe construction guide. A lengthy read. She quickly skimmed through it, clicking on the installation at the bottom, then sighed deeply. Upgrading a tribe requires installation as well. She lamented, how long will the installation take? Once installed, Master can command 001 for tribe construction. Xin Ruo responded, let us place the chief's house first. Understood. Master. In the next instant, a delicate wooden house appeared within the tribe, right beside the thatched cottage. The sudden appearance of a structure astonished all 3 beasts. Qi Yin excitedly dashed over, while Fu Yu leisurely followed, cradling her, and Feng Shi ambled along behind. Xin Ruo was somewhat surprised. No beast seemed shocked, indicating that such occurrences were commonplace in the Beastman continent. She contemplated whether to bring out the beast god for use, seeking an excuse. After all, the sudden appearance of a building would have been astonishing in her previous world. Indeed, she was a country bumpkin. Since arriving in the Beastman continent, she had been continuously expanding her horizons. Xin Ruo continued to direct 001. Upgrade the tribe. In an instant, the tribe's fence expanded outward, doubling the size of the tribe. And the chief's house grew from a single-story wooden structure to a larger one, apparently adding several small rooms. Upgrade the tribe. The tribe's fence continued to extend, and the blueprint map clearly displayed the tribe's further expansion, transforming the wooden house into a two-story cottage, with the interior now covered in soft grass. Qian's eyes were wide with astonishment, gazing at the enlarged tribe in disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. Feng Shi maintained a calm exterior, but his heart was filled with incredulity and shock. However, he quickly regained his composure. Ever since 2 years ago, the little female had been consistently bringing him new wonders. She was inherently extraordinary, and the peculiarities surrounding her were nothing out of the ordinary. He would grow accustomed to it. Surely, there would be more astonishing events in the future, and if he were to display his astonishment. Xin Ruo might become worried and fearful about her uniqueness. Fu Yu's eyes were filled with concern as he tightly embraced Xin Ruo, his red eyes brimming with anxiety and panic as he scanned the newly upgraded tribe. Qian rushed to the wooden house's entrance, flinging the door open and running inside to survey the surroundings, calling out to them. Xin Ruo, come quickly. This place is absolutely amazing. I love it. Xin Ruo secured the protective shield, trying to pry Fu Yu's hands away, but to no avail. She said, Fu Yu, let me down. Fu Yu gently placed Xin Ruo onto the wooden floor. She stepped forward, but in her beast form, her limbs were uncoordinated, and she stumbled, landing on her back with her 4 paws in the air. Qian burst into laughter, finding it utterly delightful. Xin Ruo is so adorable. She truly is a little milk tiger, and she even stumbles while walking. Ha! Be quiet, Fu Yu coldly interjected. With a swift movement, a tail followed the sound and swished past, prompting Qian to jump aside. Once steady, Qian found himself replaying Xin Ruo's adorable little voice in his mind. The sound of her was simply too cute. Feng Shi swiftly approached with wind energy, carefully lifting Xin Ruo and checking for any injuries. As he watched the utterly embarrassed Xin Ruo curl up in a ball, he soothingly smoothed her ruffled fur. It's all right. The first time is always like this. That will take it slow, and with more practice, you'll get the hang of it. Feng Shi placed Xin Ruo back on the ground, transforming into his beast form. The large white tiger gently nudged her head, encouraging her with a look, then took a slow step forward, signaling for her to follow. Xin Ruo followed Feng Shi's lead. Fu Yu swam to Xin Ruo's side, observing her closely. Qian, with sparkling eyes, cheered her on from the side. Go, go. Xin Ruo is the best little tiger. The little milk tiger Xin Ruo is truly adorable. With her snow-white fluffy fur and a golden sun mark on her forehead, she is so beautiful and unique. Her round, azure eyes seem to contain tiny fragments of starry seas. So pure and pristine. And her delicate pink nose. Qian touched his own nose, only to see a red liquid, which he hurriedly wiped clean. Looking around, he found no beast paying him any mind. And he sighed in relief. What a relief! I didn't embarrass myself. He had been so overwhelmed by cuteness that he had bled. Xin Ruo followed Feng Shi for a while, and soon her limbs began to coordinate. After all, she was not a true cub. She ran up to Feng Shi, expressing her gratitude by nuzzling against him, and then took off in a wild sprint to explore her wooden abode. The cabin was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate several beasts in their animal forms. The first floor comprised 7 rooms. The largest room upon entry could serve as a living room, while 2 slightly smaller rooms contained their own stoves, serving as the kitchen, and one equipped with a squat toilet, functioning as the bathroom. The remaining 4 rooms, identical in size, could serve as bedrooms. She was particularly fond of the bathroom, although the use of water posed some inconvenience. Heaven knows she had been managing outdoors these past few days, dealing with the open-air toilet, which was a nerve-wracking experience, something she could hardly get used to. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, Xin Ruo discovered a large living room and 5 additional rooms, each adorned with windows that let in ample light. In short, Xin Ruo was thoroughly satisfied. This truly felt like home. As she descended the staircase, Fuyu followed her closely behind. Xin Ruo glanced around, noticing that Feng Shi and Qi Yin had vanished. Where did they go? She wondered aloud. Fuyu replied, they are outside. Feeling fatigued, Xin Ruo turned to Fuyu, approached his tail, climbed atop it, and lay still. Fuyu chuckled softly and began to swim toward the outside. Once outside, Xin Ruo beheld Feng Shi, who was roasting prey over the fire. 3 enormous beasts splayed across the flames. Qi Yin was busy crafting something, surrounded by a pile of gleaming golden barrels. Xin Ruo joyfully slid down from Fuyu's tail and dashed toward Qi Yin. Feng Shi cautioned, Xin Ruo, slow down. Responding with an affirmative, she moderated her pace and approached the barrels, circling around them excitedly. Qi Yin smiled, asking, do you like them? I made them just for you. Xin Ruo ran toward Qi Yin, who scooped her up and cradled her in his arms. Then, Qi Yin began to release golden energy, and before long, he had crafted a large rectangular object. Xin Ruo watched with delight, wondering if Qi Yin was making a bed for her. Qi Yin retracted his hands and inquired, Xin Ruo, is this bed to your liking? I can create other shapes as well. Xin Ruo nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Ow, ow, I love it. How did you know I wanted a bed? Qi Yin, beaming with happiness at her affirmation, continued his work, explaining, you mentioned it earlier while inspecting the cabin, saying it would be nice to have a bed. He had overheard and decided to make one for her. Along with a few bathing tubs, Xin Ruo nuzzled against Qi Yin's abdominal muscles, exclaiming, Ow! Thank you, Qi Yin. Qi Yin playfully responded, no need for thanks. Xin Ruo nudged Qi Yin's hand with her head, prompting Qi Yin to curiously ask, what is it? She began directing him to create a wash basin, utensils, a stool, and a stove. After completing the wash basin and other items, Qi Yin fetched a large stone and fashioned a dedicated barbecue stove. With a fire pit in the center and a solid stone slab atop it, he cleaned the roasting stove before placing it beside Feng Shi, igniting the fire to roast the meat. Xin Ruo perched on a golden stool, slightly lower than the stove, and raised her paw to direct the process. Ow, ow. First, place some white meat on top. Once it renders fat, we can add the other meats. Qi Yin followed her instructions, placing lean meat atop the sizzling fatty cuts as they began to sizzle and turn golden brown, filling the air with a delectable aroma. Mu. Qi Yin turned to see Fuyu leisurely moving in the background, a frightened moo beast scampering into the tribe with distressed calls. Once the moo beast entered the settlement, Fuyu disregarded it and glided over to Xin Ruo, scooping her into his embrace and gently grooming her fur. Feng Shi inquired, the moo beast isn't from this area. How did it return so quickly? Fuyu, focused on grooming her, replied, we were fortunate. Not long after leaving the tribe, we encountered a herd of moo beasts. Xin Ruo, utterly content, squinted her eyes in bliss. She resisted momentarily, reminding herself she wasn't truly a tiger, but ultimately relented, succumbing to the comfort. Instinctively, she nudged Fuyu's hand, resting her head in his palm. Feng Shi pondered aloud. Has the moo herd migrated this way? Fuyu nodded in affirmation. Qi Yin, engrossed in roasting the meat, remarked indifferently, let them come. It will make hunting more convenient for us. Feng Shi dismissed further thoughts, returning his focus to the 3 large beasts roasting over the fire. I fear something may have happened in their original territory, but thankfully, that entire region is devoid of tribes and is far from here. Once we finish eating, we should prepare. Something may occur tonight. Fuyu replied, indeed. Qi Yin, unconcerned, added, with the 3 of us together, there's no need to worry. Sprinkling salt on the roasted meat, Qi Yin, after ensuring it wasn't too hot, first fed a piece to Xin Ruo, saying, all right, Xin Ruo, try this. Is it delicious? Xin Ruo opened her mouth, savoring the roasted meat, and nodded enthusiastically. Ow, it's delicious. You all should eat too. Roasting directly over the fire is incomparable to this. Next time, let's find some other seasonings. That a perfectly seasoned roast is the true essence of barbecue, especially with chili. Chili is the soul. Xin Ruo sighed inwardly, lamenting that finding such spices outside was futile, as they were all tainted by dark energies and unfit for consumption. Leaving her uncertain of their flavor, that Fu Yu observed as Feng Shi and Qi Yin naturally began to eat the roasted meat, his crimson eyes reflecting a contemplative glint as he glanced between Xin Ruo and the two beasts. He accepted the golden chopsticks Qi Yin offered and adeptly began to use them to eat. Qi Yin, incredulous, exclaimed, "It's one thing for Feng Shi to manage, but Xin Ruo must have taught him. You never taught me, yet here you are, using chopsticks effortlessly. I just spent quite some time learning." Fu Yu paused momentarily. Lowering his gaze, his deep red eyes shadowed beneath his long lashes. Feng Shi, with an air of indifference, tossed a gust of wind that struck Qi Yan's arm. Qi Yan, unfazed, queried in confusion, "What are you doing?" Feng Shi replied flatly, "Eat more. It's just common sense. Xin Ruo never taught me, but I have the bloodline heritage." Qi Yan scoffed, dismissing the significance of bloodline heritage, muttering that everyone had their own. Perhaps he truly did not. Xin Ruo nuzzled Fu Yu's hand, and his expression softened as he picked up a piece of meat, blowing on it before offering it to her. Xin Ruo watched enviously as they roasted and feasted together, lamenting that she could only accept morsels from a few beasts. Roasting meat while eating it simultaneously was where the true delight lay. When will she revert back, and even if she turns into a little milk tiger? It would suffice if they were to realize that she only knows how to whimper and is so soft and delicate. She would surely feel utterly ashamed. Qi Yin would undoubtedly laugh so hard that he might leap into the sky. After being well fed, Xin Ruo observed several beasts indulging in their meals. Once she finished eating, the other beasts devoured their food with remarkable speed, completing their dining tasks in no time. Qi Yin made sure to arrange the beds in every room and move the crafted items into the wooden house. Fu Yu went to fetch the timber he had placed outside the tribe. Feng Shi set up a fence for the Moo beasts and then entered the wooden house to tidy up her room. She chose a room on the second floor. Lying on the tribe's lawn, she watched the beasts bustling about, feeling drowsy. Since she had some idle time, she mustered her energy to contribute to the tribe's development. First, she upgraded the protective shield using beast crystals. The shield could not be upgraded alongside the tribe. It had to be enhanced separately. Upon reaching level 3, she was notified that further upgrades were not possible, as the shield's level could not surpass that of the tribe. She found a suitable spot for the newly built thatched cottage, casually placing the cave on the mountain behind the tribe. Originally, the small tribe was situated quite close to the mountain, and with this upgrade, it encompassed half of the large mountain in its territory. Xin Ruo opened the special building package that had yet to be drawn. She obtained a forest of cloud spirits. Xin Ruo checked the information on the beast husbands, noting that both Forest of Cloud Spirits and the previously drawn Peak of Snow could serve as special buildings for them. Beast husband, Feng Shi, beast husband, Qi Yin, beast husband, Fu Yu, awaiting mate, race, Jadehorn Silver Snake, height, 195 centimeters, awakening ability, level 6 lightning, 75, current continent max level 10, compatibility, 99 special building, none, selectable. Peak of Snow, adaptation 50. Forest of Cloud Spirits, adaptation 20. Bonus effect, tribe safety value 5. The special buildings currently available were not compatible with Feng Shi and the others, so they could be placed later. Xin Ruo opened the space. The items that had previously been stored in the warehouse remained in place, suggesting that time was frozen within the warehouse. The life grass she had planted that morning was now vibrant and flourishing. Much to her surprise, the black soil in the space was neatly divided into sections. Xin Ruo first took out 10 mutant plant seeds in preparation for planting. The mutant plant seeds were quite domineering, requiring one entire patch of black soil per seed. Once planted, no other seeds could be sown in that space. Otherwise, it would either lead to its own demise or that of another seed. She was uncertain what they would yield. Xin Ruo continued to plant all 10 bags of seeds from the warehouse, perfectly utilizing all the black soil. There was also a mysterious seed of unknown origin. After some contemplation, she decided not to waste it and planted this seed on the lawn. Planting completed, Xin Ruo eagerly clicked to use the spatial ability Learning Crystal, and methods for learning spatial abilities appeared in her mind. She then used the Wood-type ability Learning Crystal, acquiring the learning method for Wood-type abilities. Absorbed in the learning process, she lost track of time. When Xin Ruo finally emerged from her studies, she found herself in the living room on the first floor. A pink bee skin covered her, and she lay on a small golden bed cushioned with thick bee skins, warm and comfortable. As she pushed aside the bee skin, she was met with a pair of intense brown eyes. "Oh, our little tiger is awake." In the next moment, she was lifted by a pair of large hands. Yin smiled and planted a kiss on her cheek, his eyes crinkling with delight. He began to lovingly ruffle her fur, and her previously sleek and beautiful coat became a tangled mess, transforming Xin Ruo into a fluffy, disheveled ball. "Oh, Yin, you rascal!" Xin Ruo huffed, her fur bristling in indignation as she kicked her foot against Yan's face. Stomping a few times, Yin remained still, gazing at Xin Ruo with a beaming smile. Her gentle paws on his face felt soft and affectionate, almost as if she were drawing closer to him. Watching him revel in the moment only fueled her frustration further. She lunged at him, biting his chin and gnawing without inflicting any harm. Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The adorable Xin Ruo. How can any beast be this cute? I might just lose my life over it. He scooped her up, planting kisses on her fluffy forehead as if he were smitten. Whose little white tiger is this cute? Once again, his hands began to ruffle Xin Ruo's fur, completely losing control of himself. Xin Ruo lay there, utterly resigned, weakly calling out for help. "Someone save me. I won't turn into a bald tiger." "Will I?" With a swish, her silver tail struck Yan's back. Xin Ruo found herself enveloped in familiar arms, feeling a profound sense of security as Yin was swept away by her silver tail. Feng Shi examined Xin Ruo's body and, upon seeing the fluffy snowball with fur standing on end, resembling a chubby little tiger, he was taken aback. Her large, watery blue eyes looked at him with a sense of grievance. "So adorable," he exclaimed. Gently, he patted her head and carried her outside. The sky outside had begun to darken slightly. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, they witnessed Yin and Fuyu engaged in a playful tussle. Thunder rumbled, purple lightning crackled, and flames danced in the air. Both beasts skillfully avoided the tribe's vicinity. Feng Shi, with Xin Ruo in his arms, glanced over at them nonchalantly, remarking, "It's fine, they won't harm each other." After saying this, he turned and headed back. Arriving by the fire pit, he saw the roasted meat was already prepared and ready to be cooked. Feng Shi placed Xin Ruo on her stool and set a bowl filled with a white liquid in front of her. "Drink up. This is Moo beast milk." Xin Ruo leaned forward, her nose catching the scent of milk, her eyes lighting up. She reached out, extending her tiny red tongue to gently lick it, eyes wide with delight. She squealed with excitement at Feng Shi, who smiled indulgently. "Take your time." Xin Ruo nodded, turning back to eagerly drink the milk to her surprise. The Moo beast milk not only lacked any off-putting odor, but was also exceptionally delicious. Xin Ruo squinted her eyes in bliss. Once she finished drinking, while Feng Shi wiped her mouth, Fuyu and Yin returned from their scuffle, both unscathed. However, Yan's hair was in disarray, yet it did not diminish his charm. Rather, it added an air of wild beauty. Yin chuckled. "Xin Ruo seems even cuter after drinking milk." Fuyu, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "If you keep watching Xin Ruo, you'll only know how to bully her. If it happens again, I won't spare you." Yin feigned innocence. "I didn't bully Xin Ruo. Even if I beat myself up, I wouldn't harm a single hair on her." Fuyu turned Xin Ruo, then coldly questioned Yin, "If you didn't bully Xin Ruo, then how did her fur end up like this?" Yin, feeling inexplicably guilty, replied, "I couldn't help it. Xin Ruo is too cute that I promise she didn't lose a single hair." Feng Shi meticulously wiped Xin Ruo's mouth and then fed her some fruit. Fuyu's expression darkened. Females love beauty. How could she be happy with her fur in such a state? Yin countered. "But Xin Ruo is so adorable. She looks cute like this, beautiful and charming." She was thrilled, and she even rewarded me with kisses. "Look." He pointed to the little bite marks on his chin and nose for Fuyu to see. Fuyu's gaze intensified. Feng Shi also looked over. Subsequently, both Fuyu and Feng Shi turned to Xin Ruo, who raised her head and let out a displeased whimper that he wants to make my fur bald. She complained. Feng Shi and Fuyu glared coldly at and he quickly apologized, rubbing his nose and weakly said, "I'm sorry, Xin Ruo, I didn't realize you didn't like it this way, and I promise I won't do it again. Your fur won't go bald. I assure you, Xin Ruo is the most beautiful beast. I'll find you some fur fruit to make your coat even smoother and prettier. Owo, really? Qian nodded heavily. Owo, I forgive you. Qian smiled again, stroking his chin, his face brimming with sweetness. Xin Ruo is truly wonderful. Fuyu cast a cold glance at him. Qian, puzzled, touched his face. Why do you always look at me with such a frosty demeanor? Humph, Fuyu snorted coldly. Qian, bewildered, turned and began to grill meat. Xin, still not satiated by the fruits, was interrupted by Feng Shi. Eat fewer fruits. You'll have plenty of meat later. Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed. Xin Ruo, eat more meat. Being plump is adorable. The other two beasts did not contest this statement. A chubby little tiger is indeed charming. Xin Ruo made no objections, as eating meat was inconsequential. She simply couldn't gain weight. Xin Ruo leaped into Fu Yu's embrace, and he immediately extended his arms to hold her carefully. Xin Ruo let out a sound. Fu Yu nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, let me groom you. Xin Ruo buried her head in the palm of Fu Yu's hand. Fu Yu's smile was simply too enchanting. It was utterly captivating. His skin felt delightful to the touch, akin to exquisite jade. Fu Yu chuckled softly, gently stroking her fur, meticulously and patiently smoothing it out. That be why the time dinner was completed, the sky had fully darkened. Xin Ruo looked up to see the protective dome above, radiating a soft array of colors in the night, instilling a profound sense of security. The previous tribe had merely a faint membrane, far less reassuring than this protective dome. There was an added sense of safety during the night as well. Xin Ruo gazed at the three beasts and solemnly declared, I want to sleep alone in a room. Feng Shi disapproved, his face serious. No, you must have someone accompany you for your safety. Once you safely pass this phase, you may sleep however you wish. Seeing Feng Shi's earnest demeanor, Xin Ruo reluctantly nodded. Feng Shi chuckled. Choose one. Who would you like to accompany you tonight? Xin Ruo's azure eyes darted back and forth. Qian sat calmly to the side, surprisingly not recommending himself. Something felt amiss. Xin Ruo quietly summoned 001. There's something happening in the tribe tonight? Yes, master. The newly established tribe has a protection period of 3 days. And today is the 3rd day. A wave of dark monsters will soon arrive. What? Do not worry, master. The wave of dark monsters will not be formidable. The protective dome will suffice. Moreover, your companions are quite capable and can handle them all. That's good. Xin Ruo looked at the 3 beasts. You 3 will sleep with me. Qian was so ecstatic he nearly leaped in place. That's wonderful. I can sleep with Xin Ruo? He had thought that today he had upset her and she would not choose to sleep with him, most likely opting for Feng Shi instead, as Xin Ruo depended on him the most. And they belonged to the same species, intensifying their bond. Alternatively, she might choose Fu Yu, having just met him, and she seemed quite taken with Fu Yu's appearance. Although Xin Ruo had mentioned sleeping with all 3, he conveniently disregarded the other 2. He was overjoyed, nearly ready to take flight. Feng Shi nodded with a smile, his eyes warm. All right, in Xin Ruo's room. The golden bed was adorned with thick, snow-white beast pelts, the origin of which was unknown, yet they appeared soft and warm to the eye. Xin Ruo lay on the bed, the small white tiger comfortably sprawled out. Qian was the first to lie beside her, his eyes sparkling with joy, nearly bursting with excitement. Fu Yu transformed into his beast form, shrinking to the size of an adult's pinky, coiling around her beastly leg. Feng Shi lay on her other side, also in beast form, enveloping her in his soft underbelly. Xin Ruo closed her eyes, feigning sleep, while opening the tribe blueprint, keeping a vigilant watch on the external situation. On the map, the area outside the tribe's fence was currently tranquil. Tribe name, Fuguang Tribe. The tribe provides protective measures, capable of blocking the entry of magical beasts and spirits at night. Please remain within the tribe during the night. Tribe leader, Xin Ruo, tribe totem, Golden Sun, automatically determined, tribe level, level 3, a small. Weak tribe, keep it up. Note, 1. Tribe levels. Tribe levels range from 1-10, Orc cities from 1-9, and Orc nations from 1-3.2, tribe upgrade requirements, composed of factors such as the number of orcs, tribe area, etc. Tribe citizens. 4. Current level can shelter up to 1,000 current races in the tribe. Human race, nine-tailed white tiger race, jadehorn silver serpent race, chi jiao race, few humans, yet many races, beast husband bonus effect, protective dome enhancement 10. Tribe safety value 10. Tribe safety value. Current safety value is quite high. It is advised to upgrade the tribe soon to accommodate more orcs. Special buildings, protective dome, level 3. Leader's house, level 3. Not long after, XN noticed sporadic red dots appearing outside the tribe. Master, the dark monsters have arrived, along with magical beasts. Xin Ruo sensed the orcs around her beginning to rise cautiously, and the serpent on her leg slowly loosened its grip. She opened her eyes. Fengshe looked at Xin Ruo and softly asked, "Why isn't Xin Ruo asleep?" Qian also turned to her, frowning with concern. "Why did Xin Ruo wake up? Was it my movement that disturbed her?" Fuyu transformed into a half-beast form, cradling Xin Ruo in his arms, gently patting her back without lifting his head. "You two go. I will stay here with her." Fengshe and Qian nodded and made their way downstairs. Fuyu lay on the bed, placing Xin Ruo on his chest and softly patting her. "Did I wake you?" "Sleep now." Xin Ruo lay quietly on Fuyu's chest, observing the tribe map, which was now filled with densely packed red dots outside. Soon, the red dots disappeared completely, and after waiting for a while, no more appeared. 001. Will they resolve that swiftly? "Indeed, Master." Fengshe and Qian returned promptly. Fengshe glanced at Xin Ruo, reaching out to stroke her head. "Good. It's all right now. Sleep." Saying this, he transformed into beast form and lay down. Xin Ruo opened her eyes, snuggling into Fengshe's embrace, finding a comfortable position to sleep. Qian lay beside Fengshe, watching as Xin Ruo fell asleep, quietly remarking, "Our tribe's protective effect is stronger than other tribes. I tested it just now, and it can withstand at least a third-tier attack." Fengshe replied softly, "The better the tribe's protective effect, the safer Xin Ruo will be. However, one must not be complacent. The tribe must be well protected. Help! Help!" A group of disheveled beasts carefully shielded a female as they sprinted desperately, spotting the tribe not far ahead and hastening their pace. "Just hold on a bit longer. There's a tribe ahead. We'll be safe soon." This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Master, beasts are about to arrive outside the tribe. You can set the requirements for entering. Beasts are coming? Xin Ruo was deep in slumber when awakened by 001, her mind still clouded with drowsiness. Hastily, she accessed the tribe blueprint, noting several green dots approaching from outside the tribe. A small red dot appeared in the tribe settings. Upon clicking it, Xin Ruo discovered a new entry requirement for the tribe. She established that to enter the tribe, one must pay 10 beast crystals, equivalent to 1 spirit crystal, while to become a tribe member. A one-time payment of 50 beast crystals, 5 spirit crystals, was necessary that non-tribe members could only remain for a day and would have to leave thereafter. Re-entry would require another payment. Upon enlarging the tribe map, she observed that the original fence gate at the tribe entrance had transformed into a grand wooden door, flanked by a small wooden hut featuring a tiny window designated for depositing beast crystals. The tribe settings were notably user-friendly. The door would automatically announce in the language of the Beast Continent when orcs approached, ensuring comprehension that AS visitors arrived. Xin Ruo's fatigue dissipated. After reaching level 3, she could construct wooden huts, needing only 20 wooden planks. However, crafting a thatched hut posed a slight challenge, requiring 10 wooden planks and 10 dry thatch. Although dry thatch was plentiful, finding usable materials was uncertain. Xin Ruo first stored all the wood and beast skins piled up by Fuyu into the tribe warehouse. For it was prudent to safeguard her belongings against unfamiliar orcs. She constructed 10 wooden huts, planning to add more as needed. Once these tasks were completed, she closed her eyes, succumbing to sleep once more. For she required ample rest to grow and eventually transform into human form in the dead of night. A cacophony of distressed beast howls erupted outside the tribe. Several beasts opened their eyes, and Fengshe immediately covered Xin Ruo's ears with his claws. But she still awoke, her azure eyes bleary. Fuyu, witnessing Xin Ruo's disturbance, wore a stern expression as he swiftly descended from his bed. Qian glanced at Xin Ruo, lamenting, "Oh, my poor little tiger, you Haven T had a good night's sleep. I shall investigate who dares to disturb the slumber of beasts at this hour." He then rose and departed. Feng Shi transformed into human form, retrieving a soft beast skin to wrap around Xin Ruo. She pushed aside the skin, gazing at Feng Shi in confusion. "It's cold at night. You might catch a chill," he explained, cradling her as he stepped outside. "Rest easy. Your curiosity will be satisfied. I shall carry you to sea." Snuggled within the beast skin, Xin Ruo felt the chill of the night. She observed Fuyu, whose red eyes were dark and foreboding, exuding an intimidating aura. Outside the tribe, the orcs displayed no signs of fear. Instead, they were animated and clamorous. I asked the tribe leader present, "May we seek refuge for a night? We will offer beast crystals in return. Is there anyone who can help us?" We plead for assistance. Fuyu unleashed a bolt of purple lightning nearby, startling the orcs in a further agitation. "Please, let us in to escape the danger." He commanded coldly, "Silence, you have disturbed my mate. If you continue to shout, you will meet the beast god." Upon hearing of the disturbance to the little female, the orcs promptly lowered their voices, pleading softly. Qian approached, arms crossed, frowning as he said, "What is the commotion? Enter the tribe first, then we can discuss this. Yelling outside will only attract magical beasts and dark creatures to them. My mate requires my presence to rest." The lead gray wolf beast lamented, "My lord, we cannot enter. Otherwise, we would not be shouting outside." Fuyu regarded the newly appeared grand door, tilting his head in contemplation. Qian's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly had an idea. He stepped outside, smoothly entering the tribe under the eager gaze of the orcs. He raised an eyebrow at them. The wolf beast approached the entrance, but found an invisible barrier preventing entry. Surprised, Qian chose to return and inquire with Xin Ruo. Just as he turned, he spotted Feng Shi carrying Xin Ruo, who whispered a few words to him. Feng Shi replied calmly, "Did you not hear anything at the tribe entrance?" "On the way here, Xin Ruo informed me." The wolf beast responded, "Yes, I heard. They demanded 10 beast crystals or 1 spirit crystal for a day's stay. I thought it was a welcoming ritual." Feng Shi, devoid of expression, said, "Just comply with what you heard and keep your voices down. It is too loud." The wolf beast expressed gratitude, directing the others to present their beast crystals for entry. Once all the orcs were inside, the wolf beast followed suit. Qian yawned and beckoned Feng Shi and Fuyu, saying, "Let us return." Xin Ruo, stifling a yawn, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement, beamed upon receiving 300 beast crystals. Back at the tribe, she informed Qian and Fuyu about the newly constructed grand door and wooden huts, as well as the storage of wood and beast skins. Later that night, she prepared a snack of buns and meat for them. The following morning, Xin Ruo was sipping the milk from the moo beast that Feng Shi had provided. Qian returned, sitting beside her and playfully flicking her small ear. She shook her ear in response, ignoring the mischievous gesture, and continued drinking her milk. Despite not yet transforming into human form upon waking, she felt the need to consume more milk. For reasons unknown, she could not revert back this time. 001 indicated that this was a normal occurrence. Feng Shi suggested that her frail constitution was the cause, stating that she would regain her form once her abilities were upgraded. Qian quietly remarked, "Those orcs from last night belonged to the Grey Wolf tribe, which faced a surge of dark creatures. Their tribe has likely perished, and they fled with a female, initially intending to reach the Heltzi tribe, but were pursued by magical beasts and sought refuge here." Qian had risen early to gather information. Feng Shi regarded Xin Ruo as she finished her milk, wiping her mouth before stating, "The frequency of dark creature surges has increased this year. More orcs will undoubtedly arrive at the Fuguang tribe, that I wonder when your other companions will arrive." Xin Ruo was beginning to accept at the moment she spoke. She would hear the howls of beasts echoing in her ears. She replied, "Aside from you two, the others are from different continents. Every continent has its own inhabitants." Qian shrugged nonchalantly. "What is the rush? It has only been a few days. The 3 of us, 6-tiered beasts, can certainly protect Xin Ruo." Feng Shi maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart was heavy. The current situation was grim. The dark aura was spreading rapidly. Beast surges were becoming more frequent, and the future remained uncertain. Provisions for the next 3 seasons needed to be stockpiled, as more orcs were sure to arrive. At least 2 beasts were required to ensure Xin Ruo's safety, though even 2 felt inadequate. Other females typically had 5 or more beasts safeguarding them. Despite their 6th-tier status, Fengshe continually worried about overlooking something crucial while protecting their mate in the event of any mishap. Appealing to the beast god would be futile. If it weren't for the fact that only the 3 of them were available and hunting was pressing, he would have preferred to leave one with Xin Ruo, as he could not shake off his unease. After finishing her meal, Xin Ruo returned to her room to commence her practice of her abilities. The seeds in her space had sprouted, yet the mysterious seed remained dormant. Was it perhaps due to not being planted in the black soil? She pondered this, but decided to set it aside for now, adding a bit of spirit spring water to the mysterious seed. After a moment's thought, she also added a small amount to the 10 mutated plants. Interestingly, she had never tasted spirit spring water and was uncertain if it was suitable for human consumption. Yet her intuition suggested it would be fine. Perhaps she would experiment with it shortly. First, she focused on practicing her abilities. Last night, they had acquired another batch of spirit crystals, and, as she consumed one, she began to delve into her studies. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story grows even more captivating. The 2 learning methods she acquired both leaned towards aggression. In terms of spatial abilities, she first practiced object manipulation. Xin Ruo glanced around the wooden cabin and decided on a hide. After half a day's practice, she finally grasped the technique, able to manipulate the hide with ease, and rolled excitedly on the ground a few times. Qian, sitting nearby, watched her with amusement. Xin Ruo turned her gaze to Qian, who was seated with eyes closed. Seemingly in meditation, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. She quietly manipulated Qian's hair, causing it to stand upright like antennas. Xin Ruo suppressed her laughter at the sight of Qian's hair, before turning back to continue her studies in wood manipulation, which was easier to learn than spatial manipulation. Qian opened his eyes, sporting the antenna-like hair, and smiled slightly before closing them again. Xin Ruo entered the spatial realm and released wood energy into each plant, focusing particularly on 10 mutated seeds. Once her energy was depleted, she realized that 1-star energy was insufficient and that she needed to hasten her upgrade. Lacking energy, she decided to try the spiritual spring water instead. Without energy to maintain it, Qian's hair returned to its normal state. Xin Ruo filled a small bowl with spiritual spring water and hurried over, nudging Qian's arm. Qian, let's go see the Moo beast. Qian, seemingly oblivious to her earlier antics, looked at her with warm eyes and lifted her into his arms, readily agreeing, sure. Using his abilities, he controlled the Moo beast and turned Xin Ruo, asking, what next? Xin Ruo pointed a paw at the bowl in Qian's hands. Feed it. Without questioning why, Qian placed Xin Ruo on his shoulder and approached the Moo beast, feeding it the spiritual spring water directly. Xin Ruo watched intently. All right, let's observe. Qian released his control over the Moo beast, and they sat within the enclosure, fixated on the creature. The Moo beast immediately scuttled to the farthest corner, lying down and grazing. The grass in this tribe was truly delectable, allowing it to grow rapidly. Time passed, yet the Moo beast showed no reaction, causing Xin Ruo to relax, concluding that all was well. Let's go, she said, and Qian carried her back. They hadn't played for long before she decided to leave. Perhaps she had grown tired of this one. Tomorrow, she would catch several more Moo beasts. On their way back, Xin Ruo spotted the beastmen from the previous night, each appearing more disheveled than the last in the tribal clearing. Only 10 beastmen and 1 female remained. The others had likely gone hunting or departed. The female had a wheat-colored complexion, standing roughly around 1.75 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds. Xin Ruo barely glanced at them before returning to the wooden cabin. She retrieved a small basin of spiritual spring water and pushed it toward Qian. Here, drink this. Xin Ruo was indeed gifting him. She truly adored him. Although her intentions were playful, he was the only one to receive such a gift, making him special. Yin regarded the milky white liquid with a broad smile directed at Xin Ruo. He lowered his gaze, his lips curling into a contented smile, and without hesitation, he lifted the bowl and drank eagerly. "Hey, slow down." Xin Ruo barely managed to utter the warning before he gulped it all down, as if fearing someone would snatch it from him. His bright brown eyes widened in surprise as he felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through him. Veins bulged on his forehead. But to quell Xin Ruo's potential panic, he reassured her, "I'm fine." Just managing to utter those 3 words, he transformed uncontrollably into his beast form, bursting out of the wooden cabin and soaring into the sky above the tribe. A resounding cry echoing in the air. Xin Ruo rushed after him, frantic and disoriented. "What should I do?" "Master, don't panic. Lord Yin is fine. He just absorbed too much energy at once. He'll be all right once he processes it." Relieved, Xin Ruo looked up at Yin, who now appeared as a colossal red eagle, trailing fiery flames behind him, almost resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Xin Ruo covered her eyes, frustrated and smacking her head. "Yin, you're not foolish. Why are you so reckless?" Several beastmen hurried over, staring at the adorable fluffball lying on the grass and awkwardly attempting to comfort her. "Little female, don't be afraid that everything's all right. Don't worry. Look, what is this? Would you like a spirit crystal?" Xin Ruo's ears perked up, and she glanced over to see the beastmen from the previous night. She shook her head, indicating she was not afraid, and declined their spirit crystal. Turning her gaze back to Yin, she saw him hastily increasing his absorption speed. Time passed, and once he had finished, he quickly descended, transforming back into human form and lifting Xin Ruo into his arms. He cast a glance at the beastmen, who were all 3rd or 4th tier single beastmen. Upon sensing the overwhelming presence of a 6th-tier beast, they retreated in alarm. Yin expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for looking after my little female master. I will send you a reward later." The beastmen hurriedly waved their hands in refusal. No need for reward, Lord. It is our duty to care for the little female." With that, they hurriedly scampered away. Xin Ruo huffed in annoyance. Yin quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Did they bully you?" "No." Xin Ruo climbed onto Yin's shoulder, attempting to scale his head, but after several tries, she still couldn't reach. Yin lifted her to his head. Angrier now, Xin Ruo began to stomp her feet on Yin's head in frustration. "Humph, who told you to drink it all in one go without asking?" Yin felt a pang of guilt, fearing her disdain that he stammered out an apology. "I'm sorry, Xin Ruo. I saw you feeding the Moo beast this, and I thought you wanted me to drink it just for fun. It was all my fault for gulping it down in one go. You didn't even have any. I'll let them punish me when they return that I shouldn't have consumed the master's gift." Xin Ruo continued to stomp in irritation. "I'm not sure of that little bit of water. Silly eagle, foolish eagle, you're just so dense. Didn't you know to sip a little first and then drink slowly?" Yin nodded repeatedly, remaining still as Xin Ruo perched on his head. "You're right. Xin Ruo, I was foolish. It was all my fault." Xin Ruo's anger flared again, and she swatted her tail against Yin's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Once he regained his senses, Yin gently held Xin Ruo's tail, inspecting it with concern. "Be careful. I'm tough, but don't hurt your tail." Exasperated, Xin Ruo let out an irritated exclamation, continuing to stomp. "Foolish eagle, you idiot. Next time, don't just shove everything into your mouth. Don't you know to try a little first?" Yin replied earnestly, "I want to eat anything recklessly. But this was given by Xin Ruo. I'm sorry. I was in the wrong this time." Xin Ruo, holding her head in resignation, let out a few frustrated cries before calming herself down. It was unavoidable. Beastmen were always so single-minded when it came to their partners, particularly Yin, who was exceptionally rigid, appearing quite clever. Yet home, Xin Ruo commanded, raising a paw. Yin promptly responded, "All right," and so he carefully made his way back. Supporting Xin Ruo, the two beasts played for a while in the cabin until Feng Shi and Fuyu returned, looking weary and travel-worn. Feng Shi entered in beast form, and upon seeing Xin Ruo safe and sound, he finally relaxed, asking gravely, "What happened? I heard your calls from far away. What transpired?" Suddenly, a silvery object flashed by, and in the next instant, a silver tail coiled tightly around Qian's neck, dragging him forward in the blink of an eye. Fu Yu's crimson eyes appeared as if they were dripping with blood, his cold and bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Qian, his voice icy and sharp, resembling a reaper demanding a life. Who gave you the audacity to force her? Qian, struggling against the constricting tail, rolled his eyes in exasperation. What has got you acting crazy? Do I really need to force her? Xin Ruo likes me. I wouldn't have to. Fu Yu tightened his grip, his red eyes darkening, filled with murderous intent as he dragged Qian outside. Outside, his cold and fierce voice echoed with rage. You didn't force her. In just a short time, your abilities have increased so much. You think you can act recklessly just because of your talent. You dare to deceive her, considering her a mere child, naive and ignorant, just arrived and unacquainted with this world. Qian, who gave you the audacity? Do you forget that she has me, Fu Yu? If you dare to harm her, you'll have to kill me first. She had never experienced a period of instability. So how dare you? I ask you, how dare you? To dare to provoke her is truly reckless. Qian allowed Fu Yu to unleash his abilities upon him, only to realize later that Fu Yu was genuinely intent on destroying him. He urgently exclaimed, I did not coerce Xin Ruo. I did not force her. I did not. You hear me? You're still hitting me. Are you truly intent on beating me to death? I have said repeatedly that I did not force Xin Ruo. Why will you not listen? Fu Yu, can you not remain calm? I made a mistake today, but I have not harmed Xin Ruo in the slightest. Xin Ruo, startled by the commotion, rushed to the doorway, eager to intervene, but was swept into Feng Shu's embrace, who showed no intention of stopping the altercation. As the situation escalated, Xin Ruo grew increasingly frantic. Feng Shu commanded sternly, that is enough. Fu Yu, cease at once. Qian, kindly elucidate the nature of your abilities. Fu Yu cast a cold glance at Qian and flicked him to the ground with his tail. Retracting his tail, he swam back, softening his expression as he gently cradled Xin Ruo, carefully inspecting her for any harm. Once assured of her safety, his demeanor softened. Fu Yu lowered his head, lost in his own world, attentively grooming Xin Ruo. She involuntarily squinted her eyes in pleasure, wanting to let out a contented sound. Qian, battered and disheveled, lowered his head in shame and admitted, I indeed made a mistake today. I consumed Xin Ruo's belongings. Fu Yu lifted his gaze, enunciating each word. You consumed Xin Ruo's spirit crystal? Spirit crystals are useless to males. Pray tell, what exactly did you do to Xin Ruo? He attempted to respond, but Fu Yu covered Xin Ruo's mouth, forbidding her from defending Qian. Males must bear the consequences of their actions. Inflicting harm upon females is absolutely intolerable. It is the most heinous and unforgivable act. Qian protested. I did not force Xin Ruo. It was because Feng Shu's icy blue eyes narrowed. Do not be evasive. State it plainly. Qian cleared his throat and, steeling himself, recounted the events in detail. Under the increasingly serious and cold gazes of the two, his head drooped lower, and he finally swallowed hard before whispering. And then, it happened. The milky liquid was thick and pure, devoid of any dark matter. I consumed it all in one breath. Xin Ruo was focused on me, but please punish me, or just end me. I feel terrible right now. Xin Ruo struggled to pry Fu Yu's hand away, urgently exclaiming, there is so much water. There is really a lot of water. Feng Shu looked at Xin Ruo reassuringly, stroking her head. Do not always try to defend him. He is an adult now, no longer a cub. He must be held accountable for his mistakes. Male partners should not be coddled. Xin Ruo sighed. I can't even find an opportunity to speak. Yes, she witnessed the two beasts preparing to take Qian away for punishment. She angrily shouted. Qian was covered in wounds. If they continued to strike him, it could cost him his life. How did things escalate to this point? She had done nothing wrong, nor had Qian, nor Feng Shu or Fu Yu, yet the situation had become so grave. The beasts turned to her, and Fu Yu gently stroked Xin Ruo's head, asking softly, what is the matter? Qian expressed concern. Xin Ruo seems restless. She has been anxiously vocal since earlier. Feng Shu took Xin Ruo in his arms, scrutinizing her closely. Finding no issues, he quietly inquired, is something bothering you, Xin Ruo? Please tell me, all right? Qian suddenly exclaimed. Could she be going to heat? Xin Ruo shot him a glare. Just shut up. The other two also looked over with concern. Impossible, Feng Shi firmly denied, then asked again, Xin Ruo, darling, is there something wrong? If anything is troubling you, please share it with me, all right? Xin Ruo weakly responded, I'm fine, out if you want to let me speak, then I want to say anything. Just go ahead and beat him. It would be best if you all killed him, and I can find new partners. Qian felt a rush of sweetness. He had not anticipated that Xin Ruo would defend him. However, the guilt that followed was even stronger. That Fu Yu's crimson eyes darkened, his lashes quivering, and his aura grew heavy, enveloped in an inescapable shroud of darkness. Feng Shi's expression fell, his long lashes obscuring his emotions as he quietly apologized. I am sorry. It is my fault. Xin Ruo was inherently free. She could say and do whatever she wished, and protect whomever she desired. It was my fault, Feng Shi thought, for speaking out of turn and overstepping my bounds. After placing Xin Ruo gently in Fu Yu's embrace, he transformed into his beast form and swiftly disappeared. Xin Ruo felt overwhelmed, pondering what had just happened. Why did she sense that Feng Shi was angry? Was it because she jokingly mentioned finding new partners? She raised her gaze at Fu Yu, whose expression was noticeably dark, and then turned to Qian, who remained unchanged. She first addressed the more amiable Qian. Are you upset? I didn't truly mean I would find new partners. No beast could compare to either of you. Qian smiled warmly at Xin Ruo, his eyes filled with affection. No beast could ever be angry with you. I will never be angry with you, Xin Ruo joyfully called out to him. Qian gazed at her, his heart brimming with joy. Fu Yu watched the two beasts engage in light-hearted banter, feeling an indescribable sensation within him. The scene before him was particularly irksome, and his heart swelled with resentment, his crimson eyes swirling with fury. I apologize. It was my mistake to prevent you from speaking. He struggled to contain his emotions as he gently placed Xin Ruo in Qian's arms before swiftly gliding away. Xin Ruo watched Fu Yu depart, her heart stirring with indescribable feelings. Qian looked down at the dejected Xin Ruo, ruffling her hair as he comforted her. It's all right. They will return soon. They could never truly be angry with you. How could they bear to be angry with you? Though Xin Ruo had matured in her human form, she was still a young cub in her beast form, and she shouldn't dwell too much on these matters. She needed to focus on growing strong. He understood why Feng Shi and Fu Yu were upset. They likely felt that Xin Ruo favored him more. He had made a mistake, and yet she chose to protect him, in the entire Beastman continent. Anything devoid of dark matter was exceedingly rare. Life grass was one such item, along with red sour fruit, red fruit, and blue fruit. Only these existed, and they were exceedingly scarce, besides life grass, which was used for healing severely injured beastmen. The rest were reserved for females, untouched by the beastmen. The only items devoid of dark matter that could enhance star energy were spirit crystals, by consuming the divine water bestowed upon Xin Ruo by the beast god. He had committed an unforgivable transgression. Protect a partner by expressing a desire to find new ones was akin to signaling to the others that he no longer wished for their companionship, that he held them in disdain. An male beast would remain unhurt upon hearing such words, especially when uttered by a beloved female. Yet Xin Ruo's words had been directed at all three. While she defended him, it was not entirely so. Moreover, they were all aware that Xin Ruo's understanding of the common knowledge on the Beastman continent was still lacking. Yet they remained angry. Truly, they had been spoiled. Leave and do not return, Qian thought as he prepared roasted meat for Xin Ruo, ensuring she was well fed before placing her on his shoulder and taking her to fetch water from the waterfall behind the tribe. The waterfall cascaded magnificently from a moderate cliff, the sound of water crashing down resonating, and the gently flowing stream painted a beautiful scene. Unfortunately, while the water was clear, it was tainted with a murky yellow, marring the beauty with a sense of desolation and decay. Qian transformed into his half-beast form, soaring to the source of the waterfall to fill a large basin with water. He then regaled her with playful banter as they returned. After heating the water for her bath, he used the same water to clean himself up. Once finished, he lay in bed, cradling Xin Ruo against his chest while gently patting her back. Sleep now. You haven't rested at all during the day. When you awaken tomorrow, they will surely return. They ventured out today to hunt, laboring earnestly, and hastily returned upon hearing that I had consumed the energy-enhancing substance, thus inciting their ire. Once they arrive back, I shall seek them out to discuss the matter, and it will be laid to rest. Despite their seemingly unapproachable demeanor, they are quite amiable, particularly Fuyu. Do not be intimidated by him, for he possesses a kind heart. Xin Ruo nodded, well aware that Qian was trying to console her. They were undoubtedly upset with her. Was it truly due to her remark about rematching partners? Is such a statement taboo in the orc realm? Yet, how did Dina manage to match so many partners without inciting their anger? Is the phrase rematch partners truly forbidden? Qian smiled and replied, of course you can say it. Females can match partners infinitely. So feel free to express whatever you wish, Xin Ruo. Other females can casually mention it. So why not you? If anyone wishes to be upset, let them be. They might as well never return. It was already late, and Xin Ruo had been worried all afternoon. Their tempers were as foul as ever. Gazing at Qian's radiant smile lifted her spirits. Indeed, just looking at Qian felt incredibly healing, making her believe that she too could stand in the sunlight and laugh freely. Qian teased her. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, why the silence? Have you fallen asleep? Or are you secretly shedding tears? Xin Ruo opened her weary eyes to meet Qian's bright, laughing gaze upon hearing the last words. She playfully stepped on Qian's face, turning away in a huff. Qian winced, and Xin Ruo quickly turned back, her voice unconsciously tinged with concern. Are you seriously injured? What should we do? We have no shaman. What will we do? Hastily, Xin Ruo retrieved a life herb and offered it to Qian. Please eat this. Qian gently patted her head, gazing into her watery blue eyes. Where fervent emotions swirled within his brown gaze, he tilted his head slightly. And when he returned to a normal demeanor, his voice hoarse yet calm, he reassured her, it's not severe. I'm fine, just a minor injury. By tomorrow morning, it will heal. Orcs have remarkable healing abilities. Xin Ruo remained skeptical. Was it truly just a minor injury? She examined Qian several times. He appeared disheveled, but was undeniably spirited. Qian continued to assure her it was merely a small wound as she returned the life herb to her space. Qian smiled, patting her back. It seems our little tiger has grown a bit. No tears for such trivial matters, and your eyes are dry. Xin Ruo was indeed obedient, and with a drowsy murmur, she declared before closing her eyes. The water I prepared is for you, and only for you. Don't overthink it. I have plenty and abundance. Don't misunderstand. It's just as it sounds, understood? Qian nodded. Understood. I merely wanted you to drink slowly. I didn't expect you to gulp it down as if rushing to meet the beast god. Twisting my words, Qian grinned. Got it. Now sleep. As Xin Ruo closed her eyes and drifted off, she felt genuinely fatigued. Transforming into her beast form left her feeling significantly weaker than in human form, yet 001 assured her it was fine. Today's practice had entirely depleted her energy. She fell into slumber, thinking about how to soothe the two angry beasts upon waking. She had no idea where they had gone. It was dark, and outside was fraught with danger. Alas, it would be troublesome if those five returned. Once she succumbed to sleep, Qian opened his eyes beside her and gently stroked her ears. His body ached all over. Today, Fuyu had truly harbored murderous intent towards him. It was the first time he witnessed such a side of Fuyu. They had grown up together. Others feared Fuyu, speaking of his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature, steering clear of him. However, those who feared and respected Fuyu knew he would protect him, allowing him to escape danger first, safeguarding the tribe and its orc kin at all costs. Fuyu was a good orc, tough yet warm-hearted. Today marked the first time he saw Fuyu display hostility toward a close orc. He never imagined that the orc in question would be himself. Fuyu's feelings for Xin Ruo ran deeper than he had anticipated. He chuckled softly. How could he not feel the same? Such a splendid Xin Ruo. Who could resist adoring her? Humph. It was merely a matter of encountering Xin Ruo. If it were another female, they might have already been replaced. Their quarrels would scarcely deter them from leaving home. They would surely be replaced within moments. Yet, with another female, they would never be prone to such disputes. When Xin Ruo awoke, dawn had just broken, and the morning light streamed through the window. She opened her eyes to find Fengshe before her, momentarily thinking she was dreaming. Upon a second glance, She saw Fengshe smiling gently at her, illuminated by the warm morning sun in her days. He appeared almost divine. Fengshe approached her, lifting the beast's skin from her body. Playfully patting her sleepy head before cradling her in his arms, it felt so natural, as if nothing had transpired. Fengshe carried her outside and seated her by the fire, placing her on a stool and offering her milk as usual. Qian was nowhere to be found, leaving Xin Ruo to wonder about his whereabouts. Fuyu, with his silvery hair cascading elegantly, calm red eyes, long lashes, and a visage akin to pure jade, sat quietly nearby, tending to the roasted meat without uttering a word. Resembling a strikingly beautiful doll, Xin Ruo glanced up at Fengshe, who was using wind blades to slice the meat thinly, sprinkling salt with care before placing it on the stone slab to cook patiently. His waist-length white hair flowed behind him. His azure eyes were slightly downcast, and his exquisite profile radiated an irresistible charm. He seemed like a celestial being, just as she felt when she first arrived in the beast realm. Even when smiling, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Noticing Fengshe glance her way, Xin Ruo quickly averted her gaze, slowly sipping her milk at an agonizingly slow pace. The atmosphere felt strange. Where had Qian gone? If her unintended remark had upset them, she would certainly apologize. She looked up at Fengshe and Fuyu, inquiring, "Are you both angry because of what I said?" Fengshe, without lifting his head, replied gently. No. Xin Ruo bowed her head in apology. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to say that. When I mentioned rematching partners, it was just a passing thought. I never intended to find anyone better than you that I don't plan on rematching at all." Fengshe's voice was laced with laughter. His tone as warm as ever. "We're not upset. Should you choose to rematch, you could never find anyone better than us. No male is irreplaceable, an outsider, and a nine-tailed white tiger female. Matching a few times would yield no inferior results." Xin Ruo retorted, "You say you aren't angry, yet your tone is so sarcastic." Fengshe chuckled, "I truly am not upset. If it wasn't tea for that, what could it be?" Suddenly, Xin Ruo had an epiphany. She leapt off the stool and dashed into the house. After she left, the atmosphere by the fire grew tense, with both beasts falling silent. Fengshe accidentally sliced the meat into fragments with his wind blades, calmly consuming the pieces without a word. Xin Ruo rummaged for 2 large cups, filling them with spirit spring water. She called out to the outside, and Fengshe hurried in, asking, "What's wrong?" Xin Ruo nudged the 2 cups in front of her, pushing one towards Fengshe. "This is for you and Fuyu. Qian drank this one. I have plenty, even if I share with you. Please drink, and take this cup outside for Fuyu." Fengshe knelt, shaking his head with a smile. "Keep it for yourself. No matter how much you have, it's still yours. Drink at your own pace." Xin Ruo protested earnestly. "I truly have an abundance. I'm not being biased. You both can have some. If you refuse, I'll just give it to Qian." Fengshe paused, his expression turning serious. He took a sip from the cup, placed it down, and smiled. "Finished." Indeed, the energy is incredibly potent and pure. One cannot help but wonder how much Qian has consumed, to the point where he can no longer contain his beastly form. Thought if Xin Ruo were aware of Fengshe's thoughts, she would undoubtedly remark, "Not much, merely the amount that fits in a wash basin." Fengshe cradled Xin Ruo as they emerged, extending the cup towards Fuyu. Fuyu looked over, perplexed. Xin Ruo leapt into Fuyu's embrace, nudging his hand. "This is for you. Drink it." They have all partaken. Upon hearing Xin Ruo's encouragement, Fuyu reached out, taking the cup and casting a glance at its contents. His expression darkened, and his voice trembled slightly. "Do you really want me to drink this?" Xin Ruo nodded emphatically. Fuyu's eyelashes fluttered, his crimson eyes dimmed, the corners reddening. "All right." Why did Fuyu appear as if he were marching towards his demise? Was her perception askew? Instinctively, she grasped her head with her claws, only to realize she was no longer in human form. Resigned, she scratched at her ear, gazing at Fuyu, who looked utterly despondent, feeling utterly bewildered. What had transpired with Fuyu? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, and now he appeared like this in the blink of an eye. She cast a questioning glance at Fengshe, who merely smiled softly, saying nothing. Thus, she turned back to Fuyu, who was hesitating. She urged, "Hurry and drink. If this isn't enough, there's more." Fuyu's resolve shattered completely. He cast a deep, lingering look at Xin Ruo, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The cup clattering to the ground. His red eyes opened, and he appeared momentarily stunned as he looked down at Xin Ruo, incredulous. So you didn't mean to poison me to find a new mate? Xin Ruo, bewildered, replied, when did I ever say I wanted to poison you? Had she lost her memory? After a brief pause, Fu Yu continued, I thought you were discarding me, planning to poison me for convenience and seek a better match. You mentioned wanting us to fight to the death so you could find a new partner. Xin Ruo clarified once more that statement was made in jest. Had I known it was inappropriate, I would never have uttered it was merely a joke. Surely you didn't take it seriously. Feng Shi, smiling, interjected, Xin Ruo has lost her memory and is unaware of many common facts. Xin Ruo nodded vigorously. Fu Yu scrutinized Xin Ruo for a while, seemingly unsure whether to believe her. Before nodding slowly, Iceti lifted Xin Ruo into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. Any tension dissipated, he softly said. From now on, keep the good things for yourself. Your well-being is paramount. Xin Ruo obediently nodded, but Fu Yu cradled her close, smoothing her fur. The atmosphere finally returned to normal, and the air resumed its natural flow. Qian's boisterous laughter echoed from behind. Xin Ruo quickly turned to him. Qian, where have you been? Qian smirked. I went to deal with some prey. Those two beasts went out and slaughtered every wild animal in the vicinity. A significant number of ferocious beasts lie in pieces. Tiske. Feng Shi shot him a cold glance, and Fu Yu cast a similarly ominous look in his direction. Qian swallowed the remainder of his words, and, shifting topics, inquired curiously, I didn't expect to return and find one of you looking as if you were on the brink of death. What happened? Fu Yu flicked his tail at him, and Qian hastily dodged, exclaiming in exasperation, if you won't talk, then I won't either. I was merely expressing concern. You know, Xin Ruo gazed in awe at the mountain of wild beasts behind Qian. It was astonishing how many they had slain. They were missing limbs and lacking completeness, as they typically did with their hunts. Feng Shi conjured a verdant barrier around the area, its rich green hue enveloping everything. He turned Xin Ruo. Go gather it all. Xin Ruo nodded, leaping down and running over to store the prepared prey in her spatial warehouse. Fu Yu watched her, his eyes momentarily wide with surprise. Feng Shi smiled and elaborated. Our Xin Ruo is quite remarkable. She has awakened her spatial abilities. Fu Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, unable to conceal his delight. With the warm season passing, Xin Ruo's living conditions will only improve. Seizing the opportunity of the warm season, they would gather more food to store for Xin Ruo. Xin Ruo soon returned, placed on a stool by Feng Shi. She lowered her head to continue drinking milk. Once she finished, she poured a bit of spirit spring water into a bowl. Having observed that they had all consumed it, she believed it should be palatable. Lowering her head, she began to drink eagerly, discovering the taste quite delightful, with a subtle sweetness. After a brief nap, replenishing her energy, she felt invigorated and ready to continue her practice. While enjoying some meat, a beastman approached, placing several prey items before them. Announcing, I am Lian Mo, grateful for your hospitality. This is for you. Feng Shi declined. No need, take it back. Lian Mo insisted. I know you lack nothing. This is our gesture of gratitude. Please accept it. Lang Wei and the others only watched over the little female for a short while. And Lord Qian provided several beasts in thanks. This is truly more fitting for us. We have decided to stay in this tribe. He recognized that the beasts before him were among the most gifted from the Hell's tribe. The nine-tailed white tiger Feng Shi, the jade-horned silver snake Fu Yu, and the golden eagle Qian. Their names resonated like thunder across the central continent, and few males who revered strength were unaware of them. Though this tribe appeared small and dilapidated, with their presence, the Hell's tribe was not necessarily superior. Feng Shi raised an eyebrow, asking, So you won't be going to the Hell's tribe? Lian Mo scratched his head. We find this place quite pleasant. My mate wishes to remain here, as she adores the grassy fields. When Feng Shi was not smiling, he exuded an intense aura of authority. He waved his hand, saying, Leave the goods. You may return now. Lian Mo nodded eagerly. All right. With that, he hurried off. Qian chuckled. Lian Mo is a fourth-level beastman. His abilities are quite commendable, and his mate belongs to the sheep clan. So that was the case that it made sense that he would favor this shabby tribe with so few beasts. The Hell's tribe was characterized by barren, yellow-brown land. Nevertheless, it was wonderful. She had gained a few more subjects. That evening, Xin Ruo lay in bed, drifting into sleep when 001 notified her that she could upgrade the tribe. Xin Ruo was astonished. So soon, she promptly commanded 001 to upgrade the tribe. Upon opening the tribe blueprint, she discovered that the tribe information had changed once more. Tribe name: Fuguang tribe leader. Xin Ruo, tribe totem. Golden Sun tribe level. Level 4, a small. Weak tribe, keep it up. Note: 1. Tribe levels. Tribe levels 1-10. Beastman cities 1-9. Beastman kingdoms 1-3.2. Tribe upgrade requirements consist of various factors, including the number of beastmen and the area of the tribe. Tribe population 34. Current level can shelter up to 2,000. Current races in the tribe: human, nine-tailed white tiger, jade-horned silver snake, golden eagle, gray wolf, gray-horned sheep. Few humans but many races. Beast husband bonus effect. Shield protection effect 10. Tribe safety value 10. Tribe safety value. Current level safety value is quite high. It is advisable to upgrade the tribe promptly to accommodate more beastmen. Special constructions: shield, level 3, leader's dwelling, level 4, tribal assets, 1,900 beast crystals, but it seems that everyone has become her tribe subjects. And she even sold a cave. She did not set many configurations, opting for all default values. A thatch hut costs 100 beast crystals, a cave costs 100 beast crystals, and a wooden house costs 200 beast crystals. The orcs can obtain this information directly at the entrance. They merely need to deposit their beast crystals into a box in front of the house they wish to purchase. Once the crystals are deposited, the box will vanish, and the house will belong to them. She upgraded the shield, and all her beast crystals disappeared in an instant. The shield consumes them quite voraciously. She even contributed a few of her own beast crystals. The beast crystals given to her by Feng Shi and Lian were stored in her spatial warehouse. Fu Yu also provided her with many, all of which are her private possessions. Although the tribe belongs to her as well, the tribal assets are meant for construction. She decided to save this wealth for any potential future needs. She was also curious about how the wooden house had transformed. After a discussion that evening, it was agreed that one beast would accompany her to sleep each day, and tonight it was Fu Yu's turn, as he had arrived later than the other two beasts. Xin Ruo felt a chill and snuggled closer to Fu Yu, who wrapped her tightly in his embrace. The following morning, Xin Ruo rose early to inspect the wooden house, discovering that there had been no significant changes, save for an additional fence surrounding it. The material of the wooden house was visibly smoother and sturdier. She wondered if it was impervious to water and fire as well. The tribe had expanded once more. And around noon, she heard the jubilant cheers of the orcs. The 4th level brought an additional function, allowing existing structures to be upgraded. She opened the Tribal Construction menu to check. Pending construction: thatched hut, straw 010. Wooden plank 586010. Cave, beast crystal 010. Ordinary wooden house, wooden plank 586020. Pending upgrades: primitive rotted thatched hut, upgradable, next level. Simple task hall, tribal fence, upgradable, next level. Sturdy wooden fence, cave, pending upgrade. Next level: smooth cave, thatched hut, pending upgrade, next level. Wooden house, pending upgrade, next level. Elegant 2-room wooden house. The ability to upgrade was simply marvelous, though it was unfortunate that all upgrades required beast crystals. She decided to invest 100 beast crystals to upgrade the initial dilapidated thatched hut into a spacious and simple task hall. After reaching level 4, her leader's dwelling was positioned at the very center of the tribe. While the former thatched hut was now repurposed as the office hall, relocated far from the leader's dwelling in the future, she could issue tasks from the task hall. Today, Feng Shi and Lian were away. Leaving Fu Yu to keep her company, Fu Yu sat quietly beside her, watching over her. Xiva rested on her dedicated chair, beginning her daily routine. First, she checked her spatial realm. The plants were thriving. Though the mutated plants were growing slightly slower and the mysterious seeds had yet to show any signs of life. Xin Ruo watered the mysterious seeds and mutated plants with a bit of spring water. Then she began to nourish the plants with her wood energy, visibly invigorating them. She wondered if they needed watering, But since her spatial realm lacked water and the spring water was so precious, she couldn't use it entirely for irrigation. The water from the Beastman continent contained dark matter. If used for an extended period, it would undoubtedly cause issues for the plants that on ordinary days, Feng Shui and the others process their prey in running water, ensuring that the minimal dark essence clinging to it was washed away, so consuming it did not pose significant problems for their bodies. Otherwise, they would be doomed. For now, it seemed that the plants in her spatial realm did not require water. Xin Ruo consciously exited her spatial realm. As she emerged, a green energy burst forth, and a green vine sprouted from her right foot, trembling as it stretched forward, quietly climbing into Fu Yu's hair. Fu Yu's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at it before returning his gaze, allowing the vine to entwine itself in his hair. He smiled and praised. Xin Ruo is wonderful. Xin Ruo swiftly retracted the vine, instructing it to fetch the pot made by Yin. The vine dragged the pot into view, then went to retrieve a bowl and a cup, only to return them afterward, from the information she received through the learning crystal. She realized that her awakened wood abilities lacked a destined anomalous plant. Thus, the plants she conjured with wood energy were not very potent in attack. The best course of action was to cultivate mutated plants and form a contract with a destined anomalous plant to fight together. The mutated plants had only just begun to sprout. There was no rushing it. With her wood energy depleted, Xin Ruo began practicing her spatial abilities to control objects by the time she finished her practice. A significant portion of the day had already passed. She extracted some fruits and spiritual crystals to eat. Looking over at Fu Yu, she found him sewing something. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a silver dress. Shimmering in the sunlight, the texture was remarkably light and soft, undoubtedly comfortable to wear. Noticing Xin Ruo's gaze, Fu Yu smiled gently. This is my serpent shed. It is perfect for making a dress for you. You can wear it once you transform into your human form. Xin Ruo nodded enthusiastically. Thank you. Fu Yu carefully stored the item away and lifted Xin Ruo into his arms. No need for thanks. It brings me joy to create clothing for my partner. Xin Ruo must be hungry. I will prepare roasted meat for you. Xin Ruo watched as Fu Yu made the dress vanish from his hands. Where did such a large dress go? Did Fu Yu also possess spatial abilities? As Fu Yu carried her outside, he nodded. The Jade-Horn Silver Serpent tribe is naturally endowed with a small spatial realm, specifically for storing serpent sheds, clothing for partners, and personal belongings. Xin Ruo marveled. How extraordinary! Fu Yu chuckled lightly, and Xin Ruo found herself almost entranced by his stunning visage. She snuggled against his chest. Once outside, Fu Yu set Xin Ruo down on a stool, ignited a fire, and began roasting the prepared meat. Xin Ruo observed Fu Yu as he focused solely on feeding her, inquiring, "Why aren't you eating?" Fu Yu looked over, his gaze gentle. "You eat first. I will have mine later." Xin Ruo brought a piece of meat to Fu Yu's mouth. "You should eat too. Let us eat together." Fu Yu opened his mouth and took the piece of meat. But he refused to eat any more. Xin Ruo curiously asked, "Why do you all eat so little? I saw Wolf Mo and the others consuming so much." Earlier that morning, she had wanted to check at the tribe's entrance and had seen Wolf Mo and his companions feasting, one beast devouring several large wild animals. Fu Yu placed the meat in front of Xin Ruo's bowl to cool, explaining, as one ascends in star rank, the food requirements increase. Generally, we take care of our food needs outside, and one meal can sustain us for quite some time. Xin Ruo questioned, "Is it not a problem for the prey outside if it is not roasted over flames?" Fu Yu clarified, after being processed with abilities, it does not significantly affect males. However, for females, the food must be handled with care. After being processed with abilities, it must also be thoroughly cooked. Fu Yu tilted his head, gently tapping her forehead. "Why are you just listening to me? Hurry and eat." Xin Ruo snapped back to attention and lowered her head to eat, feeling that something was amiss as evening approached. Feng Shui and Yin returned as scheduled, with Yin bringing back several moo beasts. Though they all looked somewhat similar, she sensed slight differences among them. Xin Ruo inquired with curiosity, "Why did you bring back so many?" She thought that with so many, they could raise moo beasts. Yin looked at her with eagerness in his eyes. Xin Ruo can play with them as much as she likes. If she grows tired of them, I will fetch more. Xin Ruo pondered for a moment. Could it be that Yin assumed she wanted to play with the Moo beasts because she had used them as test subjects, feeding them spring water and observing them for quite some time? Feng Shi chuckled from the side. The first one will die soon. It can't be raised for long. With several, Xin Ruo's beast milk supply won't run out. Xin Ruo understood that wild beasts could not be raised, and plants could not be cultivated. What could be the reason? The inability to grow plants could be attributed to the quality of the land, but what about the wild beasts? They had also provided the beasts with untainted grass. Why were they unable to thrive? Xin Ruo exclaimed in confusion. Why do they die? Can't they be kept alive? Qian casually replied, there were once shamans who suggested attempting to raise wild beasts. Yet, the wild beasts would die shortly after arriving at the tribe, and the cause was never determined. Raising wild beasts required significant time and effort, as well as arranging for orcs to seek out untainted plants for feeding. It proved more efficient to hunt, and thus the tribe ceased raising them. As Qian reached this point, he first prepared Xin Ruo for the worst, furrowing his brow as he comforted her, saying, if the Moo beast were to perish, do not weep just yet. Xin Ruo, we have plenty more. Xin Ruo had grown accustomed to this, for although she had never shed tears in front of Qian, he always seemed to bring it up. Those unacquainted might assume she was an unparalleled crybaby. Once Fuyu had processed the prey and set aside what was to be consumed, she collected the larger portions and decided to keep some extra wild beasts. Fuyu gave her a few more glances. Feng Shi and Qian showed no further reactions, merely considering that Xin Ruo wished to sample a variety of wild game. Whatever Xin Ruo desired was permissible. Not only was it acceptable for her to wish to enjoy a broader selection of prey, but even if she desired to roast them all, they were capable of fulfilling that wish. Why should she be deprived? That evening, she shared a bed with Feng Shi, lying against the soft belly of the great white tiger, enveloped in a profound sense of safety. Yet, as she pondered the two special buildings yet to be placed, an unsettling thought grew, preventing her from falling asleep. She resolved to bind the special buildings and arrange them. On the map, a snow-capped mountain emerged behind the tribe, adjacent to the cloud spirit forest. Both safeguarded within a protective shield, the two types of buildings did not occupy additional space within the tribe, thus subtly expanding its territory. Each building was quite expansive, presenting good news. They could be upgraded. The bad news was that beast crystals were required for such upgrades. The crystals she had stored would thus be put to use. These special buildings were indeed valuable assets. Examining the information about the Beastmen confirmed this. Beastman, Qing Xian, awaiting partner, race, howling moon sky wolf, height, 195 centimeters, awakening ability, ice system level 6, 91, current continent maximum level 10. Compatibility, 99, special building, summit of snow, rich in dense ice energy. Ice energy absorption speed 5 within the snow mountain, reproduction speed 5 for the race. Bonus effect, temperature in the tribe decreases by 10 during the dry season. Beastman, Qian Shu, awaiting partner, race, white unicorn, height, 194 centimeters, awakening ability, with system level 6, 42, current continent maximum level 10. Compatibility, 99, special building, cloud spirit forest, rich in dense wood energy. Wood energy absorption speed 5 within the forest, plant growth speed 5. Bonus effect, healing speed of tribe members' injuries within the tribe increases by 5. The special buildings were individually bound, functioning solely for the individual, and they could enter their special buildings at any time and place, akin to a personal space, though upon exiting, they could only remain within the tribe. Xin Ruo found herself genuinely envious. Why did she not possess a special building? She yearned for the cloud spirit forest. The cloud spirit forest allowed for the cultivation of plants. Moreover, the bonus to plant growth speed was an enticing prospect. Once Qian Shu arrived, she would have him cultivate the land in the cloud spirit forest. After all, only he could plant, and only his efforts would yield accelerated growth. Xin Ruo couldn't help but feel envious. Why do I lack a special building? However, she reminded herself that she possessed spatial abilities and could also cultivate. She must learn to be content. 001 continued to comfort her. Isn't the Beastman essentially the masters? Their bonuses primarily serve the master in the tribe. The stronger they are, the more benefits the master receives. Reflecting on this, Xin Ruo agreed. The tribe relied on them for protection, and strength was paramount. All right then, how can special buildings be acquired? She wondered, realizing she could not show favoritism. Each individual must have one, lest conflict arise. Moreover, such precious entities should be abundant. Upgrading the tribe would likely yield them. Forming partnerships with beastmen would greatly enhance the chances, and the prestige of the tribe's populace could trigger relevant rewards. Many of the triggered rewards were precisely what the master needed. The desire for special buildings would trigger upon advancing to the next level of the tribe. After level 4, upgrading the tribe became considerably more complicated. The master could recruit more beastmen to the tribe, thereby expanding its territory. After level 5, each subsequent level would yield rewards, including the coveted special buildings. The greater the number of tribe members, the easier it became to acquire prestige points. Xin nodded, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, "I keep calling you 001. After all this time, I'm still not quite used to it. How about I give you a name?" "Really? Thank you, Master, for naming 001 from now on. I'll call you E. What does that sound?" 001 likes it. From now on, 001 shall be E. "Thank you, Master. Master is so kind to E. Xin Ruo felt her head being affectionately nudged. "Are you unable to sleep?" She quickly shook her head. "I can sleep. I will sleep now." Feng Shui grunted in affirmation, pulling Xin Ruo closer into his embrace, draping his tail over her and gently patting her back. "Sleep now." Xin Ruo was reminded of her obsessive-compulsive tendencies regarding the placement of the 2 special buildings. She conveyed to Feng Shui about the summit of snow and the cloud spirit forest. "I initially intended to gift these to you, but they don't suit you all that well. Rest assured, I shall strive to obtain one that is perfectly compatible with you." Feng Shui inquired further, "Are you suggesting that whoever the sacred object is bound to can enter and exit at will?" Xin Ruo nodded. "Exactly." Although she could not see Feng Shui's expression, she could detect the joy in his tone. Upon acquiring similar sacred objects, she would prioritize gifting them to her companions, allowing them to join her sooner and provide her with greater protection. She wondered if they would be able to discover this. Xin Ruo was uncertain whether Qing Xian and Qian Shu would notice either. After quite some time had passed, Xin Ruo still found herself unable to sleep, prompting Feng Shui to ask, "Is Xin Ruo unable to sleep because she is contemplating this matter?" Any sacred object was a rarity. Obtaining even 1 or 2 was already exceedingly fortunate. Whether one possessed them or not was left to fate. She should not overthink it and should simply sleep. What he cared about was never these trivial matters, as long as Xin Ruo did not show undue favoritism towards a particular beastman, blaming him, resenting him, or even wishing to cast him aside. Everything else he could accept. What he desired most was Xin Ruo's attitude. An female could treat each male partner equally. Beasts have preferences. Even the palm and the back of the hand are unevenly distributed. He longed to be the one whom Xin Ruo relied on the most and cherished the most. If he failed to achieve that, it would weigh heavily on his heart. Yet, to hold a place in Xin Ruo's heart, to be occasionally remembered, was enough to satisfy him. The heart of a male is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Xin Ruo finally grasped this sentiment, though she could not fathom it entirely. A mere drop of spiritual spring water had stirred such intense conflict, leaving 2 beastmen agitated for quite some time. Such a significant matter, tied to the very strength that the beastmen cherished, had not evoked even the slightest anger in them. She could sense that Feng Shui was genuinely not upset. In fact, he seemed to be utterly delighted. As a girl, such matters were likely beyond her comprehension. It appeared that there was a barrier between her thought processes and those of the male beastmen. The chapter has not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The following evening, upon returning from their outing, Fu Yu and Qi Yin discovered that they were, surprisingly, not the least bit upset. Qi Yin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I flew up early this morning to take a look. And indeed, Qing Xian and Qian Shu are quite suitable. The lofty cliffs are perfectly suited for me. I relish gazing up at the sky, residing in the place closest to the beast god." Xin Ruo was taken aback. "You know Qing Xian and Qian Shu?" Qi Yin replied nonchalantly, "Of course, we all know." Feng Shui nodded. "I am somewhat familiar with Qing Xian. I have heard of Qian Shu, but do not know him well." Qian was incessantly fiddling with a dark object in his hands, pouring the black liquid into a basin before continuing. The matching partners for tribe females may exist across various continents. The renowned beastmen from each continent are known to one another. Fu Yu likely knows more about them. Fu Yu nodded. I have visited several continents and met Qing Xian. Their race resides at the peak of the extreme snow in the northern continent, where all howling moons, sky, wolves dwell. If Qing Xian cannot uncover the secret of the sacred object you bound to him, it may take a while for him to reach here. Considering how far away it is, Fu Yu paused for a moment before adding. As for Qian Shu, their race lives in the misty forest of the southern continent, perpetually shrouded in toxic gas, making it rare for the Unicorn clan to venture out. Xin Ruo, intrigued, asked, Then how do you know about Qian Shu? Feng Shi cast a glance at Fu Yu. Fu Yu spoke up, saying, The Unicorn clan produces shamans. Every orc from their lineage awakens with healing-oriented wood abilities. Without exception, it could be said that the entirety of their clan comprises shamans. Among them, there is a particularly gifted healer named Miao Shu, whose reputation in the southern continent is exceedingly prominent. The females of the southern continent are quite enamored with him. Their clan has exceedingly high standards for mate selection, if they are not fond of someone. Even if that person is deemed a suitable match, they will refuse. Xin Ruo listened intently, but suddenly felt something was amiss. She directly inquired, Fu Yu, do you perhaps harbor a grudge against Miao Shu? Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback, looking at her with a bewildered expression, and replied, No, not at all. Qian burst into laughter. Xin Ruo, what are you thinking? They probably haven't even met. It is true that the Unicorn clan is not fond of venturing outside. Those seeking healing must go to them directly. What chance would Fu Yu and Miao Shu have to meet? Xin Ruo, how endearing you are, so adorably naive, Qian teased. Xin Ruo shot him an indignant glare. Pondering who was truly the more foolish one, Feng Shi gently ruffled Xin Ruo's hair and scolded Qian lightly. Is it really that amusing? Qian instantly wiped the smile off his face, lowering his head to continue fiddling with his dark, mysterious concoction, the contents of which remained a mystery. Fu Yu, regaining his composure, revealed a smile. You must have been thinking about the Unicorn clan's refusal to accept matched mates. The selection is mutual. The females can choose, and the males can naturally refuse. Was there perhaps a pause during your matching process? Xin Ruo contemplated for a moment and realized there had indeed been a brief pause. Although it lasted only a few seconds, those seconds were sufficient for making a choice. Seeing that Xin Ruo understood, Fu Yu continued, That pause signifies the male's opportunity to select in return if they are unwilling. They can refuse. Generally, no orc would refuse after being matched in Orc Continent. The longing for matched mates is almost a fixation. Qian nodded in agreement. The Unicorn clan truly does refuse when they say they will. Although their offensive capability is not strong, their healing powers are formidable. Besides their exceptional healing abilities, this is what they are most renowned for. Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you think that by doing this, no female would ever wish to choose them? Xin Ruo nodded. Qian shook his head, sighing. Orcs are truly their own worst enemies. Not only would that not be the case, but in fact, they are exceedingly popular. Fu Yu is not mistaken. The orcs of the Unicorn clan are highly favored by the females. This is because alongside their healing abilities, they are also exceptionally beautiful. The most adored traits among females in the Orc Continent are water and healing wood. Xin Ruo wholeheartedly agreed, as she too favored these two attributes. Water is the source of life, especially in a tribal world where external purity is non-existent, with danger lurking at every corner. In a realm where water is often contaminated and injuries are commonplace, both water and healing are absolutely indispensable. Feng Shi was in high spirits today, radiating a pleasant aura. Indeed, Xin Ruo having a shaman is quite reassuring. Awakening in wood healing and water is rare, and both generally lack strong offensive capabilities. The Heltsi tribe has 4 water-type orcs that are treasured by their leader, but they are all bonded orcs, making it difficult to borrow one. I will inquire another day about that tribe with water types, and see if we can bring one over. Fu Yu and Qian nodded, likely sharing the same thought. Qian contemplated and said, The White Sheep tribe has a water-type orc who just came of age and is yet to bond with a mate. Fu Yu decisively declared. We shall go and procure him by tomorrow. Xin Ruo raised her paw and called out. The three orcs turned to her, asking in unison, What is it? Xin Ruo hurriedly exclaimed, I have a water-type matchmate. There is no need to snatch someone else's. Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Really? Xin Ruo, which continent and tribe is he from? Do I know him? Fu Yu. Feng Shi smiled at Xin Ruo, patiently awaiting her response. Xin Ruo replied, The Merfolk clan, Miaolon. Qian calmly returned to his seat. Never heard of him. Completely unfamiliar. Fu Yu also shook his head. Xin Ruo curiously asked, You both do not know him? That little silly fish is not known by anyone. This could be troublesome. I hope he can find his way to the Fu Guang tribe. I hope he doesn't get lost or abducted by another orc. To her surprise, Feng Shi lightly interjected, I know him. Xin Ruo and Qian, along with Fu Yu, all looked up simultaneously, asking in unison, How do you know him? Feng Shi chuckled. I heard about him. Qian continued to inquire. Where did you hear it from? Feng Shi glanced at him. Are you still a little cub? Why so many questions? Xin Ruo covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Qian fell silent, seeing her cover her mouth with her paw, his eyes sparkling with amusement, while Xin Ruo, thinking she was being sly, couldn't help but smile as well. Feng Shi's eyes concealed surprise. I never expected that Miaolon, missing for so many years, is still alive. Qian's mind suddenly clicked, and he realized, could he be that little purple fish? Is his name Miaolon? Fu Yu's eyes also widened in astonishment. So it is him. I had thought he had perished during that divine punishment. Xin Ruo asked curiously, What divine punishment? Feng Shi answered Xin Ruo first. Perhaps this will help you understand better. The sea was enraged. Xin Ruo understood. A tsunami. This also indicated that there are natural disasters on the Orc Continent. What has happened to this land? Natural disasters, endless waves of beast tides. Seeing that Xin Ruo comprehended, Feng Shi turned to address Qian and Fu Yu. Indeed, it is that fish, over 20 years ago. A purple merfolk was born in the deep sea of the eastern continent, said to have displayed extraordinary talent from birth, awakening with aggressive water abilities. The merfolk are renowned for their beauty. And this purple mermaid is exceptionally stunning, a sight to behold. Qian continued Feng Shi's thoughts. It is said that many females, both adult and juvenile, awaited his maturity. After speaking, Qian winked at Xin Ruo, teasingly adding, Our Xin Ruo is truly fortunate. Her mate is exceptionally handsome. If it weren't for the slightly sour tone, it would have been even more convincing. Fu Yu flicked his tail, coldly saying, Stop teasing Xin Ruo. Feng Shi turned to Xin. What information did you receive during the matching that indicated where he is? Xin Ruo shook her head in confusion. I only know he is in the sea. Feng Shi sighed in exasperation. It seems he himself may not even know where he is. Xin Ruo profoundly agreed. Based on Feng Shi and the others, their personalities aligned closely with those portrayed in the game. Likely Miaolon was similar. He must be a silly fish who would struggle to find his way and would need to find ways to level up quickly. Hopefully, luck is on his side, and he can bind to a special building. Fu Yu frowned. If Xin Ruo matches with another mate, it does not necessarily have to be a water type. Feng Shi fell silent for a moment, rubbing his forehead, searching through bloodline inheritance for any information regarding the merfolk within his ancestral bloodline inheritance. Once it reached the generation with foreign females, the information on the merfolk became muddled. He mentioned that male merfolk are cunning and hypocritical, often feigning innocence and kindness, relying on their beautiful, ethereal appearances and tails to charm females with males, and to be cautious of the merfolk, lest a female may be bewitched and snatched away. It was also said that foreign females are often enamored by the merfolk. Feng Shi sighed deeply. He looked at Xin Ruo with curiosity. Xin Ruo, do you happen to have matched mates of all 8 major attributes? Who are the other 2? Qian asked without looking up. Fu Yu also perked up his ears. The 8 major attributes on the Orc Continent are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Echo nodded. I indeed have them all. For earth, it is the iron-eating beast clan, Chun-Shi. Qian replied calmly. We know that one. What about the last one? For fire, it is the cloud crystal snow fox, Xian Mi Bang. The sound of objects falling into the basin, accompanied by the splatter of a black liquid on his face. went unnoticed by Qi Yin, who, in excitement, exclaimed, "Who are you talking about?" Feng Shi, floating lightly, replied, "Xin I'm in a whirlwind." Qi Yin dashed away. Exava glanced at Fuyu, who was squeezing the beast's paw into several pieces. Feng Shi held a mushy red sour fruit in one hand. Not long after, Qi Yin returned in a flurry, placing a large basin of milk before Xin Ruo, urging her with a smile. "Xin Ruo, drink up. The more you drink, the stronger you'll grow." Feng Shi set aside the ruined red sour fruit and peeled another one for Xin Ruo, inquiring cheerfully, "Do you still have Ling Jing?" Xin Ruo nodded. "Plenty." Feng Shi gently encouraged, "You should eat more regularly. Don't worry. Ling Jing will not run out. As for that holy water of yours, keep it for yourself and don't share it with us." Xin Ruo nodded and looked at Qi Yin. "But I can't finish all this milk." Qi Yin scratched his nose and pulled Xin Ruo close for a kiss, saying, "All right, put it away and drink it slowly." Xin Ruo needs to grow strong and pass through the transformation phase soon. Wondering why the sudden urgency, Xin Ruo held her questions back, knowing such matters could not be rushed. Who could possibly yearn for stability more than she? The dinner passed with several beasts in a state of nervous tension, though she couldn't discern the reason for their anxiety. Not guessing was perhaps the best option. Point 1 could never predict the heart of a male. Xin Ruo finished her meal happily and checked on the thriving plants in her space before delightfully drifting off to sleep. That night, she shared a bed with Qi Yin, who was particularly exuberant, hugging Xin Ruo tightly and rubbing against her, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. I can finally sleep alone with Xin Ruo." He showered her with kisses and affectionate rubs, leaving Xin Ruo feeling utterly exasperated, like a lump of dough. Why was Qi Yin always so full of energy? Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Xin Ruo kicked him away, exclaiming, "My fur is transformed." Suddenly recalling something, Qi Yin lamented, "Oh no, I forgot to take care of your fur." He hurriedly lifted Xin Ruo and rushed downstairs. Shortly after, Feng Shi and Fuyu joined them. Feng Shi's voice was cool. "What are you doing?" "Not taking Xin Ruo to sleep." "What is all this fuss about?" "I am taking care of her fur. I prepared fur juice earlier," Qi Yin replied. Fuyu gestured toward the corner and moved to fetch the clean water he had prepared earlier. Qi Yin brought out a basin of dark liquid. Placing it on the ground and heating it with fire energy, he then picked up Xin Ruo and was about to place her into the mixture, prompting her to struggle slightly. Qi Yin coaxed, "Don't be afraid. Xin Ruo. Washing with fur juice will make your fur softer and shinier." Xin Ruo felt a flicker of trust and curiosity. She glanced at Feng Shi and Fuyu, and upon seeing them nod, she relaxed. "All right." With a smile, Qi Yin gently placed Xin Ruo into the basin and meticulously washed her fur. Qi Yin's technique was surprisingly adept, and it felt quite pleasant. Looking at the inky Xin Ruo, Qi Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Black-furred Xin Ruo is very cute too." Xin Ruo gasped, her bright blue eyes widening in panic. One T turned completely black. "Will Feng Shi reassured. "No, you'll return to your original color after we rinse you with clean water." Xin Ruo calmed down, allowing Qi Yin to groom her fur. Time passed, and Xin Ruo was placed into another basin of clean, warm water. Glancing down, she noticed the water had turned black, realizing it took several basins to cleanse her thoroughly. Qi Yin quickly set her on the beast skin prepared by Feng Shi. Feng Shi used wind energy to dry Xin Ruo's fur, and soon it was completely dry. The nine-tailed white tiger, resembling a fluffy snowball, marveled at her own tail and playfully rubbed her ears, looking adorably soft and cute. The other beasts watched with hearts aflutter. Xin Ruo beamed, "This is wonderful. I'll have to wash my hair with this fur juice regularly." Qi Yin replied with a grin, "No problem." Feng Shi placed Xin Ruo in Qi Yin's arms, advising, "Take Xin Ruo to sleep now. It's quite late." Qi Yin nodded in agreement, carrying Xin Ruo upstairs. Feng Shi and Fuyu remained behind to clean up, with Feng Shi whispering, "Where could Miao Lan be?" Xin Ruo loves bathing, but using this water too often isn't ideal. She still needs water from a water element star bearer, although he smeared the life grass juice on the roasted meat for her to eat. Her frequent bathing raises concerns, Fuyu added quietly. Tomorrow, we should first go to the tribe and find a water element star bearer to trade for some water, and then we can bring over that water element star bearer from the white goat tribe. Feng Shi suggested. Fuyu nodded. That sounds good. I believe Miao Lan is likely still in that sea region. Feng Shi speculated. Fuyu looked up in curiosity. What makes you say that? Feng Shi directly shared his thoughts. A terrifying divine punishment years ago split that sea region in two. The merfolk reside in one half, and it's highly probable that Miao Lan is in the other half. Fuyu, puzzled, countered. Even so, after all these years, he could have returned to the merfolk. Why hasn't he? The merfolk can't locate him either. Feng Shi paused for a moment before reluctantly responding. The merfolk possess a trait unknown to the outside world. They do not recognize paths. Fuyu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. I never anticipated such a reason. Then what can be done? Can he find his way to the Fuguang tribe? Feng Shi shook his head slightly. It is hard to say. Let us wait a bit longer. If he hasn't arrived by then, you and Shi Yin can go to fetch him. You excel in water, and Shi Yin is fast. For now, Xin Ruo needs protection. Nothing is more important than her. Fuyu agreed with it in the blink of an eye. Several days passed. None of the other five had shown up, prompting Xin Ruo to realize a critical point. They might not know how to use the special structures. However, she was not overly worried about them. They would come eventually, and their abilities were strong enough to handle any issues. A few days ago, Fuyu and Feng Shi had brought back a water element beastman, who expressed a keen desire to reside in the Fuguang tribe. Unable to refuse, they brought him along, recognizing him as a water element star bearer. Xin Ruo accepted him readily. After all, her tribe, while not particularly high in rank, was still manageable. She believed her tribe wasn't lacking. Xin Ruo provided the water element beastman with a wooden house, showing her discernment and offering appropriate privileges to a valuable beastman in the Heltsi tribe. A group of white goat beastmen stood before them. The leader, Yang Yi, glared angrily, demanding you, Bai Hong, hand over our tribe's cub. The Bai Hong leader replied, perplexed, Yang Yi, what cub are you talking about? Our tribe as beastmen haven't harmed your little females. Yang Yi, seeing their shamelessness, flushed with rage. Don't think you can bully us white goat herbivores just because you're the largest tribe in the central continent. The Bai Hong leader inwardly rolled his eyes. Responding helplessly, stop your prattling. You herbivores take ages to get to the point. Just tell me what is going on. Yang Yi, unable to spit out his anger, declared, your tribe's Feng Shi and Fu you have taken our water element beastman. Yang Mian, you already have 4 water element beastmen. Why are you robbing us? We only have 2. The Bai Hong leader cursed inwardly at the 2 troublesome cubs who, instead of retrieving water from their own tribe, insisted on stealing from others. Yet it was a clever move. With the little female not present in their tribe, they could not do without water. The Bai Hong leader, adopting a serious demeanor, retorted, what nonsense is this? We merely borrowed Yang Mian. He will be returned soon. We're good beasts and 1T bully the weak. Did they at least give you a beast crystal? Yang Yi nodded. They did give a beast crystal. The Bai Hong leader laughed heartily. Well, then, with Feng Shi and Fu you having gained female mates, it is only natural for them to borrow Yang Mian from your tribe to fetch some water for the little female. Just wait. Yang Mian will be back before long. If you're making a fuss after receiving a beast crystal, you're just losing face. Yang, hearing this, chuckled. Bai Hong leader, don't take my earlier words to heart. The leader of the Bai Hong clan smiled amiably and said, of course not. Who wouldn't he be upset if they lost their young? Fear not. You can rest easy. Those 2 little ones are unlikely to let anything happen to Yang Mian. Following them is surely safer than remaining in the tribe. Yang Yi nodded repeatedly. Indeed, we must be particularly attentive to the matters concerning the little females. If it proves beneficial for them, it would indeed be a great fortune for Yang Mian. The leader of Bai Hong continued to smile. Rest assured, both Feng Shi and Fuyu are truly responsible beasts, gifted and capable. Having invited Yang Mian along, they will undoubtedly look after him, so do not worry. Yang Yi felt a surge of joy from the leader's words and laughed as he said, ha! I have complete faith in Feng Shi and Fuyu. Dear elder sheep, I shall take my leave now, as it is getting late and the road may be unsafe. The leader of Bai Hong chuckled. Very well. I shall have some of the beastmen escort you. Yang Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, leader Bai Hong. Our offensive capabilities are rather feeble, and having beastmen accompany us is greatly appreciated. The leader of Baiheng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you are too courteous. Our tribes have always been on friendly terms. Your gratitude is unnecessary. Once he had seen off the beastmen of the Baiyang tribe, the leader of Baiheng's expression darkened, and he snorted. He approached the shaman to vent his frustrations. That Yang Yi, always beating around the bush when seeking our assistance, he dares to shout about exchanging a single beastman as if it were common knowledge. What nonsense about losing something. Pa, our tribe has often helped them clear out beast threats, yet they hardly reciprocate that a bit of water here and there, and they think that suffices. We simply turn a blind eye. And now, just because they've swapped a beastman, they come rushing to us with such urgency, truly spoiled by us, that he scoffed. They call it borrowing, but it's a matter of a beast crystal in one hand and a beastman in the other. How brazen of them! The shaman sighed. They are weak in attack. Without the support of a strong tribe, they would have perished long ago. However, it is indeed rather ungracious. Recently, I heard that a female from their tribe had departed. Who doesn't he know that she was taken by the Black Spider tribe? Yet, they made no fuss about it. Now they sell a beastman and make a commotion. Soon the entire continent will know. The leader of Baiheng sneered. It's simply that they dare not. They come to our tribe, thinking we have been too kind for too long. Does the entire continent not know about the emergence of the Fuguang tribe? In just a few days, they've risen to the 4th tier. Their leader is a female, and within the tribe, there are 3 6th-tier beastmen. I cannot believe Yang Yi is unaware of this. This situation truly vexes the beasts. During their next beast tide, we shall be unable to assist them. The leader chuckled as he scolded. Those 2 young ones. No beast dares to confront them directly, which certainly makes things simpler, yet they only bring trouble to me. The shaman laughed. I see you rather enjoy this predicament. The leader of Baiheng retorted, What nonsense! I would rather avoid it entirely. The shaman smiled silently, but with concern said, to announce so boldly that Xin Ruo is the tribe's leader, with 3 high-tier beastmen, is a blatant display of Xin Ruo's uniqueness. Can those young ones handle it? The leader of Baiheng dismissed the concern. You're worrying too much. You haven't thought this through. The shaman frowned. Who is worrying too much? The leader of Baiheng replied meaningfully. Oh, no one in particular. The shaman rolled his eyes. The leader of Baiheng continued. There have been several continents where females have taken on leadership roles. Gifted awakened females are not uncommon to a few high-tier beastmen. What sort of attention could that possibly attract? With a few high-tier companions already paired off, it's uncertain whether high-tier beastmen would even dare approach. No one wants to court death. It's merely a few high-tier beastmen try and win the favor of a female leader by establishing a tribe, creating their own little home. What is so novel about that? Beasts can do all sorts of peculiar things for their female leaders. It's nothing out of the ordinary. The shaman cleared his throat and nodded in agreement. I suppose I was overthinking it. You are right. Those young ones do possess a modicum of sense. Perhaps I should pay them a visit sometime to see if they are capable of caring for the little female, as I fear they might annoy her without proper guidance from a male beast. The leader of Baiheng, unable to tolerate any further, rolled his eyes. Enough of your incessant prattling. You go on and on. Endlessly. Those young ones are spoiled by you. How can they not be wild and unruly? Your worries are unfounded. The shaman shot a glare at the leader of Baiheng. If you had not spoiled them, would Fengshe have turned out like that? He was such a well-behaved young one when he first arrived. The leader of Baiheng huffed. He was always like that upon arrival. How is it my fault? I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm leaving now. With that, he strode off without a backward glance. Meanwhile, in the Fuguang tribe, after practicing her abilities, Xin Ruo opened her space. The life grass had doubled. An excellent sign. It could reproduce on its own. The ordinary plants thrived splendidly. However, she had 10 bags of seeds, and they all produced strawberries, which left Xin Ruo feeling quite vexed. Master, you have been dreaming of blue strawberries. And I couldn't find any blue strawberry seeds, so I prepared 10 varieties of strawberry seeds for you, one of which is black. I wonder if you will like it. Xin Ruo replied, I like it. Thank you. Yi felt puzzled, sensing that its master's tone was somewhat gritted, but it dismissed it as mere misperception. Clearly, the master was pleased. Xin Ruo's eyes brightened with anticipation. Yi, can you procure other seeds? Perhaps corn, wheat, or rice? I am willing to trade for whatever you desire. I am sorry, master, but I do not have those. Those were prepared before I arrived, and now I cannot obtain them. That it is all my fault. It is all right. If we do not have them, that is fine. Having strawberries is already wonderful. You are truly kind, master. Xin Ruo smiled. Had she known it would all be strawberries, she would have only planted a small amount and could have sown red fruit, and blue fruit instead. After consuming the bitter fruit, she dreamt of blue strawberries for several days. Now half of that dream was about to come true, and soon she would be able to enjoy strawberries every day. Well, having strawberries is still quite nice. She set the strawberries aside and observed the mutated plants, which were growing exceedingly slowly. She still had no idea what they were if they turned out to be all strawberries. She would be at a loss for what to do. Her surprise, she discovered that the mysterious seeds had sprouted, sending forth two tiny golden shoots from the soil, hidden among the grass, so delicate that one could easily miss them. She watered the mutated plants and the mysterious seeds with a bit of spring water. Giggly giggly, how delightful! So much energy! Nothing compares to the energy from my master. Xin Ruo paused her watering and surveyed the space. Finally fixing her gaze on the mysterious seeds. Oh, please don't look at me. Master, what do you want? Do you wish to consume me? Xin Ruo scrutinized the two trembling shoots. Are you the one speaking? The tiny shoots swayed left and right, confused. Speaking? Who is speaking? Besides you and me, who else is here? Xin Ruo confirmed. It is indeed you who speaks. The tiny shoots straightened and a puzzled voice emerged. I am speaking. You can hear me? Xin Ruo nodded. Ah, my master has discovered me, and she can hear me. Xin Ruo watched the tiny shoots swaying excitedly, fearing they might break themselves, being so fragile. After the excitement subsided, the two shoots quieted down and eagerly proposed. Master, let us form a contract. Allow me to be your life bond plant, fighting alongside you. Xin Ruo was somewhat taken aback, turning to the mutated plant she could not identify, then back to the mysterious seed before her. What sort of plant are you? I'm the mightiest of Ironwood. Xin Ruo raised an eyebrow. How can you prove it? You are so small. Look at how much more formidable the others beside you are. I was planning to contract with them. The tiny shoots exclaimed, once I sprout, I will grow rapidly. I will soon become large, and I am the most compatible with you. The two shoots twirled around in a flurry. Tightly entwined, their color deepening. Xin Ruo felt conflicted. The 10 mutated plants were still growing, so she decided to ask the mysterious seeds have sprouted. Are you not excited? Bestowed upon Xin Ruo a wave of astonishing emoticons, exclaiming, could it be that your shock is akin to delight? After sending the emoticons, excitedly declared, Master, this is indeed a surprise. It was initially a seed that neither thrived nor fully perished, yet it has been brought to life. The introduction of this seed explicitly states that it is a dead seed, one that has failed to sprout under hundreds of previous hosts, thus branded as a dead seed. However, every host receives starting rewards, and it figured that since no one wanted it, it would bring it to you for amusement, hoping to witness a miraculous sprouting its astonishment. It truly flourished, and its master is remarkable. Xin Ruo then inquired. Those 10 mutated plants, they can't all be strawberries, can they? Replied, they are not strawberries, and I too am unaware of the nature of these mutated plants. You shall discover their identity once you cultivate them. With that, Xin Ruo's consciousness returned to the space, and she resolved to take a gamble. According to general principles, entities capable of speech are usually of good quality. Those that can speak upon germination are no exception. Conversely, the mutated plants, now of considerable size, have yet to utter a word. Even if she were mistaken, it mattered little, for there was no rule against forming multiple contracts with different exotic plants. One ought not to put all their eggs in one basket. Sensing Xin Ruo's consciousness, two tender sprouts began shyly promoting themselves. Xin Ruo decided, very well, I shall form a contract with you and designate you as my contracted exotic plant. Wow, how wonderful. Master, let us proceed with the contract immediately. Xin Ruo retrieved the tender sprouts, placing them in a bowl. With her fingertips enveloped in green energy, she inscribed the contract's mark upon the sprouts, ultimately sealing it with a drop of blood dot on the inner side of her right wrist. Amidst the green star patterns, 2 golden leaf imprints appeared. Xin Ruo hastily returned the 2 sprouts to their original positions in the space, watering them with some spirit spring water. From now on, you shall be known as Muxian. Yes, master, came the reply. Xin Ruo felt a moment of bewilderment. How remarkable it was that after the contract, Muxian transformed into a mature and composed presence, speaking far less. Exiting her consciousness from the space, she raised her right hand, adorned with a single corner of the star pattern, and gently touched the golden leaf. Sensing Muxian's bashful emotions, she immediately halted her actions, beginning to consume spirit crystals and drink spirit spring water until her energy was restored. Unable to contain her excitement, she released the exotic plant, and indeed, the contracted exotic plant was vastly superior to mere energy condensation. The combat powers were rising quickly, yet she felt too weak. Venturing outside the tribe posed a risk of death, potentially leading to multiple fatalities. Thus, she sought to practice with the Moo beast. As she stepped out of the tribe, Qian approached and lifted her into his arms. That I wish to see the Moo beast, she expressed. Very well, I shall take you there. Qian stood beside Xin Ruo, inquiring, do you wish to see the Moo beast today, or are you yearning for milk? Xin Ruo released golden vines, not even glancing up as she said, I wish to try this. Qian nodded. Do you require my assistance? Xin Ruo declined. No need. With a flourish, she sent the golden vines shooting towards the Moo beast's legs and snaring them tightly. The Moo beast, in pain, let out a piercing cry and bolted backward in a frenzy. To Xin Ruo's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden tug of the golden vines, the Moo beast's legs were splattered with blood. Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement and pride as he exclaimed, Xin Ruo is truly impressive. Your wood-based star energy is extraordinarily potent. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptionally powerful high-level beastman. Tomorrow, I shall capture more small wild beasts for Xin Ruo to practice with. Real combat is the quickest way to enhance star energy. Thank you, Qian. He smiled, ruffling her hair. No need for thanks. Why do they sometimes refer to it as star energy? Xin Ruo queried. It is as such. Master, the awakened abilities on the Beastman continent can be referred to as either exotic powers or star energy. Call it what you will. You may also refer to it as magical arts or sorcery. Stop. Understood. Master, in any case, there are no strict regulations regarding specific terminologies on the Beastman continent. In the evening, an unexpected beast arrived. Xin Ruo gazed at the Beastman brought back by Qian, her eyes widening slightly. He rolled to the feet of the Beastman. Xin Ruo, Qian exclaimed, rushing forward to gently scoop her up, his voice soft as water. How careless of you. Luckily, you did not fall there. What would we do if you were injured? After carefully inspecting her, Qian held her tightly. Thank goodness you are unhurt. He stepped back a few paces, curiously asking Xin Ruo, could this be Chushi? The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. Qian's guess was remarkably accurate. Xin Ruo looked up, beholding a beast with a tall, robust frame, well-defined muscles, a seductive V-line, and neatly arranged 8-pack abs, each muscle line flowing seamlessly. His skin was fair and delicate, with gentle pink hair braided long and casually draped to one side. His clear, watery pink eyes sparkled with a tender smile, fully focused on her, reflecting her image within them. His long, thick eyelashes framed a high nose bridge and exquisite lips, glistening with a hint of rosy hue. He was undeniably breathtaking, his beauty akin to water, nurturing and subtle, effortlessly disarming one's defenses. Such allure was remarkably deceptive. Relevant information leaped into Xin Ruo's mind. Beast husband, Chushi, a waiting partner. Race, iron-eating beast. Height, 197 centimeters. Awakening ability, Earth System level 6, 72. The maximum level on the current continent is 10. Compatibility, 99. Special structures, none. Bonus effect, tribe defense 5. Chushi's gentle gaze fell upon the soft, adorable, snow-white bundle in Qian's arms, whose azure eyes seemed to speak volumes. He chuckled softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to startle her. I am Chushi. Have you forgotten me, Xin Ruo? Xin Ruo hurriedly shook her head. Of course not. You are my gentle little bear. She raised her small paws, and though Qian was not particularly pleased, he still cradled Xin Ruo into Chushi's embrace. The competition for affection had begun, and it was only natural that he would be displeased. Chushi extended his hand to catch Xin Ruo, frowning slightly. Why is Xin Ruo so small? Have they not cared for you properly? Xin Ruo quickly explained, They treat me very well, but I am just this small. Such misunderstandings must not occur. One must avoid any potential conflicts. Why can't you speak? Are you still a little milk tiger? Why do you only know how to make awu sounds? Chushi looked at Xin Ruo with concern, gently nuzzling her. Do not fear being small. Xin Ruo will grow, and I shall take great care of you. Xin Ruo was taken aback. What do you mean she can't speak and only makes awu sounds? She turned to Qian, who wore an expression of regret, as if he had something to say but faltered. Qian glared at Chushi. Why are you so chatty? It turned out that the soft, adorable sound she had heard, resembling awu, were not mere illusions. That it was impressive that Fengshe and the others managed to keep a straight face. She no longer wished to speak, retreating into silence. Who was more unfortunate than her? Others could speak normally in their beast forms, yet she could only produce awu sounds. Qian reassured Xin Ruo, Your voice is delightful. Incredibly cute. You have no idea. When Fengshe was little, his baby voice was even softer than yours. He hid from the tribe for 8 whole months. My apologies, Fengshe. Achu awu really? Qian affirmed. Absolutely true. Fengshe, you may bear the brunt of this. Xin Ruo felt comforted. If such a formidable being as Fengshe had once been like this, then she had no cause for embarrassment. Chushi appeared puzzled. Beastmen are born speaking. Why deceive the female master? Qian quickly interrupted. You are Chushi from the West Continent, correct? Chushi instantly grasped the situation, realizing he had inadvertently revealed to Xin Ruo that his beast form could not speak. He concealed his regret and looked at Qian with a gentle smile. Naturally cooperating to divert the topic, I am Chu 11, in a better mood. Xin Ruo nestled against Chushi's chest, relishing the warmth of the gentle being's embrace, reminiscent of a mother's embrace in a dream. Qian introduced himself. I am Qian. It turns out that you are Qian, a Ritterni from the brown-eyed Golden Eagle clan, endowed with an extraordinary dual-element star energy talent. In the Central Continent, you stand unparalleled alongside Fengshe and Fuyu in terms of innate abilities. Unmatched by any beast, a smile dances in Qian's eyes, his brow arched in delight as he confidently proclaims, Indeed, there are no weaklings in my Golden Eagle lineage, and moreover, I am the one and only Red Eagle. When Fengshe and Fuyu return, they glance at Chunxi, and after mutual introductions, Chunxi expresses mild surprise. Fengshe and Fuyu are actually Xin Ruo's partners. Qian muses quietly. Is that surprising? There's even more to astonish you. Chunxi turns to Qian. Who else? Upon noting the absence of several beasts behind them, he inquires with curiosity, Are the others not here yet? Qian nods. Yes, there lies a vast ocean between the West Continent and the Central Continent. Land-dwelling beastmen must navigate around the sea to reach the Central Continent. That I didn't expect you to arrive first. A gentle smile graces Chunxi's face. Just fortunate, really. There is a female from the Raccoon Cat clan in our tribe, whose connection with her match partner suddenly severed. She intended to journey to the Central Continent in search of her match. With several eagle companions awakened with wind-type star energy, I was eager to see Xin Ruo and accompany them here. Qian, not connecting this matter to any familiar faces, jestingly remarks. Could it be that the partner she seeks is Huya? Fengshe also looks toward Chunxi, intrigued by the possibility. Chunxi responds affirmatively. Yes, Huya, who seems to belong to the same tribe as you. Qian is taken aback, realizing the truth in this statement. He sighs deeply, a hint of regret in his voice. I never imagined she would truly come seeking. Chunxi, puzzled, gazes at Qian, while Fuyu's interest peaks as he queries, What transpired in the tribe? Qian sighs again. It's a long story. The situation is roughly as follows. Fuyu coldly interjects. Foolish. Chunxi, somewhat taken aback, remarks. I didn't expect that amidst death, there would be so many complications. Huya is the match partner with the highest compatibility with Meili. She is quite concerned and traveled great distances to find her. Chunxi then suddenly asks, Do you know who the others are? The abruptness of his question is understood by all. Of course, Yin replies with a tone of pride. As Xin Ruo mentioned, they're the merfolk Miao Lan from the East Continent, the Unicorn Clan Zhan Shu from the South Continent, the Howling Moon Wolf Clan Qing Xian from the North Continent, and the Cloud Crystal Snow Fox Huan Mi Chun. She is not surprised, his pink eyes widening in disbelief. Huan Mi is also Xin Ruo's partner. Yin beams with delight. Indeed, while everyone is astonished and tense, he remains unfazed. The enemy is formidable, and a sense of crisis looms among them. Huan Mi's talents are unmatched among her peers, and all females across the continent desire to bond with her. Yet she boldly declares she shall never take a mate. She still finds it hard to believe. Yin scoffs, but she agreed to be matched with Xin Ruo. She falls silent, lowering his gaze toward Xin Ruo, who lies in his embrace, eyes firmly shut, breathing steadily. His aura softens instantly as he whispers, Xin Ruo requires the protection of a powerful beastman. And Huan Mi is exceptionally strong. I didn't expect Xin Ruo to be so small. Isn't she already an adult? Is her body all right? Feng Shi speaks softly. There's no issue. She is a female from the nine-tailed White Tiger clan. Right now, she is merely in an unstable phase, and she will be fine once this period passes. She expresses concern. Zhan Shu may not arrive anytime soon. Let us find a shaman for Xin Ruo first, so we can address any issues that may arise. Feng Shi frowns. We haven't found a suitable one. Shamans are scarce. There are hardly more than a handful across the entire central continent. Since you're here, I plan to visit the Qing Tu tribe. They have 2 shamans, and though their tribe isn't particularly strong, I've heard they're seeking assistance. I'll see if I can persuade them to join the Fuguang tribe. Shi mentions that Xin Ruo wants to explore outside the tribe, suggesting, you should take her out to play tomorrow. I'm sure she is tired of staying within the tribe. Shi nods in agreement. All right. Yin eagerly inquires, shall we go now? Feng Shi nods. I fear they may encounter a tide of dark creatures tonight. You must take good care of Xin Ruo. If she asks, you know what to say. Fu Yu adds, the sooner we go, the sooner we return. Yin hesitates, wanting to join them, but realizing that Xin Ruo and the Fuguang tribe also need their beasts. He ultimately nods, advising, remember to protect yourselves. If you make Xin Ruo cry, I will not forgive you. Understood, Feng Shi replies, casting a glance at Xin Ruo before transforming into beast form and sprinting towards the tribe's exit. Yin prepares food and gives Shi additional instructions. Shi inquires curiously, is this so-called special building truly so miraculous? Yin, unyielding to doubt, asserts confidently, how could what Xin Ruo says be false? Fu Yu, cradling Xin Ruo, lazily reclines against the stool crafted by Yin, playfully toying with Xin Ruo's tail. Shi gathers large stones to create a stove and stone pot anew. Yin watches with curiosity as Shi brews soup. Noting that they have similar items at home, though they've never utilized them, Shi gently states, oh, I'll give it a try next time. This stove must be extraordinary. I wonder if the food it produces will be even more delicious. Xin Ruo awakens to the rich aroma. Having slept for quite a while, her head still groggy. She remembers Shi's arrival before she fell asleep and realizes she can only utter soft cries. Nestled in Shi's tender embrace, she listens to his gentle words and drifts back into slumber. What is that delightful scent? It seems to carry the essence of meat and bamboo shoots. Fu Yu observes her adorable state, smoothing her tousled fur, playfully tapping her delicate nose with a light laugh. The little sleeping tiger has awakened. Shi and Yin turn their heads at the sound. Yin exclaims joyfully, Xin Ruo, come quickly. Look at what Shi has prepared for you. Fu Yu lazily carries Xin Ruo over as she leans forward to catch a glimpse, inhaling deeply. So fragrant, pork rib and bamboo shoot soup, and stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, that I didn't expect Shi to be such a talented cook. Shi tenderly serves a bowl of soup, placing on the golden table, softly saying, it's not hot anymore, just right. Xin Ruo, come and taste it. Let us see if you like it. Fu Yu places Xin Ruo on her special stool. She leans in eagerly, extending her tongue to sip the soup. Wow, it's delicious. Fighting the urge to roll about in delight, she modestly nods, continuing to savor the soup. Yin, grilling meat nearby, beams with happiness at the sight of Xin Ruo relishing her meal. Exclaiming, Xin Ruo is enjoying her food so much. It seems she truly likes this. Chun-Shi serves her another bowl of soup, then turns to assist Qi-Yin with the grilling. Xin Ruo gazes at the bamboo shoots and the plump ribs in her bowl. She looks to Fu Yu, who, sensing her gaze, chuckles softly, understanding her wishes, and bends down to remove the bones for her. Xin points eagerly, saying, "Want to eat this?" "All right," Fu Yu replies, picking up a piece of bamboo shoot to feed her. And upon seeing her finish it in a few bites, he offers her some meat. Xin Ruo lets out a hearty burp, collapsing onto her stool. She devoured most of Chun-Shi's pork rib and bamboo shoot soup, leaving the remainder for Chun-Shi, as both Qi-Yin and Fu Yu prefer not to eat vegetables. Xin Ruo turns to observe the beasts enjoying grilled meat, noticing Feng Shi has yet to return. She inquires, "Where is Feng Shi? Where did he go? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Fu Yu speaks first. "He went to find a shaman." Qi-Yin discreetly shoots him a glance, as if to say, "How could you say that?" He quickly interjects with a smile, "Oh, he went to the Qing tribe." Fu Yu rolls his eyes. "Great, you've revealed everything." Xin Ruo, oblivious to their silent exchange, asks curiously, "It's nearly dark. What is he doing at the Qing tribe? Is he looking for something?" Qi-Yin, with a stiff nod, answers, "Yes, he went to find something. He said he would return soon." Xin Ruo expresses concern. "Can't he go during the day? How can he find anything at night?" "It's pitch black." Fu Yu reassures her. "He is going to find the chief of the Qing tribe. I've heard they possess something valuable, and he wishes to negotiate an exchange. Don't worry. The Qing tribe isn't very far from here. His strength is not to be underestimated. He'll be fine." Xin Ruo nodded, feeling reassured by Feng Shi's capabilities. That it was just that it was rare for Feng Shi to be so impetuous. Running out at night to exchange something. What could possibly require such an exchange at such a late hour? Qi-Yin sighed in relief. He truly did not know how to deceive Xin. Speaking plainly might only cause her to worry that a few beasts hastily finished their meal and were preparing to rest indoors. That a voice echoed in his mind. "Master, a large group of beastmen is approaching." Xin Ruo called to a few beasts. "Let us go to the entrance of the tribe and take a look." That on the way, they encountered the hurriedly running Lang Mo, who, upon seeing Chun-Shi, showed a hint of surprise and then respectfully addressed Xin. "Chief, esteemed ones, the leader of the White Sheep tribe has arrived with his people. He was aware that the water element beastmen brought back by Lord Feng Shi and Lord Fu Yu belonged to the White Sheep clan. I hope they are not here to cause trouble." Fu Yu nodded. "Understood. We are on our way." Qi-Yan's smile was one of defiance. "I want to see how they dare to come knocking after collecting the beast crystals, exchanging them for beasts. The White Sheep tribe has truly grown bold." Upon arriving at the tribe's entrance, they saw a group of White Sheep beastmen waiting outside. Yang Yi, the leader, wore a serious expression and, upon seeing Fu Yu and Qi-Yin, shouted loudly, "Fu Yu, Qi-Yin, Leader Yang Yi, are you preparing to bring the entire tribe to steal beasts? Or are you here to besiege my Fu Guang tribe? What is this? When you collected the beast crystals, your mouths were grinning from ear to ear, practically eager to deliver the beasts to our doorstep." Qi-Yin, typically jovial, now wore a grave expression. "How quickly you turn her back. Wanting both the beast crystals and the beasts. What great arrogance." Fu Yu placed Xin Ruo in a Chun-Shi's care. "Step back and protect Xin Ruo." Chun-Shi nodded. Xin Ruo remained silent. Her abilities were insufficient, and she could not afford to cause trouble at this moment. It was evident that trouble had come. Qi-Yin, with a tone of mockery, asked, "So, how do you plan to steal? Truly impressive. Why don't you make the first move? Is it my turn to strike first? Is the entire tribe here just to steal beasts and then lay claim to us?" "Oh dear, Leader Yang Yi is truly clever, wanting both the beast crystals and the beastmen." Leader Yang Yi was sweating profusely, nervously insisting, No, Lord Qi-Yin, we are not here to steal beastmen." Fu Yu turned to look outside the tribe. His blood-red eyes glinted with a predatory gleam. Fixating on the throng of white sheep beasts before him, his voice as cold as ice. "Why waste words with them? Kill them all." Leader Yang Yi raised his hands in desperation. "We cannot kill. We are not here to steal beasts. Lord Fu Yu, Lord Qi-Yin, You must not slay my white sheep tribe. Yang Mian, standing at the tribe's entrance, was about to speak anxiously when leader Yang Yi shot him a cold glance, causing him to close his mouth in grievance, yet still appear anxious. He hurriedly gestured to his old leader. Qi Yin, impatient with Yang Yi's indecisiveness and his inability to get to the point, snapped, "What exactly are you here for? Quit the hesitation. Are you even a beast? If you wish to fight, then let us get on with it. You can tell the beast god we said hello. And if not, then scram." Leader Yang Yi exclaimed in a hurry, "Lord Qi Yin, how could we dare to attack you esteemed ones? We of the White Sheep tribe have a heart. We are not here to steal Yang Mian. He is to be a beastman of Fu Guang tribe from now on. We have also awakened another water element beastman. We can provide for you esteemed ones." Before he could finish, a beastman shouted, and Leader Yang Yi turned to see a sheep beast struck by lightning, transformed into a black sheep, still emitting smoke. A shiver ran through Leader Yang Yi, and he quickly turned back to see Fu Yu's cold, bloodthirsty gaze fixed on him, a flicker of purple lightning dancing at his fingertips. He understood that Fu Yu was holding back. Otherwise, that unfortunate creature would have met its end, not merely singed fur. Trembling, he addressed Fu Yu. "Lord Fu Yu." Qi Yin flicked his hair back, smoothing it down, and smiled brilliantly. "Come on. If we can't talk it out, then a fight will clarify everything." Qi Yin ignited a red flame in his hand, preparing to throw it. "Wait." Leader Yang Yi urgently called for a halt, closing his eyes and bracing for the worst. "We wish to join the Fu Guang tribe." Qi Yin withdrew the flame, crossed his arms, and smiled brightly, beaming. "See, now that's clear." Qi Yin turned to Xin Ruo, seeking her approval, and without hesitation, she nodded. Qi Yin then looked at the sheep beasts, disdainfully saying, "Just come in on your own. It's a crowd, and it looks quite intimidating." After speaking, Qi Yin turned and called to the beasts, "Let us go home and get some sleep. Tonight will likely be busy." Leader Yang Yi sighed in relief as he watched Fu Yu turn away, wiping the sweat from his brow and silently lamenting how intimidating that side was. That he hurriedly beckoned the rest of the sheep beasts into the tribe. "Hurry inside. Nightfall approaches, and how many lives do you have?" All the while, Qi Yin was in high spirits, nudging Fu Yu's arm and chuckling. Who would have thought that Leader Yang Yi would be so entertaining? Fu Yu also revealed a faint smile. He remains as indecisive and meandering as ever, unable to get to the point. Seeing him bring the whole tribe along, with females and younglings in tow who would not know what they intended, Qi Yin agreed. His intentions were so evident. Yet he still fumbles about, unable to articulate. However, I must admit, it is indeed amusing. Every poke is spot on. How delightful. Xin Ruo questioned her own understanding. She had believed they were here to attack the tribe. Although, even if Fu Yu and the others did not intervene, a group of white sheep beastmen would hardly pose a significant threat to the tribe. Yet their sheer numbers were daunting, a vast sea of them, likely thousands upon thousands. Such a large target blocking the tribe's entrance. If they lingered too long, dark creatures and magical beasts might come sniffing around. To that point, the tribe would not know peace. The Beastman continent was inherently weak in terms of race, yet they reproduced prolifically, resulting in a high death rate, but also an equally high birth rate. That as for why their kind was weak. It was not due to a lack of desire to join stronger tribes, but rather an inability to do so. Their weakness and capability, coupled with rapid reproduction, led to a large population, but each tribe could only shelter a limited number. If their own race could not be adequately protected, how could they shelter a massive number of weak beings? They could only occasionally offer help to a few to help them through crises. Additionally, the higher the tribe's level, the more beastmen it housed, leading to stronger waves of monsters and magical beasts. Allowing too many weak races into a tribe was detrimental for all parties involved. Fortunately, her tribe had a protective barrier, so the arrival of these beastmen posed little issue. However, there was a pressing concern. Could the tribe accommodate so many beastmen? Those who could not be housed could stay for one night. But that meant facing the impending wave of dark creatures at night. She glanced around. The beast crystals were still steadily increasing and had not yet all been gathered. Watching the continuously rising number of beast crystals brought her some joy. Yang Mian leaned closer to Yang Yi, grinning. "Uncle Yang Yi, did I not tell you? You will definitely be able to enter From now on, do not call me chief. Call me uncle. Yang Mian, I never intended to call you chief. Suddenly, Yang Yi slapped Yang Mian on the head. Leaving him stunned, he looked up in confusion to hear Uncle Yang Yi scolding him. You little brat, if I hadn't stopped you, what would you have said? Fu Yu is right there, and you aren't afraid he might kill you. From now on, don't speak carelessly outside, understand? If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth, got it? Yang Mian nodded. Feeling wronged, he wanted to interject on behalf of Uncle Yang Yi. But whatever his uncle said was right, so he simply listened. Yang Yi was beaming, hands behind his back, lightly stepping on the grass. Grinning widely, Fu Guang tribe is wonderful. This lawn is so soft and comfortable. Hey, the air seems different, Yang Mian. Isn't it just air? He chuckled. See, I told you I was right. Yang Yi playfully smacked him. Nonsense. You only see what's before your eyes. Life is what is truly important, you know? As Yang Mian touched his bruised head, he mumbled, but Uncle Yang Yi, you've brought all the tribesmen here. Yang Yi stroked his beard, disdainfully responding, Will you a mere child understand? I've been observing from a distance for several days. The Fu Guang tribe appears to be a promising place, despite the presence of beasts. I sense that our white sheep tribe is bound to encounter a wave of dark monsters tonight. With the frequency of the monster tides, other tribes will undoubtedly refuse to shelter us, as they may be too preoccupied with their own troubles to assist us, that we would be utterly finished. I am genuinely concerned that we might be denied entry. Yang Yi chuckled with relief. I never expected we would get in. He felt as though he were still dreaming. Yang Mian followed suit, grinning foolishly, only to receive a slap on the head from Yang Yi. What are you laughing at? Remember this. You can play in the water, but keep your distance from the leader of the Fu Guang tribe. Yang Mian stared blankly at Uncle Yang Yi, perplexed by his sudden remark. He couldn't possibly approach the leader. Yang Yi delivered another slap, but then paused, recalling something. I shouldn't make you any more foolish. With those enormous eyes, can't you see that the several beastmen beside the leader are all 6th tier? Do you know what kind of beast that pink-haired one is? I saw it from afar when it arrived today. Yang Mian's eyes sparkled with admiration. That is a 6th tier beastman. This time, Yang Yi was astonished, tightly covering his mouth. After a moment, he whispered in disbelief. That is also a 6th tier beastman? Yang Mian nodded vigorously. Yang Yi widened his eyes, mouth agape, and softly exclaimed, Incredible! Yang Mian added, The leader is no ordinary female. She must be an exceptionally rare female. Smack. Once again, Yang Mian was slapped on the head, tears brimming his eyes as he looked at Uncle Yang Yi. Get lost. Yang Yi scolded. What do you mean by rare female? Do you think such females are common? There hasn't been one in thousands of years. Yang Yi's eyes brightened as he contemplated. You're right. The leader is an extraordinarily rare, 9-tailed white tiger. Extremely prone to dying, Yang Mian interjected confidently. Slap, slap, slap. Yang Mian received several more slaps, covering his head with his hands. Yang Yi pointed at him, scolding, Do you wish to die or live? How dare you say such things? Yang Mian hurriedly spat and knelt down in prayer. Oh, Beast God, my words are not sincere. Please, Beast God, protect our leader. He knocked his head on the ground several times, leaving it red and sore. Yang Yi gave him an understanding look. Yang Mian stood up, foolishly asking, So what does Uncle Yang Yi mean by extremely? In the past, Uncle Yang Yi always said that, didn't he? Has he changed his tune after just a few days? Yang Yi stammered, turning to exclaim, Extremely incredible. Our leader is truly remarkable, with 4 6th-tier beastmen. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The Fu Guang tribe was indeed the right choice. With so many high-tier beastmen around, IT felt very secure. Yang Mian counted on his fingers, hesitantly saying, Then Uncle Yang Yi, should I pursue the leader? I'm afraid. Yang Yi slapped the back of Yang Mian's head sharply. It's not even dark yet. What are you dreaming about? He scrutinized Yang Mian with disdain. Yang Mian sighed with relief, blinking his confused eyes. But doesn't Uncle Yang Yi always say that we should go after the females? And that I should learn well? Yang Yi tapped Yang Mian's head. Exasperated, you haven't grasped the essence at all. You can't adapt, even a little. I said there were a few more words before that. Depending on the situation, act according to your abilities. Did you just digest that as if it were meat? I didn't mean for you to overestimate yourself. It seems you're not bright enough to learn the ways of the sheep. When you encounter a female, don't just rush in. You might get beaten to death. Remember, do as I say in the future. With that thick skull of yours, you might not find a partner. When you meet a suitable female, if I tell you to go, you go. Understand? Yang Mian nodded repeatedly, and Yang Yi looked at him with a mix of frustration and disdain. Once all the beastmen had entered the tribe, he turned to seek out his own female leader. Meanwhile, Xin Ruo and several beastmen discussed the matter of the protective shield. Our tribe's protective shield is at 4 stars. We need not fear beasts below that level. When faced with a monster tide, we won't have to struggle as much. The beastmen chuckled in agreement. At the same time, Xin Ruo received a notification from E, indicating that an upgrade was possible. As night fell, Xin Ruo immediately called for E to upgrade. The tribe expanded significantly in an instant. She upgraded the protective shield as well. Upon reaching level 5, while other aspects were not immediately visible, the information was clearly altered to show tribe name, Fuguang tribe leader, Xin Ruo, tribe totem, Golden Sun tribe level. Level 5, a weak little tribe, keep going. Next level upgrade. Reached level 5, completed citizens, houses 12 cave 1, thatched house 1, wooden house 10, special buildings 410 administrative hall 1, special environment 2, protective shield 1, 12 level 5 special buildings, administrative hall 15, snow peak 15, cloud spirit forest 15, protective shield 55, species types 810, beast crystals 60 million, safety value 50. 000 data requirements reference the Beastman continent. Do not use data requirements as a standard. Tribe citizens. Current level can shelter this number. Current tribe races. Human, 9-tailed white tiger, jade-horned silver snake. Red eagle, iron-eating beast, gray wolf, gray-horned sheep, white sheep. The white sheep are weak and feeble. Beast husband bonus effects. Protective shield effectiveness 10, tribe safety value 10, tribe defense 5. Tribe safety value. Current level slightly safe beast husband. Tribe upgrade 5,000, protective shield others 1,000, beast husband bonus, special buildings. Protective shield level 5 next level, beast crystals 6,000. Wink with the Frown leader's house level 5. Wink with the Frown mission hall level 1 next level, beast crystals 6,000,6000. Wink with the Frown snow peak level 1 next level. Beast crystals 6,000,6000. Wink with a Frown cloud spirit forest level 1 next level. Beast crystals 6,000,6000. Tribe assets 6,000 beast crystals. After reviewing the tribe information, Xin Ruo was left dumbfounded. Her face was filled with shock. Were my beast crystals? I had so many. He replied, yes, master, upgrading the tribe cost 500,000, and the protective shield cost 100,000. Xin Ruo looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. It's one thing to see the protective shield as cost rise so quickly. But upgrading the tribe requires this much beast crystal? This expense keeps increasing. If I reach the next level, 1T it cost a fortune. Am I destined to become a slave earning beast crystals? Perhaps it's better not to upgrade the tribe. After working so hard to earn crystals, the upgrade doesn't seem sufficient. Every upgrade requires beast crystals. Have I stumbled upon a den of beast crystals? The tribe has only upgraded to level 5, adding a total of 5,000 safety value. Is this reasonable? It's less than what a single partner contributes, aside from the protective shield and special environmental buildings. The tribe isn't much better off. I fear that I'll end up exhausted, earning beast crystals that aren't enough, and I might even end up in debt. It would be better to obtain a construction token from the Beastman continent and build a new tribe, especially with such a powerful partner. I also have space and wood-based star energy. Upgrading on the Beastman continent only requires giving the beast god 10,000 beast crystals each time to obtain an upgrade token. Of that, 5,000 goes to the priest, meaning that tribes with priests only need 5,000 for each upgrade. 5,000. There are no additional requirements. If they want to upgrade, they can. With such an expenditure of beast crystals, I could have leveled up multiple times. Why shabby tribe requires so many resources just to upgrade, and it's such a hassle. To require population, area, architecture, funding, and ethnicity. After the upgrade, aside from the increased area, there seems to be little change. The dark creatures do not come any less than from other tribes. Am I a fool or merely a lamb? Do they truly consider the beast crystals as mere leaves? Available in abundance, such a demand ought to have a justification. At the very least, I should perceive some value. Who wishes to be a fool? Without corresponding value, why exert such effort? The upgrade reward is yet another random gift pack. Yielding a random reward. Even receiving a blade of grass counts as a reward. Enough of this. Xin Ruo cast aside her distractions and sought tranquility and sleep. Life in this world is not easy. One should not be too hard on oneself. A certain level of detachment and acceptance of failure is advisable. Tomorrow, I shall inquire about how to obtain construction token. Remained silent for a long while, wanting to express something, but upon seeing Xin Ruo deeply asleep, decided to wait until she awoke the following day to speak. The next day, as Xin Ruo awoke, she heard Yi's feeble voice resonating in her mind. I apologize, master. It is all Yi's fault. Xin Ruo replied nonchalantly. It is nothing. You are not to blame. Yi continued. This is my first mission, and I took over from the dog system, which left out many task details. The dog system likely left in haste, leaving nothing behind that I lack experience in this regard. Many aspects were pre-configured by the dog system, and as it was well-versed, I simply followed suit. Xin Ruo genuinely held no grievances against Yi. Being newly initiated as a system and thrust into responsibilities, it had done no wrong. Xin Ruo smiled and said, You need not feel guilty. It is merely that I find the tribe's upgrades to be overly cumbersome and demanding in terms of beast crystals. If there were more convenient methods for upgrades, why resort to such convoluted efforts? Perhaps there are no upgrade rewards or enhancement effects, but personally, I believe this choice is superior to the current one. There is no need to agonize daily over how to acquire beast crystals or how to develop the tribe. With insufficient beast crystals, I must also send Feng Shi and the others on perilous quests to obtain them. Which is no trivial matter. Yi's voice was faint as it responded. Thank you, master. You are truly kind. However, rest assured, Yi will rectify this, and such situations will not arise again. Yi presented the tribe information panel before Xin Ruo. Next level awaiting upgrade. Star coins, tribe citizens, current races, human, white sheep. The white sheep are rather weak. Beastman enhancement effect, tribe safety value, special buildings, shield, level 5 next level. Star coins, wink with a frown leader's house, level 5. Wink with a frown mission hall, level 1 next level, star coins 1000. Wink with a frown snow summit, level 1 next level, star coins 1000. Wink with a frown cloud spirit forest, level 1 next level, star coins 1000. Tribe assets, star coins 1 beast crystal, first order, 10 star coins. 1 spirit crystal, first order, 10 beast crystals, first order. 1 beast crystal, second order, 10 beast crystals, first order. 1 spirit crystal, second order, 10 spirit crystals, first order. The internal exchange ratio of beast crystals and spirit crystals is identical, with a 1:10 exchange ratio between adjacent tiers. Yi lamented, the beast crystals consumed for your upgrade, master, could not be recovered. Xin Ruo waved her hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Let bygones be bygones, he added. Yes, master, please take another look at tribe construction. Xin Ruo nodded and began her examination. Tribe construction awaiting ordinary buildings. Thatch cottage, thatch 010, plank 586010. Wink with the frown cave, star coins 10. Ordinary wooden house, plank 586020. Wink with the frown tree house, plank 586010, star coins 1000. Awaiting special buildings. Watchtower, stone 0100, plank 586010, star coins 1000. Wink with the frown tailor shop, plank 586010, beeskin 0100, star coins 1000. Wink with the frown food stall, plank 586010, beeskin 0100. Star coins 1000, awaiting upgrades. Mission hall, upgradable next level, star coins 1000. Wink with the frown tribe fence, upgradable next level. Sturdy wooden fence, star coins 1000. Wink with the frown cave, upgradable next level. Smooth cave, star coins 100. Thatch cottage, upgradable next level. Exquisite thatch cottage, star coins 100, plank 10, thatch 10, plant 10. Wink with a frown wooden house, upgradable next level. Exquisite 2-bedroom wooden house, star coins 100, plank 20, plant 10. Xin Ruo exclaimed joyfully. Renaming the beast crystals changes everything. He is truly remarkable, a true treasure. He began sending joyous and bashful emoticons into Xin Ruo's mind. Master, please take a look at this upgrade reward. Although limited, he will strive for more rewards next time. Xin Ruo comforted. Thank you, E. She had not held high expectations, considering it merely a random gift pack, expecting nothing substantial. Yet upon entering the Tribe's warehouse, she was astounded. The rewards had transformed. Special Environment Pack 1, Tribe Fence Upgrade Pack 5, usable only at the current level. Crystal Exchange Stone 1, Mission Hall Upgrade Pack 1, usable only at the current level. Tribe Warehouse 1, Shield Light Source 1, Treehouse 1, Xin Ruo's Spirit's Sword as she declared. E is truly a gem. E once again unleashed a barrage of joyful and bashful emoticons. As long as Master is pleased, Xin Ruo inquired curiously, what is the matter with you today? Your voice seems rather weak. Can beings like you akin to systems fall ill or tire? Master, he is fine. Xin Ruo remained skeptical. However, she refrained from probing further, as they had known each other for only a brief time, one being a system and the other a host, rendering extensive inquiry unnecessary. Xin Ruo furrowed her brow and asked, is there anything you need me to do? Do you require anything? Thank you. Master, who needs only to rest a little? Very well. Rest well that if you need anything, just tell me, and I'll do my best to assist. All right, Master. JPG, you're truly kind, Master. JPG, he hesitated. Master, do you still wish for the Light Tribe? Xin Ruo responded, of course. How could I not? You have worked so hard to bring about such significant changes. Naturally, I cannot let your efforts go in vain. Wonderful. Master is truly the best. Xin Ruo rolled over in bed, preparing to rise. Xin Ruo, it is time to get up. The light and cheerful voice of Lian rang out as the words fell. She was lifted by a pair of warm hands, and upon looking up, met a pair of bright, shining brown eyes. Lian smiled as he ruffled her hair. Why did you sleep for so long today? He carried her down the stairs, inquiring, did you sleep well last night? Did Chunshi make you feel drowsy? Xin Ruo nodded with a smile. Absolutely. Lian's smile widened. That is good. Next time if you feel drowsy, just let Chun-Shi accompany you in sleep. While enjoying the tender stew made by Chun-Shi and sipping on Moo beast milk, Xin Ruo took a sip and slightly frowned. Lian quickly moved the milk aside, pulling Xin Ruo close, his tone filled with concern. What is it? The exchange took mere seconds, and Xin Ruo hardly had time to respond. Hearing the commotion, Chun-Shi hurriedly rushed out from the first-floor room, approaching Xin Ruo with a gentle demeanor despite the urgency. What is wrong? Xin Ruo spoke. This milk has energy. Observing the shocked expressions of the two, she added, perhaps I misjudged. Let me take another sip. Please let me down. Wait, I will drink, Lian said as he took the bowl and sipped, assessing it. After a moment, he confidently stated, there's a faint energy, quite pure, without the slightest trace of dark energy. There are no issues. It is safe to drink. Lian's smile reappeared as he placed the bowl down, ruffled Xin Ruo's hair, and set her back on the chair. No problem. You can drink it. Chun-Shi cast a glance at Lian, who nodded imperceptibly. Chun-Shi then rose quietly and slipped back into the room from which he had just emerged. After finishing her milk, Xin looked up and noticed Chun-Shi had vanished. Puzzled, she wondered aloud, why has Chun-Shi gone back inside? What could he possibly be doing in there? Lian shook his head and picked up a bowl, offering Xin some meat. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, we shall go see that mooing beast. Its milk surprisingly possesses energy. It's truly remarkable that we must confine it separately. Xin nodded in agreement. As she continued eating, a sense of unease crept over her. This morning, not only had Fengshe not appeared, but neither had Fuyu. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The two beasts, although not particularly loquacious, exuded a striking presence. Their unique aura was unmistakable. Even disregarding their astonishing appearances, they stood out among their kind. Even when Feng Shi simply sat in silence, an inherent, aggressive power emanated from him. Commanding attention from all beasts around, Fuyu, with his flowing silver hair and piercing red eyes, boasted a face of exceptional beauty that was hard to ignore. Yet, what set him apart was the aura of a great demon god that enveloped him, leaving those who beheld him simultaneously entranced and terrified, reluctant to approach. The moment she laid eyes on him, Xin felt as though she had encountered a languid, enchanting demon god, weaving through the realm of mortals. The sudden absence of both was indeed peculiar. Curiosity piqued. Xin inquired, "Where has Fuyu gone? Where could he be?" Normally, they ventured out together for hunting expeditions at O. He is still indulging in slumber. "We had a spar last night, and he is quite worn out," Qian replied. Xin was relieved that she was currently consuming meat rather than drinking, or she would have surely sputtered. A spar? How on earth did that tire him out so? He can hardly get up. She abruptly halted her thoughts, chastising herself for her impure imagination. The ambiguity of his words had led her astray. Reflecting on her own naivety, Xin finished her meal, and Qian led her to see the mooing beast. The energetic mooing beast they were to see was the first one she had fed with spring water. Qian brought the creature to the wooden cabin. After reaching level 5, the 2-story wooden structure had transformed into a charming little building, adorned with intricate carvings and exquisite lanterns hanging from above that a stone path led from the little building to the gate of the surrounding wall. Their usual barbecue spot had been enhanced with the addition of a thatched cottage. Facing the road, the wooden wall had a central opening, allowing a direct view of several stoves and fire pits inside. The other 3 sides of the wooden walls featured ventilated windows. Vines adorned with blooming flowers climbed from the ground up to the roof, enveloping it completely. The floor was made of smooth stone slabs. Xin immediately fell in love with this place. The former fence had been replaced by tall walls, and the grassy expanse between the little building and the walls was exceedingly spacious. Xin first thought was whether they could cultivate the land, although it was highly unlikely. Regardless, within her own territory, and with no other beasts in sight, Xin decided to construct the reward treehouse. She was eager to see its appearance to contemplate future construction. Upon the treehouse's completion, she was astounded. Behind the thatched cottage stood a vibrant tree adorned with brilliant red blossoms, atop which rested a delicate wooden house, embellished with flowering vines and a vine ladder extending to the ground. Xin scampered to the treehouse, discovering a hidden world within. Beyond the outer wooden structure, there was a smooth, recessed tree hollow. This treehouse was indeed a treasure. Not only was the tree itself remarkable, but the treehouse was equally valuable. Within the confines of the tribe, such flora was non-existent, for plants could easily fall prey to dark matter during the rainy season. Becoming aggressive mutations, Qian admired the treehouse greatly, insisting on accompanying her within, where Xin could play with his wings. Although it was delightful, Xin found the situation somewhat peculiar. "Today, I am keeping Xin company. The weather outside is unfavorable." While Fuyu and Chunxi have ventured out to hunt, Qian stated. Yet, hadn't it been said that Fuyu was exhausted? Was there a dark monster tied last night? I seem to be completely in the dark. Some masters encountered a wave of dark monsters. Resolved the upgrade issue for the master, and couldn't awaken them in time. But rest assured, both Lord Qian and Lord Fuyu are quite formidable. They managed to eliminate all the dark monsters. After finally resolving the matter, it had fainted, only to awaken and learn of the dark monster tide that had transpired throughout the night. Fortunately, no issues had arisen, or would have been unable to rectify the situation. Xin furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling Qian's words when he had woken her. Indeed, a monster tide had occurred the previous night. She opened the tribe blueprint to investigate. To her astonishment, each building was clearly labeled with names on the large map. While clicking on individual houses, she could view the inhabitants residing within. The map even displayed miniature versions of the beasts meandering in and out of the tribe, each adorned with names hovering above their heads. Some little beasts had speech bubbles above them. This tribe is truly wonderful. The chief's house is so beautiful. What a pity that it cannot be seen overnight. This lawn is so soft. I wish for sheep to sleep on. Xin glanced at a few before stopping herself. Voice chimed in, "Master, Are you satisfied? This was specially set up by E for you. You can observe the wishes of your subjects directly through the tribe blueprint. By fulfilling their wishes, you can gain prestige points, which will be exchanged for what you need. The green bubbles represent the subject's praises. The yellow bubbles represent their requests, and the red bubbles represent their wishes. Completing these requests and wishes will yield varying prestige points, but they must be spontaneous wishes and requests from the subjects to gain such points. This was a monitoring system. She could discern any ulterior motives harbored by her tribe subjects. Searching for Qian's thoughts, she found him asleep in the treehouse. The small figure of Qian lay there, with 4 golden words above his head reading partner Qian, accompanied by a ZZZ status. Beside him, the real Qian was indeed sleeping, yet he had no wishes or requests. Yes, oh, that's how it is. Xin Ruo set this matter aside for later contemplation and first checked the tribe's daily records. Indeed, the records confirmed that there had been a dark monster tide that persisted throughout the night. An entire night. Was the tide particularly formidable? Why did I not hear a single sound? On the map, the golden names partner Chunxi and partner Fuyu were entering the tribe at O. They're back much sooner today. Before long, the 2 figures on the map had entered through the gate of the walls. Qian opened his eyes, observing Xin Ruo nestled against his wings, and gently carried her down from the treehouse. Chunxi, with a tender demeanor, smiled as if he were a gentle breeze. This tree is truly beautiful. Qian beamed with pride. Well, who do you think built it? Chunxi responded with a smile. Xin Ruo watched in silence as Qian, appearing as though he were made of liquid, reclined against the thatched wall, soaking up the sun. His exquisite face bore no distinction from usual, yet wisps of inky essence lingered around him. Xin Ruo inquired, "Oh, was there indeed a dark monster tide last night?" Qian stroked her ear, his tone light-hearted. It was merely a small monster tide. Xin Ruo leaped from Qian's embrace, who quickly caught her, saying, "Hey, be careful. Why are you so reckless?" He set her down gently, ruffled her hair, and asked, "Where are you off to?" "You may go." Xin Ruo dashed forward, intending to leap into Fuyu's arms when Fuyu used his tail to scoop her up, placing her back in Qian's embrace. "Stay away from me. I'll wash up before I hold you again." Qian hastily reached out to catch her, while Xin Ruo struggled. Qian comforted Xin Ruo, saying, "He is quite smelly. What is there to embrace? I'll take you to see the Moo beast. I've placed it in the back courtyard." Xin Ruo directly inquired, "Ow, ow, 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 ow. Just tell me honestly, is Fuyu injured? Was there a severe wave of dark monsters last night?" "How annoying." Her voice, Fuyu chuckled lightly. "I'm not injured. It's just that my star energy is depleted. A short rest will suffice." Xin Ruo continued to wail. "Then why did you go out this morning?" Chunxi was about to explain when Xin Ruo pointed a paw at him and exclaimed, "Ow, ow, woo. What were you cooking? Is it life grass? I can smell it." Chunxi smiled and replied, "It's for Xin Ruo." Xin Ruo looked at Qian and said, "Ow, ow, ow, woo. You must tell me the truth." Qian glanced at Fuyu and then at Chunxi before saying, "Last night, there was indeed a wave of dark monsters and magical beasts. We took an entire white ram tribe of orcs yesterday. They were supposed to face a wave of dark monsters, but instead they all came here. The monster wave was more than twice the original scale, combined with the dark monster wave that our tribe was supposed to face, which lasted all night. However, we have never encountered such a situation." Fuyu sustained a minor injury. The orcs from the White Ram tribe are not strong fighters. They were terrified and ran out to fight the dark monsters, trembling in fear. Xin realized the grave issues facing the tribe. They were in danger and relied solely on a few partners for offense. The fighting strength of the White Ram orcs was weak, while the Grey Wolf tribe could barely manage with a few dozen. One could imagine that last night, the onslaught of dark monsters and magical beasts was nearly entirely reliant on Qian and Fuyu. She hadn't heard a single sound. It was undoubtedly Chunxi's handiwork. The tribe must recruit powerful orcs. She needed to strive to grow stronger. And oh wonder, nearly no leaders of the powerful tribes on the Beastman continent would be willing to accept the weaker tribes' orcs in large numbers, as it provided no benefit to either side. She felt no regret. The arrival of the White Ram tribe orcs elevated the tribe's status. Once a decision is made, one cannot lament or complain. However, they had faced danger, and she felt quite guilty. The White Ram tribe may not be strong, but they could earn money. They might not be able to fight magical beasts or acquire beast crystals. Yet they seem to have no shortage of beast crystals. All her 10 wooden houses have been sold. Many of the white ram orcs desire houses, but those matters could wait. First, the pressing issue must be addressed. Fu Yu was injured, and Qian was undoubtedly not in much better condition. Just now, Qian had indeed been sleeping. His state was unusual. Xin Ruo urged Qian to set her down, rushed into the thatched cottage, summoned Qian and Fu Yu inside, and retrieved 3 cups of spiritual spring water, offering 1 cup to each beast. Drink up quickly. Qian and Fu Yu did not say much, lifting their cups to drink leisurely. Chun Shi, hearing Xin Ruo call his name, set down the bamboo shoots he was holding and came over to sit down. Looking at the cup Xin Ruo pushed towards him, he shook his head gently and pushed it back, saying, "Let them drink. The potion for the injured must be something good. I want tea, take it." Xin Ruo insisted, "Drink, everyone get to share." Xin Ruo then took a cup for herself. Chun Shi hesitated before lifting it to drink. The rich energy surged in, and he widened his eyes slightly, wanting to set the cup down. Qian leaned closer and teased softly, "You better drink quickly. If you dawdle, be careful Xin Ruo doesn't tea get angry and hit you." Xin Ruo turned to look, only to see Chun Shi hastily finishing the spiritual spring water and getting up to prepare food. Xin Ruo then turned to Qian, noticing he still had more than half of his cup. She jumped up and began to stomp on it vigorously. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and drink." Qian replied with a hint of grievance. "Xin Ruo, I'm drinking. Fu Yu hasn't tea finished either. He has slower than me." Xin Ruo glanced over at Fu Yu, who set down his empty cup and smiled slightly. Qian hastily lifted his cup, gulping it down in a few swallows. "I've finished." Xin Ruo retrieved another cup for Qian, saying, "Drink slowly." Qian nodded. Xin Ruo then turned to Fu Yu. Walking over and squatting in front of him, Fu Yu's red eyes sparkled with amusement. "What are you looking at?" "Master, he has an emanating dark aura," Yu Shan's voice sounded. "The master's what energy can cleanse it." Without further ado, Xin Ruo released green energy from her right paw. Fu Yu's smile vanished, and his voice turned cold. "What are you doing?" Xin Ruo replied calmly. "You have a dark aura." Qian leaned forward, anxiously watching Xin Ruo, ready to scoop her up at any moment. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. The dark aura around Fu Yu was very faint, a result of accidental contamination from his injury, along with residual dark energy in his body. However, Fu Yu controlled it well. Without a careful examination, it was virtually undetectable that in fact, every orc on the Beastman continent had varying degrees of dark aura, acquired from battling dark monsters. Even if injured, orcs of a lower tier would not sense it. How did Xin Ruo so precisely know that Fu Yu had a dark aura? Fu Yu's red eyes flashed with surprise. "There is a little. It was acquired last night. I can't embrace you for now. Could you please keep your distance from me?" Xin Ruo said nothing further and directly released her green energy to envelop Fu Yu. He wrapped her up and tossed her into Qian's arms. With his red eyes fixed on her, his voice devoid of any emotion, he coldly stated, "I don't need your comfort. Qian, take care of her." With that, he turned and walked away. Xin Ruo was left bewildered. Qian comforted her. "Xin Ruo, you are still in an unstable phase. You can't transform back into human form yet. You cannot comfort a higher-tier partner that a moment's carelessness could be fatal." Xin Ruo would never be. Xin Ruo quickly called out to Fu Yu, "Awu, come back." Seeing Fu Yu still try to leave, she shouted, "Fu Yu, you come back here. Who said I would comfort you? I still want to keep my life." A series of high-pitched, childish Awu calls echoed, resembling a little cub whining. "You come here. I want to conduct an experiment on you." Xin Ruo's expression was quite serious. Hearing this, Fu Yu slowly turned around and sat back down. Qian set Ruo down, glancing at Fu Yu with a hint of caution. "Cough. It might hurt a little. Bear with it, okay? Don't disturb Xin Ruo's enthusiasm." Fu Yu shot him a cold glance, as if I need you to tell me. He had seen Xin Ruo use vines to attack small beasts, leaving those places bloodied and mangled. He merely worried that the dark aura on him might contaminate Xin Ruo's vines. Xin helped but chuckle at the sight of Fu Yu obediently complying, allowing her to do as she wished. She wasn't doing anything bad. She immediately released green energy to envelop Fuyu, cleansing the dark aura from him. As she withdrew her energy, she felt drowsy, her ears drooping. How had she become so weak? Qi Yin and Xin stared at Xin Ruo in astonishment. They could feel that her energy was pure and comforting. Upon sensing the dark aura dissipate from Fuyu, they were filled with disbelief, and Xin quickly erected a wall to block the entrance of the thatched cottage. Xin Ruo's wood energy could cleanse dark energy. This matter absolutely could not be leaked. They needed to grow stronger to protect Xin Ruo's freedom. Fuyu felt the most immediate effect. He sensed the dark aura he had been suppressing vanish, with the dark aura no longer eroding his wounds. They were healing rapidly. Had it not been for the contamination, his injuries would have healed by now. As the green energy receded, Xin picked Xin Ruo up and softly said, "You've exhausted your energy." Qian brought the spring water prepared for her by Xin Ruo to feed her. That a mere glance was enough for Xin Ruo to discern that the beast had not taken a single sip. She shook her head and retrieved another cup, which Xuanqi gently accepted and fed to her. Qian drank a mouthful of the spring water herself, sitting nearby and anxiously watching Xin Ruo. Fuyu furrowed his brow slightly, fixating on Xin Ruo, his crimson eyes filled with concern. Upon finishing the spring water, Xin Ruo was pleasantly surprised to find her wooden energy had elevated. Rejuvenated, she leaped up. "I leveled up?" Xuanqi spoke softly. "Xin Ruo is truly remarkable." Qian beamed with a radiant smile. "Wow, our Xin Ruo is amazing." Fuyu's red eyes sparkled with joy, though he remained silent, his happiness evident. As Fuyu turned to leave, he noticed the corner of the earthen wall lifting slightly. Those two were not as foolish as they seemed. Xuanqi quickly retracted the earthen wall upon seeing this. Fuyu brought in a large bee-skin bag and placed it on Xin Ruo's table, producing a crisp sound. Qian, smiling, opened it and pulled out 2 additional bee-skin bags, presenting them to Xin Ruo as if offering treasures. "Look, these are the beast crystals and spirit crystals we collected last night." Xin Ruo joyfully stored them in her space warehouse. This was her little fortune. "With so much, each of us must have at least several thousand, which I can place under my own name." Xin Ruo proceeded to deposit the spirit and beast crystals into her funds. Tribe leader, Xin Ruo race, human, possessing a special bloodline, capable of transforming between human and beast form. 9-tailed white tiger awakened abilities. Space, level 1, 97. Wood, level 2, 5. Beast partner, 8. Compatible mate. Awaiting bond. Assets, beast crystals, spirit crystals, prestige points. 1,000. As Xin Ruo pondered the abundance, she had not anticipated such wealth. They must have slain at least hundreds of thousands of magical beasts and dark creatures the previous night. With over 200,000 beast crystals and more than 90,000 spirit crystals, the latter being exceedingly rare, while the former had a slightly better appearance rate, it was still not guaranteed that every magical beast bore beast crystals. Thus, it seemed they had indeed disturbed the layers of magical beasts and dark creatures last night. Could it be that her tribe's upgrade had caused this? Was her tribe truly prone to attracting dark creatures and magical beasts? No wonder Fuyu and Qian were in such unusual states. Fuyu had even been injured. "Master, our tribe cannot attract more danger than the indigenous tribes that so, if it wasn't due to the tribe's upgrade. Could it really be the reason for harboring the white sheep tribe?" Yet that seemed unreasonable. After finishing lunch, Xin Ruo solemnly stated, "The tribe's protective barrier is not merely for show." Now at level 5. It can withstand threats up to and including level 5 that you may engage enemies within the tribe, but do not venture outside during perilous times. Fuyu and Xuanqi nodded earnestly. Qian replied, "Understood." They all believed that the protective barrier of the Fuguang tribe was akin to that of other tribes. Perhaps slightly stronger, yet still vulnerable to being breached. If the barrier were compromised, the leader could be harmed. They could not afford to take such risks. Xin Ruo instructed Fuyu and Qian to finish their spring water and then rest. Fuyu's injury was not severe, and he had begun to heal gradually. Xuanqi was preparing soup for Xin Ruo, claiming it was for her dinner, occasionally glancing at Xin Ruo's movements. Xin Ruo lay on the grass before the thatched hut. Practicing her star energy, she was so close to a breakthrough. She had likely discovered the path to upgrading her wood energy by releasing energy to nurture plants, engaging in combat, and dispelling dark energy. However, the latter was not to be attempted lightly. After clearing Fuyu's energy, they had warned her of its dangers. It could be used, but she must never reveal it in front of untrustworthy beastmen. This ability was indeed unique, and she would not showcase it easily. Regardless of the world, one could be special, but not to the extent of being utterly unparalleled, especially in such a perilous realm. Yet, those closest to her should certainly benefit from it. They were her confidants, and if they were to betray her, they would perish together. She still had 8 beautiful companions as her burial goods, so she would not be alone. Upon entering her space, she first released her wood energy to the mutated plants, then to the strawberries. After contracting with Mu Shun, she no longer needed to nourish it with energy. The strawberries grew rapidly, already flowering and bearing fruit. She watered Mu Shun and the mutated plants with spring water, completing her farming for the day. Her practice with star energy was nearly finished. She began practicing controlling objects with space energy in the courtyard, tirelessly manipulating grass, stones, leaves, and furniture to her will. Inside the room, Qian looked at Fuyu in astonishment. What? Last night, all tribes were besieged by dark creatures and magical beasts. Fuyu nodded. It seems our tribe's encounter last night was not an accident. Qian said solemnly, her face betraying her worry. Fengshe remains uncertain about the situation. The Qingda tribe has no 5th-tier members, yet their tribe's level is not low. Given last night's circumstances, all tribes were subjected to indiscriminate attacks. The vegetarian beastmen tribe had no advantage over others despite their stronger protective layers. Fuyu, feeling anxious internally yet maintaining a calm facade, replied, the Qingda tribe has 2 shaman doctors. Fengshe should not face significant issues. Once Xin Ruo's space energy was depleted, she drank spring water and consumed spirit crystals, discovering that the combination of both yielded superior energy recovery. With her energy replenished, she resumed her practice and, just before dinner, finally broke through that barrier, advancing to the 2nd level of space energy. The enhancement was evident. Her space expanded more than twice its original size. The area of black earth increased, meticulously arranged in sections with fine grass pathways between them, creating a visually pleasing and orderly appearance. The central lawn's area multiplied. Next to the warehouse stood a 2-story wooden house. Behind the wooden house, a path of lawn extended far into the boundary of the misty area. Beside the wooden house were 2 pools, bordered by smooth stones. One of the pools held crystal clear water, brimming with abundant energy. The spirit spring had truly manifested. The other pool, while equally clear, was sweet in taste, devoid of any energy, connecting to a small stream that ran through the fields, serving as its source. Henceforth, she need not worry about whether to water her plants. Yushan had grown to over a meter tall, its leaves golden. After her upgrade in wood star energy, it had ascended alongside her. Thanks to the upgrade in her space, the mutated plants had grown significantly. Unfortunately, these are not strawberries, but 10 different mutated plants. The strawberries had matured. Life grass had multiplied to 10 stalks, with the earliest already flowering and preparing to bear fruit. Xin Ruo watered it with some spring water, hoping it would thrive and produce many offspring. She stored the strawberries in her warehouse, while the remaining strawberry plants shrank in size, reverting to half-grown seedlings. The black earth had expanded again, and with little else to plant, Xin Ruo decided to keep the strawberry seedlings. At least she would have strawberries to eat. Xin Ruo planted the red and blue fruit seeds she had previously gathered, each occupying a plot of land. These 2 were also mutated plants, not as dominant as the previous 10, which would claim an entire plot for themselves, with the rest of the land empty. She planted strawberries throughout. Xin Ruo designated the spring water she previously obtained as number 1. While the newly appeared spring water after her space upgrade was called number 2, she dashed into the thatched hut, took a cup of number 2 spring water, and after a sip, noted that its energy was far less concentrated than number 1 up before drinking. Number 1 bore no discernible scent, but she could sense the rich energy of number 2 when drawn close. Yet upon consumption, it lacked the intensity of number 1. The path to simplicity truly profound. When richness reaches its zenith, it becomes plain. Seeing Xin Ruo, Chunxi approached with food, noticing her drinking water, and gently expressed her concern. Xin Ruo must be hungry. It is my oversight. Xin Ruo handed Chunxi a cup of number 2 spring water. Here, try this. I'm not hungry yet. There's still time. Chunxi smiled as she accepted the offered spring water, bringing it close to her nose to inhale the rich energy. She took a sip, feeling the energy was indeed potent, though still not as abundant as the earlier one. Had Xin Ruo's holy water diminished, leading to a reduction in energy? It would be best if they refrained from drinking in the future, so as to save it for Xin Ruo. Upon seeing him hesitating to drink water, Xin Ruo understood his reluctance. Those unaware might mistakenly believe she intended to poison him. When will they come to trust that her spiritual spring water is abundant? The first type is more than sufficient for their daily consumption. She once conducted a test, having Qi Yin create an enormous vat for her. She placed the vat in her space and filled it with spiritual spring water, surpassing half its capacity, which then replenished automatically. However, the newly supplemented water had diminished energy, being inferior to the current second type. That vat of spring water was subsequently stored away. Prior to this, the first type had not yet regained its original potency, as she was now consuming from the warehouse. Fortunately, after the space upgrade, the energy concentration of the first type had also returned. They could not extract more than 1/3 of the spring water daily. Otherwise, restoring energy concentration would take a considerable amount of time. Within 1/3, the concentration would remain unchanged. Thus, their daily consumption was indeed ample. Moreover, they now had the second type available. Xin Ruo declared solemnly, "My space has been upgraded to 2 stars, and I have acquired a great deal of holy water, which you're currently drinking. Although its concentration does not match the previous one, it is still plentiful. Rest assured and drink." Chunxi joyfully remarked. Xin Ruo has become a 2-star pattern beastman. Her remarkable talent and diligent efforts are truly deserving of praise. Many beastmen cannot compare to our Xin Ruo. Xin Ruo felt elated, yet she remained self-aware, recognizing that her rapid advancement was due to the support of external resources, spiritual crystals, and spring water, both of which replenished energy. Otherwise, how could she possibly progress so swiftly, especially as the challenges become increasingly arduous? Each stage presents its own hurdles, great and small, which can impede countless beastmen. The highest level on the Beastman continent is 10 tiers. The first and second tiers are referred to as low-tier beastmen. The third, fourth, and fifth tiers are considered mid-tier beastmen, with the third tier representing the first major hurdle, when a beastman ascends to the third tier. Entering the ranks of mid-tier beastmen, their star energy experiences a qualitative leap, and their lifespan subsequently increases with a rise in star pattern level. The 6th, 7th, and 8th tiers are categorized as high-tier beastmen, with the 6th tier being the second major hurdle. The 9th and 10th tiers are known as quasi-divine tier beastmen, with the 9th tier representing the third major hurdle. Legend has it that a beastman who breaks through the 10th tier can attain divinity. Though no beastman knows the truth of this claim, as no 10th tier beastman has appeared on this continent for thousands of years. Even 9th tier beastmen are currently absent. The last known 9th tier beastman perished millennia ago, reportedly due to an energy outbreak that transformed him into a demonic beast, leading him to lose his sanity and slaughter countless beastman tribes. Ultimately, the entire continent united its strength to slay him at the place where he had mated with his female companion. However, there are alternative theories suggesting that the 9th tier beastman was harmed by the dark forces, and the absence of his companion exacerbated the energy outbreak, causing a swift transformation into a demonic beast that ravaged numerous tribes before ultimately self-destructing. Regardless of the truth, the fact remains that advancement is fraught with difficulty. Minor hurdles test diligence, while major hurdles assess talent and effort. Currently, the environment on the Beastman continent is becoming increasingly severe, making it challenging to ascend tiers. There are not only limitations imposed by one's inherent talent, but also continuous external threats. Since we are here, we must make the best of it, Xin Ruo sighed. She possesses talent, a supportive partner, and the foundation of spiritual spring water. All she needs to do is strive earnestly. After her efforts, wherever she ends up will be acceptable. Qian entered with a refreshing demeanor, exclaiming, I heard that Xin Ruo's space system pattern has reached the second tier. How remarkable our Xin Ruo is. Upgrading space is no easy feat. I know of many who remain at the first tier after several years. With a smile, Yin sat down, boasting, "After all, my Xin Ruo is an exceptionally outstanding beastman. Who among them can compare?" Xin Ruo felt her spirits lift. Who does not appreciate praise? Ultimately, she is but a mere mortal. Xin Ruo offered Yin a cup of second-tier spring water and reiterated what she had told Chuanxi. Yin now accepted these offerings with ease, doing whatever was requested. Eating, drinking, and so forth. Xin Ruo lay upon the bench. Her brows furrowed in concern. Why hasn't Feng Shi returned yet? What could he possibly be searching for that take so long? I hope he hasn't encountered any danger. Yin lowered his gaze to his drink, pondering how to respond. Faced with Xin Ruo, he found it difficult to restrain himself. Unable to help but speak the truth, his mind still catching up with his words. Silence might have been preferable, but then Xin Ruo would only grow more anxious. Chuanxi's voice was gentle and soothing. How about after we finish eating, I accompany you to the tribe entrance to wait for him? Perhaps he was delayed on the road, and he might return shortly. I've prepared his share of roasted meat. We can save it for him. All right? Xin Ruo nodded. Yin exhaled deeply, feeling relieved. Once Fuyu arrived, the group began their meal, feasting on roasted meat, while Xin Ruo savored the carefully prepared soup by Chuanxi. Chuanxi cradled Xin Ruo in his arms not far from the tribe entrance, while Fuyu returned to continue his slumber. Yin followed suit, casually reclining on the grassy knoll, resting his hands behind his head. One leg straightened while the other remained bent, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at Xin Ruo. Chuanxi sat gracefully on the ground, holding Xin Ruo tenderly, as the evening breeze tousled a few strands of pink hair across his face, exuding an unparalleled gentleness. This scene was simply enchanting. Male beastmen entering the tribe kept their distance. There exists a customary rule on the Beastman continent. When a male beastman encounters another male beastman accompanying a female, if he is not with his own female, he must refrain from approaching to greet them. Single male beastmen, especially those without intentions towards the female, should also avoid approaching. The former is to avoid misunderstandings, and the latter could imply an interest in the female, which may lead to conflict with her partner if she does not reciprocate. This rule serves as a boon for the socially anxious. Xin Ruo opened the tribe blueprint, taking a moment to closely examine the thoughts of her subjects. Scattered figures caught her eye, and she noticed 3 beasts at the tribe entrance. The exceptionally small version of the 9-tailed white tiger was adorably soft and fluffy. With the word leader emblazoned in gold atop its head, to her surprise, she could distinctly see her own likeness through this whimsical representation. Indeed, anything in miniature form possesses an undeniable charm. The small beast man. Yin rested his hands behind his head, his tousled black hair framing his forehead, his eyes shining with mirth, and his fair, cherubic face exuded an undeniable handsomeness, the proportional downsizing only adding to his cuteness. The gentle small beast man, Chuanxi, sat gracefully on the ground, cradling the 9-tailed white tiger in his arms, his pink braids cascading down his chest, his watery pink eyes, rosy lips, and fair, plump skin radiating innocence. The Fuyu was nestled within the leader's dwelling. The structure exuding Azisura. She had seen Fuyu's miniature version before, and it was so beautiful it captured her heart. She shifted her gaze to observe the other tribe beastmen. Is the leader, along with Lord Yin and another gentle lord, practicing? How impressive! The leader is so formidable. Their partner is equally strong. I was so frightened last night that I cried. Lord Yin and Lord Fuyu are truly powerful. Lord Yin is the beastman I admire most. Lord Fuyu is the most formidable. The tribe feels so secure. Last night was terrifying. High-tier beastmen are truly amazing. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. I love the Fuguang tribe. The wooden houses are so beautiful. I want a beautiful house. I want to grow stronger. I want to slay dark monsters, slay demonic beasts. I desire a charming partner. The leader is so adorable. I long to find a matching partner, but it's too far away. I want a fox beast partner. How do I approach Yangmian? The tribe is so wondrous. The Fuguang tribe must be the most favored by the beast god. Does the entrance to the Fuguang tribe speak? Is it the beast god's divine power? I want to stay in the Fuguang tribe forever. The leader is a favored little female by the beast god. Can we sleep in the wooden houses tonight? The tribe is so marvelous. We cannot build houses or dig holes. The beast god decreed that such a beautiful place must not be harmed. I want to grow stronger. I cannot be driven away by the leader. The tribe is getting better and better. The dark monsters seldom approach. As the sky gradually darkens, Xin Ruo feels dizzy while still not catching sight of Feng Shi. Qian is anxious internally, yet maintains an outward demeanor of ease and grace. The two beasts do not urge Xin Ruo to return, as Chunshi wraps her in animal hide, quietly holding her close. In no time, a notification appears. A large number of beastmen are approaching the tribe. Xin Ruo struggles out of the hide and tells the two beasts a great number of beastmen are coming. Qian's brow relaxes, exhaling in relief, for Feng Shi has finally returned. Chunshi gently remarks, perhaps Feng Shi has come back. Upon hearing this, Xin Ruo opens the tribe's blueprint, observing green dots rapidly approaching outside the tribe, indicating they are sprinting with great effort. Leading the pack is a miniature nine-tailed white tiger, adorned with golden characters on its head stating partner Feng Shi, which stands out strikingly in the night. Indeed, Feng Shi has returned. Xin Ruo excitedly leaps up and runs to the tribe's entrance. Chunshi and Qian rise, standing in place. Chunshi gazes tenderly at the soft, adorable, and fragile little white tiger, aware that any careless touch could harm it. Qian crosses his arms, smirking as he watches the little white tiger's tail wagging incessantly, brimming with uncontainable joy. Soon, the figure of the great white tiger comes into view, and as it enters the tribe, Xin Ruo exclaims, Feng Shi, and immediately rushes over. The great white tiger lowers its head affectionately, rubbing against the little white tiger's head. Feng Shi then transforms into human form, lifting Xin Ruo into his arms and turning to a leading beastman behind him, saying, you all come in. Afterward, he turns back to Xin Ruo, gently stroking her head, and praises, Xin Ruo is truly remarkable. Xin Ruo understands his words, realizing he is complimenting her for advancing her star patterns. Feng Shi carries Xin Ruo forward, and upon seeing Qian and Chunshi, his azure eyes glint with a sharpness akin to a blade. His voice low and grave, it is so late. Why are you still bringing Xin Ruo outside? It is chilly. What if she falls ill? Xin Ruo hastily interject in a soft voice, I came of my own accord. I missed you and wanted to wait for you. Please do not blame them. Feng Shi lowers his head, his gaze softening as he replies gently, all right, next time don't wait for me. I will return promptly. Transforming back into beast form, he places Xin Ruo onto his back and swiftly heads back. Qian and Chunshi remain rooted in place. With Qian frowning, Feng Shi is injured. Chunshi, ever gentle, observes, Feng Shi must have been treated. We should first take the shaman back to see Fu Yu. He must be badly hurt. Qian nods in agreement, if it weren't for a serious injury. How could the dark aura be emanating so strongly? He dares only to show Xin Ruo the minor injuries, concealing any more severe ones, his long hair appearing somewhat acceptable. Chunshi pauses before softly speaking. I thought he was merely lightly injured, tainted by dark energy and exhausted, which caused him to fall into slumber, that I took care of him in the morning, but noticed nothing amiss. He even naturally accompanied me to hunt. And when I saw he was unwell, I sought a life herb, fabricating an excuse that Xin Ruo wanted us to return to the tribe early. Qian helplessly shrugs. He relies on that long hair to hide countless injuries. He never speaks of his wounds, resembling Feng Shi in certain aspects. Chunshi inquires, how could he sustain such severe injuries? In the latter half of last night, several particularly formidable magical beasts appeared. A water-type beast man from the White Sheep tribe wanted spirit crystals, so he ventured out to slay the dark monsters and nearly lost his life. The water-type beast man, seeking spirit crystals, could easily earn them by selling water. Yet he chose to venture outside the tribe Fu Yu, aware that Xin needed a water-type beast man, intervened, and, in a moment of carelessness, was injured by a high-level magical beast. He was too preoccupied to offer help. The two beasts ceased their conversation, watching as the leader of the Qing Tu tribe entered the tribe, smiling as he approached. Lord Qian, the leader of Qingmu, beamed. I did not expect to see you upon entering the tribe. I'm equally pleased to see you. Where is your tribe's shaman? May I borrow him? Qingmu beckoned two beastmen forward, smiling at Qian. These are our tribe shamans. Please take them. After all, we will be one tribe in the future. Qian nodded in gratitude and took the shaman away. Outside the walls, the two beasts awaited by the two shamans for quite some time, the shamans appearing calm. Qian quietly asked Chun Shi, has Xin Ruo fallen asleep? Usually, she would be sleeping by now. Chun Shi sensed for a moment, hesitating slightly. She should be asleep. The beast crouched down and stealthily moved toward the room, exchanging glances with the two shamans. Upon reaching Fu Yu's room door, Qian gently pushed it open. Inside, he softly called, Fu Yu. Fu Yu remained silent. Qian urged the two shamans, please go check on him. The two shamans nodded, approaching. Qian ignited a flame to illuminate the room, instantly freezing in place. Xin Ruo. They had not anticipated that Xin Ruo would be here with Fu Yu. Xin Ruo lay beside Fu Yu, leisurely observing them. With outsiders present, she hesitated to speak, pointing at Fu Yu and then looking at the shamans, silently conveying, did you not bring the shamans? Hurry and check on Fu Yu. Qian understood immediately, all is well, and then nervously stood aside. Chun Shi stood beside him, and the two beasts positioned themselves together, resembling large dogs who were aware they had erred and were prepared to accept punishment. The two shamans averted their gazes. Stepping forward to treat Fu Yu, lying on the bed, Fu Yu exposed his back, revealing wounds. Fengshe lifted Xin Ruo, covering her eyes, and only after Fu Yu's back was devoid of visible injuries did he set Xin Ruo down. Qian and Chun Shi then noticed Fengshe seated in the corner. They exchanged glances, each sighing inwardly. The shamans remarked, it is remarkable that Lord Fu Yu has such severe injuries, yet has not been tainted by dark energy. Truly, he is Lord Fu Yu. The two shamans weakly wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They then approached Fengshe, stating, Lord Fengshe is fine. We treated him earlier, and he just needs some rest. Beastmen possess remarkable self-healing abilities. Xin Ruo watched the shamans, pointing at Qian. Qian, taken aback, hurriedly protested, I am fine. Upon seeing Xin Ruo's gaze, Qian relented, allowing the shamans to examine him. After their inspection, the shamans shook their heads. Lord Qian has no injuries. Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled. Xin Ruo, see, I told you I am fine. Xin Ruo ignored Qian, nodding at the shamans as she handed them the prepared crystal stones. The two shamans hurriedly declined. Thanks to Lord Fengshe, our tribe's beastmen were able to survive. We cannot accept. Xin Ruo persisted. Offering again. Fengshe's voice was soft but firm. She wishes for you to accept. The two shamans, suddenly compliant, nodded vigorously, trembling as they accepted the stones, casting furtive glances at the beasts, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Clutching the crystals tightly, they hurried away. Oh dear. For six-tier beastmen, what a fright. After walking a distance, the older beastman, Tu Yun, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, patting his chest as he exhaled deeply. I never expected this. The younger beastman, Tu Qing, looked puzzled. What? Tu Yun replied, high-tier beastmen are also afraid of female leaders. Why should they fear female leaders? The little females are so adorable. Why be afraid? You single beast, you do not understand. I do understand. I know the little females can be quite fierce, terrifying. Tu Qing quickly turned to him. You foolish beast, who said that? The mother beast from the Spring Mountains said so. She claimed little females can be both fierce and ruthless. And they love to eat young single beastmen. Tu Yun poked Tu Qing's head, scolding, you should roll away. Stupid beast, she is deceiving you. Keep your distance. Does she wish to trick you into becoming her mate? Do you want that? Ah, I do not want that. Although the little female is fierce, I still want a little female. Then keep your distance, do you hear me? Understood. Tu Yun remarked, why worry about being discovered by a partner when injured? You should learn to compete for affection and win a little female's favor. Why must the little female be informed of the injuries? Imagine her anxiety upon learning of them. You wouldn't understand unless you had a partner. For females, whether you're injured or how severely, what matters is your ability to please them. Competing for affection is essential to garner their favor. Is it really that complicated? Nonsense. You simpleton, the death of male partners is commonplace. Not every male's demise brings sorrow to the female. Many females have their share of good ones. Losing 3 merely means she has 4 more to replace them, aside from the fact that match partners leave a lasting impression. The death of one might sadden her for a moment, but nothing compares to the allure of a newcomer. In my household, it is not unusual for an old beast to pass away daily, only to be replaced by a new one as a healer. Such occurrences are frequent once you have a partner. Your beloved remains blissfully unaware, potentially oblivious to who or how many have passed. Therefore, if you do not vie for her affection when injured, leaving behind a female and a half-male, your silent demise will hardly matter to her. What significance does it hold? You may not comprehend this now. But once you form a bond, you will understand. Just bide your time for a suitable match. Meanwhile, within the dwelling, Xin dismisses several beasts. You 3 be gone. I wish to sleep. Tonight, indeed, Xin will share her slumber with Fuyu. As a few beasts exit, Lian, with his head drooping, apologizes. Xin, we did not intend to conceal anything from you. Xin waves her paw dismissively. I bear no grudge against you. In the future, if you are injured, speak of it directly. If there are issues, seek the healer without delay. Your minor injuries are of little concern to me, but significant problems arising from severe injuries are grave. The beasts, unable to articulate their emotions, return to their respective quarters. Chun, she calls out to Feng Shi. Xin Ruo has left you some roasted meat in that outer room. Go and enjoy it. Feng Shi nods and turns to leave. Xin Ruo curls up beside Fuyu, who cradles her against his chest, covering her with a hide blanket. Lian and Chun, she ponder how Xin Ruo discerned Fuyu's severe injuries and whether they had summoned a healer. Xin Ruo closes her eyes, finding it peculiar that Fuyu remains in a state of zen. She notes that Chun Shi and Lian lingered at the tribe's entrance for quite some time before returning home, bringing along 2 beasts. When Xin Ruo inquires why Feng Shi visited the Qingtu tribe, he explains he sought a healer, prompting her to casually ask for the healer's name. She deduces that Fuyu must have sustained serious injuries and, upon visiting him, confirms her suspicions. That moment, Fuyu lies pallid upon the bed, unresponsive to their entrance. She understands their intentions, to shield her from worry. Thus, how could she blame them? Their injuries were incurred in defense of her tribe. For her sake, to hold it against them would be utterly inhumane. Choosing not to disturb Fuyu's rest, she feigns sleep, seizing the night to enhance the tribe. The Qingtu tribe has brought in 543 beastmen, instantly increasing the star coins by 5, 125, 800. Ruo constructs 1,000 caves, 100 wooden houses, and 30 tree houses. Using upgrade packages, she enhances the tribe's enclosure. After reaching level 5, the previously rudimentary barrier transforms into towering earthen walls. The task hall is upgraded with packages, and Xin Ruo elevates it directly to level 5. The task hall now resembles a grand building, furnished with rudimentary wooden chairs for resting. The tribe's warehouse is situated behind the task hall. Integrated into the structure, the task hall serves as a nexus for issuing tasks, connecting the tribe's warehouse with its citizens. The crystal exchange stone is placed at the heart of the task hall, adorned with colorful crystals interlaid with stones of other materials, creating a visually pleasing spectacle. Once positioned, the crystal exchange stone can yield smaller exchange crystals, given that one crystal exchange stone may prove insufficient. Xin Ruo separates several for placement throughout the task hall, allowing tribe members to redeem them. Their 0.1 beast crystal can be exchanged for 5-star coins, 1 spirit crystal for 5 beast crystals, and 20 beast crystals for 1 spirit crystal. Spirit crystals are temporarily non-exchangeable. The absence of tier notation defaults to level 1. The exchange ratio between adjacent tiers of beast and spirit crystals is 1:5. She bears no guilt for not exploiting her citizens. She acknowledges she is not a saint. Xin Ruo promptly issues daily tasks. Collect wood, plants, thatch, and stones. 10 planks yield 1-star coin. 10 plants yield 1-star coin. 10 thatch yield 1-star coin. And 10 stones yield 2-star coins. These items are abundant on the Beastman continent, available in plentiful supply. This initiative is designed for the less combat-capable beastmen, upon collecting items and submitting tasks at the tribe hall window. They can independently utilize the tribal totem at the exchange crystal to obtain star coins. Once they become tribe members, a tribal totem will manifest on their forearms, swiftly disappearing thereafter. He has shown her the star coins. Resembling jade coins, which she finds cumbersome, grateful for the great nation, she contemplates the convenience of online payments. As a tribal totem, it must be utilized effectively. Otherwise, it merely serves as a decorative item. With the houses constructed, Xin Ruo arranges them neatly within the tribe. Upon inspection, she observes that the nighttime tree houses emit a gentle glow, twinkling like stars. They are utterly enchanting. However, the rewarded tree houses come equipped with windows, balconies, and curtains, while the ones she built lack these features. To acquire windows, balconies, and curtains for her purchased tree houses, she must exchange star coins at the task hall. 1,000 for windows, 5,000 for balconies. And the cost for curtains remains unlisted. The protective shield's light source must also be utilized. As the name suggests, the protective shield's light source provides illumination. Once activated, it brightens every corner of the tribe. Requiring beast crystals as energy, 10,000 beast crystals for every 12 hours. After reaching level 5, the shield can be made optional for concealment. It manifests as a translucent barrier radiating a soft golden glow. Xin Ruo allocates the rewarded hides into the tribe's resources. Having examined them, she finds they resemble a uniform batch of ordinary hides, far inferior to those provided by Feng Shui and his companions. Since she has no use for them, she decides to utilize these hides for building the tribe. She constructs a food shop and a tailor shop. The level 1 tailor shop can create leather skirts, straw hats, and straw sandals, all of which possess corresponding defensive attributes. This is a delightful surprise, proving immensely practical. Is indeed a treasure. The level 1 food shop can feature one type of food daily, with no limit. She has yet to decide what to display, especially since the tribe members currently lack for nothing in terms of food, although she initially intended to elevate both shops to level 5. A shortage of planks prevents this. As the moment of excitement arrives, Xin Ruo silently prays to draw the other 6 special environments. Wang Shuijing. Upon glancing at this environment, Xin Ruo pauses for a second. Feeling a chill, she inspects the 6 beasts one by one, her gaze settling on Xianmi. He is remarkably suitable, with an astonishing compatibility. Binding him is a must. Observing the information, Xin Ruo smiles with satisfaction. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Beast Husband, Xianmi, Pending Bond. Race, Cloud Crystal Snow Fox. Height, 197 centimeters. Awakened ability, Fire System Level 7, 86. Current Continent Maximum Level, 10. Compatibility, 99. Special Building, Wang Shuijing, Rich in Intense Fire Energy. In the Wang Shuijing, Fire Energy Absorption Speed 5. Reproductive Speed 5. Spirit Crystal Flower Maturation Speed 2. Bonus Effects, Tribe Safety Value 5. Fire System Star Energy User's Fire Energy Absorption Speed 2. Tribe Upgrade Reward 1. Though he has many exclamation marks, the bonuses he offers are plentiful. Each time she looks, she can't help but marvel. A grand treasure. She decides to set aside Wang Shuijing for now, as no one knows its purpose yet. They shall place it together later to avoid conflict. Suddenly, she realizes how harmonious her partners are. Among the 4 beside her, only Fu Yu and Qi Yan had engaged in combat. It is commendable to refrain from fighting. Such tranquility should be preserved. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. It would be unfortunate for anyone to be wounded. Xin Ruo yawned, succumbing to slumber. It was not until the following morning that Xin Ruo remembered her ascension to the 2nd tier, which should allow her to revert to human form. Upon realizing Fu Yu was not in bed, she stealthily returned to her room to transform into her human guise. Unlike their male counterparts, females lack the modesty of animal skins when assuming human form. Fortunately, Fu Yu often crafted skirts during his leisure, and several completed garments were stored in her space. She retrieved a skirt made from Fu Yu's serpent shed, a silver strappy dress that cascaded to just above her ankles. Its texture soft and lightweight with a graceful drape. Cinched just beneath the bust and flowing loosely at the hem, Fu Yu possessed exquisite taste. Xin Ruo, possessing an ethereal beauty with her fair skin and rosy lips. Delicate features, long and thick eyelashes, and eyes that slightly upturned at the corners, was endowed with strikingly attractive orbs, a perfect lip shape, and an exceptionally superior appearance in both skin and bone structure. Clad in this dress, she exuded an aura of innocent allure. Hearing the sounds of beastmen ascending the stairs, she opened the door and encountered Fu Yu at the threshold. Fu Yu gazed at Xin Ruo before momentarily losing his composure. She looked utterly enchanting in the skirt he had crafted. A peculiar mix of emotions stirred within him. Joy, happiness, and an indescribable sentiment. Fu Yu's Adam's apple shifted slightly as he approached and lifted Xin Ruo into his arms. Whispering, human form is not as sturdy as beast form. The ground is quite cold. Xin Ruo placed her hand around Fu Yu's neck, willingly allowing him to cradle her. She placed Xin Ruo's meal upon the table, and upon noticing her, looked up with tender affection, gently saying, "Has Xin Ruo transformed into her human form? Our Xin Ruo truly is the most beautiful little female in human guise." Qian, busy roasting meat, looked up at Xin Ruo and instantly beamed, his eyes filled with unfiltered warmth as he exclaimed, "Wow, Xin Ruo looks stunning today. It's another day of adoration for Xin Ruo." Xin Ruo's cheeks flushed slightly as she requested Fu Yu to set her down onto her designated stool. Feng Shi entered the thatched hut, carrying a bowl of moo beast milk. Upon entering, he spotted Xin Ruo, and his throat involuntarily moved. Suddenly parched, he approached and handed the milk to Qian, saying, "Warm it up, please." That he then settled beside Xin Ruo. Qian accepted the milk with enthusiasm. Xin Ruo then presented several large bowls of strawberries on the table, inviting, "Come, enjoy the strawberries." The ability to converse like this felt delightful. The beastmen remained still, and to alleviate the silence, Qian handed the steaming moo beast milk to Feng Shi. He popped a strawberry into his mouth, grinning, "Delicious. Xin Ruo, you should eat them. The strong males don't fancy them." Suddenly, Qian's words halted, and he chewed silently on the strawberry, all eyes turning toward him. Feng Shi cooled the milk before presenting it to Xin Ruo. She inquired curiously, "Is there something wrong with the strawberries?" After swallowing, Qian eventually responded, "They somewhat resemble life grass." Xin Ruo expressed disbelief. "Bitter?" Qian replied with a chuckle, "Not at all. They are quite sweet, imbued with energy that purifies dark essences." Relieved, Xin Ruo realized they were indeed ordinary strawberries. Had they turned out to be bitter fruits, she would have uprooted them all. With the experiment concluded successfully, she savored the milk before taking a strawberry, marveling at its size. One was equivalent to 10. She could manage only 4 at most. Noticing the beastman's lack of movement, she urged, "Eat up. Why are you just staring? Is there poison or something?" Qian pondered, recalling the life grass. Could these strawberries also be of Xin Ruo's cultivation? Seeing the other 3 begin to eat strawberries at her prompting, he quickly joined in. Their lack of adverse reaction suggested they understood. Xin Ruo's strawberries certainly should not be undersold to them. Observing their enjoyment, she fetched even more bowls of strawberries for each beast. She served Xin Ruo a bowl of bamboo shoot and rib soup, and she lowered her head to savor the soup and meat, confirming that the flavor was best when gnawed directly from the bones. Being human truly had its perks. They consumed several large bowls of strawberries, contradicting their earlier claims of disinterest. How could they claim indifference yet enjoy them so? Xin Ruo opened her fruit bundle, revealing 5 common fruits: apples, pears, bananas, grapefruits, and peaches. Each fruit was of premium quality, plump and bountiful, with the bananas counted by the bunch, given the harsh conditions of the Beastman continent. Who could predict if food would be available in the coming seasons? Initially intended for future consumption, she had planned to save them. Although she had awakened her spatial abilities to cultivate, the growth of spatial plants was slow, and these fruits, being tree fruits, would not bear for several years. For now, she wished to indulge. Once the fruits were consumed and the seeds planted, there was a possibility that they might bloom or bear fruit in the years to come. However, if they failed to thrive, she would be left with no mementos of her past life in the Beastman continent. The only edible fruits available in the central region were the red sour fruits. Red fruits and blue fruits which only appeared in the warm season. The red sour fruits were palatable at first, but would become increasingly sour, leaving a lingering acidity in the mouth and stomach. Additionally, they would cause everything else consumed to taste sour. After the spatial upgrade, she sensed a slight increase in flow speed. This indicated that future upgrades would likely accelerate flow rates, enhancing the growth speed of tree fruits as well. With strawberries now available, she could begin enjoying fruits, clearing some space in her realm to plant the seeds. She decided to set aside a small portion. In the future, if she felt nostalgic for her homeland, she could taste them. If the fruit seeds failed to sprout, it would not significantly matter. Xin Ruo placed some fruits on the table to share with everyone. Qian, having just finished his roasted meat, glanced over, took a bite of a peach, and swiftly devoured it. Sweet, but strawberries are still better. Xin Ruo, you can have this. I'm not particularly fond of it. The other three also sampled their chosen fruits before losing interest. Did they all prefer strawberries? Xin Ruo gathered the untouched fruits. Chun-Shi approached with a pot of soup, prompting Xin Ruo to tidy up. Chun-Shi and Qi-Yin led Xin Ruo outside the tribe, while Fu Yu and Feng Shi remained behind to recuperate. Although external wounds had healed, internal recovery would require several more days. Chun-Shi's beast form resembled a pink, iron-eating beast, akin to a giant panda in her previous world. On the back of the pink, iron-eating beast was an exquisite basket that could be summoned at will. This basket was designed to carry her partner, and the beast was renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities on the Beastman continent. The basket inherently provided protection, shielding her partner and masking female scents. Xin Ruo nestled within Chun-Shi's basket, admiring the scenery beyond the tribe. The basket was lined with plush pink blankets, offering a soft and comfortable seat, warm enough for her to lay down and sleep without the chill of the outside wind reaching her. At this moment, she could only express two words: contentment. Content in her ease, she was ready to commence her hunt. First, she needed to identify the uninfected beasts from those that were infected. Infected beasts were shrouded in dark energy, emitting a noxious odor reminiscent of decaying flesh when approached. This marked her first venture beyond the Fu Guang tribe since her awakening. Previously, she had returned to the tribe riding on Qian's back. Upon arriving at the entrance, she noticed that Fu Yu had cleared the grass in the area. At this moment, she could not only detect the rancid odor emanating from the plants, but also see the black mist swirling around them. In the Beastman continent, differentiation relied heavily on sight. In the dark, energy-laden wilderness, sensing with starlight often led to errors. Infected beasts developed red spots on their eyes, and once fully infected, their sclera turned crimson, transforming them into ferocious beasts. Qian placed his catch on the ground and called, Xin Ruo, come take a break. Xi Ruo stood in the basket, using vines to slay a wild rabbit. Hearing Qian's voice, she responded, coming. Qian perched atop a treetop. Xin Ruo emerged from the basket, sitting on the animal's skin, while Chun-Shi surrounded their area with earthen walls, receiving the signal that there were no beasts nearby. Chun-Shi gently encouraged, Xin Ruo has been training for so long. You must be hungry. Please eat. Xin Ruo nodded and took out the roasted meat for them, saying, Qian, come down and eat some meat. Qian flew down, transforming into human form, and sat beside Xin Ruo. Observing the roasted meat that Xin Ruo had produced, Qian picked up a piece and took a large bite, exclaiming, This roasted meat is delicious. Chun-Shi transformed into human form as well, took a bite of the roasted meat, and gently remarked, This meat is incredibly tender, and the flavor is exquisite, quite suitable for the little female. Qian, filled with curiosity, inquired, Can you make it? Chun-Shi shook his head. Many ingredients are unavailable, so I cannot replicate it. After finishing several pieces of meat, Qian paused and asked Xin Ruo, Are there any strawberries left? Xin Ruo nodded and fetched strawberries for him and Chun-Shi. After sipping some soup and enjoying a few slices of meat and bamboo shoots, Xin Ruo completed her lunch. The two beasts naturally consumed the leftover soup and meat that Xin Ruo had not finished. Noticing that they had finished the strawberries, Xin Ruo continued to fetch more for them, while the roasted meat remained largely untouched. Curiously, Xin Ruo asked, Do you not eat anything during midday when you go hunting? Qian nodded. We do eat, but not every day, as that would be quite troublesome. During the warm season, we will consume large amounts of food at once, which can sustain us for several days. It seemed that they indeed accompanied her for meals, as she had grown accustomed to 3 meals a day, and they joined her for each one, observing the envious glimmer in Xin Ruo's eyes. Qian paused his action of eating strawberries and playfully admonished, "Females must not behave this way. Thus, Xin Ruo must eat daily. The sensation of eating every day is truly splendid. I absolutely adore sharing meals with Xin Ruo." Xin Ruo listened to Qi Yan's tone, reminiscent of a child being coaxed, and smiled, saying, "I understand." Qi Yan continued to enjoy his strawberries with a grin, and seeing him relish them so much, Xin Ruo picked one up as well, sweet, juicy, and large. They all delighted in strawberries, and fortunately, she had an abundance of them. In a few days, she could harvest another batch. She could at least satisfy this modest preference of her companions. Speaking of which, she had yet to nourish her plants today and could only wait until returning to the tribe. After resting well, Xin Ruo noticed the roasted meat that had hardly been touched and decided to pack it away. She resumed hunting beasts, cooking the uninfected ones for food, while incinerating the infected ones on the spot. Qian hunted large beasts around the vicinity, keeping watch for any approaching threats, ready to retreat if a beast tide appeared. Typically, they would engage directly in combat, fleeing only if they were outmatched. With Xin Ruo accompanying them, safety was their priority. "Master, there's a chili tree ahead," Yi's voice chimed in. "A chili tree?" Xin Ruo looked up to see a tree not far away. Laden with black peppers and enveloped in a faint dark aura, he continued. "It has mutated halfway and has been tainted by dark energy, but the contamination period is brief. This posed no issue. Her current wood energy should suffice for a purification attempt." Pointing at the mutated chili tree, Xin Ruo declared, "I want that tree." Without asking further questions, She stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the tree, which had a diameter of about 50 to 60 centimeters. As though it were a small seedling, T then held it aloft and proceeded forward, slightly obstructing Xin Ruo's view. She tossed the tree to Qi Yin, who flew over and secured it on his back. As dusk approached, the two beasts escorted Xin Ruo back to the tribe. They brought their prey directly back, as the tribe was bustling with inhabitants, and bringing back too little would be inappropriate. Qi Yin carried the tree belonging to Xin Ruo on his back, while his claws grasped the tied-up prey. They returned to the tribe in silence, and along the way, Xin Ruo observed many beastmen entering with timber and other materials. Feng Shi and Fu Yu awaited them at the tribe's entrance, stepping forward to assist Qi Yin with the prey and tree. Once home, Xin Ruo immediately set to studying her tree, while Fu Yu dealt with the newly acquired prey. And Feng Shi began roasting meat. Qi Yin and she went to wash up. The haul was commendable. She had encountered several mildly infected mutated trees, chili, Sichuan pepper, and tomato. Xin Ruo prepared the spirit spring water and spirit crystals, getting ready to purify the trees. After the purification, she planted the trees in her space. The purified chili, Sichuan pepper, and tomato had returned to their normal colors, albeit with notably larger sizes. The red and blue fruits sprouted, growing quite a bit. The mutated plants had shot up considerably. The life grass zero fruit had matured, and Xin Ruo harvested it, causing the soil to sprout many small life grasses, after releasing energy on each one. Xin Ruo mused on when she could release energy in large batches, as doing so one by one was becoming increasingly time-consuming. She needed to practice releasing energy for the nourishment of plants in larger quantities. After watering the mutated plants with Spirit Spring Water No. 2, Xin Ruo remembered to give a little to Life Grass Zero, as well that to her surprise, another life grass bloomed, having emerged while she was watering Zero. Otherwise, she would not have noticed it, as life grass was quite sparse and adept at hiding. She also watered life grass No. 1, ensuring fairness. Contemplating, Xin dug a small pit beside Mushan and poured some spirit spring water into it. Finally, the work was complete. After dinner, Xin Ruo returned to her room, lying on Feng Shi's abdomen, closing her eyes to begin constructing the tribe. In a day's time, all the houses were sold out. The task hall had collected numerous tasks. Aside from plants, there were many others in the tens of thousands. Upon checking, Xin Ruo noted that all the plants were uninfected. The beastmen were truly honest. Xin Ruo established 100 watchtowers, placing them along the tribe's walls. The sole function of a level 1 watchtower was to monitor incoming beast tides. However, the beastmen were vigilant. The tribe possessed a protective shield, rendering the watchtower's role somewhat redundant, as hiring beasts for protection would require star coins. A rather useless endeavor, neither delectable nor easy to discard. Yet every item must exist for a reason. Perhaps as she leveled up, their utility would become evident. However, upgrading would require ample materials, so she decided to set it aside for now. Once materials became available, she would upgrade one to see its effect and reclaim it if it proved ineffective. The dining hall and tailor shop were upgraded directly to level 5. A level 5 dining hall resembled an ancient tavern, capable of offering 5 types of food daily. The level 5 tailor shop had a similar appearance to the dining hall, with an expanded array of items available for crafting. The shop could now produce level 1 leather skirts, straw hats, and grass shoes, providing a mere 0.0 increase in defense. Level 2 leather skirts, straw hats, and grass shoes offered a 1 defense boost. Level 3 leather clothing, skirts, hats, and shoes granted a 2 defense increase. Level 4 leather clothing, skirts, hats, and shoes provided a 3 defense increment. And level 5 leather clothing, pants, boots, capes, and hats conferred a 2 defense, 1 moisture resistance, and 2 corrosion resistance. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The level of beast skins required corresponds to each tier. For example, level 1 necessitates level 1 beast skins, while level 5 demands level 5 beast skins. The rewarded beast skins are of level 1, suitable solely for crafting level 1 garments. However, these level 1 garments lack a market. Most orcs travel in their beast forms, and their feet likely endure wear far beyond that of grass sandals. By the time the shoes remain intact, they have already been trampled upon. Yet, one cannot jump to conclusions. She shall first create a set for Yin to test. Unfortunately, her spatial warehouse is filled with level 6 beast skins. Tomorrow, she will send them to hunt for level 5 ones, to fashion garments for them. Though she remains uncertain about their aesthetic appeal, the inquiry into these level 5 garments is indeed worthy of exploration. The tribe's demand for housing remains strong. Xin Ruo continues to construct 5,000 caves, 5,000 wooden houses, 100 tree houses, and 1 thatch cottage. Upon upgrading the thatch cottage, a lush green vine spirals upwards alongside it. Reaching the rooftop, adorned with budding flowers, seemingly on the verge of blooming, a flowering plant graces the front of the cottage as well. Hexava constructs another thatched cottage, opting for a different plant for the upgrade. The positioning of the vine alters, and the leaves and flower buds differ from the previous one, with the front plant transformed into another variety. The differing plants used for the cottage's upgrade account for the variation in both the green vine and the plant at the front. Xin Ruo further upgrades 10 wooden houses, and at the entrance of the level 2 wooden houses, a cluster of flowering plants is precisely 10 in number. Xin Ruo directly upgrades 490 wooden houses to level 2. She also constructs an additional 498 thatch cottages, conveniently upgrading them to level 2. All 1,000 caves are elevated to level 2. Once construction concludes, everything is neatly arranged, concerned that the emergence of plants might instill fear in the tribe. Xin Ruo issues an announcement in the task hall. Plants within the tribe pose no danger. Feel free to admire them. Destruction is strictly prohibited. She need only make the announcement, as the task hall will convey it vocally. She upgrades a watchtower to level 5, which seamlessly integrates with the surrounding walls. An entrance at the base allows access to the watchtower. The level 5 watchtower can autonomously sound alarms and possesses a modest degree of offensive capability. Quite satisfactory, Xin Ruo upgrades all watchtowers without hesitation. The task hall announces a new mission, to collect various grades of beast meat and skins. With differing prices for each grade, Xin Ruo sets default values. Level 1 beast meat at 1,000 star coins. Level 1 beast skin at 500 star coins. Level 2 beast meat at 5,000 star coins. Level 2 beast skin at 4,000 star coins. Level 3 beast meat at 8,000 star coins. Level 3 beast skin at an unspecified price. Level 4 beast meat and skins, as well as level 5 and 6, are similarly priced in the beast realm. The higher the level, the finer the meat, with less dark energy within, resulting in purer energy. Consuming beast meat enhances star energy for orcs, while females benefit from improved physical constitution. The higher the level of beast skins, the more beautiful and resilient they become. The current shelf life of the tribe's warehouse is limited, and the next tier has yet to be unlocked, making upgrades impossible, yet she has a blueprint repository as a fallback. There is space to store mission supplies, after crafting a set of level 1 garments. She releases a wave of star energy to the spatial plants. Xin Ruo retires for the night. Feeling as though she has barely slept, dawn breaks, and she rises. She invigorates herself with a cup of spring water. Instantly revitalized, clutching the 3-piece beast skin skirt set, she eagerly seeks out Qian. Qian, come quickly. All right. Qian's voice resonates from the treehouse as he leaps down. He strides towards Xin Ruo with enthusiasm. Xin Ruo, I'm here. Why are you up so early today? I haven't even called you. Xin Ruo hands him the items, brushing past his question, urging him, quick, try it on. I want to see the effect. The other 3 pairs of colorful eyes simultaneously fixate on the beast skin skirt set held in Qian's embrace. Chun Shi, who is preparing soup for Xin Ruo, appears gentle as flowing water, seemingly focused solely on the stove, yet her gaze is firmly locked on Qian Fu Yu, who is grilling meat, and Feng Shi, slicing it. Both cast sidelong glances at Qian, sensing the intensity of their stares. Qian feels slightly exposed, yet remains indifferent. This moment, he is bubbling with happiness. His beloved mistress has crafted him a beast skin skirt. How many females would create such garments for their partners? He conveniently overlooks the fact that Xin Ruo had little time to make the skirt. Of course, in a sense, it is indeed made by Xin Ruo, as she initiated the crafting process, making it fair to say she created it. Ecstatic, Qian quickly removes his previous skirt and dons the one gifted by Xin Ruo. She observes appreciatively, showing no signs of treating them as outsiders. Qian, now clad in the beast skin skirt and grass sandals, topped with a hat, elicits her admiration. Indeed, those who are naturally attractive look good in anything. Qian joyfully circles around a few times, exclaiming, wow, Xin Ruo, this straw hat is quite refreshing, and this beast skin skirt is truly comfortable. I absolutely adore it. How marvelous. The grass sandals are so soft. They feel wonderful. Qian, overwhelmed with excitement, seems to forget himself, while Xin Ruo feels a chill wafting through the air. Turning to look, she sees the other 3 deeply engrossed in their own tasks. Doubting her perception, she turns back and encourages Qian to take a few more steps. Complying obediently, Qian proceeds cautiously, as Xin warned him that the grass sandals are quite soft, and he fears damaging them. After all, they were made by Xin Ruo. Despite his carefulness, the sandals succumb to the pressure and break. The quality is truly lacking, Qian laments, looking pitiful. Xin Ruo notices tears welling in his eyes and reassures him. You didn't break them. It's merely that the quality is too poor. That I'll make you a better pair another day. Qian's eyes light up with hope, eagerly asking, really? Is that true? Xin Ruo nods with a smile. Yes, take them off. They're broken. Just remove them all. Qian reluctantly touches the sandals before complying. Handing them over to Xin Ruo, she promptly recycles them, gaining 1 star coin. This 3-piece set is indeed subpar. It is the most inferior quality she has encountered, of course. One cannot dismiss the notion that level 1 gear is likely intended for level 1 orcs. Puzzled, Xin Ruo wonders, why is there no corresponding explanation available? He responds in a muted tone, Master, this requires additional payment. Many data points were established by the system from the beginning. Once set, they generally cannot be altered. He currently lacks the energy to effectuate comprehensive changes. Xin Ruo asks, how much is needed? 1 million star coins. Without hesitation, Xin Ruo spends 1 million star coins to unlock the explanatory details. Once activated, each item is accompanied by detailed descriptions and images. For instance, upon building a house, there are corresponding images and descriptions of that house. It is evident that the insufferable system truly treats the host like a sheep to be slaughtered, if given the opportunity. It might do well to experience the role reversal as expected. The level 1 clothing set is indeed only applicable to low-tier orcs. Level 2 and 3 garments primarily serve low-tier orcs, but can also be utilized by mid-tier ones. Levels 4 and 5 garments are suitable for low, mid, and high-tier orcs. During mealtime, she feels an oddly uncomfortable atmosphere. Yet when she glances around, everything appears normal. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more exciting. She sits opposite her, wearing a gentle smile and inquiring after her well-being. Feng Shi, seated beside her, gazes intently from his deep blue eyes as she drinks her milk. Fu Yu sits on her other side, his crimson eyes shrouded in ambiguity, leisurely eating meat while occasionally feeding her and lazily casting glances at Qi Yin. Qi Yin sits across from her, smiling broadly, relishing the beast meat. Unaware of any underlying issues, Xin Ruo focuses on her meal. After finishing, she plans to venture out to hunt beasts, hone her star energy, enhance her abilities, nurture the spatial plants in the evening, and address the desires and needs of her tribe, all while constructing the village. Just a little longer, it seems there is a tribe up ahead that a group of orcs is approaching from that direction. Chuanqi spoke to Feng Shi and Fu Yu. Feng Shi and Fu Yu dropped their prey and rushed to Xin Ruo's side with utmost speed. Xin Ruo retracted her energy and immediately settled obediently in Chuanqi's embrace, allowing Fu Yu to feed her strawberries. Before long, a pack of white canine beasts came running towards them, some of which carried females on their backs. The leading beastman, upon beholding the 3 magnificent 6-tier beastmen and the incredibly beautiful little female, felt a mixture of fear and awe, momentarily stunned. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure exerted by the 6-tier beastmen, he might have thought he had stumbled into a divine realm. The sight of strong, handsome male beastmen alongside delicate and lovely females was more exquisite than any mural. Sensing the formidable aura of the white-haired beastman ahead, the leader of the pack, Yin Sha, immediately halted, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and stinging his eyes. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Greetings, my lord, that we did not intend to disturb you, and we humbly ask for your forgiveness." Xin Ruo gazed with sparkling eyes at the disheveled group of indistinct white dogs. "Oh my goodness, look at those big white dogs. They look so petable." Chuanqi could not see Xin Ruo's expression, but Feng Shi and Fu Yu did. Fu Yu's crimson eyes darkened momentarily as he shot a cold glance at Yin Sha and the others before turning back to gently feed Xin Ruo strawberries. Feng Shi, deep in thought, regarded the pack of snow canines, suppressing the emotions in his eyes as he approached, his brow sharp and his voice low yet authoritative. The snow canine tribe resides on the eastern border, quite a distance from here. What has transpired? Yin Sha, overwhelmed by the pressure from the white-haired beastman, spoke with difficulty. The Eastern Continent's original sea recently suffered divine retribution. Our snow canine tribe, being close by, was unfortunately affected. Our village was swallowed by the sea overnight, that I led the surviving tribe members in search of a new home. However, the outbreaks of magical beast tides and dark monsters have increased in scale. So we had no choice but to seek refuge for our tribe, which led us here. Feng Shi furrowed his brow slightly. Yin Sha, looking hopeless and with dimmed eyes, continued, "The priest said that the original sea has been completely abandoned by the beast god. It is a forsaken land, devoid of divine grace, and will forever be subjected to the unquenchable wrath of the sea god. The original sea is no longer suitable for beastmen to survive. Including us, we are all a race forsaken by the beast god. This continent is a forgotten land by the beast god." Feng Shi's voice, though calm, resonated with strength, instilling confidence. The beast god would not easily abandon any race. Yin Sha shook his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he spoke each word heavily. "Our tribe, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, has mostly perished under divine retribution. Now only a few hundred remain behind me. Perhaps in the next moment, we will be entirely extinguished. From now on, the Beastman continent will no longer have the Snow Canine tribe." Feng Shi remained non-committal. "Every race on the Beastman continent is at risk of extinction. Some races barely number 100 in total. Since you're accompanied by females, it is imperative to find a tribe for refuge promptly." Yin Sha nodded, as if granted a reprieve, and humbly stated, "Thank you for the reminder. My lord, I shall not disturb you further in the company of the female. We will take our leave now." Just as Yin Sha was about to bypass Feng Shi and move forward, he suddenly recalled something and cautiously inquired, "Do you know which tribe lies ahead?" "The Fuguang tribe," Fengshe paused briefly before adding, "We are all beastmen of the Fuguang tribe." That Yensha's dim eyes brightened. "Thank you, my lord, that we will see you at the tribe." Yunsha takes his leave. With 3 6th-tier beastmen in the tribe, it is indeed a commendable choice. The safety of the females within the tribe is further assured. The beautiful little female, nurtured to a tender whiteness, indicated that the strength of the lords was even greater than perceived. Fengshe nodded and returned to Xin Ruo's side. Xin Ruo, unaware of what Fengshe had discussed with the large dog, looked curiously at him as he approached. Fengshe did not keep her in suspense and directly relayed the events. Chunchi was accustomed to such matters and paid little heed. Fuyu remained silent, his brows lowered as he continued feeding Xin Ruo strawberries. Xin Ruo felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness that, in the face of natural disasters, all species are diminutive and powerless. The occurrence of calamities on the Beastman continent is quite common. Having spent little time there, she had yet to witness any form of disaster. Amidst her musings, Chunchi's gentle voice broke the silence. "Xin Ruo, don't you have a merman companion from the Eastern continent?" "What about him?" He paused, then smiled softly. "I suppose I am overthinking it. It has been several days. He has likely left the sea by now, and this divine retribution would not reach him." Xin Ruo finally realized what she had forgotten. She had neglected to think about Miaolon. There was a genuine possibility that Miaolon was still in the ocean. Worry surged within her, and her brows furrowed with anxiety. Fuyu and Fengshe exchanged glances, both understanding the unspoken concern. Miaolon was most likely still in the sea, and escaping the divine retribution would be improbable. The merman's well-known sense of direction was not a mere jest. Fuyu wiped the strawberry juice from the corner of Xin Ruo's mouth. "Do not fret. I will go retrieve him." Xin Ruo shook her head. Knowing that the ocean was currently suffering from a disaster, there was no way she would risk another companioness life for the sake of another. Fuyu's crimson eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, which was quickly replaced by tenderness that he reassured her. He may be safe. The divine retribution struck the original sea, and since he is likely in another oceanic area, he should be unharmed. Our Yujiao Silver Snake tribe excels in water. As long as he is alive, I will certainly bring him back. Xin Ruo hesitated for a moment. The Shihai had re-emerged after the last tsunami, but the two seas were adjacent. If the original sea faced divine retribution, the Shihai would find it difficult to escape unscathed. She firmly shook her head. "You must not go. No one should go." Miaolon had survived the last divine retribution even as a juvenile. Surely, he would be fine now. Fuyu opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed his words upon seeing Xin Ruo's resolute expression. Softly conceding, "Very well, I will not go. Are you still eating strawberries?" "No, they have all left. I'm going to hunt beasts." Upon returning to the tribe in the evening, seeing the faint worry in Xin Ruo's eyes, Yin anxiously inquired, "What happened? Did anything go wrong? Were you hurt today?" Chunchi spoke gently. "With my protection, how could anything happen to Xin Ruo?" Xin Ruo smiled. Indeed, being in Chunchi's arms is quite reassuring. She twirled around before Yin. "Look at me. I am completely unscathed. I even caught a large longhorn deer today, killed several wild beasts, found several mutated trees, and caught many spiky beasts, which I will cook shortly." This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content ahead. Yin felt relieved, gently ruffling her hair, sincerely praising. Xin Ruo is truly impressive. Yin glanced at the other beasts. Chunchi had gone to prepare food for Xin Ruo. While Fuyu meticulously tended to the spiky beasts, Fengshe sat to the side, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He turned back to Xin Ruo, cautiously advising, "However, spiky beasts are not very palatable. They are covered in spikes and have a strong fishy smell. During the cold season, a female died after consuming a spiky beast." He hesitated for a moment before quickly altering his words. "However, if you enjoy them, it is fine. I will remove the spikes for you shortly. And then you can eat." Xin Ruo nodded with a smile. "Okay." Before Yin went to prepare roasted meat, he gave Fengshe another glance. What was Fengshe up to? Xin Ruo lay on the table, her worry for Miaolon lingering. That little silly fish, she wondered how he was faring. Was he safe? If only I could summon him directly. Sigh. Xin was worried for a brief moment. She had yet to release the wood energy from the spatial plants today, nor had she watered them with the spirit spring water. The mutated plants she found today remained unpurified, and the tribe's construction was still incomplete. The chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and tomatoes had matured to a considerable size. While Sichuan peppercorns naturally grew on trees, she wondered about the taste of the chili peppers and tomatoes that also thrived on the large trees. Xin Ruo did not dwell on it. She collected them directly to give to Chun Shi, as they could be useful for making food, and one would know by trying. Chun Shi looked at the tomato in his hand and asked, "Are these all seasonings?" Xin Ruo nodded, picking up a tomato. "This one, if you enjoy its flavor, can be eaten raw." Chun Shi cautiously took a bite of a tomato, his pink eyes brightening as he exclaimed, "Delicious, it's sweet and sour." Xin Ruo nodded in approval. The tomato had a normal taste. Chun Shi felt a sense of pride, smiling gently as he remarked, "The wild version of this fruit matures to a dark green color and tastes exceedingly bitter. I never expected that after Xin Ruo's cultivation, it would turn red and taste so delightful. Our Xin Ruo is truly the best little female." Xin Ruo inquired, "Is this fruit still green when it matures?" Chun Shi took another bite of the tomato, shaking his head slightly, his voice soft. "When mature, the green becomes very deep, almost black. After some time, once it's matured in the wild, I'll take you to see." Upon returning, Qi Yin surveyed the area, but did not see Xin Ruo. Instead, he noticed Chun Shi eating a tomato that he approached, eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at the abundant fruits on the table. "Did Xin Ruo plant these?" Chun Shi nodded. Qi Yin examined them for a moment, finally picking a beautiful, bright red chili pepper and taking a hearty bite. Chun Shi, intending to stop him, let his hand fall silently. In the next moment, Qi Yan's face flushed crimson, the chili pepper burning in his mouth, neither swallowable nor spittable. Ultimately, thinking it was grown by Xin Ruo, he bravely swallowed it. Wings involuntarily unfurled from his back, and his brown eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Chun Shi handed him a cup of water, which he eagerly drank, gulping down several cups, yet it took a long while for the burning sensation to subside. The fiery taste in his mouth and stomach was indescribable, making his head spin. With tears in his eyes, his eyelids slightly red and his lips swollen, Qi Yin looked incredulously at Chun Shi, who remained unfazed while eating a tomato. He silently pondered, "I must ensure that Xin Ruo does not eat these fruits. They are more terrifying than dark matter." His head felt heavy, and his stomach churned. These poisonous fruits are indeed potent, just as expected from Xin Ruo. Chun Shi handed Qi Yin a tomato, patiently explaining, "I didn't get the chance to tell you. What you just ate was a chili pepper. And this is Sichuan peppercorn, which should not be eaten alone. It's meant for seasoning. This is called a tomato and can be eaten raw." Qi Yin paused momentarily, accepting the tomato in silence before turning and finishing it in a few bites. Feeling somewhat better in his stomach, with an expressionless face, he silently moved to roast meat. After a while, as his mind cleared, he narrowed his eyes at Chun. He was well aware that Chun Shi had done it on purpose. Wasn't it just jealousy over the bee skin skirt set Xin Ruo made for him this morning? What does he mean by not having the chance to say anything? He had studied it for a while yet remained silent. After nourishing the plants, Xin Ruo collected another batch of strawberries, which had matured faster than before. The seeds of apples, pears, bananas, grapefruits, and peaches she had sown had grown quite tall, perhaps due to being ordinary plants. They thrived exceptionally well at this rate. They would soon blossom and bear fruit. After purifying the 2 mutated plants she found today, she planted them in the space. There were 2 types of seasonings, ginger and garlic. The food stall had reached level 5, yet there was nothing to sell. Currently, she only had the few types of fruits rewarded by the system, but there wasn't enough for each tribal beastman to have one. The fruits in the space were yet to mature. Additionally, while strawberries were relatively plentiful at the moment, compared to the number of beastmen, they were hardly enough, and strawberries contained special energy. Unless necessary, she could not sell them casually. A single misstep could lead to complications. The completion rate of the task she posted for collecting beast skins and wild animal meat was exceedingly low. The decline in the number of carnivorous beastmen in the tribe would lead to issues. And this was evident in the completion data. For the beastmen, wild animal meat and beast skins were crucial for survival. Herbivorous beastmen were weaker, and in an environment like the beast world, there were not enough plants to sustain them. The plants they could consume were ordinary plants and mutated plants that had not been tainted by dark energy. Thus, they also resorted to eating meat, hunting small prey, or trading crystals or water with other carnivorous beastmen for food. This resulted in their daily hunts yielding barely enough for themselves, perhaps not even enough to satiate their hunger, leaving no surplus for completing tribal tasks for the slightly stronger carnivorous beastmen, while they had the capability to hunt. The tribe lacked sufficient incentives to attract them, so they were better off trading water with herbivorous beastmen. After all, their own appetites were considerable. The desire among the populace for housing remained strong. Yet the previously constructed houses had not all been sold. Xin Ruo thought for a moment. There were several reasons for this. Firstly, the beastmen lacked enough beast crystals. Secondly, those with partners preferred to reside together. And the wooden houses were quite spacious, accommodating over 10 beastmen if they squeezed together. Those who couldn't fit simply slept outside the wooden houses. She decided to set this aside for now. Today, several hundred snow dog beastmen had come to the Fuguang tribe and settled down. Xin Ruo constructed another batch of houses as a precaution. 1,000 level 2 thatch cottages, 1,000 level 2 wooden houses, 1,000 level 2 caves, and 500 tree houses. She planned to arrange them later in the evening that low-tier beastmen were still beastmen. Xin Ruo crafted a batch of level 1 beast skin skirt sets. Priced at 1,000 star coins each, the materials for the level 1 beast skin set were minimal. Aside from the beast skins, the others were not worth much in beast crystals, and their main function was limited. Today's tasks yielded some level 2 and 3 beast skins, which she used entirely to create level 2 and 3 beast skin garments. While out today, Feng Shi and Fu Yu had hunted many level 4 and 5 beast skins for her. With high quality and appealing colors, Xin Ruo could finally craft level 5 beast skin garments to prevent the others from feeling envious of the designs. She made matching colored beast skin outfits. As for the style, there were no options. It was a single design, and she was unsure if future upgrades would allow for more styles. She listed 2 sets of level 4 garments and 1 set of level 5 garments. Not expecting them to sell, but hoping to attract the beastmen's attention. The pricing was as follows. Level 2 set, 6,000 pieces, individuals, pairs, level 3 set, pieces, individuals, pairs, level 4 set, pieces, individuals, pairs, level 5 set, pieces, individuals, pairs. After completing these tasks, Xin Ruo stepped out of the wooden house, noticing that dusk had begun to fall. The enticing aroma of roasted meat and fish wafted in the air. Lian cheerfully called, Xin Ruo, come quickly. Xin Ruo looked curiously at Lian's reddened eyes and slightly swollen lips, which bore an unusual allure, resembling someone who had been through a distressing ordeal. She approached, glancing cautiously at the other beastmen. Fu Yu was carefully roasting fish, while she watched over the soup, occasionally helping Fu Yu with the fish. What had happened to Lian? Where had Feng Shi gone? As Xin Ruo took her seat at their invitation, she asked with curiosity, what happened to your mouth and eyes? Lian cleared his throat, his ears turning red, suddenly feeling a bit shy. He touched his nose and stammered. Ahem, I bit into a chili pepper, the long red one, and it turned out like this. Xin Ruo couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a joyous grin. Seeing her smile, Lian's embarrassment faded, and he no longer cared whether Xin Ruo would think him foolish. He returned her smile. Xin Ruo took out a small bowl of strawberries, saying with a smile, after eating these, it won't be spicy anymore. In the future, don't eat chili peppers raw. They are quite hot when consumed this way. Lian nodded happily, drawing curious glances from Fu Yu and Shi. Xin Ruo continued with a smile. I gathered another batch of strawberries. Once we finish the meal, I'll share them with you. Shi and Fu Yu nodded in agreement. Lian relished the strawberries with great delight, his mood exceedingly buoyant. If he had a tail, it would surely be raised high in the air. He cast a sidelong glance at Shi before turning back to Xin Ruo with a beaming, radiant smile. Xin Ruo quietly inquired, what is Feng Shi doing? Lian bit off the head of a strawberry and sighed. I don't know. He is up on a roof. He has been like this since he returned. Did anything happen when you all went out today? Xin Ruo peered outside and indeed saw Feng Shi lounging lazily on the wooden roof, appearing to be in a trance. He. Contemplating life, she mused, returning to sit down and shaking her head before nodding again. If we're talking about events, encountering the Snow Dog clan counts, right? They're those adorable big white dogs. Qian paused mid-bite of a strawberry. That doesn't count. Encountering a clan of beastmen fleeing in the wild is quite normal. Fengshe has nothing to do with the Snow Dog clan. Qian then quietly asked, does Xin Ruo like the Snow Dog clan? Xin Ruo nodded, I do, but not in a way that I wish to take one as a partner. Upon noticing the eager gleam in Qian's eyes, she was suddenly reminded of the imposing figure of the muscular black man, causing her heart to flutter. As for the Snow Dog clan, her feelings towards them were certainly not of that nature. Qian continued to munch on strawberries while roasting meat. If Xin Ruo wasn't interested, then he felt no need to consider bringing one back. And strangely, he felt a surge of happiness. Xin Ruo didn't fancy the Snow Dog clan. Fuyu and Chunchi shared similar thoughts. Although they didn't want any other beastmen vying for Xin Ruo's affection, they could accept it as long as she liked them. Xin Ruo deserved the best partner and the finest protection. Fuyu sprinkled spices on the grilled fish, continuing to flip it while murmuring, Fengshe is probably lost in thought. Rummaging through his memories, Qian asked curiously, what memories is he searching for? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, linking it to the rumors about the Snow Dog clan's arrival, and asked for confirmation. Is there a problem in the east? Fuyu nodded. The original sea has suffered divine punishment, and the Snow Dog clan was affected. Qian raised his gaze. Are you suggesting that Lan is still in the sea and has been caught up in this as well? Fuyu remained silent, and Qian felt he had found the answer. He smiled. What's the big deal? He hasn't died all these years. He won't die this time, either I'll go look for him tomorrow. I haven't seen many mere folk in Central Continent. Xin Ruo admitted she hadn't seen any either, although there were many beastmen in the tribe, several females, not a single merfolk. Xin Ruo found it quite strange. Why haven't I seen any merfolk in the Heltsi tribe? ISNT had said that partner matching is random. Shouldn't every continent and every race have a chance? Chunchi replied with a smile. Not entirely. It's quite rare for females in Central Continent to have merfolk partners. There's no ocean here, making it difficult for non-water-type merfolk to adapt to life on land. The beast god S matching also considers racial habits to some extent. What if the compatibility between two species with vastly different habits is exceptionally high? Xin Ruo, feeling a bit rebellious, pressed on. Qian chuckled. The likelihood of such a situation occurring is extremely low, almost non-existent. However, there are indeed many females who have merfolk partners, all through self-matching. Chunchi brought over a large pot with a smile. Here it is. The fish soup is ready. Xin Ruo, come taste it. Chunchi ladled a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Xin Ruo, who eagerly took a sip and gave Chunchi a thumbs up, exclaiming, wonderful. Qian's meat was also ready, and he piled it onto the table, forming a small mountain. Fuyu placed the grilled fish on the table and methodically began to extract the fish meat, setting the bones aside, and placing the fish meat into Xin Ruo's bowl. Qian also handed a grilled fish to Xin Ruo, helping her remove the bones, while Chunchi took care of the boiled fish. Xin Ruo savored the fish meat with delight. The spices made a significant difference. It was delectable, seeing a small mound of fish meat in front of her, and noticing they had each quickly deboned a fish. She hurriedly interjected, That's enough. Enough. You all eat too. I have more than enough here. The others instinctively withdrew their hands. Chunchi looked at her gently and said, Take your time eating, Xin Ruo, if you can't finish. I'll help. Qian dashed outside to call Fengshe. Fengshe followed closely behind Qian as he entered, his complexion pale. The two sat down and began to eat the grilled meat. Xin Ruo glanced at Fengshe in confusion. He met her gaze and smiled. Wait until Xin Ruo finishes eating. Qian added with a laugh. What is there to see? Xin Ruo, eat quickly. It'll be cold and unappetizing if you delay. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but Fengshe had not been injured during their outing today. After dinner, they left the thatched cottage and entered the wooden house. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, and it was Xin Ruo's first experience of rain since arriving on the Beastmen continent. Fengshe cautioned, Xin Ruo, you can only watch for a moment at the door. Don't go outside. Understood, Xin Ruo replied, nodding. After watching the rain for a while, she turned back and mysteriously announced, I have gifts for everyone. The beastmen looked at her expectantly, and Qian eagerly asked, What kind of gift? Is it the animal skin skirt from this morning? Xin Ruo replied with an unimpressed look. That's no longer a surprise. The other shot him a glare, and Qian quickly added, "What is it? I'm so excited. I love Xin Ruo's gifts." Xin Ruo, not want to keep them in suspense, produced a fifth-tier animal skin outfit she had made for them, one for each beast man. Qian was taken aback with delight, his eyes widening as he immediately changed into the outfit, making Xin Ruo feel a bit shy. Fortunately, the others were considerate enough to retreat into a room to change. "Wow, Xin Ruo, this animal skin attire is truly beautiful," Qian exclaimed, excitedly touching and admiring it. Xin Ruo had to admit the attire was genuinely stunning. More accurately, it looked magnificent on Qian, with a white and red color scheme of the animal skin outfit, the hood seamlessly attached to the cloak. It accentuated Qian's rosy lips and white teeth, exuding the spirited charm of a breathtakingly beautiful youth. Clearing her throat, she found herself at a loss for words. In short, it was simply beautiful, remarkably so, utterly eye-catching. Qian turned to Xin Ruo and asked, "Do you think it looks good?" Xin Ruo nodded vigorously. "Superb." Qian beamed with satisfaction. Fu Yu and the other three emerged from the room after changing, and Xin Ruo was once again left in awe. Indeed, people are dressed by their attire. They were already stunningly beautiful, and their figures were incredible. The outfits made them even more striking. The same attire can evoke different feelings when worn by different individuals. Fu Yu radiated a dominant aura, standing as if on a cloud, surveying the world beneath him like a deity. Yet, when he smiled at her, it felt as though a god had descended from the heavens, touched by the warmth of mortal life, adding a layer of enticing allure. Fu Yu's already striking features were accentuated by the outfit, making his skin appear even more luminous, his red eyes and lips strikingly vibrant. The demonic aura around him had diminished slightly, enhancing his beauty with a hint of innocence, while his long hair cascaded down, his tall and slender figure standing with long, powerful legs. Legs? Fu Yu's tail had actually transformed into legs. She had thought he was incapable of such a change. Throughout the game and in reality, she had never seen Fu Yu's legs before. Fu Yu with legs was equally alluring. Stop. No more wandering thoughts. Focus on Chuanxi. The outfit accentuated Chuanxi's stature, making him appear even more graceful. His gentle demeanor exuded warmth, and when he smiled, it was as if 100 flowers were blooming, perfectly embodying the phrase, "He who walks among the flowers is like jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world." Even adding an extra layer of tenderness, warm and gentle as jade, his entire being radiated a gentle, warm aura. Chuanxi was truly a person of profound gentleness, if one overlooked his physique, perhaps due to his earth-type abilities. Chuanxi had a very upright posture, with developed muscles that gave him a robust appearance, yet it was not exaggerated like that of a muscular man, possessing a certain aesthetic appeal. Paired with that face, it created a harmonious image. Xin Ruo praised each one in turn, eliciting smiles and a hint of blush from the four of them. Satisfied, Xin Ruo nodded internally, thinking it was worth it. These companions were incredibly handsome and a feast for the eyes. Qian joyfully took a few exploratory steps, then jumped, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. It's so sturdy, soft, and comfortable too. Even wearing shoes feels great." The others have settled down, yet he remains in a state of uncontainable excitement. Pacing around the room, eventually he dashes outside, only to return after quite some time. Upon entering, he discovers everyone indulging in strawberries, which serves to temper his exuberance, allowing him to finally sit quietly. Feng Shi cradles Xin Ruo in his arms and gently speaks. "There is no need to search for Miaolan. I have found a solution." The beasts all turn their gazes towards him, and Xin Ruo looks up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He cannot help but chuckle softly and replies leisurely. In the Eastern Continent, upon forming a bond, the merfolk can be summoned by their partners. I imagine the same applies to match companions. Xin Ruo, give it a try, and see if you can summon him. Qian interjects eagerly. How does one summon? Clearly, Xin Ruo is unaware of the process. With a smile, Feng Shi explains, the bonded merfolk summon their partners through beast marks, as for match companions. If Xin Ruo calls out to him from her heart, he will come. Xin Ruo nods in understanding. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she inquires mentally, I can summon Lan, right? Indeed, master, comes the reply. Then why didn't you tell me? You never asked, master. Very well, that's my oversight. What about the others? Can they be summoned as well? The others cannot be summoned. However, special environmental structures can facilitate their swift arrival by your side. Thank you. You're most welcome, master. Closing her eyes, Xin Ruo begins to call for Lan. As she does so, the others rise to prepare the basin and water, while some head off to find the shaman. Deep in the abyss of the ocean, a merfolk opens his eyes, his long, purple waves of hair and fishtail exuding an air of mystical beauty that seems almost unreal. In the next moment, he vanishes from his spot. Xin Ruo opens her eyes to find a purple merfolk materializing on the wooden floor. His enchanting, flowing lavender hair resembles seaweed, complemented by a purple tail and porcelain-like skin, with exquisitely defined features, violet eyes, and rosy lips that convey an ethereal allure. The entire creature is breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder he is so adored by females. Lan immediately spots the stunning female sitting not far away. He rushes forward, but tumbles to the ground. Little silly fish, you have legs now. A familiar, melodious voice rings out. He hurriedly shifts to his legs and takes several steps to embrace the long-awaited female. Filling the emptiness in his heart, with a voice that is both ethereal and tinged with grievance, he says, Xin Ruo, I have waited for you for so long. You have finally summoned me. Xin Ruo is taken by surprise as he envelopes her in his embrace. The scent that wafts from him, clear, cool, and mysteriously captivating, induces a sense of serenity. The embrace is slightly cool, and the skin beneath his hands is smooth and delicate. Lan, resembling a large dog, clings tightly to her, nuzzling his head against hers as he expresses his grievances. I thought Xin Ruo no longer wanted me. We have clearly been bonded for quite a while, yet I never saw you summon me. Xin Ruo, feeling somewhat exasperated, replies, Surely you haven't been lurking in the ocean this entire time. Lan nods as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. I've been very obedient. I haven't left even a step. But do you know how to find me? Can you navigate? Lan continues to nod. I know. Every beast can locate their partner. I am not directionally challenged. Isn't the merfolk race known for being directionally challenged? I have never been directionally challenged since birth. He replies with a hint of pride in his voice. I don't know how to summon you. Why didn't you come to find me yourself? Xin Ruo, as curiosity is piqued. You told me to wait for you, that you would come for me. As he says this, his tone becomes increasingly sorrowful. But I waited for so long without seeing you come or summon me. We have clearly formed a bond. You have my beast mark. How can you not know how to summon me? His voice grows uncertain, and tears well up in his eyes. Xin Ruo extricates herself from his embrace, quickly placing a finger over his lips, glancing around to ensure the others are still outside. When did I ever say that? And when did we form a bond? I don't possess your beast mark. That it was merely a matching companion arrangement, without substance. Lan gently removes her hand, his purple eyes glistening with tears as he gazes at her, incredulous. But we are bonded. You said for me to wait for you. Do you no longer want me? A single tear spills from Yolan's eye, landing on Xin Ruo's hand and leaving a red mark on her skin. Xin Ruo instinctively catches Yolan's tear, realizing it resembles a beautiful purple pearl, round and exquisite. Overjoyed, she quickly stashes the pearl away in her space and looks up to meet Yolan's violet gaze. Seeing her seemingly indifferent demeanor only heightens his sense of grievance. But upon witnessing her treasure the pearl, his tears immediately cease, and he stares at her in bewilderment that he stubbornly states, We have been bonded for 194 days. Do you truly not want me? Xin Ruo quickly covers his mouth, casting a furtive glance toward the door, relieved that they have not yet returned. Lan is utterly nonsensical, even in the game. Their bond has not exceeded 2 months. At this moment, she feels an overwhelming sense of guilt. She loathes her impeccable memory, recalling every mischief from her gaming days with clarity. The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Ahem, could it be that the operations in the game evoke actual feelings for them? Xin Ruo is brimming with curiosity, yet gazing at Lan's ethereal, Sorrowful visage, she cannot bring herself to utter such shameless words as what does being bonded feel like. She admits to frequently engaging in the bonding operation with Lian, primarily because his naive demeanor is simply too entertaining. Fortunately, it is Lian. Had it been Feng Shui or the others, she would wish to dig a hole and hide from the sheer embarrassment. Of course. I want you. You are simply too beautiful. Lian's tears retract, a light smile gracing his violet eyes as he beams at her, resembling a dreamlike figure. Yes, I know Xin Ruo likes me. Xin Ruo continues to caution. However, that bond does not count. I felt nothing. We are still merely match companions. You must not mention it. If the others were to overhear, it would be quite the predicament. Lian lifts Xin Ruo into his arms and kisses her lips, asking in confusion, but didn't Xin Ruo say it was very enjoyable? Why do you feel nothing? Xin Ruo's pupils dilate. When did she ever say such a thing? Was it perhaps in a dream? Lian furrows his brow in puzzlement. Xin Ruo breathes a sigh of relief. She wonders when she ever made such a remark, yet the memory of the dream remains embarrassingly vivid. Curse it all. Why must she remember so distinctly the events of that dream? Lian reaches out, lifting the hem of Xin Ruo's skirt, prompting her to hurriedly interject. What are you trying to do? Lian looks at her with eager anticipation. I'll give you feelings. I am quite skilled at it. Xin Ruo feels a rush of blood to her face, a mix of panic and embarrassment. She is indeed guilty. She has led him astray. Clearing her throat, she attempts to change the subject. I heard there was divine punishment in the original sea. Are you all right? Lian's cool eyes reflect a hint of regret as he cradles Xin Ruo in his arms, dismissively stating, I am fine, just as Xin Ruo is about to break free from his embrace to check for injuries. Feng Shui and the others return, accompanied by a shaman. Yin approaches Lian, circling around him in astonishment, exclaiming, You summoned him so quickly. Truly, he is a merfolk that all females of the Beastman continent adore. He is exceptionally handsome. Feng Shui places water into the basin and steps forward to lift Xin Ruo from Lian's arms, prompting Lian to assume a defensive stance. Feng Shui, unhurried, remarks, Get into the basin. You are covered in wounds. It would be a shame to lose you. Lian's violet eyes fixate on Feng Shui with a fierce glare. Had Xin Ruo not been in his embrace, he would have charged at him. His lips part slightly, and an ethereal melody escapes, causing Yin, Fu Yu, and Chun-Chi to step outside, all calling Xin Ruo's name. The two shamans also exit, appearing as if in a stupor. Xin Ruo closes her eyes, feigning sleep. Your song has no effect on me. Feng Shui calmly addresses Lian. Are you of the merfolk? Lian's chilling voice resonated, issuing a warning. Return my partner to me. Feng Shui let out a cold laugh. This is mine as well. Lian scrutinized Feng Shui from head to toe, noticing the absence of the female beast mark, and reiterated, Say that again. Return my partner. The ethereal melody grew increasingly enchanting. Feng Shui placed Xin Ruo on a long bench to the side, covering her with a hide. Lian rushed forward to embrace Xin Ruo, only to be repelled by a cerulean barrier. Seizing the moment of Lian's distraction, Feng Shui deftly ensnared her with a gust of wind, leisurely shedding his beast hide and pointing to his chest. Oh, you see, Xin Ruo is not just your partner. She is mine as well, that I hope you can remain calm. Have you lost your wits after so long in the deep sea? Lian gazed at the nine-tailed white tiger on Feng Shui's chest for a long while, then glanced at her own before finally looking at Xin Ruo. The song ceased, and the malice in her violet eyes faded as she regarded Feng Shui with icy clarity. Are you of the merfolk? Feng Shui did not reply. Instead, he cast his gaze toward a nearby tub and solemnly instructed, Get in and soak. Don't let yourself perish. Lian, receiving no answer, chose to ignore him and remained seated, awaiting Xin Ruo's awakening. When Xin Ruo finally roused, she felt perplexed, wondering what had transpired. A sudden wave of drowsiness had overwhelmed her, rendering her defenseless against sleep. Lian's ethereal voice echoed. Xin Ruo sat up and turned to see Lian pitifully pressing against the translucent blue barrier, gazing at her. What happened? The fully dressed Feng Shui, witnessing Xin Ruo's awakening, dispelled the azure wind shield. Miaolon joyfully dashed forward to embrace Xin Ruo. Feng Shi intervened, lifting Xin Ruo from Miaolan's grasp. This time, Miaolon did not protest greatly. She merely watched Xin Ruo with longing. Feng Shi persistently urged, "Get into the tub. It will aid in your recovery." Xin Ruo looked at Miaolon, failing to discern any issues, save for Miaolan's pallid complexion and slightly pale lips. She assumed it was due to her prolonged time in the ocean, only to realize it was due to injury. After all, who could emerge unscathed from divine punishment? Anxiously, Xin Ruo implored, "Little dull fish, hurry and soak." Upon hearing Xin Ruo's words, Miaolon obediently rose. Xin Ruo's eyes widened in surprise. Miaolon had transformed into human form, yet wore no beast-hide skirt. In haste, Xin Ruo covered her eyes, only to peek through her fingers. Miaolon awkwardly entered the tub, her legs morphing into a fishtail. She averted her gaze, a truly delightful sight. She mused, so tender and lovely, though rather imposing. Outside, Qian's bewildered voice rang out. "How did I end up outside?" "Not Fuyu. Why are you still sitting out here clutching a piece of clothing and calling for Xin Ruo so pathetically?" Fuyu retorted coldly, "Silence. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing." Qian's raucous laughter abruptly ceased as he anxiously added, "I won't say another word. Stop flicking your tail. I won't say it again. Why are you still doing that? You claim to have finished speaking, yet here you are, holding a tree as if it were a treasure, showering it with affection." "Hey, what was Fuyu saying? I didn't catch that." "Chun-Shi, why were you sitting on the ground watering the grass and sweetly calling for Xin Ruo?" Xin Ruo turned to Feng Shi, who looked at Miaolon, and she understood. The true instigator was Miaolon. She vaguely recalled hearing the ethereal and enchanting song before she fell asleep. 3 beasts accompanied by 2 dazed and perplexed shamans entered. The 3 beasts nonchalantly took a seat to munch on strawberries. The 2 shamans, trembling, approached Miaolon to tend to her injuries, while Miaolon sat in the tub, gazing blankly at Xin Ruo. This was merely Xin Ruo's perception. In reality, Miaolon exuded an otherworldly serenity, intently focused on something, resembling a finely carved jade statue. Feng Shi observed Xin Ruo with amusement before noticing something amiss. He took her hand, frowning. "Why is your hand red? What happened?" He gently touched it. "Does it hurt?" The others quickly gathered around. Fuyu's crimson eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he coldly demanded, "Who did this? Seeking death?" Xin Ruo chuckled. "Ahem, it was my own doing." Producing a purple pearl, she explained, "I wanted to grab this but lost my grip and accidentally got hit. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just a bit red." Her skin was simply tender. A slight force would leave a mark. The murderous intent in Fuyu's gaze dissipated, replaced by a deliberately softened tone filled with concern. "Does it hurt?" Xin Ruo shook her head. "Not at all." Feng Shi leaned down to press a gentle kiss to her forehead, murmuring, "Be careful next time. Let Miaolon retrieve the pearl herself." Xin Ruo nodded in agreement. Qian looked at Miaolon, his smile radiant and blinding. "Xin Ruo, do you fancy pearls?" "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Xin Ruo nodded. What girl does not adore beautiful things? However, she suspected Qian would not aim to make Miaolon cry over collecting pearls. Fortunately, Qian remained amiable. The original sea of the merfolk is abundant in pearls. "When I have the chance, I shall bring you some, colorful and splendid, perfect for adorning your room." Meanwhile, the atmosphere was harmonious as the 2 shamans trembled while treating Miaolan's injuries. "Oh, my beast god. A 6-tier sea beast clan. So terrifying." The room was filled with 5 6-tier beastmen, their predatory gazes fixated on the shamans, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. The chief is so powerful. 5 6-tier beastmen as partners. The other 3 must be no less formidable. However, the garments worn by the esteemed beings were truly exquisite, crafted from exquisite beast hides. Outside, the rain fell in a gentle patter. Yet they remained untouched. Truly, the 6-tier beastmen are remarkable. What just transpired? They had clearly entered the chief's splendid abode, yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves outside the walls. Had the esteemed beings not intervened, they would have returned, How peculiar! Yet it was said that the merfolk's songs possess enchanting effects. How terrifying! How terrifying! This room is utterly intimidating. The two shamans labored for half the day, feeling utterly drained. Their faces pale as they struggled to wipe the sweat from their brows. Yin presented 2 bowls of diluted spirit spring water to the shamans. You've worked hard. Drink some water. The shamans, trembling, accepted the bowls with gratitude. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Lord Yin. They gulped down the water in one breath, feeling an indescribable refreshment wash over them, their fatigue alleviated. Truly, the 6-tier beastmen are remarkable. The injured ones suffered significant wounds, yet the critical injuries have been treated. The remaining ones will heal gradually with the help of the esteemed beings. Feng Shui and the others nodded, providing crystals to the trembling shamans as they departed. In the Beastman continent, shamans are rare and precious. Their treatment typically focuses on healing life-threatening injuries, while external wounds are treated, leaving other ailments to the beastman's inherent recovery abilities. The custom on the Beastman continent is to treat major injuries swiftly, while minor ones heal gradually. The rationale for treating external wounds lies in the fact that beast women do not favor partners with scars, which may evoke disdain from the female lords as for the females. Healing requires a more meticulous approach, but will not restore them entirely to their original state. Each day, shamans face countless injured beastmen, their energy limited, thus they do not waste it on minor wounds. The beasts in Lian resumed their introductions. Yin inquired curiously, "Little purple fish, under divine punishment, how have you managed to remain so unscathed?" Lian replied lightly, "Isn't it quite simple? Then how did you sustain such severe injuries?" Yin pressed on. "I was waiting for Xin Ruo," Lian stated calmly. The others, not foolish, quickly grasped his meaning. During divine punishment, he could have evaded harm but chose to remain stationary, resulting in his injuries. Yet, this also subtly revealed Lian's formidable survival instincts, as he emerged with only serious wounds. Yin continued to inquire with curiosity, "Are you aware that the merfolk are searching for you?" "They're looking for me. I thought they were all like me," Lian replied, her gaze never leaving Xin Ruo, her voice tinged with confusion. "Have you never considered returning to the original sea?" Yin added, "You have not communicated with the outside world for many years. You may not know that after a divine punishment, 2 sea regions were formed in the eastern continent. The original dwelling of the merfolk was known as the original sea, while the new expanse of water is referred to as the resting sea, evoking a sense of perpetual continuity." Lian did not even furrow her brow. "I shall wait for Xin." Yin, at a loss for words, replied, "How many years have you spent in the resting sea? Yet how long have you truly known Xin Ruo? What about before?" "I have no desire to leave," Lian lazily stated, reclining on the tank. Yin questioned, "Are you unfamiliar with the way?" Lian offered no glance in his direction. "I'm not directionally challenged, but if you are not, then why do you not return home?" "I do not know where the original sea is. Will you not seek it out?" "I cannot be bothered." Yin, persistent, inquired, "Why do you not seek out Xin Ruo? After all this time, still lingering in the vast ocean." "I will wait for Xin Ruo. Your illusionary arts are quite formidable. Perhaps we could spar one day. I have heard your water abilities possess offensive capabilities. How impressive are they? I have yet to witness them." Lian ignored him, and growing weary of his persistence, she replied coolly, "I have no interest. I have yet to taste the water from a 6-tier water-type beast person. How about a cup for a try?" Lian begrudgingly filled a cup with water for Yin. After tasting it, Yin remarked, "How extraordinary! So, water imbued with offensive power can indeed be consumed." Yin continued to bombard Lian with questions. Though she answered each one, her demeanor remained frigid, resigned. Yin conversed with Lian, yet he found it impossible to glean any substantial information. He sighed and returned to sit beside Xin Ruo. The beasts around seemed to be in awe of Lian, while only Xin Ruo maintained a calm expression, as if accustomed to it. Feng Shui had already taken Xin Ruo to wash up, and he gently patted Xin Ruo's head, handing her over to Chun Shi. "It is late. Xin Ruo should go to sleep." Chun Shi smiled and approached, cradling Xin Ruo and leading her upstairs to bed. Originally, it was Lian's turn to accompany Xin Ruo, but due to her injury, she could not leave the water, Thus it fell to Chun-Shi by the order of rotation. Chun-Shi carefully removed her clothing and placed it aside. Xin Ruo was taken aback. Having unexpectedly seen Chun-Shi unclothed cough, it was not intentional. Usually, Chun-Shi always donned her bee-skin skirt properly, never revealing an inch unnecessarily. Today, however, was an unprecedented occasion. She feasted her eyes upon the sight. Though it was somewhat startling, curling up in the plush bee-skin, Xin Ruo could not help but transform in her beast form, her ears twitching as she stealthily lifted her cerulean eyes to sneak a glance. Chun-Shi gently cradled her, covering her with the bee skin, softly patting her back as one would soothe a young cub. "It is time for sleep." Xin Ruo closed her eyes, curling into a ball. The images in her mind relentless and haunting. Unconsciously, she began to knead Chun-Shi's chest with her paws. Chun-Shi lifted Xin Ruo, stroked her head, and whispered, "Do not worry, little white tiger. You are quite adorable and shall soon return to your usual self." Xin Ruo tested the waters. Indeed, she could not revert back, initially believing her emotional upheaval had triggered her transformation, but it was not the case. She nodded her head. "Will we drink fish soup tomorrow?" "Yes," Xin Ruo eagerly nodded. Chun-Shi's culinary skills were truly remarkable. If only there were a recipe and ample ingredients and seasonings, how splendid that would be. "All right." Xin Ruo nestled against Chun-Shi's chest. Closing her eyes, with abundant wood energy, she nurtured her beloved plants, and once her energy was depleted, she began to sleep. Each embrace offered a sense of security, yet each felt different. Chun-Shi's arms were gentle as water, warm and comforting, reminiscent of a mother's embrace in her childhood, an indescribable sense of reassurance. Tomorrow, she must urge the tribe's beast people to gather wild beast meat. Should a calamity suddenly strike, the tribe would face starvation. Lost in her thoughts, she drifted into slumber in the dead of night. Xin Ruo, deep in sleep, was awakened by Master, divine retribution has occurred. There has been an earthquake. What? Xin Ruo immediately woke, her movements slightly abrupt, stirring Chun-Shi as well. Yet all was well. The master was shielded by a protective barrier. He was also panting heavily. Xin Ruo let out a sigh of relief, uncertainly asking, "Is everything truly all right?" "No problem, master. Rest assured and sleep." "Then why did you wake me?" "I simply wish to inform you." Xin Ruo replied. "Thank you." "You are welcome, master." Xiang Chun patted Xin Ruo's back. "What is it? Did you have a nightmare?" "Do not fear you want me to transform into my beast form. You once said my beast form brings great comfort." Xin Ruo nodded vigorously. The pink, fluffy, iron-eating beast cradled the adorable little white tiger, gently patting her back with a paw. Xin Ruo snuggled closer to Chun-Shi, comfortably closing her eyes to sleep. Yet her mind remained preoccupied with the earthquake. Despite her fatigue, sleep eluded her. Not wishing to disturb Chun-Shi, she dared not make a sound. There had been no warning. How could there have been an earthquake? The master would grow accustomed. Disasters on the Beastman continent occurred at unpredictable intervals, devoid of any pattern. Only the high priest could foretell them. Xin Ruo opened the blueprint to take a look. Her Fuwang tribe was enveloped in a protective barrier resembling a sphere, instilling a profound sense of safety. The tribe's beast people were soundly asleep, indicating that the tribe was indeed unaffected. Unable to sleep, she decided to continue enhancing her abilities. While she could not practice her spatial abilities, she turned to her wood abilities, nurturing her cherished plants with wood energy. Gazing at the two-story wooden house in the space, she yearned to see if she could enter. Logically, if there was a wooden house, she should be able to enter it. Otherwise, who would inhabit a dwelling meant for spirits? Yet opportunities to attempt this were scarce, as they all watched her closely. She experimented to see if she could enter with her soul. After several tries, Xin Ruo observed the lawn below, inhaling the fresh air. Wow, her soul truly entered. She glanced around and saw the little white tiger still nestled in the pink giant panda's embrace. At last, she beheld the full visage of the little white tiger, a sensation utterly different from viewing it on the blueprint. Wow. It was irresistibly soft and adorable. She longed to reach out and pet it vigorously until its fur became sparse. Shaking her head vigorously, Xin Ruo scolded herself for such alarming thoughts. She pressed her feet against the soft grass beneath her. The air in this space was utterly delightful. She finally breathed in normal air again. The air on the Beastman continent was tainted with dark energies, exuding all manner of putrid odors. After prolonged exposure, she felt enveloped in that scent, and she could hardly remember what the air of her previous life had smelled like. She resolved to improve the tribe's greenery when the opportunity arose, though at this moment, such thoughts felt distant. First, she dashed to the wooden house for a closer look. Its structure mirrored that of the chief's dwelling in the tribe. Crafted from the same materials, she continued to run around the wooden house, nurturing the plants. When her energy waned, she sipped some spiritual spring water, for her soul could indeed drink water to replenish energy, which was splendid, though she could not consume spiritual crystals. Immersed in her cyclical practice, she found it hard to extricate herself. The spatial star energy could also be cultivated, with her secondary spatial abilities. Beyond manipulating objects, she could construct spatial barriers using energy. The spatial barrier was akin to a protective shield, distinct from Feng Shui's wind-based protective barrier. Her spatial protective shield could defend and isolate energies, rendering it invisible. However, at the second tier, its efficacy was limited. While imperceptible to the naked eye, the dark beasts and monsters possessed acute senses, allowing them to roughly gauge her location, making random attacks perilous. If she were to ascend in tier, her abilities would become formidable. She must strive diligently to enhance her powers. The Beastman continent was fraught with peril. That day, should she falter, her entire family could be lost. Strengthening herself remained the best means of safeguarding her life. She continued to practice in her space. Meanwhile, outside, the pink iron-eating beast awoke in a flurry, cautiously observing Xin Ruo, stroking her head, sensing that something was amiss. He immediately transformed into human form, anxiously scooping Xin Ruo into his arms and hastily making his way downstairs, nearly tripping over his own feet. Feng Shui and Qian, alerted by the commotion, emerged from their rooms, witnessing his pallid face and the frantic demeanor as if he had just returned from the netherworld. Feng Shui furrowed his brow and quietly asked, "What has happened?" Chunxi stepped forward, trembling hands extending to pass Xin Ruo to Feng Shui. Upon receiving her, Feng Shui's gaze sharpened, his presence suddenly imposing and fearsome as he restrained his own trepidation. He turned with calm authority to Qian, instructing, "Go fetch Tu and Ting." Qian, bewildered by their demeanor, complied without question, transforming into his beast form and soaring outward. Yet, Feng Shui called out urgently, "Wait." Qian halted, inquiring, "What is it?" As Feng Shui paced alongside him, he placed a steadying hand on his back. His voice tempered with restraint. "Let us go together, swiftly." Chunxi hastily climbed onto Qian's back. His usual gentle demeanor completely vanished. In a hushed tone, Chunxi lamented, "It is all my fault. My momentary negligence should not have led to this." "How could this happen?" Qian, feeling an acute anxiety, pressed for answers. "What has happened to Xin Ruo? Speak up." With a barely audible voice, Chunxi stammered, "Xin Ruo has lost her breath." Qian's immediate reaction was disbelief. No, no, no. What nonsense are you spouting? I will not permit you to curse Xin Ruo. We are not dead yet. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt stop, nearly tumbling to the ground. Recollecting that Xin Ruo was on his back, he quickly steadied himself and accelerated, covering what should have been a short distance. Yet it felt like an eternity. It seemed as if his voice had betrayed him. How could Xin Ruo have lost her breath? How could this be? If she had perished, why was I still alive? Feng Shui commanded, "Stop." Despite the urgency in his heart, Qian complied. Feng Shui's menacing aura receded, his voice softening. "It was my oversight. Let us return to we are all still well." The beast marks intact, heartbeats normal. Astonishingly, none of them had noticed the beast marks. Qian turned back, leading several beasts homeward. Upon entering the dwelling, Miaolon stood in the living room, eyes fixed on the entrance. Upon seeing them, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "What has happened to Xin Ruo? What has happened to my Xin Ruo? Why did you take her out?" Feng Shui replied with calm composure, "It is nothing. You should return to recuperate." Miaolon, with perplexed violet eyes, watched their retreating figures up the stairs, never suspecting anything was amiss with Xin Ruo. Through the beast mark on his chest, he could sense Xin Ruo's heartbeat. She was in good health. He turned back to his room, immersing himself in water, prioritizing his recovery. Feng Shi laid Xin Ruo gently on the bed, while several beasts stood vigil by her side, the atmosphere heavy with concern. I could see was only as dawn began to break that Xin Ruo's breath gradually returned to normal. The three beasts descended the stairs. Yin could no longer contain his anxiety, asking, "What on earth is happening? Do we need to seek a priest? Xin Ruo's condition is highly unusual." Chuanxi, did anything out of the ordinary occur with Xin Ruo last night? Chuanxi pondered briefly before affirming, "No. During the night, Xin Ruo awakened but soon fell back to sleep. Then I felt her breath fade. This was my responsibility. If anything were to go awry, I would bear the blame." Qian clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating earnestly, "This is not solely your burden. It is beyond our control. Do not blame yourself. If it were truly your fault, Feng Shi would not let you off so easily. If a problem arises, we all share the responsibility. It is not that I do not care for Xin Ruo, nor am I attempting to shield you." Chunxi nodded, devoid of any semblance of a gentle smile, and silently stepped out to prepare fish soup for Xin Ruo. Qian continued, "Are we going to find a priest?" Feng Shi shook his head, replying firmly, "We cannot seek one. Xin Ruo's origins are peculiar." Upon hearing this, Qian quickly grasped the implication, having considered earlier that Xin Ruo's background was undoubtedly suspect. How could they present her to a priest? Qian tugged at his hair in frustration. "Then what shall we do?" "I have no idea when Xuanmi will arrive." Feng Shi, maintaining a light-hearted tone, teased, "What, are you not afraid of Xuanmi's arrival? Wouldn't you rather he come later?" Qian, exasperated, retorted, "That is beside the point. Xin Ruo loves me, no matter how beautiful or capable he is. He can at most steal her affection, which is far less significant than her safety." He sighed softly. "I fear not for my life, nor am I afraid of dying alongside Xin Ruo. What frightens me is that if Xin Ruo were to die, I would still be alive." After uttering this, he exited, his demeanor radiating palpable agitation. Feng Shi stood at the threshold, gazing at the dimly lit crimson sky. He pressed a hand against the area of his heart, which had yet to steady, still haunted by lingering dread, trembling slightly, momentarily losing all composure. Xin Ruo remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil, having exhausted herself in her training, collapsing into a deep slumber until dawn. Awakening within her own body, she thought, was there anything amiss last night? Without a master, the night had trembled with seismic activity. The outside world was likely in disarray, yet the tribe remained unscathed. Master must upgrade the tribe and enhance the protective barrier. The higher the level, the safer we are from natural disasters. The trivial matters concerning her beastly husbands paled in comparison. "What?" Qian exclaimed in astonishment. "Did we also experience divine retribution here?" Fuyu nodded. "Our tribe has encountered no issues. The cracks outside have split and collapsed, and the nearby forest is entirely caved in." Qian, his mood low, remarked, "Well, at least I can spend a few more days with Xin Ruo." He pondered whether Xin Ruo would experience any further anomalies like last night. Feng Shi furrowed his brow. Xin Ruo's strange condition could not possibly be related to divine retribution. However, according to Fuyu, the divine punishment had commenced at the very onset of night and concluded at dawn. The timing of its cessation coincided with Xin Ruo's breath returning to normal. Other than her breath, there appeared to be no other issues with her body. That if there were a connection, it seemed tenuous. Yet if there were none, it felt too coincidental. His primary concern was whether the tribe's safety came at a cost to Xin Ruo. Fuyu sensed the tension in the air, glancing at Qian as he inquired, "What madness overtook you last night? Why were you flying recklessly above the tribe, refusing to sleep?" Qian, feeling despondent, swiftly exited. "Do not wait for me for breakfast. I must go hunt while the beasts are still weakened." Fuyu turned to Feng Shi, who candidly recounted the events in a few succinct sentences. "I will fetch a priest for divination and then eliminate him," Fuyu declared, rising with cold-blooded resolve evident in his crimson eyes. Feng Shi intervened calmly. "Return and sit down. Temper your emotions." Reluctantly, Fuyu resumed his seat, his voice icy. "Is it not too coincidental that the tribe's safety comes at such a heavy price for Xin Ruo? If it were indeed the case that safeguarding the tribe had led to Xin Ruo's plight, he would not hesitate to eliminate every beastman in the tribe. The lives of unrelated beasts should not compel a Xin Ruo to bear such risks. Feng Shi calmly analyzed, at present, it remains unclear whether this is the cause. Although it is coincidental, the connection is not substantial. Chunxi gently interjected, during divine retribution, no issues arose for the chief. As long as we protect Xin Ruo, the tribe can recover from any fractures, and we need not concern ourselves with much else. Fuyu agreed with Chunxi. With our abilities, it is entirely feasible to ensure Xin Ruo's safety during divine retribution. There is no need for her to sacrifice her life for the tribe's security or the other beasts. Feng Shi offered no dissent, clearly in agreement, as he stated calmly, in the coming days. Let us keep a close watch over Xin Ruo. This situation may recur. Fuyu and Chunxi nodded in affirmation. Fuyu stood, heading toward the wooden house. I will check on Xin Ruo. She should be waking soon. Master, you must not leave the tribe these days. It is exceedingly dangerous. One misstep, and you could fall into a chasm. Everywhere is riddled with cracks, large and small. Even if you leave the tribe, there is no prey to hunt. You must venture far from this area to find anything. Xin Ruo observed the map, noting the scant green areas. Outside, the ground was pockmarked, the terrain marred by long, wide fissures, leaving no intact places and no safe footing. The ground between the cracks appeared dangerously fragile. Anything of weight that fell upon it risked immediate shattering. The Fuguang tribe seemed to float like an island above this desolate wasteland. Xin Ruo couldn't help but ponder gravely. The devastation outside is so severe that it indeed befits the term divine retribution. Will it recover? Indeed, after 7 days, they will be able to recover independently. The master must ensure the survival of the tribe's orcs during this week. Xin Ruo recalled the food package she initially received. It was insufficient. Although the buns were significantly larger than the usual ones, the orcs had substantial food demands. One orc could easily consume 100. A beast standing several meters tall could effortlessly devour it. With a furrowed brow, Xin Ruo lamented, "How can I guarantee this? What can I offer as assurance? First and foremost, there is the issue of food. Aside from the rewards given by the system, I possess some beast meat, but with so many orcs in the tribe, whether that amount is sufficient is debatable, and we ourselves require sustenance. Call it selfish if you will. But I cannot simply offer up the hard-earned beast meat of others to save so many orcs in the tribe. The number of orcs to be saved is not just 1 or 2, but nearly 20,000. Perplexed, inquired, "Isn't the chief very fond of the tribe's orcs? I am the chief of the tribe, not a bodhisattva here to rescue the suffering. If it weren't for Feng Shi and the others, who could I compete with in the tribe? They are no less formidable than I am. Moreover, they chose to seek refuge in the tribe, and the tribe has enforced a fee of 60 beast crystals. Beyond that, there are no mandatory charges. You may deem me cold-hearted and selfish, but please do not counsel me to be benevolently invincible as for the matter of life. How do I resolve this? I conceal the tribe, which is feasible. However, if the orcs fall ill, catch a cold, become berserk, grow hungry, or engage in fights, how can I ensure they do not perish? What if they fall ill? Should I provide beast crystals to the shamans for their recovery, if they lack them? Or should I expect a few shamans to embody the attributes of a saint and heal them without compensation? How then do the shamans survive? What if there is a shortage of medicine? Should I venture out to find it for the tribe? If energy goes berserk, should I seek female beasts to calm them or do it myself? If they're hungry, should I contribute my own food? I cannot guarantee any of this. I truly feel powerless. How long have I been here? Under such circumstances, managing my own affairs is already a commendable feat. Participating in hunting made her acutely aware of its hardships and difficulties. Furthermore, the prey they had prepared was not of low rank, and the quantity was insufficient to be shared among so many orcs in the tribe. Their strength was commendable, yet they were not invincible, having sustained injuries during hunts to varying degrees. Some of the prey was likely set aside for her. They were reluctant to consume it themselves. Had she captured it herself, she could have spared some to save the tribe's orcs. She did not have a large appetite and did not require much to eat. But there were no ifs. Master, upon completing this task, there will be a reward, the special building package you desire most. It is not necessary for every orc to be well fed. Surviving is sufficient. Even without divine punishment, not every orc can guarantee a full meal each day, At least, the vast majority cannot, that I doubt I can fulfill this. It is daunting to contemplate. Practicality must be taken into account, that it is not essential for all orcs to survive. If 2/3 make it, that would suffice. Just ensure the orcs have food. Nothing else matters. As long as there is something to eat each day, regardless of the amount, the orcs will not perish. They have grown accustomed to it. Would 1 strawberry a day suffice? He remarked, this may not lead to death. But surviving would be challenging. Orcs with stronger capabilities are likely to maintain their regular eating habits and would not perish. However, the weaker ones will struggle. They already experience hunger daily, scavenging for scraps. And enduring 7 days without sufficient food would likely result in death. How many strong orcs are there in the tribe? He responded, well, not many. But, Master, this task not only offers rewards but also grants prestige points. As long as you ensure each orc has 4 or 5 items to eat at every meal, such as apples or buns, the task cannot be refused, though it is indeed challenging. You can choose not to do it, and just deduct some beast crystals. How many beast crystals will be deducted? Xin Ruo asked through gritted teeth. Beast crystals. All right, I will do my best. Xin Ruo conceded that I believe in you. Xin Ruo's expression remained impassive. Thank you for your trust, and no need for thanks. It is my duty, he replied. Xin Ruo ended her conversation with Fu Yu's figure appeared at the door, and Xin Ruo leaped from the bed in his arms, prompting him to quickly catch her. Be careful. You might fall and hurt yourself. Xin Ruo nodded in agreement. Fu Yu gently patted her head and playfully flicked her ear, saying, you promised to jump quickly. So do it next time. With that, he carried Xin Ruo outside. Casually, Fu Yu inquired, did you sleep well last night? Xin Ruo nodded repeatedly, yes. She felt quite well, as she could practice her abilities in the space every night. And in doing so, she would soon break through to the 3rd star level. Fu Yu's crimson eyes brightened with a gentle smile as he carried Xin Ruo down the stairs, outside the thatched cottage. Xin Ruo noticed Miao Lan fixating on Feng Shi and Chun Shi's clothing. He asked in confusion, why are you all dressed the same? Chun Shi, glancing at the pot, replied, Xin Ruo prepared these for us. Miao Lan furrowed his brow tightly, feeling displeased with the others. Why was he the only one excluded? Turning his gaze, he locked onto Xin Ruo, his eyes lighting up upon seeing her, not shifting his attention away. His gaze, though not intense, settled upon her. Most of the time, one would hardly notice him looking. However, whenever one glanced in his direction, they would invariably catch his gaze. Xin Ruo was taken into Feng Shi's arms. Miao Lan also wished to hold her, but being immersed in the vat, he could only lean against its edge, watching quietly with a pitiful expression. Xin Ruo placed strawberries and apples on the table. Feng Shi accepted the soup Chun she handed over. It was at a suitable temperature. Feng Shi sat on the table and placed Xin Ruo on her designated seat, encouraging her to drink the soup, beside which was a cup of appropriately warm beast milk. Feng Shi stroked her head, asking, Xin Ruo, does her body feel uncomfortable in beast form? Xin Ruo shook her head and continued to take out buns and bread, which she had previously offered them, though they were not particularly fond of it. These items were considerably larger, each being 10 times the size of a normal one. The buns were simple white rolls. The dumplings had various fillings, and the bread was the common type, consisting of 2 slices. She had never been fond of bread. You all eat this. Chun Shi and Miao Lan were trying for the first time. Chun Shi picked up a bun and took a bite. What is this made of? The craftsmanship is exquisite, and is this filled with hum beast meat? Feng Shi and Fu Yu were not particularly fond of it either, quietly enjoying strawberries instead. Feng Shi peeled a banana for Xin Ruo and placed it in front of her. Miao Lan, seeing these items, showed no surprise, evidently having been enlightened by them before. He curiously sampled each item, ultimately joining Feng Yu and Feng Shi in eating strawberries. Chun Shi seemed to enjoy it a bit more, while the other orcs genuinely did not like it. The dumplings with meat appear to be somewhat more popular. As for the strawberries, perhaps it was due to their slight ability to cleanse dark energies, and they tasted quite pleasant. Where has Qian gone? Xin Ruo looked around. Chun Shi gently placed the deboned fish meat before Xin Ruo, softly saying, he went out to hunt beasts. He will be back shortly. Xin Ruo, take your time eating. Xin Ruo nodded. After finishing her meal, she inquired, How have the tribe's orcs fared during the divine punishment these past few days? Feng Shi began to explain in detail. Some tribes organize flying orcs to lead the stronger orcs to other territories for hunting. For those without flying orcs, Earth-type and Gold-type orcs are responsible for the paths, while other capable orcs venture out to hunt. Tribes with space or shamans prepare beast meat in advance for the entire tribe, but space is limited. Ultimately, the prey is distributed based on labor. And in such circumstances, the death of beasts is a common occurrence. Xin Ruo nodded. The tribe only had one flying beast, Qian, and regarding the gold and earth attributes, Qian, Chunxi, and a few snowhounds and gray wolves were present. With so many sheep beasts and rabbit beasts, it was certain that there were also plenty of these two attributes. However, the star patterns were too low, and the paths they constructed could not support the passage of the orc warriors. The snowhounds and gray wolves could fend for themselves and sustain their own clans. The primary concern was the other races of orcs. Feng Shi, though questioning, was quite certain. Was Xin worried about the food situation for the tribe's orcs these past few days? Xin nodded in response to Feng Shi. I am indeed a bit concerned. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu looked over, his expression indulgent. If Xin Ruo is worried about that group of orcs, I can venture to other territories to hunt. She cast a surprised glance at Fu Yu. This was indeed somewhat reminiscent of the rumors. Unpredictable as the weather. Just moments ago, he had appeared with a fierce intent to eradicate the tribe's orcs. And now, only a few minutes later, he was smiling and offering to strive for the lives of the tribe's orcs. Xin Ruo shook her head. How can you go? It's so dangerous outside. One misstep and you could fall into a chasm. This entire region is devastated. To hunt, you would have to venture far away, and you wouldn't return in a day's time. It is perilous for a beast to be out there alone. Fu Yu remained remarkably calm. I will have Qian take me out, and when I return, I will find a few flying beasts to bring me back. She smiled gently. I am Earth attribute. I can construct a path, and I can accompany Fu Yu. Xin Ruo raised her two paws and crossed them. I prohibit this notion. Let me clarify first, I am concerned about the tribe's orcs. But it is only a slight concern. You two are the beasts I care about the most. It is far too dangerous for you to go out hunting overnight. Do you think I've lost my memory and forgotten? As for food, we still have some. Feng Shi stated seriously. If Xin Ruo wants food, I will find a way for you later, but we cannot take the food stored in the space. Some wild beasts appear only at certain seasons, and if they are gone, you would have to wait until next year for a chance to eat. Certain wild beasts have good quality meat, low in dark matter content, which is favored by females. Consuming it is beneficial for them. However, they only appear during specific times of the warm season, and hunting them can be quite troublesome. Once that period passes, you must wait for the next warm season. Apart from those specific beasts, Xin Ruo can handle the rest as she pleases. When this area recovers, I will hunt anew for you. I understand. Xin Ruo leaned in and kissed Feng Shi gently. Don't worry. Xin Ruo pointed at the unappealing food on the table. If you do not want these, I shall sell them to the tribe's orcs. To Fu Yu nodded first. Xin Ruo may do as she wishes. Feng Shi nodded in agreement. Some large tribes engage in trade. It is a good thing if Xin Ruo wants to sell items to the orcs. The source of these items need not be explained in detail. Simply state that they are blessed by the beast god. Feng Shi truly understood what she was thinking. This was one of the few advantages of the Orc Continent. The beast god was indeed quite useful, and the orcs truly believed in it. Otherwise, it would be challenging for her to explain their origins, as no one on the Orc Continent had seen such things. However, without selling these items, she would have nothing left. First, she needed to address the immediate issue. The food problem could be discussed later. Looking on the bright side, after this incident, if the orcs tasted the sweetness, the tasks of collecting beast skins and meats might soon arise. She would then need to urge the collection tasks. Next time she encountered such a situation, it would be easier, and everyone would enjoy better days. If the tasks were not proactive, she would truly have no solution next time. Xin Ruo made a decisive statement. Then I shall sell them, keeping some for Chunxi as he enjoys them. Chunxi smiled even more gently, like a warm breeze in spring. Thank you. Xin Ruo, Fu Yu, and Feng Shi had no objections. Lian, having listened to the discussion for a while, asked Xin Ruo with a hint of grievance. Xin Ruo, do I not have clothes like theirs? Xin Ruo replied. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. I made 8 sets before. Once your injury is healed, I will give you one, but you cannot wear it now. Miolan's purple eyes sparkled with delight. Good. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Feng Shi spoke. Xin Ruo, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to tell us, your partner. You can ask us to do anything. All right, I understand. If I need anything, I will definitely call upon you. Chun, she said gently. When Xin Ruo conducts business, we shall watch the store. You can enjoy your time at home. Xin Ruo shook her head. No need. Watching the store is a waste of time. The shops in the tribe do not require oversight. Currently, there are 2 shops, one for tailoring clothing and one for food. The beasts nodded. They had all seen these 2 shops. Mialan had not seen them, but had no curiosity about them. Xin Ruo displayed 5 types of common food, including bread, steamed buns, apples, and peaches. Priced at 20 star coins each, this price was deduced based on the orc's exchange rate for star coins, ensuring it was affordable for every orc. Although food was exorbitantly priced on the Orc Continent, especially fruits, she needed to consider the survival of the orcs and could not think of making star coins, yet could not be given away for free. 0.7 days. 0.7 days and nights on the Orc Continent equated to 14 days and nights in the original world, leading to the starvation of many orcs with low or no star patterns. Without a protective shield, a group of orcs starving to the point of their stomachs touching their backs could only wait for death amidst the tides of dark creatures and magical beasts. Last night, the Fu Guang tribe emerged unscathed, but the protective shield was damaged, and Xin Ruo spent a considerable sum of star coins to repair it. Repairing the shield cost more than upgrading it. Fortunately, it was star coins. Had it been beast crystals, it would not take many attempts before the tribe could no longer support its operational funds for tasks. Qian returned around noon, bringing back a large number of wild beasts, which fell heavily to the ground. Qian transformed into human form, beaming brightly. Xin Ruo, I'm back. Xin dashed out from the wooden house, ready to leap into Qian's arms. Qian quickly stepped back and exclaimed, Xin Ruo, wait a moment. I'm quite dirty. Let me wash up before you hug me. Mialan, basking in the sun by the water tank, lifted a hand, and a splash of water poured over Qian, who was soon clean. Qian turned, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Mialan said nothing, retracting his hand and continuing to bask in the sun, while gazing dreamily at Xin Ruo. Qian released fire energy to dry himself, then dashed into the wooden house to don his beast skin outfit, emerging like a gust of wind, wrapping Xin Ruo in his embrace. Qian laughed. I left early and was fortunate enough to encounter some that were not completely dead. It will be enough for us to eat these next few days. With Mialan present, the beast processed the wild beasts swiftly, while Xin Ruo watched, collecting one after each was completed. They finished just before the rain began. The rain could come at any moment, as clear skies had just been present a second ago. The temperature in the air seemed to drop by over 10 degrees. Chun Shi lifted Miolan's wooden tank inside. This time, the beast form was short-lived, and Xin Ruo would soon be able to transform back into human form. She changed into a beast skin skirt set, crafted from 6-tier beast skin by Fu Yu, featuring a pure white long-sleeve gown and a red beast skin cloak that a pair of white boots, also sewn by him in the morning, modeled after the boots she had previously given them. But hers were even more exquisite. Fu Yu's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. Xin Ruo took out strawberries as a post-meal fruit. Nestled in Qian's embrace, she enjoyed the strawberries. Being of fire attribute, Qian was warm. Like a small heater, Qian inquired with concern. Are you cold? Xin Ruo? Xin Ruo shook her head. Not cold. Qian continued. You wish to ensure the tribe's orcs survive, correct? I heard them say that today I collected many prey. Xin Ruo can sell them to the tribe's orcs. Tomorrow, I will gather more. There are plenty to be found these days. Qian is quite the charlatan. That foolish beast wouldn't he come here for you to pick it up? After indulging in strawberries for a while, everyone set about enhancing their abilities, primarily through combat, though meditation was also an option. However, she found herself incapable of meditating, having tried several times without success. Feng Shi transformed into beast form. Lying beside her, his tail encircling her gently as his azure eyes closed. Xin Ruo observed Feng Shi beginning to enhance his abilities as well, she placed her consciousness into the space and tirelessly nurtured the plants within. Discovering that after nurturing them 100 times in a day, they would begin to grow rapidly. This revelation filled her with excitement. If this continued, the plants would grow even faster when her energy was depleted. Xin Ruo mused about the convenience of having a portable vessel for spirit spring water, allowing them to prepare it for immediate use. She had experimented with leaving the spirit spring water outside the space. But it could not remain for long, as its energy would gradually dissipate into the air. During the day, Xin Ruo enhanced her star energy with the assistance of spirit crystals, allowing for quicker energy replenishment. While at night, she would remain in the space. Within just a few days, Xin Ruo had reached 3 stars in wood-type star energy, and Yushan had grown significantly taller as well, now resembling a tree 2 or 3 meters high. With vibrant golden leaves, Yushan spoke up, saying, "Master, may I bring my avatar outside? I can grow faster out there." Xin Ruo readily agreed, walking to the front lawn to retrieve Mu Shan's avatar. "Is it all right to plant on this lawn?" "Your avatar won't perish, will it?" "Fear not, Master. With my main body present, my avatar can thrive in any environment." With that, Xin Ruo squatted down to prepare a hole, suddenly recalling something, and called out. Chun Shi emerged from the wooden hut, inquiring, "What is it, Xin Ruo?" Upon hearing her voice, the other beasts also emerged from their rooms that a group of curious beasts looked on as Xin Ruo dug a hole to plant the sapling. Qian curiously touched the leaves, asking, "What kind of tree is this?" "The leaves are golden and appear quite spirited. I am the divine wood, also known as the life wood, but presently I go by Mu Shan." Unfortunately, Qian could not hear this. Xin Ruo smiled and explained, "This is my contracted plant, destined to fight alongside me." Enthusiastically, Qian began to create a circular flower bed of golden flowers around them. Initially disinterested, Miaolan stepped out from the water tank and cautiously crouched down to water the sapling. Mu Shan's avatar shook its leaves, and Xin Ruo heard Mu Shan's joyful voice calling out. "The water released by a 6-tier water-type beastman feels delightful. I senti spirit spring water comfortable. It's a different sensation altogether." Soon, light rain began to fall from the sky, and concerned about the dark aura mingling with the rain, Fengshe cast a wind energy shield around Mu Shan, shielding it from the downpour. The others were genuinely thrilled about Xin Ruo's progress, and Chun Shi happily went to prepare roasted meat and soup in celebration. However, the atmosphere in the room with Qian, Fengshe, and Fuyu was quite tense. Qian frowned and remarked, "There's no issue during the day, but at night, Xin Ruo suddenly loses her life force." Fuyu's expression darkened ominously, his presence formidable. "I shall go capture a priest immediately. After divination, we will eliminate him without hesitation, leaving no room for potential threats." Xin Ruo's rapid advancement likely has a connection to this. Her body appears fine, but the uncertainty of potential repercussions lingers. Fengshe remains somewhat composed, feeling the beast mark on his chest, maintaining a semblance of calmness. If all goes as expected, once the area outside the tribe is restored, Xianmi and Tiao Shu should arrive, and they will ascertain the situation. Capturing a priest would be the last resort. Observing the 2 beasts who were taking his words to heart, he continued, "Xin Ruo's body is fine. We need only keep an eye on her health, without delving too deeply into other matters. She harbors many secrets, and we are aware of quite a few. She will share what she deems necessary. And for the rest, let us act as if we know nothing." Qian and Fuyu nodded in agreement. Fengshe sighed in exasperation. "Qian, it's one thing to be clever and avoid thinking. But Fuyu, why is it that you cease to reason whenever Xin Ruo is involved, incessantly calling for violence?" Qian teased. "Oh, my lord Fengshe, you're actually praising me now. Your words have become increasingly melodious. I am nearly unaccustomed to it." Fengshe replied coldly, "Scram. All right, Lord Fengshe, I shall take my leave." Qian grinned, tugging Fuyu out the door. Fuyu shot a cold glare as a warning, prompting Qian to release his grip on Fuyu's arm, saying helplessly, "As if I wanted to pull you. It was out of necessity. If we don't leave now, I fear he might strike you." Fuyu retorted coolly, "He only wishes to strike you." Qian rubbed his nose, crossing his arms and turning to exit. "I'm off. You all are truly dull. I shall seek my Xin Ruo." Xin Ruo was observing the tribe's populace. So hungry. When will the divine punishment end? It's terrifying outside. A way fell into a crack. The tribe is truly wonderful. The tribe is so safe. I am so hungry. Is the tribe a place blessed by the gods? I must live and die here. The tribe is splendid. If I survive, I must have my sister bring a partner to live in the Fuguang tribe. I must strive to grow stronger. I cannot be driven away by the leader, but I feel like I'm going to die. I love the Fuguang tribe and the leader. Oh no, I'm so hungry. When can we hunt outside? I want to become a flying beast man. What does the tribe's food establishment serve? Is this where they sell bee skin skirts? It's so cold. Why does it rain every day? It's raining, and I feel like I'm getting sick. My head is spinning. Am I going to meet the beast god? It's raining, and my Uncle S energy is becoming increasingly chaotic. What should I do? I feel awful. I've been tainted by dark energy. This rain is unbearable. I want a wooden house. I want to go into a cave. I'm so cold. I want a thatched cottage. Oh no, I'm so cold. I'm not going to meet the beast god, am I? Oh no, I don't want to meet the beast god. I still want a female master. Xin Ruo furrowed her brows tightly. It had only been a few days, and many beastmen were already reaching their limits. Likely due to the incessant rain. Why weren't any beastmen going to the food establishment to buy supplies? On the tribe's lawn, many beastmen were trembling in their beast forms. Beastmen possess a sense of territory. Aside from living with their partners, they would never occupy homes that others have previously inhabited, even if it meant braving the elements outside. She had considered renting a house, but it was slightly more expensive, and it was better to save money to buy one, but the likelihood of being unable to rent it out later was high. With fewer star coins, if the beastmen stopped renting, she would have no chance of renting it in the future. She could only recycle the house, but recycling would only yield half the materials back. It would be a significant loss. Thus, she decided to offer a payment plan for house purchases with a 5-month deadline. If the total was not paid off by then, she would reclaim the house, receiving a certain amount of star coins each month. For instance, a first-tier cave or wooden house would require a monthly payment of 200 star coins, which is less than 1 beast crystal a day, easily achievable by chopping a few trees, gathering some grass, and moving a few stones. Address the current situation. Xin Ruo 5,000 first-tier caves and 5,000 wooden houses, each costing 20 star coins, with prices returning to normal after the area is restored. The rainwater contained dark energy, and prolonged exposure would accelerate the growth of chaotic energy within. Thus, Xin Ruo prepared a batch of strawberries to make juice for sale at the food establishment, priced at 100 star coins per cup, with 1 strawberry yielding 3 cups. The cups provided with the juice could not be used separately, incurring an additional production cost of 10 star coins, along with another 20 star coins for the juice itself. The strawberry juice was exclusively available for the tribe's citizens. After completing the preparations, everything was put on the shelves. If only the protective shield could isolate the harmful substances in the rainwater. Future upgrades would allow for that. The master must strive to upgrade the tribe. The voice of resonated in Xin Ruo's mind. Xin Ruo remained non-committal, yet she had faith in who was not one to indulge in empty promises. She pondered how to persuade them to visit the eatery for purchases. Orcs, being rather single-minded, often shied away from new experiences. Upon seeing Lian approaching, Xin Ruo's eyes sparkled with delight as she called out joyfully, "Lian, over here!" Lian's eyes brightened with a smile as he swiftly approached. Lifting Xin Ruo with one arm and looking down at her, saying, "It's quite cold outside on a rainy day. Let's go inside." With that, he carried her indoors. Xin Ruo grasped the fabric of Lian's shirt, prompting him to lower his head slightly. Patiently listening to Xin Ruo's words, Lian smiled and replied, "All right, you stay here. I shall return shortly." Lian, with a generous amount of star coins in hand that Xin Ruo had given him, strode confidently through the tribe, making his way toward the eatery. Orcs on the grassy expanse of the tribe greeted Lian as he passed. "Lord Lian, where are you headed?" "Lord Lian." "Lord Lian," with a spirited demeanor, Lian responded, "I am off to the eatery to purchase some fruit for my mate. The tribe now has a place selling fruits. Is there really fruit for sale at the eatery?" How could Lord Lian ever speak falsely? And even if there is, we certainly cannot afford it. I have been to the large tribe, where a single red fruit costs 10 beast crystals. And those of better quality go for 100 beast crystals each. I spent all my crystals and could only buy 10. My mate didn't even get to taste them. I had already discovered this place, called the Eatery. But I dared not enter. The building looks so beautiful, and the items must be incredibly expensive. Lord Qian's clothing looks so imposing. It must be made from 5th-tier beast hide. When I level up and manage to hunt high-tier beast hides, I too shall have a garment like that. You, a 1st-tier orc, do not have much hope in life. An orc without aspirations is not a good orc to ha. You can't do that. The tribe's tailor shop makes those. Is that so? I will save beast hides to complete tasks, and then buy beast hide clothing. What Lord Qian wears is truly splendid. Qi Yin listened to the murmurs of the orcs. He strode into the eatery. This was not his first visit. He had previously entered out of curiosity. His mate, Xin Ruo, was indeed remarkable, establishing an eatery that was both aesthetically pleasing and grand. Everything made by the beautiful Xin Ruo was captivating. The eatery was clean and tidy, spacious and well-lit, with buns and fruits neatly arranged on separate sides. Each type of food emitted sound upon approach, announcing prices and purchasing methods. How convenient! The prices were surprisingly affordable, surely designed with the tribe's orcs in mind. His Xin Ruo was a benevolent and kind leader. These items, previously unheard of in the Orc Continent, were priceless and highly coveted by the females, prompting numerous orcs to make purchases. For him, no matter how high the price, he would gladly buy. However, many orcs could not afford even the essentials for survival. Xin Ruo's actions were for the benefit of all orcs. As their partner, they were determined to support her wholeheartedly. With a bit of extra effort in hunting beasts, they could earn enough for her to as long as she was happy. That was enough. Qian bought a little of everything and arrived at the red berry juice. He hesitated for a moment. What was red berry juice? He had never seen it before. He decided to buy a cup for Xin Ruo. No, 3 cups. They would each have 1, and if it was good, he would return for more for Xin Ruo. This time, Qian exited with genuine delight, greeting the orcs at the entrance with a smile. If you all like it, feel free to go in and buy. He lifted the items wrapped in large leaves, saying, each of these is 20 star coins, just 2 beast crystals. So cheap. I wonder if they taste good. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Wow, so cheap. Is Lord Qian leaving? Qian nodded with a smile as he stepped outside. I will take this back for my mate to try, and if she enjoys it, I will return. With that, Qian transformed into his beast form and vanished in no time. Once the orc at the entrance had waited quietly for Qian to leave, they erupted into excitement. Pushing away into the shop point 20 star coins. I want to buy. What is this? Don't push me. I'll flatten you. My ears. Who tugged my tail? Wow, this is so white and tender, softer than a young female. What is this? I want to buy this. Let me get one of those. The red liquid must be delicious. I saw Lord Qian buy so many. I also want a red liquid. What red liquid? Silly roe deer, can't you hear? This is called red berry juice. I want red berry juice. Don't snatch it from me. I also want big buns. They're so delicious. I can't buy anymore. Neither can I. Each kind is limited to 10 purchases. What do you know? The beast god has her reasons. Buy and leave. Don't block others. That I'm starving. So tasty. Let me buy more. Our leader's wonderful. Wah wah wah. I love our leader. I love the leader. No matter what. The beast god's blessings always come through the leader first. How do you know? I just know. I was once a leader, albeit for just a day. Seems like the leader is truly remarkable, though petite and delicate. Good leaders are not defined by strength. I shall forever follow the leader, loyal to her. I want to be a follower of the leader, to live for her, die for her, and protect the tribe. Go away. The esteemed ones will hear you, and a single finger could crush you. I love the leader. How could there be such a wonderful leader? The leader must be an envoy of the beast god. It must be. Xin Ruo gazed at the blueprint, realizing that having an idol is indeed beneficial. The sales were finally happening. If orcs didn't buy anything and starve themselves, she would be at a loss. Watching her prestige rise steadily, Xin Ruo felt a surge of joy. The 2 special building packages seemed to beckon her. Xin Ruo, I'm back. Everyone come out. I bought great things. just as Xin Ruo stood from her seat. Qian burst in like a gust of wind. He presented the red berry juice before Xin Ruo like a treasure. This red berry juice is something I've never seen before. Xin Ruo, give it a try. Other orcs emerged from the room, gathering in the living room as Qian placed the red berry juice before them. Chun Shi, in a gentle voice, asked, "Where did this come from?" "Bought it from a eatery." Feng Shi picked it up to examine. "Is this made from strawberries?" Xin Ruo took a sip, finding the taste passable. "Not unpleasant, but not as delightful as fresh strawberries," she nodded. "Yes," Qian, astonished, exclaimed, "this is made from strawberries." After distributing the drinks, he seized his cup and gulped down a big mouthful. Then, with a blank expression, finished it off in one go, the thin wooden cup disappearing. Qian, momentarily surprised by the vanishing cup, quickly regained his composure and remarked, "There's a faint energy that clears dark auras." The other orcs drank it all in one go. Xin Ruo brought out strawberries for everyone. Noticing they seemed insatiable, she could eat them every day, yet would soon tire of them. Qian picked up a strawberry and took a bite, reflecting, "I was ready to compete with them for the red berry juice. This is much better. I shall leave the other for them." Milan, clad in beast hide, sat quietly beside Xin Ruo, savoring strawberries, as if determined to etch the image of the ethereal, dreamlike beauty into her very being. After finishing their meal, they resumed enhancing their abilities. The houses were selling quite well, too. Xin Ruo contemplated what other demands could be addressed. How wonderful. The tribe is truly splendid. This red berry juice feels so soothing. I feel the dark aura around me dissipating a little. Thank you for the beast god's favor. Grateful for the leader's generous love. Alas, I too have acquired a wooden cabin. I never imagined that in this beastly existence, I would be able to reside in one. Oh, how affordable the wooden cabin is. At last, my stomach is no longer in distress. The raspberry juice is truly delightful. When will the tribe outside be restored? I yearn to earn beast crystals to exchange for star coins to purchase a house. The current prices are remarkably low. The chief is truly benevolent. I am certain I shall survive. After reading, Xin Ruo found herself devoid of any requests she could resolve. She immersed herself in her space, endeavoring to enhance her extraordinary abilities. Under her relentless nurturing, 5 varieties of fruits blossomed and bore fruit, and strawberries yielded another harvest. A small patch of life grass sprouted new, and she collected the fruits from life grass 0 and 1, while 2, 3, and 4 grew larger and began to bloom, promising to produce young ones again. Such joy! The red and blue fruit trees bore tiny flower buds. The red fruit tree resembled an apple tree, yet its leaves were exceedingly small, and its trunk was adorned with sharp thorns, rumored to be toxic, though its fruits were sweet and juicy. The blue fruit tree boasted a sturdy trunk, with branches cascading like vines. Its leaves white, and its flowers and fruits a mesmerizing blue, truly enchanting. All 10 mutated plants had now flowered and fruited. After such prolonged care, there was finally a modest yield. Her efforts of tirelessly nurturing with energy and watering with spiritual spring water had not been in vain. All 10 were trees. One of the mutated trees was particularly large, laden with green orbs of uncertain origin. Some branches hung down in layers, festooned with flower buds, while others were lush and vibrant, bursting with colorful buds, lending an unexpected beauty to her space. In summary, each of the 10 trees exhibited a unique form, yet she was unfamiliar with any of them or their peculiarities, setting aside distractions. She continued to nurture the plants, hastily gathering fruits. If they failed to yield further, the tribe's needs would soon outpace their supply. Without other provisions, they would have to subsist on fruits alone. Survival was paramount. 7 days passed. Outside, there were no signs of recovery. What could be the matter? Master, it appears the situation has grown increasingly dire. However, rest assured, restoration is assured within 3 days at the latest. You must continue to ensure the survival of the tribe's beastmen. And rewards await. 1 could only continue accepting tasks. Merely 3 days remained. The reward for the first 7 days have been distributed, with a survival rate exceeding 90 among the beastmen, granting a special building gift pack. Master S prestige points surpassed 50,000. Unlocking the prestige store, a new section appeared in the tribe's blueprint, a blueprint store. Xin Ruo promptly perused the offerings available for purchase. The current items included complete recipe collection for prestige points, limited to 1 purchase. Random special building gift pack for prestige points, limited to 1 purchase, comma, complete clothing collection for prestige points, limited to 1 purchase, comma, dark essence purification crystal for prestige points, limited to 1 purchase. Without hesitation, Xin Ruo acquired the first 3 items, as they would refresh at irregular intervals, while the latter would only refresh after purchase. The complete recipe collection contained culinary methods for various foods. She casually flipped through it, her excellent memory allowing her to retain all the information in no time. The recipes were tailored to the ingredients available in the Beastman continent. For her, the most significant advantage was the ability to correlate the illustrations and text with the plants of the current world. In the future, she could utilize this knowledge to identify plants. Foods crafted according to the complete recipe collection would enhance various attributes. The complete clothing collection similarly provided methods for crafting a variety of garments. Also enhancing attributes. Xin Ruo placed these 2 tomes in the dining hall and tailor shop. Once the materials were gathered, they could begin crafting. She adored cooking, while Fuyu relished tailoring, so she decided to gift the books to them. Xin Ruo stowed the books in her space and hurried downstairs, only to hear the voices of Yin, Feng Shi, and Fuyu outside the wooden cabin. She dashed out to find Lian bathing Feng Shi, Yin, and Fuyu, and after a thorough rinse, Lian approached and embraced Xin Ruo. With joy, Xin Ruo exclaimed, "Feng Shi, Yin, Fuyu, you have returned. Were you injured? They had been away for 2 days." During this time, Yin had taken turns hunting with them, keeping the game for their own sustenance while selling the rest to the tribe. The great white tiger, Feng, dried off the water from his body and transformed into human form. He approached and affectionately patted Xin Ruo's head, smiling, "We are back, and we are all unharmed." Yin grinned, "Xin Ruo, I have caught your favorite hum-hum beast and prickly beast, and I also captured a few cluck-clucks, along with several cluck eggs that I hope you like them." Xin Ruo beamed with delight. "That's wonderful." Fuyu, dragging a silver-tailed tree, caught her curiosity. "What kind of tree is this?" Fuyu turned to her and replied, "A cotton tree. Feng Shi mentioned you would need it during your heat period, so I found one to bring back and plant in our yard that it will bloom after your transformation period." Upon hearing about the heat period, Xin Ruo felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably. She quickly diverted the topic to mask her long-hidden shyness. "Isn't this area devoid of such trees?" Yin chuckled. "Indeed, we encountered them more frequently to the west." Lian set Xin Ruo down, mimicking Feng Shi as she patted her head. They followed Feng Shi to process the wild beast meat. Shi, having prepared the food, went ahead to start cooking. Xin Ruo hopped off her stool and handed the complete recipe collection to Shi. Shi's powdery eyes sparkled with tender joy, her voice imbued with an indescribable emotion, trembling ever so slightly. "For me?" Xin Ruo nodded. "Learn it well. I want to savor all sorts of delicious dishes." Shi leaned in and gently kissed Xin Ruo's head, her tone warm and gentle, as if filled with countless affections. "All right, the written language of the Beastman continent is exceedingly precious, with tomes documenting practical knowledge and survival methods being true treasures, seldom shared by the Beastmen." Without hesitation, Xin Ruo entrusted it to him. Stirring an indescribable feeling in his heart, it felt as if he were submerged in scalding hot water, unbearable and unspeakable. Yet it also felt like being enveloped in the most soothing warmth, melting his heart entirely. He tenderly turned away, perusing the recipes to see what could be made with the available ingredients. Xin Ruo retrieved spices like chili and laid them on the table, along with the apples and other items she had cultivated. Preparing the spiritual spring water and spiritual crystals, she took a seat and continued nurturing the plants. After several days of effort, the 5 types of fruit seeds rewarded by the system had matured into trees. Their fruits larger than the originals, akin to strawberries. Thanks to her energy-s nurturing, they now contained a faint power to dispel dark essences. The red and blue fruits had also borne fruit. She discovered that the plants nurtured by her energy carried the purifying energy inherent in her wood-type abilities. Afraid to sell them directly, she opted to sell the juices instead. She planted another batch of existing seeds, allowing them to grow at their own pace. Without her energy assistance, Their growth stagnated, giving her a headache. Upgrade, upgrade. She could now maintain a spatial protective shield for an hour. Choosing to practice her wood abilities within the protective shield, she prepared for the next step. Feng Shi and the others had finished processing the wild beast meat, prompting Xin Ruo to rise and gather the game. She also handed the complete clothing collection to Fu Yu, who accepted it silently and stowed it away. The other three had no objections. These items given to Fu Yu and Chun, she ultimately benefited Xin Ruo. Even if they received the items, they could not match the kindness of the two, so there was no reason for jealousy or anger. Ever since the arrival of the new fruits, Fu Yu had developed a fondness for them, and was currently enjoying a pear. Feng Shi peeled a pomelo for Xin Ruo, placing the clean fruit before her, advising, "Eat sparingly. There will be more food later." Xin Ruo nodded. Miaolon remained quiet, finding joy in simply watching her daydream. Whenever she was absent, she would meditate and cultivate. Qian observed Miaolan's tranquil demeanor, expressing curiosity. The merfolk are known for their affections, yet who would have thought Miaolon would be so enamored? Merely gazing at Xin Ruo, he spoke while imitating Miaolon, who didn't even glance at him. Fu Yu took a bite of his pear, nonchalantly remarking, "Aren't you the only red eagle as well?" Qian laughed. "That is true. We both possess a unique quality, or else we wouldn't be worthy companions for Xin Ruo." They feasted on stews and grilled meats, while Xin Ruo savored egg custard and fish soup. Chunchi placed a large pot of boiled fish before Miaolon, who paused in his eating of grilled meat, his violet eyes glimmering slightly. He scooped up some fish to serve Xin Ruo. Exhibiting an impressive skill at filleting the fish, swift and clean, it was nothing short of perfection. Only after Xin Ruo declined his offering did he begin to indulge in the fish himself. Chunchi chuckled, saying, "Everyone must find it delicious, for it was prepared from the recipe Xin Ruo provided me." Qian eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "It's tasty. I never imagined that adding chili would make it so delightful." Xin Ruo couldn't help but reminisce about Qian eating chili raw, secretly amused. Feng Shi, smiling, offered Xin Ruo a small piece of tender meat, saying, "Here, Xin Ruo, have some." She returned the meat, shaking her head in refusal. "I can't eat anymore. I'm full." Feng Shi chuckled and finished it himself. As night fell, Xin Ruo found herself nestled in Fu Yu's embrace. Puzzled at first, and the next moment, her lips were captured by Fu Yu's. A tender yet possessive kiss that seemed to linger. Fu Yu's fingers brushed against Xin Ruo's swollen lips, his voice low and sultry as he asked, "Xin Ruo, do you wish for another kiss?" Bathed in the glow of the outside lights, Xin Ruo beheld Fu Yu's visage, his long silver hair cascading loosely behind him, slightly tousled, his complexion pale as jade, with deep crimson eyes that glimmered, the corners tinged with a hint of red, and his lips a luscious, moist red that was utterly captivating. Xin Ruo found herself entranced by his beauty, lost in thought about what was transpiring with Fu Yu that night. He lowered his head to gently graze her lips again, nibbling softly, their affection deeply entwined. The petite, exquisite girl was enveloped in the arms of the tall, handsome beast man, a scene brimming with desire. Xin Ruo melted like water. Soft and pliable in Fu Yu's embrace, Fu Yu steadied his breath, unable to resist leaning down for another sweet kiss upon her tempting red lips. Fu Yu, His husky voice sent shivers down Xin Ruo's spine. "Sleep now. I won't disturb you." Xin Ruo closed her eyes, drifting into slumber, retreating into her mind space for cultivation, where beauty could not distract her from her quest for strength. "Master, the beast tide has arrived." Xin Ruo's spirit detached from the space, grumbling, "Why must the beast tide always strike when the beastmen are asleep?" Perhaps it was the dead of night, making it easier to breach the tribal defenses. He has learned to joke. Fu Yu, sensing Xin Ruo's restlessness, spoke softly, "Sleep now. Everything is fine." Xin Ruo wrapped her arms around Fu Yu's neck, softly pleading, "Can I go take a look? I want to slay the dark monsters too." Fu Yu frowned. "No, it would frighten you. I'm not afraid." Fu Yu, "Very well." With that, Fu Yu dressed her in clothing, shifted into his half-beast form, and carried her outside. On their way, Xin Ruo glanced at the blueprint. Observing the dense clusters of red dots outside the tribe, the tribespeople were rushing towards the entrance, beginning to engage in combat with the small red dots. Qian spotted them and hurriedly flew over. His voice tinged with rare urgency. Fu Yu, why did you bring Xin Ruo here? It's too dangerous. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. With that, Qian plunged into the fray, swiftly overwhelmed by the beast horde, as various energies clashed in the air, the golden flames emanating from him illuminating the scene. Amidst the fire, scorched beasts occasionally plummeted, their cries echoing in the night. Fu Yu furrowed his brow, observing the swarm of flying beasts above. He gently patted Xin Ruo's head. Tonight is perilous. Shall I take you back to sleep? Xin Ruo shook her head, clinging to Fu Yu's neck. I want to leave, Fu Yu. Let me stay here, please. The tribe has a protective shield. Have you forgotten? Fu Yu found himself at a loss, ultimately nodding in agreement. He held Xin Ruo against the wall, watching the unfolding battle outside the tribe. They had to consider the unhealed ground while simultaneously attacking, presenting a tremendous challenge. The air was filled with screams from both the tribesmen and the dark monsters. Before long, as the number of strange beasts increased, Fu Yu's frown deepened, and he instinctively pulled Xin Ruo closer. Fu Yu, you don't need to protect me. Go help them, she urged. No, you are my priority. Fu Yu's crimson eyes darkened, his refusal immediate and resolute. The tribe had a protective shield. If it were breached, it would mean they could not handle the beast tide tonight. Yet, he believed they would safeguard it. For as long as the shield remained intact, the Fuguang tribe was the safest place for Xin Ruo. If the situation became dire, they could retreat to the tribe. The shield could withstand for a while. Fu Yu wrestled with his conflicting thoughts. The situation outside grew increasingly severe. In a short span, several waves of the beast tide surged forth. Aside from their small group, nearly 20,000 beastmen in the tribe had few with combat prowess. The beast tide differed from divine punishment. Even if the tribe fell, the leader would remain unaffected, and with Qian present, they could leave at any moment. However, if the tribe fell to the beast tide, Xin Ruo would suffer fatal harm. The Fuguang tribe was unique, possessing a protective shield. As long as it held, Xin Ruo would be safe. Understanding the stakes, Fu Yu carried Xin Ruo to the watchtower. Gently patting her head, he earnestly instructed, stay here and don't wander off. Remember, do not go outside, understand? Xin nodded obediently. Don't worry, I will stay put. Fu Yu leaned down to plant a light kiss on Xin Ruo's forehead before jumping off the wall to join the battle. As purple lightning crackled, centering around Fu Yu, large areas were swiftly enveloped by thunder. Like a dragon, the lightning descended, striking the beasts within the vicinity, turning them to ash. The silver-haired, red-eyed beastman raised his hand to unleash energy. Lightning crackling above his head, sporadically striking down, while violet flame-like energy surged around him, wreaking havoc among the advancing beasts. Like phantoms, the dark monsters emerged from the shadows, their repulsive forms emitting guttural roars. Fu Yu maneuvered swiftly through the throng of beasts, his figure becoming a blur amidst the lightning. Xin Ruo witnessed the dark monsters for the first time, her palms sweating with fear, her gaze trembling. Their decaying human faces, misshapen canine bodies, and insect-like tails, their forms crawling with writhing maggots, were grotesque. One had a half-missing head, a chest sagging to the ground, and decayed pig-like hands, with bits of rotting flesh and wriggling worms spilling from its mouth, only to be rolled back by its rotting tongue. From above, it was half-human, half-unknown beast, its putrid head bulging with maggots that crawled in and out, traversing its swollen body. The air outside the tribe was thick with a nauseating stench of rotting flesh. Xin Ruo could not suppress a dry heave, trembling uncontrollably. My heavens! Is this what hell looks like? Xin Ruo closed her eyes, taking deep breaths to steady herself. Fear not, fear not, fear not. In a land of beastmen, how could I fear the dark monsters? Taking a moment to adjust her mindset, she opened her eyes, her gaze still quivering, her hands shaking. Master, kill it. It's just a mere dead thing, not to be feared. Mu Shan, what frightens you must be eradicated. The best approach is to confront it directly. Master, kill it. Dark monsters are birthed from the accumulation of corpses through multiple evolutions. Some lack physical form. lurking in the shadows, feeding on dark emotions and their kind. You are immune to the dark aura, so do not be afraid. Xin Ruo steeled herself against the disgust and fear swelling within her, releasing golden vines from her palms, which silently extended beyond the protective shield to ensnare the dark monster's body. The vines swiftly enveloped it, dark blood streaming down as they loosened, causing the dark monster to collapse. See, Master is formidable. Dark monsters are easy to slay. They are not frightening. Battles can hasten your growth. Xin Ruo exhaled, her racing heart gradually calming. Yes, there was nothing to fear. She yearns for strength. Her adversaries can serve as catalysts for her fortitude. And fear must not grip her heart. One must not allow the ambitions of foes to extinguish one's own valor. Xin Ruo stealthily eliminates the low-tier dark creatures and beasts beyond the watchtower. When her energy wanes, she takes a brief respite. The watchtower incessantly releases arrows. While their might may not surpass her own, its unyielding nature allows it to ceaselessly strike down the advancing low-tier foes, seemingly outmatching her. Furrowing her brow, Xin gazes at the relentless tide of enemies, the Orcish roars echoing in her ears. Damn these beasts! Kill them! I vow to defend the tribe. Why matriarch remains within the stronghold. And these wretched creatures must be eradicated. Help! Ah! Be careful! Someone has fallen! Outside the tribe, under the cloak of night, a cerulean tornado howls past, claiming countless alien beasts in its wake, blood spraying forth as shattered limbs cascade to the ground. The wind envelopes Feng Shi in azure energy, his massive tiger form darting through the throngs of beasts like a machine of slaughter. Yet he occasionally darts to rescue the sheep and rabbit beasts. Xin Ruo fails to spot Chun Shi or Miaolon. She drinks from the spring water, replenishing her energy. Approaching the watchtower not far from the tribe's entrance, she catches sight of Miaolon illuminated by the glow of Qi Yan. Miaolon hovers in midair, her purple hair billowing without a breeze. A gentle rain begins to fall over the tribe, the droplets creating an expansive coverage. Within the rain's embrace, a multitude of dark creatures gathers, their movements stiff, emitting painful, shrill cries as blood drips from their bodies, staining the ground with a grotesque mixture of black and red. Miaolon parts her crimson lips, and a melodious, ethereal sound resonates from above. The creatures within the rain-soaked area commence a brutal melee, tearing at one another with reckless abandon. The scene a horrifying tableau of carnage and chaos. Beneath the tribe's walls, a rhinoceros beast, its eyes aflame, pins a female-like dark creature beneath it, roaring as it relentlessly assails its prey, ultimately devouring the dismembered remains. It rises to seize another rabbit beast, repeating its gruesome ritual, perhaps due to the presence of Miaolon's enchanting song. Xin Ruo finds no revulsion or terror in the sight before her. Instead, she perceives a shattering sound resonating in her heart. Her pupils dilate uncontrollably, her spirit overwhelmed, dark creatures devouring one another, beasts consuming beasts. A ghastly cycle of love and annihilation that in the midst of the rain. The creatures engage in a fratricidal frenzy, leaving a gruesome carpet of bloodied corpses beneath. Another wave of enemies surges forth. Xin Ruo swiftly dashes towards the next watchtower, spotting a colossal pink iron-eating beast guarding the tribe's entrance, exuding an aura of invincibility. The ground erupts with spikes, impeding the advance of the foes. As the pink beast crushes them underfoot, suddenly, a thick earthen wall surrounds the tribe's perimeter, separating the advancing enemies by several meters. She glances back, then hastily sprints, leaping onto the wall and approaching Xin Ruo, transforming into human form to gently urge, "Be cautious, come inside quickly, don't fall, take your time. There's no need to rush." Xin Ruo observes the wall, several paces away, noting the freshly erected earthen barrier. She retreats quietly to Chun Shi's side. Before she can speak, Chun Shi, his brow furrowed with concern, inquires, "How did you end up here? Where's Fu Yu? Why isn't he by your side?" Orcs possess excellent night vision, and he notices Xin Ruo's pale visage. Shi steps closer, wanting to embrace her, yet hesitates, aware of the dark aura and blood staining his form. His voice softens as he asks, "Were you frightened?" "Do not fear, I will escort you back. All right. It's quite perilous here. Once we deal with the beasts, I'll return to be with you. Xin Ruo shakes her head. I am not afraid. I wish to stay here. She reiterates her earlier sentiments about Fu Yu to Chun Shi, but despite his gentle demeanor, he remains resolute. Have you forgotten? Xin Ruo is still quite young. You must rest to grow stronger quickly. Would you wish to revert to being a cub tomorrow? What if you were to be frightened? If the shaman cannot heal you, it would be distressing for us both, but I cannot sleep if I return. That is when I would truly be afraid. Here, I will not fear. I have just slain numerous dark creatures. Xin Ruo produces several spirit crystals, her eyes sparkling with delight as she presents them. Look, I acquired these myself. Gazing into the joyful, radiant eyes of the young female, Chun Shi finds himself at a loss to refuse her. Yet the night's unpredictable nature weighs heavily on his mind, with the high-tier beasts yet to emerge. It is unwise for Xin Ruo to remain here, especially given past instances where females have perished from fear. Once the high-tier beasts appear, they would undoubtedly be preoccupied, leaving her vulnerable, suppressing the urge to acquiesce. He gently but firmly states, Xin Ruo, return obediently. Once the terrain outside the tribe stabilizes, I will take you to hunt beasts and seek out mutated plants that we can explore better ways to grow stronger. I understand that, as the leader, your thoughts are with the tribe's safety, and you wish to contribute to its protection. However, we must first safeguard ourselves to gradually grow stronger. Please, Xin Ruo, with the relentless tide of beasts continuing through the night, and only low to mid-tier creatures present, the situation remains precarious, potentially alarming Xin Ruo. She can only nod in agreement, realizing that her presence here would distract Chun Shi, so she decides to comply and return. Chun Shi transforms back into his beast form, allowing Xin Ruo to climb onto his back, prepared to escort her home. At that moment, Qian descends, shifting into human form, appearing disheveled and with tousled hair. Feng Shi and Fu Yu are occupied. High-tier dark creatures have emerged. It's better for Xin Ruo to remain here. If you take her back, she will be even more frightened alone. The tribe is secure. As long as we defend it, she will be safe. Chun Shi halts, and Xin Ruo dismounts. Qian turns to face her, his expression grave, yet he manages a bright smile. Stay here. Do not fear, we will soon eliminate all the monsters. And both the tribe and you will emerge unscathed. Xin Ruo nodded solemnly, that a cacophony of unsettling roars from the airborne beasts echoed through the air. Qian, lacking time for further words, swiftly transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky. A multitude of flying magical beasts approached, launching their assaults upon the tribal shield from a distance. Chun Shi raised the earthen walls higher, ensuring that Xin Ruo could not see the chaos outside the tribe. He then turned and fashioned a stool for her, urging her to sit comfortably. After gently admonishing her, despite his lingering worry, he hastily exited the tribe to engage in battle, striving to repel the onslaught of the aberrant creatures. The earthen barrier was breached. The strength and numbers of the beasts tonight were formidable. Before Xin Ruo could call out to him, he had already departed. She wished to offer them some spiritual spring water. With her vantage point obscured, Xin Ruo turned to examine the blueprint. The red dots outside the tribe varied in size, with the larger ones trailing behind the smaller ones as they approached. The number of aerial beasts multiplied, yet the tribe possessed only Qian as its sole flying beast. Through the blueprint, she observed Feng Shi utilizing wind energy to momentarily ascend and assist Qian. The howling winds spiraled around him, reminiscent of a tempest, obscuring the sky. Feng Shi's nine tails appeared to be ablaze with a green fire, continuously showering the aberrant beasts with wind energy, staining the ground with blood. Fu Yu's lightning powers intensified, purple lightning crackling as it simultaneously struck the airborne and terrestrial beasts. The purple fire surged forth with a sweeping force, relentlessly expanding outward. She rose to her feet, elevating herself on a stone to peer outside. Qian, enveloped in golden flames, was strikingly visible. The golden energy and fire spread across the sky above the tribe, making Qian resemble a phoenix reborn from flames. Charging into the throngs of beasts, fiercely battling. Charred, flame-wreathed corpses fell from the sky, painting the heavens a deep crimson. Torrential rain poured down, while Miaolan's ethereal song filled the air, captivating the beasts and lulling them into a trance. Longing to be eternally enveloped in such exquisite melody, the orc warriors, emboldened by their fervor, disregarded their fear of the aberrant creatures and fought valiantly. A colossal monstrosity advanced, unperturbed by the ravaged ground beneath it. This gigantic creature bore countless heads, each grotesquely incomplete, some missing eyes, others lacking noses, mouths, or ears. Its robust arms resembled enormous white, soft-bodied worms, covered in black bristles, an amalgamation of various animal forms, with its lower abdomen adorned by a massive reproductive organ. Oozing putrid fluid, half of its body was comprised of decaying red flesh, while the other half was cloaked in a sickly dark hue, white worms continuously writhing from the rotting meat, crawling in and out of its gaping maw. The sight was a harrowing assault on the senses, evoking a visceral reaction. Xin Ruo pressed her forehead against the wall, retching uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, expelling even the acid from her stomach. "Master, do not look," Yi's voice echoed her mind, and Yushan's voice followed suit. "Master, you must overcome this. If you wish to grow stronger, such scenes will only become more frequent." Realizing their concern was directed at her, Xin Ruo took a moment to collect herself. The leaves on the star-patterned emblem emitted a green phosphorescence, alleviating some of the nausea within her. Chun Shi, in his beast form, charged forth to confront the towering monstrosity. The pink iron-eating beast delivered a crushing blow, shattering 3 of the creature's heads, only for them to regenerate almost instantaneously. Yet Chun Shi clearly held the upper hand, possessing the strength to confront the surrounding aberrant beasts. After a brief respite, Xin Ruo continued to gaze downwards, utilizing the golden vines in her grasp to dispatch a few of the dark creatures, harmonizing spatial energy with wood-based energy. Unbeknownst to her, she depleted her energy reserves and lay back to rest, sipping the spiritual spring water to rejuvenate herself. She raised her eyes to the distance. The tide of beasts showed no sign of abating, only swelling in numbers. An unsettling thought crept into her mind. If such waves of beasts persisted daily, this continent would inevitably face annihilation. She quickly banished the thought, observing the blueprint to assess the situation of the other orc warriors. She noted that Feng Shi and his companions were besieged by numerous aberrant creatures, with large red dots converging upon them, as if they were a magnet for the beasts. The tribe's several wolf beasts displayed commendable strength, maintaining their position amidst a sea of adversaries. Various powers surged forth in chaotic harmony. The Snow Dog tribe fared well, demonstrating that their survival amidst divine retribution was no mere stroke of luck. The strongest among them reached the 5th tier, while the rest hovered around the 3rd and 4th tiers, the sheep and green rabbit beasts. Though weaker, some still mustered the courage to engage the aberrant creatures. While others remained at the tribe's entrance for support, 2 shamans busied themselves, administering healing to the warriors. Many sheep and rabbit beasts teetered on the brink of death, yet continued to expend energy to slay their foes. Even as protection from Feng Shi and his comrades was sporadically present, they were simply too feeble. The overwhelming numbers of enemy beasts posed a dire threat. Should Feng Shi and his companions become preoccupied, these orcs would surely perish. Xin Ruo issued a command. Green rabbit beasts and sheep beasts, retreat to the tribe and engage in combat from the walls. Do not venture outside. Her voice carried far and wide. And upon hearing her command, the green rabbit and sheep beasts offered no resistance, swiftly returning to the safety of the tribe, dragging their battered bodies onto the walls. Xin Ruo concealed herself within a spatial barrier. "Master, tonight's tide of beasts is exceedingly unusual, far beyond what our tribe's current level should encounter." Yi's voice resonated with urgency and distress. The last tide that lasted an entire night had been peculiar. But the sheer number and strength of the creatures this time were incomparable. The tribe was merely a 5-star tribe. Xin Ruo furrowed her brow, and he continued, "I have recently gathered information on the Orc Continent. The number and tier of aberrant creatures in Tide are closely linked to the tribe's tier. Our Fuguang tribe is a 5-star tribe. We should only face beasts of tier 4 or lower, and at worst, perhaps 1 or 2 tier 5 beasts. The duration of such tides should not extend beyond a single night. Yet tonight, we are besieged by frequent appearances of Tier 4 and Tier 5 clusters of beasts. As if they were inexhaustible, there have even been sightings of Tier 6 beasts. Tier 6. Xin Ruo felt a wave of horror wash over her. She had familiarized herself with the nature of beast tides on the Orc Continent. And while she believed in the capabilities of her partners amidst the relentless onslaught, she had never anticipated the emergence of not only Tier 5 clusters, but also Tier 6 beasts, an unfathomable prospect. Their tribe was merely 5 stars. Her own strength was insufficient to discern the levels of the aberrant creatures, made all the more challenging by the encroaching darkness. She could only make rough inferences based on their combat. Swiftly, she activated the blueprint, observing the multitude of red dots. It appeared that the size of the dots did not correlate with the physical size of the beasts, but rather their levels, with so many Tier 4 and Tier 5 beasts advancing relentlessly. Even the mightiest would struggle to cope over time, especially with the emergence of Tier 6 creatures. The fissures in the ground had barely mended, and she had to worry about falling through the cracks. Without further deliberation, Xin Ruo decisively activated the protective barrier's light source. Instantly, the tribe was illuminated as if it were midday, casting light for dozens of meters beyond its borders. The exclamations of awe and jubilation from the tribe's beasts filled the air. Under the glow of the light source, the movements of the dark creatures slowed, and their offensive capabilities waned. Witnessing this, Xin Ruo could not help but think of Qian. He was akin to a small sun, bringing brightness wherever he went. However, the aberrant creatures remained unaffected. Why did they fear the light source of the protective barrier? Did it resemble sunlight? The expenditure on the light source crystal was not in vain. Xin Ruo joined the fray, seizing the opportunity while the dark creatures were sluggish and their attack power diminished, allowing her to slay several beasts of higher tiers. Time was of the essence. Soon, the area surrounding the tribe was cleared, with the dark creatures encircled outside the illuminated zone. Master, Lord Fengshe has encountered 3 Tier 6 beasts. Xin Ruo hurriedly made her way toward Fengshe's location. Upon arrival, she beheld a vast inferno, with flames raging and debris swirling as fierce winds howled. Azure-wined arrows erupted from the fiery tempest, striking the surrounding beasts with unerring precision. Fengshe's form was obscured amidst the chaos. But the blueprint displayed the prominent words, Partner Fengshe, gleaming brightly. Master, Lord Fu Yu is facing 3 Tier 6 beasts, 2 dark monstrosities and 1 magical beast, along with a horde of Tier 5 dark creatures. Lord Chun, she is engaged with a group of Tier 5 dark beasts and 3 Tier 6 dark creatures. The esteemed Lord Qi Yin encountered 3 6-tier flying magical beasts and a horde of 5th-tier monsters. Meanwhile, Lord Miaolan faced 4 6-tier aberrations along with another group of 5th-tier beasts. The voice of Yi resonated like an enchanting spell, as Xin Ruo suppressed the rising panic and urgent concern within her heart. For a moment, she found herself frozen, unsure of whom to worry about first. She felt utterly insignificant, powerless to contribute, and could only focus on herself, striving not to add to the chaos. Never before had she felt so utterly helpless. She had no choice but to open the blueprint, anxiously monitoring the battle situation. Yet, she was uncertain whether her anxiety clouded her judgment or if the conflict was truly that fierce. The blueprint revealed nothing but a dense cluster of red dots, which remained just as chaotic even when magnified. Is there any way to resolve the current predicament? I'm sorry, Master, came the reply. You need not apologize. Can the coverage of the light source be expanded? It cannot, Master. The light source only covers a radius of 50 meters within and outside the tribe. Sensing Xin Ruo's anxious emotions, he comforted her, saying, You must have faith in your beastmen. They will surely be all right and will protect the Fuguang tribe. Xin Ruo did not elaborate further, but upon hearing Yi's reassurance, she politely expressed her gratitude. Deep down, however, she understood that if it were merely a few 6-tier aberrations, her confidence in them as 6-tier beastmen would be unwavering. Yet, it felt as though they were fighting alone. They alone had the means to confront the 6-tier aberrations, while the enemy continued to summon an overwhelming number of beasts, an unending tide. The tribe boasted only a few hundred 3rd and 4th-tier beastmen, with the remainder being low-ranking 1st and 2nd-tier warriors, battered and bruised. Time passed, though how much she could not tell. Suddenly, a massive flame erupted ahead, and azure energy surged, illuminating half the sky. The nine-tailed white tiger soared into the air, its back seemingly adorned with enormous azure wings, while azure energy swirled around its four beastly claws. It pounced upon a magical beast, gripping its neck and pinning it to the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. As azure winds encircled to thwart other approaching aberrations, the magical beast let out a wretched cry as it perished. The nine-tailed white tiger raised its head and let out a mighty roar, its nine tails unfurling as it ascended into the sky. Xiva turned to see Fu Yu, a being with a human upper body and serpent tail, standing nearby. His silver hair was stained at the tips with blood, and his silver tail bore dark crimson splotches. His upper body was marred with varying shades of red, and his striking face bore traces of blood, his red eyes glimmering with a broken yet haunting beauty. Xin Ruo rushed forward, yearning to leap into Fu Yu's embrace. However, Fu Yu hastily interjected, "Do not come closer, Xin Ruo. I am quite dirty." "Just stay there." Fu Yu was generally accommodating, yet he was particularly adamant about this matter. Xin Ruo nodded obediently, halting her steps with concern etched on her face. "Are you all right? Are your injuries severe?" Fu Yu shook his head slightly. Moving to sit against the wall, he looked up at her, a smile playing at his lips. "I am fine. Just minor injuries." His voice was laced with worry and guilt. "Your complexion is so pale, you must have been frightened. I apologize for making you fear." Xin Ruo shook her head. "Why apologize? You have done nothing wrong." Fu Yu, with earnest red eyes, replied, "Tonight, I was meant to protect you, Xin Ruo, yet I allowed you to face a night filled with dark creatures and magical beasts alone, without anyone by your side. You must have been terrified. That is my fault." Xin Ruo disagreed vehemently. "Why take responsibility upon yourself? You fought for me, for the tribe, and suffered injuries for it. You are not at fault." Fu Yu seemed poised to say more, but she interrupted, "Enough. Here, drink this quickly to replenish your energy." Xin Ruo activated the spatial barrier, presenting Fu Yu with a large cup of spirit spring water. Preparing to bring it to his lips, Fu Yu swiftly reached out to take it, signaling her not to approach any closer. Xin Ruo returned to her seat, her heart now heavy with worry from Yolan, who was facing 4 six-tier beastmen, alongside Qian, amidst the multitude of magical beasts in the sky. "Do not fret. Once I finish drinking, I will assist them. Everything will be fine," Fu Yu's voice reassured her. Xin Ruo was momentarily taken aback, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. She dared not raise her head, fearing Fu Yu would notice the slight redness at the corners of her eyes, and simply nodded her head in silence. Despite being grievously injured, she noticed several of his beautiful scales had already fallen off, something he usually treasured greatly. He still claimed these were mere minor injuries, while worrying about the well-being of other beasts. If these were truly minor wounds, she was not being overly sentimental. He had clearly noticed the slight flush in her eyes. Downing the spirit spring water in one gulp, Fu Yu rose and cautioned, "Tonight is chaotic. Do not take anything out in front of the other beastmen. Stay right here. Do not look outside. I will go and speak with them, and then you can rest. Do not fear." "I am here," he added. Xin nodded and watched as Fu Yu leaped down the city wall, gliding into the darkness. Through the blueprint, she saw Fu Yu approaching Yolan, where several beasts had gathered. The scene chaotic and unclear. Time passed, and soon she noticed them making their way back towards her. Upon seeing Xin Ruo, Qian's face broke into a radiant smile from afar. Xin Ruo, his disheveled and battered appearance, could not mask the spirited essence of the youthful beastman, nor the rebellious spirit ingrained in his very bones. In no time, Qian dashed to Xin Ruo, but Fengshe quickly restrained the excited Qian. "Do not get too close to Xin Ruo. You might taint her with the aura of darkness." Qian halted, sitting down on the ground with a grin. "I understand. I was just a bit too excited. You have no idea how much I wanted to see you. Xin Ruo, now that I see you, my heart is truly at ease." The other beasts silently found places to sit. Xin Ruo activated the spatial barrier, retrieving spirit spring water and fruit for everyone. The beasts eagerly drank the spirit spring water in large gulps. Xin Ruo observed the state of her companions. Due to Qian's incessant chatter, she noticed him first. His black hair was a wild mess. Yet his eyes remained bright and spirited. His handsome face was smeared with blood, and he was covered in a mix of dark crimson stains that it was difficult to discern whether it was his blood or that of the enemy. Feng Shi's white hair was not too disheveled. His face remained clean, though his complexion was pale, with splotches of blood marring his body. Chun Shi, ever gentle, had a few strands of hair out of place. Adding to his softness, that he bore the most bloodstains, likely due to his close combat engagements. However, it was evident that aside from some exhaustion, Chun Shi was in good condition, without any injuries. What surprised Xin Ruo was that Miao Lan appeared entirely unscathed. Her beauty untouched, with her hair flowing smoothly and no dirt upon her. Xin Ruo was taken aback. She had previously witnessed Miao Lan slaying aberrations with rain and song, which did not astonish her much. Knowing well that Miao Lan's water abilities were offensive. Yet, to have killed 4 6-tier beastmen and countless others while remaining impeccably pristine was truly remarkable. Little do you, how come you are so clean? Xin Ruo asked. The other beasts turned their gazes towards Miao Lan. Just as Xin Ruo's words trailed off, she watched in astonishment as Miao Lan vanished before her eyes, only to reappear moments later. Goodness, so you can turn invisible. Miao Lan's voice was light and airy, a hint of pride evident as she looked at Xin, who can become invisible. Xin Ruo felt a surge of admiration. Despite being a little slow-witted, little do you possessed remarkable survival skills. Qian looked at Miao Lan, realization dawning upon him. Oh, that's how you survive in the deep sea. Miao Lan nodded gently, her violet eyes studying Xin Ruo, her lashes fluttering as if in contemplation. She slowly moved beside her, embracing Xin Ruo and whispering, I am very clean, as a being of the water element. You possess remarkable prowess. Qian swallowed his praise, the smile on his face fading as he seized an apple and took a hearty bite. The crispness of the apple resonated audibly, capturing everyone's attention. Feng Shi sat upright, his gaze unwavering as he lowered his head to drink, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, unperturbed by praise or blame. Fu Yu leaned languidly against the wall, his jade-white hand delicately sipping water, evoking a striking image akin to a vampire savoring blood. Chun Shi smiled gently, embodying a harmless and innocent appearance. Though everyone seemed quite normal, Xin Ruo inexplicably sensed an eerie atmosphere and decided to focus on her food. Just an illusion, merely a trick of the mind, the melodious and soft voice broke the silence. Xin Ruo, are you hungry? Xin Ruo looked up at Chun Shi, and upon seeing his gentle and innocent face, a vivid memory flashed in her mind of him mercilessly dispatching a horde of strange beasts with a single kick and obliterating their heads with a punch. One must not judge a beast by its appearance. She shook her head, replying, not hungry. Despite her stomach feeling empty, she felt no pangs of hunger. Chun Shi softly continued, I feel sorry for you, except once the beast tide recedes, I shall prepare a feast for you. Xin Ruo nodded. All right. She produced 5 live fruit from her possession and handed them to the others. They accepted, puzzled. What are these? Just eat them first, and I shall explain later. Qian remained silent, allowing Xin Ruo's insistence to prevail. The other beasts, accustomed to her, complied without hesitation. After consuming the fruits, they felt their fatigue dissipate significantly, and their wounds began to heal slowly, rivaling the effects of a shaman's treatment. Feng Shi hesitantly inquired, Is this live fruit? Xin Ruo affirmed, Rest assured, I cultivated these myself, from the life grass seeds Qian provided me. Qian was overjoyed, seemingly more thrilled than if he had grown them himself. Xin Ruo, you are incredible. You truly brought them to life. Feng Shi added gently, Growing them is no small feat, keep some for yourself. Live fruit is exceedingly rare, and I once saw a desiccated one of the shamans. Treated as a treasure, that I ate it later. Its taste resembled this, but its effects were not as potent. Xin Ruo nodded obediently, accepting his words without rebuttal. 6 live fruits had sprouted, and she intended to provide them with more in the future. For they were her guardians, and she wished for their survival. Such a miraculous fruit must be nurtured further. Good things must be utilized where they're needed to hold value. So, the shaman's precious fruit was consumed by you. How delightful! Feng Shi, Qian exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Feng Shi and anxiously asking, "Did the shaman scold you?" Feng Shi replied, "No, did he berate you?" Feng Shi again responded, "No." Qian, in a fit of indignation, retorted, "The shaman scolded me. He chased me for an entire day, leaving me too afraid to set foot on the ground." Feng Shi's voice was tinged with slight remorse. "Initially, I thought you had taken the shaman's treasure as well. But later I clarified with him that it was I who consumed it." Qian, outraged, exclaimed, "I thought so. That's why the shaman suddenly ceased his tirade and kindly urged me to return for meat." "But how did you find out?" "I told him." Fu Yu interjected calmly from the side. "At last." Qian comprehended the situation. "Well done, Fu Yu. You knew all along that Feng Shi had taken the shaman's precious fruit. Didn't you? You only came to bring me food because it was getting dark, and I had nowhere to go. Fu Yu, in all honesty, replied, "I initially had no idea the shaman was scolding you over his precious fruit. I merely inquired delicately. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page for more captivating content." In truth, it wasn't Timi who spoke, but Feng Shi overheard it. He planned to claim it was his. Qian, burdened with the blame, was not overly angry. His concern lay with one question: did the shaman know you took his precious fruit? Did he strike you? Did he scold you? No. Seeing Qian's skepticism, Feng Shi added, "Really? Indeed." Fu Yu corroborated. Xin Ruo, Chun Shi, and Miao Lan exchanged glances, a silent camaraderie forming among them. Qian, suddenly enlightened, felt his resentment dissipate. The next day, he learned that Feng Shi had been gravely bitten by a dark creature. The shaman was absent, yet thankfully, he had consumed the shaman's precious fruit in time. The sounds of beasts howled outside, leaving no room for idle chatter, and they hastily concluded their conversation. Xin Ruo intended to prepare some spiritual spring water to bring along, to replenish energy whenever needed. "Do you have a container for the spiritual spring water that can be carried?" "Not at the moment, master." "Very well." Xin Ruo fetched a bottle to fill with spiritual spring water, letting the energy spill over rather than go to waste. After replenishing their energy, equipped with the spiritual spring water prepared by Xin Ruo, they resumed their battle against the enemies. Feng Shi spoke up. "Let us take some beast skins." Assuming Feng Shi required the skins, Xin Ruo obediently retrieved several and handed them over. Feng Shi utilized wind energy to lay the skins out for Xin Ruo. He gently advised, "If you feel afraid, remember to hide and stay away from the walls. If you grow tired, rest here." Xin Ruo nodded. "I understand. We shall return swiftly. The beast tide will soon recede." "Good." Feng Shi crafted a wind shield, encasing Xin Ruo within its protective embrace. He then leaped down from the wall, vanishing into the shadows. The blueprint displayed the current time as 2:75 a.m. Xin Ruo gazed at the red dots. Sighing, realizing that the tribe's warriors needed energy replenishment, she resolved to eliminate as many strange beasts as possible, believing that even a single kill would contribute to their efforts. She took a portion of spiritual spring water No. 2 and diluted it with a large amount of water. Observing that the food stall had some warriors present, she promptly listed it for sale. She noted the little warriors' puzzled expressions. "What is this energy water? Is it another fine creation from a leader? Is this divine water?" Upon seeing some warriors make purchases, Xin Ruo closed the blueprint and rose to observe the outside. Due to the light source, only the magical beasts dared approach the tribe. It was no longer so easy to slay enemies beneath the protective barrier. "Can we reduce the light range outside the tribe?" "Yes, master." Xin Ruo watched as the light shrank to a size suitable for dealing with enemy beasts under the protective barrier. Feeling satisfied, she wished to nurture the life grass. But although it propagated quickly, it bore fruit slowly. She would need to nurture it tirelessly for several days to yield even a single fruit. Rather than expend that effort, she stood up and began to slay enemies. Though her skills were lacking, every foe she took down contributed. However modestly to the tribe's entrance, a voice exclaimed, "Wow, this water is truly miraculous. I feel my energy restored significantly. What a treasure! I must buy some more before it runs out at And Gun, why are you running off?" "Hey, Emu, what's that in your hand? Is the stall selling water now?" Are our water element warriors facing extinction? Your water pales in comparison to what the tribe offers. Calling this divine water is no exaggeration that a young warrior, having consumed the energy water he purchased from Amu, exclaimed, "Yes, this is called energy water. And it's only 100 star coins, quite affordable. It rapidly restores abilities. Hurry and buy some. I want to purchase more to slay more strange beasts. Wait for me. I'm going to. This stuff is astonishing. Let's all go buy some." After drinking it, none of us experienced any frenzied energy. This is far superior to Beast Crystal. While Beast Crystal restores only a meager amount of energy, it inevitably induces frenzied energy. The tribe truly excels. I want to buy some to bring to the elders. They're slaying strange beasts and have no time to rest. I'm coming too. Let us hurry. What are you chatting about? Hurry and buy some. If you miss out, it'll all be gone. Hey, slow down a bit. Save some for me. A frail beast man with short white curls approached Amu, pleading, "Amu, could you trade me a cup? I'll exchange it for beast crystals." Didn't you manage to get any? Having secured it, did I not inadvertently finish it all? What are you saying? Mu, do not believe him. I just saw him purchase a considerable amount and stash it away. Were it not for the purchase restrictions, they would likely have hidden it all. The slender, short-haired orc beamed with joy. With energy water price so low and its high energy content, I wish to provide it to my female master to replenish her stamina and enhance her abilities. The youth orc named Mu frowned in refusal. Hey to you, given the current ferocity of the battle, we should prioritize our immediate concerns. The female orcs can naturally enhance their powers with spirit crystals. The short-haired youth orc, ATU, retorted loudly. What are you talking about? Naturally, nothing is more important than the female master, and no wonder. As a carnivorous clan member, you still lack a female master despite being a 3-star orc. AMU's expression darkened momentarily. While the female is important, one must discern the appropriate context. If the tribe falls, your female master will also face dire consequences. ATU, with a grim countenance, roared. What did you say? AMU, you've gone too far. Why curse my female master? AMU, expressionless, replied. I merely speak the truth. Aging called out to AMU, and upon receiving no response, approached with curiosity, overhearing their exchange. He coldly stated, "You sheep orcs,